Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Infinite Postman here on GMT Recap. The sound of the oven's bell rang, signaling that the dish was ready. A plate of food was quickly placed on the serving counter. The chef politely said, "The fried fish is ready, please enjoy." The man customer looked at the 4 neatly arranged pieces of fish on the plate and exclaimed, "The knife work is precise, the color and flavor are perfect, this is truly a delicious dish." The woman sitting next to him sighed, "It's not easy to get a dish made by Chef Zhao, we've been trying since half a year ago." The chef standing at the counter was head chef Zhao Ko, a genius and a renowned figure in the culinary world. Hearing the customers praise his dish, he humbly wiped his hands and said, "It is my honor to serve both of you." The 2 customers began to enjoy their meal, their faces clearly showing satisfaction. The woman exclaimed, "Oh, this is all mine, I'll take everything." The man happily said, "The flavor is amazing, I can't even describe it." Zhao Ke slowly replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Once the 2 customers finished, they prepared to leave. The man remarked, "This meal was so delicious, let's order more when we get home." The woman hurriedly replied, all right. Zhao Ke watched the 2 people leave the shop, silently thinking to himself, "Finally, it's over." Suddenly, the lights went out. The shop plunged into darkness, and Zhao Ke wondered, did the power go out? In the dim light from outside that filtered into the shop, he suddenly noticed a strange box on the counter. How strange, where did this box come from? It wasn't here just now. He picked up the old moss green box, which had a stamp on it with a red streak in the center. Suddenly, Zhao Ke saw, the stamp is glowing. The red streak shifted and opened into an eye. Before Zhao Ke could react, a blinding column of light erupted from the box. He stammered, What is this?" A mass of black gas spread out, clinging tightly to him. Zhao Ke screamed, "A." He felt himself shrinking and being pulled into the box. The shop once again fell silent, and the box lay on the counter as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Zhao Ke, after being sucked inside, found himself wondering, "Where am I?" Thinking back on the recent events, he had some doubts and asked himself, "Am I dreaming?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, "Hey, buddy." Zhao Ke turned around and saw someone approaching. He asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Hearing this familiar question, the young man exclaimed, "It seems you don't know either. We all ended up here vaguely." The girl with glasses spoke in a trembling voice, "It's so scary here." "It's not just you, 5 people have been dragged here unwillingly." Zhao Ke hid the small knife behind his back and slowly asked, "So, you're saying that you and I were both sucked into this place by a stamp?" The girl in pink replied, "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, a thick fog filled the space, obscuring everyone's vision. She shouted, "Oh no, the fog is too thick." The young man in the blue shirt frowned, "I can't breathe, it's choking me." A deep, hoarse voice echoed, "It seems everyone has arrived." Everyone was startled and looked over. The young man in purple immediately confronted the stranger, asking, "Who are you? Did your wicked trick bring us here?" He chuckled softly and replied, "Yes, do not panic, today is the day you all sever ties with life itself. You should feel joyous, not fearful. You've all received the stamps, which means you have gained a new identity." Zhao Ke carefully observed the man in the black suit, whose face exuded a cold, sinister aura. Perhaps he's not a good character after all. He immediately asked, "A new identity? What identity?" The man enunciated clearly, "The infinite messenger." Upon hearing this, everyone froze. "What in the world is that?" The man in the black suit continued to explain, "Being an infinite messenger means you will enter infinite spaces, carrying out tasks at any time. Upon completing a task, you can leave with a generous reward." The young man in the olive green clothes immediately interrupted, "Wait, is the generous reward money?" He replied, "It's not that simple. The reward is postal points, which you can use to buy anything you want. For example, with just 1 postal point, you can exchange it for gold worth 300,000. As he spoke, he gathered his energy, and a stream of green mist appeared, along with a gold bar that looked incredibly real. Others remained skeptical, but the guy in the moss-colored shirt immediately got drawn in by the potential benefits. He laughed loudly, "Ha, got it. Looks like we're going to be rich tonight." From my guess, someone like the guy in the moss-colored shirt will soon meet their end. The man in the black suit turned around and walked away, adding, "Of course, I should remind you all, if you fail to complete the mission, the consequences will be dire." The blonde girl exclaimed, "What? What consequences?" He coldly said a single word, "Death." Zhao Ku and the others were startled, breaking out in cold sweat. Judging by his expression, it seemed he wasn't joking. The man in the black suit said, "Good luck, and see you later." Then, he vanished into the mist. The space became bright again. Zhao Ku speculated that the fog had lifted, so perhaps the mission had started. Xi Liang let out a helpless sigh. A strange sound echoed, and the space began to shift. Everyone felt slightly suffocated as the scene transformed into a desolate place. The sky was lit by the moon, and under their feet lay a grassy field. Xiao Huang asked in confusion, "What's going on?" The guy in the purple shirt, wearing glasses, reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. I believe this is a cruel act, just the effect of some special effects." But as soon as he finished speaking, the girl in the pink dress screamed, There's something behind you." The guy with glasses casually pointed his hand behind him and asked, "Are you saying there's a ghost behind me?" "I told you, it's just a created image." But the girl was not joking. A huge shadow appeared behind him. As he felt saliva dripping onto his head, he wondered, where is this spit coming from? The moment he turned around, he died instantly. He had barely managed to scream help before a giant crab monster bit off half of his head. Everyone who witnessed this scene was horrified. The woman stammered, It ate him." A shrill scream echoed in the air. A. A giant bear, baring its sharp fangs, was growling. As its claws reached out toward them, everyone screamed in panic, "Run! Run quickly!" The screams continued without stopping. "Help!" The young man in the blue shirt yelled in fear, "Wait for me!" As the bear closed in on him, his voice distorted, No, don't come here. Help! Help!" But it was too late, blood sprayed everywhere in a crimson splash. He had become prey for Bear Jr. The group ran quickly until they reached a place where a steep cliff blocked their way, and they stopped. Xi Liang shouted, "Oh, it's so scary, how can we climb up such a steep slope?" Zhao Ku suddenly looked up, sniffing the air. "Where is that smell coming from?" He quickly climbed a tree, and the others standing below, confused by his actions, shouted, Let me come up too, don't go alone like that." He replied, "You all stay down there and wait." Zhao Ku glanced through the tree branches, thinking to himself, climbing a tree to avoid the bear won't do much, but I'm sure the smell is from someone smoking. He called out loudly to everyone, "There's a fire in the distance, there must be hunters or someone nearby." Xiao Wang cheered, "Great, the bear won't dare to break into a house." Xi Liang suggested, "Let's quickly head over there." The red-haired girl seemed to be thinking of something, her expression different from before. The group crawled up the steep cliff together. "Everyone, save your strength, we're almost there." Suddenly, the girl in pink reached out and yanked Xiao Huang hard, sending her tumbling down the cliff with a loud scream, "Ay." Xi Liang saw the scene and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" She calmly replied, "What?" She just slipped and fell. "Do you think I'm blind?" He shouted directly at her face. Then he quickly jumped down, "You all go ahead, I need to go save her." She smiled smugly, "Such a fool." She said to Zhao Ku, "Big brother, let's go, isn't it great to have someone below holding the bear's feet?" He answered curtly, "All right." She smiled, thinking she had found an ally, but to her surprise, he pulled his leg back and kicked her, sending her rolling down below. Her scream echoed through the forest, "AAA." Zhao Ku coldly said, "I also think it's good to leave someone behind." However, compared to being with someone who has schemes and abandons their teammates, it's far more reassuring to be with a fool who risks everything to save someone. The girl in pink looked furious, but could only say the word "you" before falling silent. Xi Liang and Xiao Huang did their best to climb quickly up the cliff. The girl urged, "Hurry up, grab it." Xi Liang responded, "I'm already using all my strength." Xiao Huang finally made it to the top, but just as the girl poked her head out, a hand suddenly reached up and grabbed her head, pulling her to the other side. Xiao Huang only had time to let out a quick gasp. Xi Liang anxiously asked, what's happening? What's going on? Zhao Ku appeared, and in a hurried tone, he said, "Don't scream, don't shout, hurry up." It turned out that he had pulled Xiao Huang up. Xi Liang's face was still filled with concern, but he quickly responded, "Okay." He handed him a piece of wood, saying, "Hold on to this." Xi Liang grabbed it quickly and replied, "Thank you." After crossing to the other side, Zhao Ku reminded him, "Hurry up, or the bear will catch up." The girl in the pink dress on the other side saw everyone getting ready to leave and shouted, "Don't go, I'm here." But no one paid her any attention. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. What's coming? She saw a hand emerging from the bushes and felt a moment of relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, you've come to save me, right?" Without thinking, she reached out to grab the hand. But then, her face froze in horror, her eyes went vacant, and she muttered, This is. She realized that it was actually a severed, purple-colored arm. She screamed and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a person appeared. She looked up and her eyes were filled with extreme fear. The other person swiftly raised an axe and dealt with the situation in a quick and efficient manner. By that time, the moon had risen high, and the forest was silent. The three of them, Zhao Ku and the others, continued to move. Xi Liang asked Xiao Huang, "Are you okay?" The girl appeared to be very tired and suggested, "Let's take a rest for a while." Zhao Ku responded sternly, "Not yet. Don't underestimate the sense of smell and speed of the bear." Xiao Huang suddenly asked, "I wonder if that woman managed to escape. I hope she got eaten by the bear." Hearing her murderous intent, Xi Liang couldn't help but shudder. He let go of her and no longer supported Xiao Huang. Zhao Ku calmly said, "Don't think about whether it happened or not. Quickly follow me." Xi Liang replied, "All right." A little while later, the three of them arrived at a wooden house. There was a faint light emanating from inside. Xi Liang exclaimed, "Finally, we've arrived." Xiao Huang softly inhaled, "It smells so good." Only Zhao Ku remained expressionless. In his heart, he thought, "This scent feels unusual." Xi Liang hurried forward, urging everyone, "Hurry up, the task the person in black mentioned, the clue might be here." Xiao Huang said, "I hope there's something to eat." Zhao Ku carefully took out his dagger for defense, thinking to himself, "The food here is something I've never heard of, I still need to be cautious." Xi Liang knocked on the door and called loudly, "Is anyone there?" Zhao Ku closely examined the stain on the door. "Is this blood?" Inside the house, a large pot was boiling on the fire. Hearing the call, a voice replied, "Is anyone there? Please, open the door." A skull surfaced from the ground, making a strange sound. "Who's out there? Anyone?" Xiao Huang continued knocking on the door and said, "We are students from the mountain, we got lost and would like to ask for shelter for the night before we leave." The wooden door creaked open, and a strong smell of black smoke billowed out from inside. Zhao Ku had a sense that something was wrong. An old woman appeared from within. She raised her bony hand and grabbed Xiao Huang's, saying, "You children always run around. Come in quickly." The naive girl asked, "Grandma, are you living here alone?" The old woman replied, "Why do you say that? At my age, how could I live alone? I have a son who just went out, he'll be back soon. Come in, come in." The three people entered and heard her speaking like that. Zhao Ku smiled and replied, "So that's how it is." Everyone sat down at the large round table, and the old woman instructed, "Tonight, you children will camp and sleep on the floor. I will tell my son to take you all tomorrow. Qi Liang and Xiao Huan laughed happily and responded, "That's great." The old woman went inside, her voice tinged with a bit of self-reproach. "Look at me, I only thought about having you sit. I'll go and prepare something for you to eat." She then went into the kitchen and started cooking. Zhao Ke, upon observing, immediately noticed that the old woman's gaze was very unusual, as if there were some mysterious energy in her eyes. Soon, 3 bowls of soup were brought out. Qi Liang and Xiao Huang, too hungry to hesitate, immediately began eating. She praised the dish enthusiastically. "It smells so good, it's delicious." Seeing that Zhao Ke didn't eat right away, the old woman urged, "Eat, try a little, it's really delicious." He politely replied, "No need, I'm not hungry yet." She suggested again, "If you're not eating, then at least drink some water." Saying this, she handed him a bowl of water. Zhao Ke, taking advantage of her distraction, kicked her leg slightly, causing the bowl of water to spill forward, yet the old woman didn't fall. He grabbed her by the neck and shouted, as expected, "You couldn't resist revealing your true nature." Xiao Huang jumped up and shouted loudly, "Zhao Ke, what are you doing?" It wasn't intentional, and the water didn't even splash on anyone. Zhao Ke drew his dagger, holding the old woman hostage, and questioned her sharply. "I felt something was off from the beginning. It's not just the meat and vegetables, the smell of that bowl of water is also wrong. What did you put in it?" Qi Liang thought he was overreacting and stepped in to stop him. "Zhao Ke, you're crazy, put the knife down." Zhao Ke swiped at him, "Get lost." Qi Liang collided with the flying wooden planks from the kitchen, knocking over a pot of soup that conveniently landed on his head. The water spilled and flooded the floor, even spilling out a rib cage. "Damn it, if Qi Liang didn't get his face ruined by that boiling soup, I might as well stick my head in the ground." Xiao Huang rushed over and asked, "Qi Liang, are you alright?" When the girl saw the skull and the ribcage on the floor, she was terrified. Xiao Huang gasped, "This is human meat." Hearing this, Zhao Ke became even more certain, "As I thought." He stabbed the dagger into the old woman's arm and twisted it backward. "Now you're wounded, don't even think about resisting. Answer my question honestly." However, she slightly tensed, her eyes turning bloodshot. Her hands quickly grew long, sharp claws, and her arm morphed unnaturally. Zhao Ke shouted, "I'm done for." He raised his hand, giving it a slight shake, and the dagger fell to the ground. The space shook again, and Zhao Ke gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, wondering to himself, "What is this?" The old woman had turned into Bear Jr. and was attacking furiously. It opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging at Zhao Ke. He calmly leaped into the air, using the momentum to stab it in the back. The bear didn't flinch, it immediately turned around to counterattack. Zhao Ke fell onto a table with a crash. Before he could get up, the bear lunged at him. Terrified, he shouted, "This is bad." The bear swung its paw down with great force, and Zhao Ke flattened himself against the ground, its claws just grazing his face. At that moment, a wooden chair flew and struck the bear in the neck, causing it to pause for a moment. Zhao Ke was a bit surprised, but quickly realized that it was Qi Liang who had intervened. He sat up and said, "Thanks." Qi Liang hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" But Zhao Ke immediately kicked him, sending him flying backward. Qi Liang, furious, yelled, "What are you doing?" But at that very moment, the bear stood up, let out another growl, and raised its massive paw to attack. Qi Liang gestured at Zhao Ke, "I'm saving you," and shouted, "Get out of the way. You just pissed it off." The bear struck directly at Qi Liang, and he leaped to one side to avoid the blow. That was too close. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Ke attacked it from behind. He brandished a dagger and jumped up. Die! Immediately, Bear Jr. turned around, and the blade pierced its mouth, only to be tightly clamped shut. Zhao Ke couldn't pull it out, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it!" Seeing the bear's paw coming at him, he quickly jumped backward. The dagger was knocked high into the air, and Zhao Ke grabbed it. This is a rare opportunity. With his exceptional dagger skills, he made a swift cut, severing its head. blood splattered onto the floor. Qi Liang looked at the head rolling in front of him and exclaimed, "What is this?" Zhao Ke replied, "I don't know either, but I do know it's been dealt with." He reached out to pull Qi Liang up. "Let's get out of here." Seeing Xiao Huang still not moving, Zhao Ke reminded her, "Don't just stand there, we can't stay in this room any longer." The girl hurriedly replied, trembling, "No, look over there." The two of them froze. The system notification board displayed, "Mission, kill Bear Jr." Reminder, Bear Jr. is similar to the mother bear, but being younger, it is stronger than the mother. Kill it or be killed by it. Zhao Ke exclaimed, "So it turns out that the task mentioned by the man in black only appears when we kill the child of this old monster." Qi Liang asked, "What now, do we still have to complete this task?" Xiao Huang anxiously said, "It says that Bear Jr. is even more terrifying than the mother bear. How are we supposed to accomplish this?" Zhao Ke replied, "You heard what the man in black said, either we complete the task or we die." Qi Liang was truly frightened, "The old man almost took our lives, and now, do you think the three of us can kill her child?" Zhao Ke slowly picked up the kettle from the ground and replied, "In the end, we won't know unless we try. We can't just wait for death. Besides, it's not like we have no chance. At least this is our opportunity. No matter what is inside, it's something the old monster wants me to drink, so it must not be anything good." He placed the kettle on the table, straightened it, and said to them, "We have no way out now. We can only go all in." Zhao Ke picked up the head of the mother bear and called the two young men to help. Qi Liang agreed, "Yeah, okay." After a while of working hard, Zhao Ke was drenched in sweat. He panted and said, "All right, this should be enough." Qi Liang and Xiao Huang sat down on the ground. The girl sighed, "I'm so exhausted." Qi Liang asked, "You still haven't said what you actually plan to do?" Zhao Ke picked up the kettle and poured some water, then replied calmly, "Next, I want Bear Jr. to drink the soup that his mother personally made for him." Qi Liang thought, "We can't really predict whether the water in the kettle will have any effect on Bear Jr. Damn it, you killed him. How are we supposed to trick him into drinking the water?" Xiao Huang was right too. When Bear Jr. gets home and doesn't find his mother, the first thing he won't do is drink the water. Zhao Ke had already planned ahead. He replied, "That's why we need a little bait. When the wild animal returns to its shelter, isn't the most satisfying thing to see food and prey already prepared?" As he spoke, he gripped the dagger tightly in his hand. Qi Liang asked again, "The prey has been prepared?" Zhao Ke confirmed, "Yes." His expression was full of confidence in his plan. But who will be the prey that's already prepared? The fire blazed brightly, the soup pot was boiling vigorously, and on the stove sat a large bowl of soup that had been ladled out. Qi Liang and Xiao Huan, blinded by the light, sat on the ground together. Zhao Ke lay sprawled on the floor, looking as if he had been drugged and passed out. Qi Liang grimaced, sweat beading on his face, looking in great pain. The girl grumbled, "How long do we have to wait?" While speaking, Xiao Huang lightly kicked Zhao Ke's leg. "Is Qi Liang's leg really okay? I felt that stab was pretty strong." He responded in a low voice, "I'm in control, now be quiet, don't let everything get exposed in the end." Xiao Huang replied, "Got it." Indeed, in some critical situations, it's not the strong enemies that are feared, but rather the foolish teammates. And this girl, her IQ is pretty high, though it's all a matter of luck for the group. The wooden door creaked open, and a burly young man with a shaved head walked in. Zhao Ke thought to himself, "He's here, at least 47 horsepower, wonder how high his actual ability is." Qi Liang and Xiao Huang visibly trembled at the sight of him, their eyes wide with fear. He was definitely the target. Bear Jr. dropped his hand, and an arm thudded to the ground right in front of Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke speculated, "This must be the one from before with the female leader, seems like he can't survive on his own. If that's the case, this guy must be Bear Jr." The fragrant smell of soup quickly drew Bear Jr.'s attention. He ignored the prey and went straight to the stove, ladling more soup into a bowl beside him, then drank it in one go. Qi Liang was anxious, casting a glance at Zhao Ke. Why haven't we made a move yet? My legs hurt so much, I feel like I'm going to pass out. Just a bit longer, Zhao reassured him. That boiling water is meant to deal with us, the effects of the medicine won't take long. It'll kick in soon. Sure enough, as soon as Bear Jr. finished the bowl of soup, he staggered and trembled, dropping the bowl and collapsing to the floor. Zhao jumped up, kicking Bear Jr.'s head lightly, while grabbing his knife in a defensive posture. Xi Liang saw that Bear Jr. wasn't moving anymore and quickly untied the ropes that bound him. He muttered to himself, "Had I known it would be this easy, I wouldn't have let him stab me." Xiao Huang replied, "If you weren't injured, how would Bear Jr. have let his guard down?" He smiled and added, "That's the way it works." The blood loss wasn't in vain. Xi Liang urged Zhao Ku, "Stop wasting time, get the job done." Luckily, your plan worked. If it hadn't, looking at Bear Jr. lying here like this, he could have killed us as easily as flipping a coin. Xiao Huang reminded him, "Don't disturb Zhao Ku." Xi Liang casually sat down, reaching out to pat the bald head of Bear Jr., saying, "What's there to be afraid of? We couldn't have done any less even if he were still awake." Suddenly, Bear Jr. grabbed Xi Liang by the throat and lifted him high. Zhao Ku swiftly slashed across his neck with a single stroke, putting an end to it quickly. The red syrup splattered everywhere, and he said to Xi Liang, "Don't be afraid, the water in the kettle is very effective." Bear Jr. just suddenly regained consciousness, "There's nothing to fear. Even if I hadn't acted, nothing would have happened to you." Nevertheless, the kid was still shaken, his soul almost leaving his body, clutching his neck in panic. Xiao Huang asked again, "So can we consider the mission completed now, and return?" Zhao Ku wiped the blood off the knife and replied, "According to what the man in black said, it should be." Suddenly, he turned around and shouted, "No, that's not right." Xi Liang quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Ku pondered for a moment before answering, "He's not Bear Jr." The kid's face went pale, and he asked again, "How is he not Bear Jr.?" Zhao Ku rambled, "If it were Bear Jr., the body would look like the old woman who turned into a bear by now." Zhao Ku examined the corpse and said, "And you haven't received a notification that the mission is complete, have you?" Xi Liang and Xiao Huang were stunned, both of them plopping down on the floor. Damn it, why is he not Bear Jr.? This is such a waste of effort. Zhao Ku thought to himself, where exactly is Bear Jr.? Since the old bear was severed from the beginning, there should be some clue on this body. I have to defend first. He suddenly spotted a knife in the corner of the room. Zhao Ku picked it up and examined it, silently thinking, 26 inches long, 5 centimeters wide, 400 grams in weight, it's a good knife. He handed it to Xiao Huang and instructed her, "Take it for self-defense." Xi Liang sighed, just thinking about facing that bear later. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge bear appeared outside the door. It charged in, and upon seeing the strangers, its eyes turned bloodshot, its sharp fangs exposed. This was probably Bear Jr. The bear lunged straight at them. Xi Liang screamed in terror, "The bear!" Zhao Ku quickly jumped forward and pushed the two people aside. A deafening thud sounded, and the ground was gouged out by the impact. The three of them scrambled to their feet, and Xiao Huang stood frozen in shock. "What is this?" Xi Liang's face turned ashen, "The defense really can't be relied on." Zhao Ku again thought to himself, "I feel like our focus shouldn't be on this." He looked at the enormous, incredibly powerful bear, feeling a bit worried. The bear roared, shaking the entire vast space. Xiao Huang raised the dagger, stammering, "Is this Bear Jr.?" Xi Liang was extremely worried. Can this mission really be completed? Suddenly, the bear noticed the knife in Xiao Huang's hand. It realized something and charged forward. Zhao Ku shouted, "Quick, throw away the knife, it's just been." Xi Liang quickly rushed over to hug Xiao Huang. "Are you all right?" But as he regained his composure, he saw that Xiao Huang had lost his head, blood spilling onto the floor. Xiao Huang went into a frenzy, charging at the bear, "I'll kill you." Xi Liang was immediately knocked back by the bear's strike, suffering severe internal injuries, vomiting blood continuously. He got back up, determined to fight to the death. Just then, Zhao shouted, "Hey, Bear Jr., do you know who this is?" As he spoke, he raised the severed bear mother's head and threw it into the boiling pot on the stove. Bear Jr. went wild, rushing toward the stove. Taking advantage of the distraction, Zhao ran outside, grabbed an axe, and shouted to Qi Liang, "Don't just stand there, come with me." The two of them quickly left. Zhao thought to himself, "Sorry, my friend. When the bear catches up, I'll have to use you as bait." Waiting for Qi Liang to stop, Zhao asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "I can't run anymore. Give me the axe, you go ahead on your own." These words took Zhao by surprise, and he could only exclaim, "Brother Qi Liang said he originally wanted to use this as bait, and since he's already injured, it's fine, but now, dragging that leg, there's no way he can run far." He took the axe from Qi Liang's hand and urged him, "Stop zoning out. Consider this as me owing you a favor this time." Zhao felt a little flustered. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, you don't need to run anymore. I'll carry you." With that, he lifted Qi Liang onto his back and started running. Qi Liang shouted, "What are you doing? If you do this, neither of us will be able to make it." Zhao thought to himself, "We can't both fail to run. Whatever was on this guy before surely had a use, and it must be around here somewhere." They had been traveling for a while when Qi Liang suddenly asked, "Why don't I hear Bear Jr. anymore? Could it be it's not chasing us anymore?" Zhao thought for a moment, the scent is definitely getting stronger, but not hearing any sound means. Damn it! Ahead of them, Bear Jr. was swinging its massive arm to intercept them. This time, there was no time to dodge. Zhao was struck in the chest, blood sprayed out, and he groaned in pain, clutching his chest and rolling on the ground. Qi Liang hurriedly urged, "Get up quickly, the bear is coming." Zhao suddenly noticed something strange on the ground, "It's right here." He punched the wound on Qi Liang's leg, causing him to scream in pain, "Ah!" Then he collapsed onto the ground. Zhao stepped on Qi Liang's leg and said, "Hey, Bear Jr., have you seen this? This is the one who killed that bear." Hearing this, Qi Liang screamed, "Zhao, what are you doing? The culprit can't move right now, what are you waiting for?" The bear immediately went into a frenzy and lunged forward. Zhao waited until it got close, then suddenly, with all his might, he kicked hard. Qi Liang was flung to the side, and Bear Jr. crashed into the empty ground where Zhao had just been standing. The ground cracked open, a flash of light blinked, and the earth beneath the bear collapsed. Bear Jr. fell into a trap, struggling frantically. Seeing that it couldn't climb out, Zhao turned to look at Qi Liang. He was still lying motionless on the ground, unconscious. Zhao thought to himself, "I think I might have overdone it, but he should be fine, right?" This time, Zhao was more cautious. He stood still, waiting for a message from the system. After a while, a notification appeared, "You have completed the main task. Please return to the real world and claim your reward for this mission. You have finished the main task and can choose to stay in this space for 10 more days. You can return to the real world at any time. Notification system, you have completed the internship task. Upon returning to reality, open your bag to receive the official postman badge and a booklet of vouchers." Suddenly, he heard a cry from the bottom of the pit. Zhao thought to himself, "As long as one remains clear-headed, this sound is unmistakable." He approached the edge of the pit and looked down. Bear Jr. had been impaled by sharp spikes, but 2 people were still alive at the corner below. It was the woman in the pink dress from earlier and a strange young man. Zhao thought to himself, "The female leader seems not to be dead after all." When the 2 people at the bottom of the pit saw him, they cried out for help. The woman in the pink dress mumbled, "This is returning." It was at that moment that Zhao realized, indeed, Bear Jr. is dead. She too has completed the key task, and now she can return to reality. He wondered, but how could she have received the mission? It seems there is more than one way to receive a mission. Could it have come from this person's body? He found a rope and tied it to a nearby tree. In his mind, he thought, I'll go down and check it out. Zhao climbed down the rope into the pit. The young man, pale-faced and trembling, said, "Help, help." Zhao observed for a moment and concluded, it seems the hunter had previously severed their arm to lure Bear Jr. Judging by this injury, they must have been stranded here for at least 2 days. He asked the young man, "Who are you? How did you end up here?" The young man replied, "I am a farmer from the village down the mountain. You saved me, please take me down the mountain, and I will give you money." Zhao, looking fearful, responded, "How much money could a farmer give me? If I die on the way with such injuries, no matter how right I am, I won't be able to explain myself." The young man pleaded, No, please don't leave. Don't worry, my injuries just look frightening. Wang Xiaochang couldn't have done this. If you take me down the mountain, I'll tell you a secret. Zhao decisively turned his back and began to leave. But at that moment, the system notified him, "You have received a side mission. Escort the injured person down the mountain." The side mission and main mission do not conflict, and you can leave at any time. How troublesome. Zhao had no choice but to turn back. He asked, "Who is Hunter Wang?" "I can save you, but you must tell me the secret first." The young man replied, "All right, I'll tell you. Both Wang Xiaochang and I are hunters in the mountain. Recently, there has been a severe drought, and our family's crops couldn't be harvested. One day, Wang Xiaochang came to me and said that there was a family in the mountain whose ancestors had once held official positions. So, he and I gathered a group of people to go to that family, hoping to survive this drought." He continued, "As soon as we entered the mountains, the 2 companions were eaten by a bear. Wang Xiaochang and I barely escaped. At that time, I wanted to run home, but Wang Xiaochang disagreed. He even wanted to go back and check during the struggle, and that's when I got my arm chopped off by him. He made this hole to lure the bear with live bait. Once it's dealt with, we'll go find that rich household. Brother, I swear, every word I say is true. If you get me out of here, not only will I give you money, but I'll also tell you where that household is. The bear has already killed someone, so all their belongings are yours." Upon hearing this, Zhao rested his chin and thought, so, he's going into the mountains to become a bandit. But there is important news in this mountain. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from above, "Zhao, where are you?" Zhao pointed up and said to the young man, "Just in time, I have another brother up there." "Wait a moment, I'll pull you up. But let me ask you one more time, you're not lying to me, right?" As he spoke, he made a pulling gesture with his hands. The other man replied, "I swear, it's the truth. If I'm lying to you, But Zhao raised his hand and struck hard at his neck. The man fainted and fell to the ground. He muttered, "This method of borrowing fire to strike bones is still useful now." He took the knife and walked over to the bear's legs. The bear's legs were in good condition. Above, Qi Liang was still calling out loudly, "Zhao." He replied, "I'm down here." Hearing his voice, Qi Liang crawled to the edge of the pit and looked down. "Hey, what are you doing down there?" He jumped in surprise when a bear's leg was thrust into his face. Qi Liang exclaimed in fear, "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhao climbed up to the top and calmly asked, "You don't need the bear's paw?" Qi Liang trembled and replied, No need." Zhao bundled the bear's legs together and said, "It's up to you." At this moment, Qi Liang suddenly asked, "You knew there was a trap here all along?" Zhao explained, "I didn't know, but when I was looking at the map earlier, I noticed that on the eastern side of the map, there was a red circle marking a certain area. I thought for sure there would be something, and when I came here, I found out it was a trap." Qi Liang happily said, "But none of that matters now. What matters is that it's basically over. I've received a notification that the mission is complete." Zhao threw the bundle of bear legs over his shoulder and instructed him, "If the mission is done, you can leave. I'll stay here for a while longer." He waved his hand, "I hope I won't have to meet such a ragged person like you next time." As he spoke, he turned his back and walked away. Qi Liang knew he wasn't a bad person. Before his figure returned to reality, he shouted loudly, "My real phone number is 188X. What's yours?" I'm still quite hopeful. Shi Liang's figure disappeared, and his voice echoed in the air, "Keep in touch." Zhaoke continued walking, silently thinking to himself, although the treasure needs attention, it's very possible that the old bear's setup is just a lie to lure people into the mountains to sit and eat meat, but still, I have to go back and check to be at peace. He turned back to the wooden house from earlier, and the body of Bear Jr. was still on the floor. Zhaoke thought to himself, I wonder how long this room can hold up. He searched around, this is the only place to store things. Zhaoke rummaged through the bed, as expected, there's something. He pulled out a small chest, opened it, and inside were some gemstones and a bearskin coat. He held it up and exclaimed, this connection is indeed evil destroying evil. I said, what treasure could there be in this mountain? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and his hand transformed, with his fingers and claws lengthening. Zhaoke exclaimed in shock, I've turned into a demon. System notification, you have received the special item, Bear Suit. Since you have completed a key mission and obtained a special item, your book stamp privileges are granted early. The book stamp guide allows the special item to be transformed into a collectible stamp in the book. Using a low-level stamp, borrowing the stamp anti-equipment, and transforming it into a special stamp will unlock the stamp voucher's abilities. Zhaoke looked at his strange hand and exclaimed, book stamp. He then spread his hand, and a thick book appeared. He tossed the book into the air, caught it, and began flipping through the pages to examine the special stamp. The Bear Suit collectible stamp has enhanced part of your strength. Special effect, the Bear Transformation Postal Point number 1 can quickly reach 3 times the power. Duration, 15 minutes. Maintenance time, 3 hours. Zhaoke thought to himself, power enhancement. He raised his arm and struck the floor to test this new ability. The unexpected result was that the wooden floor was overturned. Even Zhaoke was surprised, I didn't even use much strength, and it had this effect. If I activate the bear transformation. He turned to another page, and the content caught his attention. Wait, this is the function to transform the stamp. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and snapped his fingers. A stamp appeared. The stamp was usually made of broken silver, 3 ounces for a coin. Zhaoke took it and began to transform it. He held the small silver fragments in his hand, thinking to himself, no wonder that man in the black cloak had enough magic to turn out a piece of metal. I never imagined it would be this simple. An idea suddenly flashed through Zhaoke's mind, if this can transform, then. He walked around the house with the book, starting from the kettle. Sure enough, as long as it's in my hands, I can transform it into a stamp. Once transformed into a stamp, the sense of time is also fixed. Whether it's temperature or taste, I can change it back to the way it was before. Transform. He took it out, stowed it away a few times, and realized, this book of mine can contain anything. Moreover, unless I allow it, no one can know what's inside. But this transformation should have a limit, it's impossible for everything to be transformed. Zhaoke held the book and stood before a large rock. He tried to touch the rock and said, transform. Immediately, the system notified him that his authority was insufficient, and transformation was not possible. He looked at a gecko clinging to the rock and thought to himself, things too large can't be transformed. He then reached out his hand and called out, transform. The system notified that the authority was insufficient, and the transformation could not be completed. Zhaoke picked up the lizard and said, it seems that regardless of size, as long as there is life, it cannot be done. Suddenly, at this moment, the system gave a reminder. He quickly closed the book and exclaimed, the auxiliary task, escorting the injured down the mountain, has failed. It seems that according to Zhou Shun, in the end, it was still not grasped. But should I pay attention to him? Zhaoke looked into the distance. If according to Zhou Shun recently, there should be a village nearby. Since he could stay for 10 days, then I'll go check it out. He continued on his journey. After a while of travel, Zhaoke finally saw a village. He climbed up and said, indeed, there is a village. I wonder what's inside. He quickly entered the village. On the village road, there were people selling things, but the scene was a bit strange. Everyone was thin, their faces downcast, as if they lacked any spirit. Zhaoko covered his nose. It smells so bad here, like some kind of toxic, malicious odor. Along the roadside, beggars were lying everywhere. It's exactly like Zhou Shun said. There's a drought here, and wandering around in this environment is useless. I need to find a place to hide so I can gather useful information. Zhaoko stopped in front of an inn, thinking to himself that if he wanted to get what he needed in the remaining time, this was the place to be. As he entered, a server immediately approached and greeted him. "Good day, sir. Would you like to purify yourself or stay in the hall?" Zhaoko replied, "Purify myself." He added, "However, I am not accustomed to your food. Take me to the kitchen, I will cook for myself." The server hesitated, replying, "Sir, but this is..." Zhaoko took out a silver ingot and spoke generously, "Don't worry, there will be no shortage of money for you." The server grinned broadly and said, "Ah, very well. Please follow me this way." Zhaoko entered the kitchen, opened his book, and began gathering ingredients, calculating as he went. Instead of asking someone, it was better to draw them in. He decided to use the ingredients already at hand. He prepared a pot of bear meat hot pot, and soon, a large pot was ready. The aroma of the bear meat hot pot was quite delicious. Zhaoko carried it outside, and as expected, it was food worthy of a master chef. Everyone was drawn in by the tempting smell. People gathered around, their eyes full of longing, saliva dripping. He cheerfully said, "Good food tastes best when shared with many people. If anyone is interested, feel free to help yourselves." The people in the shop responded cheerfully. "Well then, we won't hold back." Someone picked up chopsticks and began eating. But suddenly, Zhaoko pulled the pot back, pretending to joke. "Hold on, how can we eat without doing anything first? Why don't you all tell me if there's anything interesting going on lately?" As everyone was thinking about what hot gossip they could share, a voice from behind interrupted, "Speaking about something significant, I know something." The person stepped forward, exuding confidence, and continued, "I know a place where one can get rich." Immediately, someone next to him frowned, looking skeptical and dismissing the idea. "You say that every day. How do we know if it's true or just a joke?" As the person approached, Zhaoko sniffed the air and detected a smell. Fresh meat smell on him. Zhaoko narrowed his eyes, carefully watching the man, as he seemed to emit a bear scent. Meanwhile, the man continued to boast in front of everyone, completely ignoring Zhaoko's unusual look. He said, "My news is definitely not wrong. My family's ancestors were once officials, and they lived in the east, atop a mountain. There's an elderly person and a young one, and the two of them must be hiding a lot of valuable treasures." He stopped, then stepped in front of Zhaoko and cautiously asked, "I just don't know if this old man wants to make some money?" Zhaoko smirked, seemingly indifferent, and replied, "What do you take me for? Say something else." The man was immediately stumped by Zhaoko's response, not expecting that the money didn't interest him. He stammered, "Something else?" Behind them, the plump Hei suddenly spoke up, "I know of a good place, at the slope of Xiangshanju. You can go see the nuns there." Ha ha. As Hei spoke, he shot a glance at the group of people around him. They all burst out laughing, their faces flushed with excitement as they imagined the thrill. After hearing this, Zhaoko smiled, as if he had gathered the information he wanted. He pushed the pot of meat toward the group, saying, "Seems like that's a meaningful place. Please, take your time, I'll go take a look." Without any politeness, the group immediately dug in, while Zhaoko walked out, thinking, "Looks like there's no other news. Let's go check out Xiangshanju." As he walked, he smirked, silently laughing as he glanced at the group eating. He muttered softly, "Bear Jr., I hope you enjoy your meal." The group continued eating joyously, and the one with the distinct smell of bear couldn't help but marvel, "This smells amazing, I wonder what kind of meat this is." The servant standing nearby heard and eagerly replied, "This is bear meat that the guest before had hunted on the mountain." With a sharp exclamation, the piece of meat in the man's hand fell to the ground. He trembled as he looked into the pot of steaming meat before him, horrified that he had just eaten the flesh of his own kind. He let out a wail of deep sorrow. Zhao Ku, who was outside, quietly murmured, "Cause and effect reincarnation, retribution will come." When he stepped outside, Zhao Ku encountered a passerby and boldly asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Xiangshanju?" Upon hearing Zhao Ku mention Xiangshanju, the man covered his mouth and smirked suggestively, then asked, "Are you from Xingshan too?" He pointed towards the direction of the forest and said, "Just head straight that way, you'll get there soon." Zhao Ku didn't explain why he was looking for Xiangshanju, silently following the directions until he reached the entrance. What lay before him was a scene of eerie silence, which made Zhao Ku slightly surprised, saying, "From what the guests there said, this place should be bustling. Why is there not a soul in sight?" At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind, asking, "Are you here to offer incense and honor?" Zhao Ku turned around and saw a very ordinary nun. Looking at her, Zhao Ku silently thought to himself, "Is this what they call the interesting nuns?" However, he didn't dare to reveal his thoughts. He quietly took out a small silver ingot and handed it to the nun, saying, "I have come to offer incense. This is a small gift, I hope it won't be considered disrespectful." The nun accepted it and replied, "Everything is destined, if you've come, how can it be considered disrespectful?" She wrote something in the ledger and then spoke to Zhao Ku, "Honor, please don't mind, take a seat here for a moment. In the evening, I'd be honored if you could join me for a meal of vegetarian food." Zhao Ku nodded in agreement, saying, "That would be fine." The nun then led him inside. On the way, he asked, "I see the incense offerings here are still quite plentiful, but why is there no one around?" The nun replied, "All the honorable guests are resting at the back, waiting for the evening meal." With that, the two silently walked deeper into the secluded courtyard, eventually arriving at a large room lit by candles. The nun politely said, "Please, honor, rest here for a moment." After saying this, she immediately disappeared. Zhao Ku entered the room that had been arranged for him. He looked around for a while, then sneezed loudly due to the cold night air. Just at that moment, a gentle voice, like flowing water, called out, "Honor." She said, "Have you gotten used to it, sir?" The person who entered was a girl with a hot, alluring figure, dressed in light clothing. Her round, firm chest and long, fair legs were exposed. She brought in a teapot and said, "Please enjoy the tea." Zhao Ku stared at the girl without blinking, stammering as he asked, "What is this?" The girl said nothing. She simply walked into the room and silently poured the tea. With a flirtatious glance at Zhao Ku, she skillfully smiled, a subtle, captivating smile. While Zhao Ku was still in a daze, the girl approached him, wrapped her arms around him, and pressed her warm, sensual body along with her firm, round breasts against his, calling out, "Sir." Zhao Ku's body stiffened. The girl whispered, "It seems you're a little tense." After speaking, she smiled softly, turned back to the tea table, and poured more tea. The warm tea filled the cup. The girl picked up the teacup and brought it to Zhao Ku, eagerly inviting him, "Sir, please enjoy the tea." Zhao Ku said nothing, simply taking the cup and bringing it to his mouth. It seemed like he was going to drink it all at once, but just as the tea reached his lips, he deliberately spilled it. The shirt was soaked. Zhao Ku pretended to apologize, saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry." He then looked at the girl with a playful expression and teased, "It's because you smell too good." He was about to reach out to touch her when she swiftly dodged, casting a flirtatious glance and saying, "Sir, you're really being careless." She then circled around behind Zhao Ku, gently caressing his face, saying, "You've gotten yourself wet. If you catch a cold, I'll be very heartbroken." She whispered in his ear, her warm breath brushing against Zhao Ku's face, making him shiver. He turned around, looking back and apologetically saying, "Sir, you're so thoughtful." Zhao Ku was about to pull her into his arms when, in the blink of an eye, the girl ran towards the door, smiling as she called out, "Don't forget to have dinner tonight. I'm still waiting for the other sirs to arrive." Zhao Ku felt a slight sense of disappointment but still waved his hand and promised, "All right, I'll definitely come." The door slammed shut behind her. Zhao Ke's expression immediately changed, the seductive look from before replaced by a serious, business-like face. He looked at the teapot still emitting steam on the table and thought to himself, the same taste again. Everything here really seems to be laced with poison. What is the point of having a nose if I can't even trust it? It seems this place is no haven, I'd better prepare myself well. With that, he took out his secret technique book. The mysterious things here might just prove useful with it. Soon after, Zhao Ke arrived at the place for dinner. As expected, it's crowded here. He looked at the crowd passing by and thought to himself, there really are a lot of people here, but the scent of these people is unusual. Not long after, the girl who had brought the tea earlier came running over and softly called out, Zhao Ke, sir, you've arrived. She hugged Zhao Ke's arm and said affectionately, I've been waiting for you, sir, for such a long time. Then, she led Zhao Ke to a dining table in the room. There were other gentlemen already seated. They were focused on listening to a monk on the podium chanting some sutra. At this moment, the girl poured Zhao Ke a cup of wine and said, the sermon will start soon. Please have a little drink first, sir. Zhao Ke took the cup, his expression pleased as he replied, I'm truly grateful, my lady, it's hard to refuse such a kind offer. Though his mouth was smiling, his mind was elsewhere. I'm really curious about what these people are scheming. He tilted his head and drank the entire cup in one go, but in reality, he cleverly spilled the wine behind him, so the person across from him couldn't notice. Seeing the empty cup, the girl smiled and praised him with a coquettish tone, your drinking capacity is impressive, sir, it really makes my heart flutter. After the sentence ended, a thin wisp of smoke flowed from her lips. Zhao Ke pretended not to notice, still smiling naturally as he inhaled the smoke. He thought to himself, I won't drink her wine, let's see what trick she has up her sleeve. The two of them laughed and chatted as if nothing was amiss, with the girl sitting next to him still hugging her arms and smiling in a completely harmless way. After that, the girl continued to serve them with refills of alcohol. Without hesitation, she sat herself on Zhao Ke's lap, pouring the wine while leaning in with a teasing smile and saying, Sir, you really make a person's heart race. Zhao Ke smiled and responded, You are the one who makes a person's heart shatter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Ke froze. He was startled and thought to himself, That's not right, why did I say that? The girl sitting on his lap continued to blow out wisps of ambiguous smoke, clouding the mind of anyone who inhaled it. She whispered in Zhao Ke's ear, To be able to break your heart, sir, is my honor. The atmosphere in the room was now filled with an intoxicating aura, as the men, mesmerized by the female monk, began to enter into the pleasures of the intoxicated world of love and lust. Zhao Ke's girl boldly pressed herself against him, their bodies close together with no space between them. She smiled softly and said, I know, in fact, sir doesn't drink wine, but what truly intoxicates is never wine. She pushed Zhao Ke down, her legs wrapping around him, and added, Next, I will make sir forget the mortal world. At that moment, Zhao Ke was nearly losing control of himself, his eyes filled only with the image of the fiery woman before him. He blankly thought to himself, What's happening to me? I clearly haven't drunk any alcohol. The girl began to remove the thin clothing on her body. Zhao Ke reached into his chest, searching for anything that could quickly rid him of this situation. Inside his shirt was a knife. He found it and then tightened his grip on it with force. Warm blood immediately poured out. The pain spread through his limbs, and it quickly cleared his mind. It was at this moment that he realized the reality of the situation. The beautiful, hot woman had transformed into massive, slimy snakes. Even the girl who had been enjoying herself on Zhao Ke's body had turned into one. She opened her mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and asked Zhao Ke, Sir, what's wrong? The men in the room didn't recognize the danger, they were all lost in the dreamlike illusion, unwilling to wake up. But the snake slowly approached, tightening its grip on its prey's body before precisely targeting its victim's head and biting down hard. They do not eat flesh, nor do they suck blood, they simply drain the essence of a human being. After draining it, they spit the prey out, but by then, the prey has become a dry corpse, completely devoid of life. Zhao Ke watched this scene, horrified, thinking, what is that? The essence of a human? The nearby snake, having drained the essence from a human, let out a satisfied exhale, releasing a puff of smoke. At the same time, this smoke, full of essence, was sucked into a round stone. After absorbing it, the color of the essence in the stone turned a deep red, vibrant with life. Zhaoke stared at the stone and subconsciously concluded that it seemed to be a valuable item. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then was jolted back to reality when the snake beside him asked, "Why did honor cause this? Or did I do something wrong?" After standing still for so long, Zhaoke suddenly realized, "I can't let my guard down now." So, he suppressed the disgust rising in his chest, reached out to gently stroke the snake's face, and replied, "No, it's just that you're too enchanting." The snake did not notice anything unusual, exhaling with a puff before responding in a human-like voice, "Honor really knows how to flatter." "Then, sir, would you like to do something a little more enjoyable with me?" With that, she opened her wide mouth toward Zhaoke, preparing to drain his essence. Zhaoke smiled calmly and responded to her, "All right." But suddenly, a series of sharp lights appeared. Zhaoke took the knife from his pocket and decisively swung it, immediately severing the snake's head from its body. The entire group of snakes, now alerted by his action, simultaneously focused their attention on Zhaoke. One of the transformed snakes shifted into a human form and faced Zhaoke. She was the female monk who had initially led the way. At this moment, she hissed through her throat and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Zhaoke cautiously extended the knife in front of him, keeping the situation under control. It was clear that Zhaoke was different from the men he had previously destroyed. The snake woman no longer spoke in human language, she was preparing to transform again. In the blink of an eye, the massive body of a snake appeared. It opened its giant mouth and lunged at Zhaoke. With a fierce hiss, the venomous snake bared its sharp teeth and charged at him. A single bite from it could finish off an ordinary person. However, Zhaoke was no ordinary man. He swiftly struck with a deep claw to the face, causing it to reel and lose its focus. With its vision blocked, the snake struggled, and the woman slipped free from the troublesome grasp. Zhaoke silently thought to himself, "Carrying a watch hidden in the stamp book really does come in handy." Taking advantage of the moment when the serpent demon was caught off guard, Zhaoke quickly made his move and left the spot. With his agile body and exceptional evasion skills, escaping from the claws of the fierce serpent demons charging towards him, intending to tear him apart, was as easy as pie. The target he aimed for was the glowing red gem that was floating right behind them. Wasting no time, he ran up, jumped, stretched out his arm towards the gem, and shouted loudly, "Change." In an instant, the gem vanished into Zhaoke's hand. He landed lightly, not forgetting to turn around and give the serpent demons a challenging expression. Seeing their precious treasure disappear right before their eyes, coupled with the provocation, the serpent demons' anger flared as they hissed and shouted, "Damn it, give the red gem back." Having achieved his goal, Zhaoke smiled smugly and called out, "Return." Provoked to the brink of madness, the serpent demons charged straight at Zhaoke, wanting to tear him into pieces. But that was no match for Zhaoke. After chanting the spell, the system activated, making his body translucent, causing the serpent demons to crash into nothing but air. While he remained standing still, a smug smile on his face, he even waved a casual goodbye to them before disappearing completely. Being teased right in his own home like this, the venomous anger was indescribable. He raised his head to the sky and screamed, "No." The system brought Zhaoke back to the present, where he was working at the restaurant. After confirming his current state, Zhaoke felt that, not even much time has passed, it feels like just a dream. His eyes were drawn to the box that had caused him to fall into an illusion, still on the table. He thought to himself, "This is the bag that was mentioned earlier in the reminder, it feels like a dark play." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and beams of light began to gather in his palm. He said, "The bag may be part of a dark play, but there is one thing that cannot be fake." In less than 0.1 seconds, a stamp book appeared in his hand, making him excitedly exclaim, "It is indeed the truth." Zhaoke flipped through a few pages, searching for information about the item he had just snatched from the snake demons. "I have collected it. The precious stamp material, the red gem." Special Effect 1, Attraction. By utilizing the life force of the red gem, enhances one's own power. Note, the item attracted must have a specific special ability. Ordinary people cannot be attracted, prolonged exposure could be life-threatening. Special effect 2, crafting. The red gem can be used to craft abilities, creating illusion tools. The effectiveness depends on the skills of the crafter. Attention, the dust of the red gem can cause intense hallucinations. After reading the information about the red gem stamp, Xiaoko commented, although these 2 words on the stamp are precious, it seems that they have no effect on me at the moment. However, if they can make those venomous snakes so angry and tense, perhaps they could be useful later. After saying this, he shifted his attention to the box emitting black smoke beside him and said, if this is true, then it's time to open the box. Xiaoko opened the mysterious box and received a strange item decorated with snake-like patterns. A notification from the system appeared, congratulations on completing the internship mission and becoming a low-level courier. The basic reward for this internship mission was 7 postal points, which had been drawn on the stamp book. He continued to open the box to check the benefits gained from the infinite space. This time, Xiaoko smiled as he looked at the basic item he had just received. He checked his notebook again. Postal points, 16 courier rule points. Xiaoko pondered and said, it's a rule, but it's more like a restriction. As a courier, you must not reveal your abilities in front of ordinary people, it's better to silence them. If you use your powers to create great chaos, the consequences will be severe, and you'll be punished, leading to serious repercussions in the next infinite space. He argued very logically, although the punishment wasn't mentioned above, anyone who thinks for a moment would know that it is definitely not a good thing. Xiaoko seriously made a comment, the infinite space belongs to another realm, and most of the life forms in the infinite space are images of a certain period of time and reality. While it can't be said to be the truth, those deaths are indeed real. Thinking too much is useless. The key point now is what the person in black had said earlier. Xiaoko shook his head, ending his own thoughts. Suddenly, a postal code appeared in the notebook, allowing him to exchange it for higher value stamps. Seedling postal stamp, 22 points. Bean seed postal stamp, 25 points. Hourglass postal stamp, 36 points. Squirrel postal stamp, 74 points. He sighed, indeed, with the postal system, you can buy anything. Too bad when I look at the number of postal points I have. Xiaoko closed the notebook with a sense of frustration. Why is everything so expensive? I probably can't afford any of them. Xiaoko stretched, climbed the stairs, and lazily said, well, never mind. If I can't buy it, I can't buy it. I'll take a break and think about what to do next. He opened the door to his room and walked over to the bed, which resembled a black coffin. While some might be scared, for Xiaoko, lying on this coffin-shaped bed was as normal as eating every day. Laying his back down on the soft mattress, he closed his eyes. His posture mirrored that of someone in a coffin, and the comfortable sensation spread throughout his body. He thought happily, indeed, only lying here gives me a sense of safety. Before long, he fell into a dream. In the dream, he saw a lonely boy holding a broom, sweeping in front of a large gate. Not realizing where he had wandered off to, Xiaoko wondered, where is this? Searching through his memories, Xiaoko finally recognized the place and, with suspicion, asked, an orphanage? Why have I returned here? Looking at the boy, he suddenly thought, this person is me. Why can't I remember my past? Approaching the boy, he was filled with doubt, wondering what had actually happened in the past. Though this dream indeed featured his younger self, Xiaoko was still puzzled. This dream is becoming more and more vivid, but why can't I remember anything at all? His intuition told him that something was wrong in his dream. Immediately, the expression of the boy beside him began to grow terrifying. The boy said, this is not your memory, but my experience. After saying that, the boy bared his sharp, bizarre teeth, staring Xiaoko for a moment. He awoke from the dream, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down in streams. He anxiously held his head and murmured, a nightmare. Dizzy, Xiaoko left the bedroom. He gently rubbed his temples, feeling strange as he couldn't recall what he had dreamed. It had clearly been a long time had they returned. His face immediately turned fearful. He filled the wash basin with water and looked at himself through the clear liquid. His face was serious as he pieced together the events that had occurred. No way, my dissociative identity disorder should be under control by now. With that thought, he splashed water on his face. Tomorrow, he would have to go see Dr. Wang. He didn't know when it happened, but a strange figure with a sly smile appeared behind him, gently pointing a gun at his back, then suddenly said, "Don't move, your affair has been discovered." Zhao Ke was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he realized that someone had been standing there for a long time. He replied provocatively, the same old trick. "Don't you have any new ideas besides this?" Knowing that he had bumped into someone not easy to deal with, the mysterious guy quickly gifted Zhao Ke a limited edition silver bracelet with a chain and chuckled triumphantly. It was clear that it didn't matter what it was, as long as it served its purpose. Seeing his right hand locked in place, Zhao Ke nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right." Finishing his sentence, he pointed the gun back at the stranger, his face cold and mocking, as if to say, "As long as it works." The gun he had just held earlier was now in the hands of the other person. The purple-haired guy looked confused, asking, "When did that happen?" Zhao Ke casually replied, "While you were hitting me." With that, he threw the gun back to the purple-haired guy. Helpless, the guy handed over the key, unlocking the bracelet from Zhao Ke's wrist and jokingly asked, "We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you're already acting like a completely different person?" Yes, given the casual familiarity between these two, I can tell that this guy has a close relationship with Zhao Ke. His name is Shui Ke, and he is Zhao Ke's sworn police brother from the orphanage. Zhao Ke, not pleased, unlocked the bracelet on his own, thinking to himself, becoming a messenger isn't exactly reincarnation, right? Ah, but just one stamp has made my power grow exponentially. After unlocking it, he shook his wrist, looking at Shui Ke and offering a suggestion, "Next time, try a different way of greeting." "You're getting boring." Being criticized so directly, Shui Ke quickly became angry and retorted, "This time, catching you is no unjust accusation." "What do you mean?" Zhao Ke asked in confusion. Shui Ke walked over to the dining table, then pointed to the plate of delicious braised bear paws and red wine sauce that was inviting him to eat and asked, "What about this rabbit dish? Or are you truly someone who won't leave out any ingredient, without even thinking if something like that is edible?" Just now, he had doubted the food, but his butt was still on the chair, and his hands were already picking up chopsticks, munching away while saying, "Seeing that the food you made is so delicious, this time I have to hold you accountable. You can't do this again next time." Seeing his friend enjoying the meal so much, as a chef, Zhao Ke smiled and replied, "Eating more won't be enough to satisfy your mouth. Just think of it as me bringing the bear paws to you." "Wait a minute, when did I go into the kitchen after I came back?" Zhao Ke's face suddenly went pale. Strangely, he had just woken up and hadn't been in the kitchen at all. Noticing something was off with his friend, Shui Ke asked, "What's wrong? You look like something's bothering you." Zhao Ke forced a smile, not quite naturally, as if nothing had happened, and sat down across from Shui Ke. "Nothing. I just remembered, it seems I forgot to add a seasoning." Thinking that Zhao Ke had really forgotten, Shui Ke quickly invited him, "Oh, just try it, then you'll know." Zhao Ke changed the subject and didn't mention it. "What's the matter? Why did you look for me today?" Shui Ke leaned back in the chair, holding a cool lighter pistol and lighting a cigarette. "I've quit my job, came to say goodbye, and tell that little brat of yours to stop causing trouble." Hearing that, Zhao Ke skeptically asked, "Why? Didn't you take pride in being a policeman?" Taking a deep drag, Shui Ke pondered for a moment before exhaling and delivering a profound remark as if he had just contemplated an entire lifetime. "A man can't even bear his own responsibilities, let alone that woman of yours." In the middle of speaking, Shui Ke suddenly switched topics. "Forget it, don't worry about these things, just take good care of yourself." He spoke more seriously, "When I first came here, you mentioned going to Dr. Wang." The terrifying image of the old Zhao Ke appeared in my mind. Is the cheerful little brother I knew still around? Feeling a bit hit in a sore spot, Zhao Ke waved his hand with a chuckle. "It's nothing, don't make guesses. Let me get you some things. Zhaoke walked into the bedroom and then came back, holding out a bank card in front of Shueku, saying, I know the password, take it and use it. Shueku took the card and, feeling grateful, said, I won't thank you anymore. When I have money, I'll pay you back first. After saying this, he turned and left. At that moment, Zhaoke muttered softly, I don't even know if you'll have the chance to wait for me to pay you back. When he reached the door of Zhaoke's restaurant, Shueku turned around, his expression reluctant as he said to Zhaoke, no matter who you are, remember that you must always call me sir. With that, Shueku walked away. Zhaoke stood alone in the middle of the empty restaurant, silently cleaning the plate that Shueku had just used. Truly a. At this point, his expression suddenly changed. His face turned cold as he said, a good man. The plate, which had been in his hand, flew straight at the wall, shattering into pieces. At that moment, Zhaoke seemed like a completely different person, his face filled with fear, trembling. In a short span of time, his expression fluctuated wildly, sometimes fearful, other times grinning wickedly. The voice from within Zhaoke immediately spoke up, why did you abandon us? We've been together for such a long time. In the bedroom of some character named Zhaoke, the clock struck 9:31 and immediately rang out. Zhaoke quickly pressed the button to turn it off, stretched, and yawned, maybe turning it off will make it easier to sleep. Looking around, seeing that everything was still the same, he remarked, the traces haven't changed. Could it be that the split personality was just a false impression? Stepping out of the black coffin, Zhaoke wondered, but when did I fall asleep? How could I have slept for so long? Has the infinite space drained too much of my energy? Right then, an idea suddenly popped into his head, then let's put the switch into the book stamp as well, so that I won't get tired when I sleep in the future, and it'll be convenient for restoring my power. Saying that, he stretched out his hand and shouted, change. Immediately, the system appeared and announced, the object is too large, your authority is insufficient. Zhaoke became angry, oh, wait a minute, after all, you only have 1 day to sort this out. While speaking, he stepped out of the room. At Zhaoke's restaurant, a well-dressed couple had just finished their meal and were leaving, satisfied. However, Zhaoke seemed to feel that he hadn't done his job perfectly. While wiping his kitchen knife, he said, the service was not good enough. After putting the knife back in its place, Zhaoke lit a cigarette and fell into a moment of contemplation. After a long day of work, he leaned back in the sofa, relaxed, and flipped through his stamp book. He muttered to himself, I never expected it, only 3 days left before I'm back in danger. Indeed, as the book noted, the next delivery will arrive in 3 days, please be prepared to receive it. Time remaining, 67 hours 36 minutes. Some things must be confirmed first. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and called someone. Qi Liang, who was watering plants, heard his phone ring incessantly. He picked up and answered, hello, good day, may I ask who's calling? Zhaoke said slowly, it's me. Has your leg healed yet? Thunk. Realizing the familiar voice, the watering can in Qi Liang's hand fell to the ground. Zhaoke, you finally decided to call me. Qi Liang happily said, you know, when I came back, all the wounds on my body had completely healed. Qi Liang began recounting the experiences she had gone through, speaking non-stop like a loudspeaker. By the way, did you open that bag? I opened it already, and guess what? I got a stamp book. It's a very strange stamp book, and it even has stamps in it. My next bag will arrive in 4 days. I wonder what kind of situation I'll encounter. I plan to exchange some things. Did you know about that? Before Qi Liang could finish, Zhaoke held his phone out of range, his face showing a clear expression of not wanting to hear anymore. Seeing that there was no response, Qi Liang, puzzled, asked, why did you hang up? On this side, Zhaoke rested his chin on his hand, his face serious as he thought, although it's all just pointless chatter, it seems to confirm some of my thoughts. I need to prepare beforehand. Saying this, he used his magic to summon the stamp book. But before long, a woman with her hair tied up high and dressed in elegant clothes pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Ku. This beautiful woman was his psychologist, Wang Na. Realizing that his psychologist had arrived unexpectedly, Zhaoko quickly made the stamp book disappear and awkwardly replied, "Dr. Wang." Dr. Wang excitedly said, "I happened to be passing by and thought I'd stop by to visit you. Is the sleep method I introduced to you last time still working well?" Zhaoko forced a smile, replying, "Yes, it's still good." Dr. Wang anxiously bit her hand and said, "But you're not having another relapse, are you?" She stepped closer to Zhaoko and asked. Seeing Zhaoko remain silent and turn his face away, a clear sign of evasion, Dr. Wang said, "The way you're acting, it seems like there really is an issue." After confirming that Zhaoko's condition had indeed relapsed, Dr. Wang earnestly advised, "In a few days, come to my office for a checkup. I'll go home and prepare a few things. Right now, you need to maintain a calm mindset. Don't let yourself get too agitated." After finishing her words, she waved goodbye to him and left. Once Dr. Wang had gone, Zhaoko's condition was indeed worsening, his expression continuously changing. With a sinister smile, Zhaoko said, "I'll do that." His hand flipped through a stamp album, reading the information with amusement before sighing, "This psychologist is such a bother." His violent outburst suddenly came loudly, "Right, I hate the sleep switch, I hate the sleep switch." Just as the words left his mouth, the persona with the irritable face became even more upset and added, "This woman is really too troublesome. If I get the chance, I'll change the way she behaves." The persona, with a sinister smile, said, "Let's just leave it for now, we still need her temporarily. I think we need a little sister." "No, we need violence." "I like violence, I need to consume flesh." But the violent persona screamed angrily, "Shut up, you shut up so I can speak." The irritable, frustrated persona then smiled menacingly, no rush, very soon, very soon." After saying this, everything vanished. When Zhaoko returned to his body, he fell into a state of worry and wondered, "Why did I lose focus just now?" At that moment, Zhaoko noticed a box in front of him. When did this box appear? Could this be the bag we talked about the other day? He wondered, didn't this still have 3 days left? Why is it? Realizing that the deadline hadn't passed yet, Zhaoko quickly opened his notebook to check. As he opened the notebook, he suddenly realized something strange. "Where is the stuff in my book stamp?" Zhaoko asked with a face full of horror. At that moment, before him appeared the line of text, "Time remaining, no hours, no minutes." Unable to believe what was happening, Zhaoko pondered, has it already ended so soon? A monstrous hand reached out of the box, and a voice rang out, "It's time to set off." The grotesque hand gripped Zhaoko's neck tightly, causing him discomfort. Immediately, it yanked him straight into the box. In the end, only a puddle of water remained on the floor. Zhaoko was pulled down into a different layer of space, surrounded by water, and he could hardly breathe. After a while, he surfaced and cried out, "Oh!" In front of him, a street with blinking red lights appeared on the water's surface. He swam toward a nearby boat and climbed aboard. He grumbled, "Why is it so dark? I suddenly find myself underwater, and if I didn't know how to swim, I'd be dead by now." As soon as he climbed up, Zhaoko noticed 2 strange people sitting in a corner. He thought to himself, "So there are people here, but why is it so quiet?" He then walked closer, tapped on the wall next to the 2 people, and said, "I accidentally fell into the water. If I'm disturbing you, I hope you can forgive me." The man with 2 red dots on his cheeks remained seated, silent, offering no reply. Feeling puzzled, Zhaoko nervously thought, "Why is there no response? It doesn't seem like they're just resting." Next to the man sat a woman, also adorned with 2 red dots on her cheeks, both still wearing their eerie, unsettling smiles. Zhaoko asked, "Why aren't you 2 saying anything?" Zhaoko suddenly realized something and asked himself, "Paper person?" It turned out that the 2 people in front of him were both made of paper. He sat down beside them, sighed, and said, "No wonder there's no reaction." He continued wearily, "But now I'm completely soaked, this is such a hassle." Suddenly, he remembered something important. Wait, if I remember correctly, I lost 3 days of memory before. So? Zhaoke pulled out a book and flipped through its pages to check. Sure enough, it was true. From the book, a set of clothes flew out. He continued, not only has my illness relapsed, but it's even worse than before. Then he stood up and wondered, I also don't know what they've done, aside from putting things in the book stamp. While putting on the clothes and taking down the paper people, he said, I just hope that crazy violent person doesn't show up. A flame was lit on the paper person. Zhaoke took out a box of food and held it over the fire. He sincerely said to the paper person, sorry, I'm borrowing your body for a moment. While eating, he thought about what to do next, still unsure where he should go. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and Zhaoke noticed it, becoming alert and thinking, someone is coming. Then, he gathered all the items in the room into the book. Restlessly, he thought, I need to collect everything here, this space is truly strange. Who knows, it might come in handy later. He then stepped closer to the door and listened carefully to the surroundings. The silence around him was eerie. Why has it suddenly stopped? Everything outside was eerily quiet. Beneath the crimson crescent moon, a dark shadow floated in the air. From the boat, a group of paper figures could be seen carrying a palanquin along the river. Behind the palanquin, another group of paper figures was playing horns, tossing gold coins into the river on both sides. Not only that, paper children were also scattering gold coins everywhere. Zhaoke, in disbelief, muttered, this is. Seeing the grotesque scene before him, Zhaoke couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, pressing himself against the wall and anxiously thinking, stay calm, stay calm. I need to think of a way to escape first. He peered outside, fear creeping in as he observed, it's getting closer and closer. The gold coins flew through the air, and the palanquin procession continued, drawing nearer. Zhaoke remained silent, his worry mounting, but in a situation like this, even the slightest movement could lead to disaster. Zhaoke held a sharp knife firmly in his hand, resolutely thinking to himself, don't move now. When he glanced out to check again, a sudden thought struck him, oh no. The procession of people, jubilantly carrying the palanquin, suddenly stopped. They all turned around and faced Zhaoke with terrifying expressions. He was startled and instinctively covered his mouth in panic, thinking, it's been exposed. The paper boy, with his innocent face, suddenly contorted, perhaps he was the leader. He flashed a twisted grin, revealing sharp teeth, and said, I've always felt like something was off. Suddenly, from the house behind, 2 people dressed in black, their faces masked, leapt out. They signaled to Zhaoke, take this chance, run quickly. Seeing this, the paper boy immediately ordered everyone, over there, kill those living ones. The 2 men surged forward in the opposite direction of Zhaoke, saving his life. The paper boy laughed maliciously and urged, hurry, don't let them escape. By now, Zhaoke had already slipped away quickly. He exhaled in relief and thought to himself, at least another postman helped me escape once again. But before he could feel any joy, a sharp headache struck him as he wondered what to do next. It seems like, after falling into the water, all my actions have been seen. I wonder if there are any more postmen here. On the other side, the 2 men were using firearms to eliminate each paperman one by one. He sighed in relief, but for now, they were temporarily safe. It seemed that this postman couldn't handle the monstrous demons. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the paperman angrily cursed, a bunch of worthless fools. Then, from his mouth, dark, terrifying ghosts flew out. He shouted an order, kill them. The ghosts chased after the 2 men one by one. One of them provocatively said, you think these things can harm me? He then drew his gun and shot directly at the ghosts. They screamed, ah! He grinned and waved them off, saying, ha, bye-bye. Suddenly, the paperman dove down from the sky, fearfully asking, where do you think you're going? Immediately, he used his strength to throw the man into the water, causing him to scream, ah! At the same time, the remaining ghosts quickly wrapped around him, not letting go. They surrounded his entire body. Finally, his soul was taken, his eyes turned red as though he was no longer alive. The paper man glanced down at the water. From beneath the surface, the ghosts had transformed the other man into a lifeless corpse. Then the paper leader absorbed all the souls along with the two men into his own body. Once done, he shouted an order, "The living have been killed, continue the journey." The procession carrying the palanquin continued along the river. Watching everything that had just unfolded outside, Zhao Ke anxiously thought to himself, "The two postmen earlier, it's clear they've been here for a long time, so this should be easy to handle." Recalling the image of the man having his soul taken, he couldn't help but shudder. But a master like that, so easily turned into a corpse. Holding the book in his hand, he thought to himself, if there's such a magical stamp, it's still too early to be able to freely roam the mortal realm. He wearily wiped his forehead with his hand, sighing, in this world, one must be careful, more careful than ever. Suddenly, a kind-hearted person handed him a towel and said, "Don't wipe with your hand, use this." Hearing this, Zhao Ke cheerfully accepted it, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, Zhao Ke froze, his eyes filled with intense fear. It was a paper girl. She asked him, "What's wrong?" In that moment, Zhao Ke suddenly realized, that figure. It turned out that the girl was the same paper girl he had encountered earlier. Zhao Ke was alarmed, so it's really the paper girl from before. His hand had begun to gather strength. Behind him, Zhao Ke had summoned a sharp knife in preparation. He thought to himself, I can't let this strange situation be disturbed, I need to deal with this woman first. Immediately, he decisively rushed towards the girl. However, contrary to expectations, she raised a cloth to wipe her sweat and asked him, "Old man, what's wrong? Your whole head is covered in sweat." He stopped and, confused, asked, "Who called me old man?" She smiled and responded, "Old man, are you confused? What should I call you if not old man?" She then continued, "Or do you mean to say I've mistaken you for someone else? There's only you and me on this boat, could there be someone else?" At that moment, Zhao Ke forced a smile, recalling the memory when he had used the male paper figure to cook. He murmured to himself, "Wasn't there 3 of us before?" Then, he reassured himself inwardly, "Looks like the woman mistook me because I burned the male paper figure. This might work out well." Suddenly, the ship began to shake, causing both of them to stagger. The female paper figure, holding Zhao Ke's hand, anxiously reminded him, "Old man, you must be careful, we're almost there." While the paper girl was holding Zhao Ke's hand, he asked, "What do you mean by we're almost there? Are we going somewhere?" He lifted the curtain and asked her, "What do you mean by we're almost there? Are we going somewhere?" The boat was swiftly gliding forward. She replied, "Of course, we must cross the Huangquan River, the underworld." Hearing this, Zhao Ke was stunned and asked again, "The underworld?" She calmly continued, "Yes, we are paper people. Only when we enter the underworld do we become spirits. After that, we'll need someone to send us off." Then she began to doubt and asked, "Old man, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem so clueless about everything?" Seeing this, Zhao Ke quickly pretended to explain, It's just that the cold wind earlier made my head a little foggy." "Please, explain it to me again." The paper woman cheerfully replied, "Like this, I will tell you." The boat had docked, and Zhao Ke looked at the pile of paper offerings from the male paper people and reasoned, "So this girl is named Chui Lan, the one I burned was called Doggy Wang, and he was the steward of this spirit. Replacing his role seems to be my luck, but I too have become a wandering soul." Suddenly, the pile of offerings began to rise. He wondered, what is this? A system interface appeared. The task is to obstruct the ghost wedding. Remind the host of the ghost wedding that the Bai family belongs to the underworld. Think of a way to prevent the wedding and leave the underworld. However, be cautious, as the yang qi of the living people on your bodies can be concealed using spirit ash. Note that after using the ash of the spiritual energy to cover the yang qi, it can be maintained for 3 hours. Upon seeing the task assigned, Zhao Ke confidently accepted and said, "If it's this task, my identity is useful now. I didn't expect this piece of paper to have such an effect. Fortunately, I haven't disposed of it yet." At that moment, Chui Lan entered and called out to him, "Old man, come and see." We're almost at the Bai family, truly deserving of their reputation as a wealthy family. The aura is magnificent. He grabbed the book and tucked it away, then walked out with her. We'll be there soon. The two of them stepped out and looked ahead. It was the underworld, a massive architectural structure intricately carved. It was both vast and exuded a terrifying, eerie aura. Zhaoku exclaimed, "It truly has a magnificent aura." Suddenly, he glanced to the side and thought, the scent of burning bones. Nearby, there were other postmen also on their tasks. Zhaoku was certain, as expected, there are other postmen here too. The postman standing by the other boats quickly noticed that next to Zhaoku was a paper figure, and they all stared at him in confusion. Upon realizing their gaze, men coldly glanced over, causing them to quickly look away and huddle together to whisper, "Why is there a spirit like that next to that guy?" "I don't know, but you can tell right away it's a newcomer." With his sharp hearing, he only sneered at their chatter, secretly mocking them. As expected, they're all old-timers. They've been here long enough to burn spirits on the boat as soon as they arrive. But they don't realize that leaving one behind has its benefits. Clink, clink. Suddenly, the entire space fell silent, and a chilling sound of bells echoed. Everyone turned their heads toward the large door of the underworld. The towering gate, standing 10 zhang high, slowly creaked open, with dark mist swirling around it. The two massive doors parted, greeting the procession of paper bridal figures as they entered. Zhaoku's gaze followed intently, his mind thinking, although the task is to hinder the wedding, these people probably wouldn't dare to make a move right now, especially after seeing how easily those two postmen were killed. Maybe it's better to go in first and figure out the next step. But the core of the mission isn't just about this. There's also. The entire group of people entered the city. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he turned to Cui Lan and asked, "Cui Lan, do you know how to return to Earthly?" She, standing beside him, responded with confusion, "Old man, why are you being so foolish? We can't return to Earthly." Upon hearing that they couldn't return, Zhaoku's face turned pale with panic. "We can't return?" Cui Lan gently explained, "Our true identities were burned, how could we return?" He gritted his teeth in frustration, anxiously glancing at the ship behind them. This mission isn't just about stopping the wedding, we also need to leave the underworld. The ship we came here on. Just as he turned his head, the sight of the small figure being swallowed by the Huanghe River struck him hard. His eyes widened in horror, and he clutched his head, mumbling in distress, "Oh, this is troublesome. At least, before we find a way to leave here, we can't do anything otherwise." Seeing Zhaoku's serious expression, constantly rubbing his chin in deep thought, Cui Lan stepped forward and asked, "Old man, what's wrong?" He paid no attention to her concern, his focus entirely on the large gate filled with eerie energy, his worry intensifying. "If not, the next step will just be endless pursuit, and wherever we are, we will instantly become demonic spirits for the rest of our lives." Right at this moment, from within the mansion, a tall, paper-faced man stepped forward and spoke, interrupting his train of thought, "Butler of the Bai family, Bai San, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come inside." Cui Lan, seeing him still frozen in place, leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Old man, stop standing there like that. He's the steward of the Bai family. Let's go." At that moment, Zhaoku finally snapped out of his stupor. The butler turned around and walked in, with everyone quickly following behind. They stopped in the middle of the large courtyard. Bai San stood facing them, casually pointing with his finger as he coldly introduced, "This is the place where you'll stay from now on." Once he finished speaking, Cui Lan waited for a moment before flashing a flattering smile, reaching into her sleeve and approaching him, "Dear steward, now that we've arrived, what about our master?" With that, she took out a stack of official paper money and handed it to him. Slap, slap. Bai San clapped the money in his hands, raising an eyebrow and smirking as he said, "Your master? You don't lack for servants, your task from now on is to stay here and serve the old masters and mistresses of the Bai family." He said this while tucking the money into his sleeve, "You all will stay here for the night. Early tomorrow, we'll make arrangements for you. Just remember, don't wander around. If you go off to other places, even Yan Wang himself won't be able to save you. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Chui Lan stood behind, confused, hesitating before speaking up. Manager old man, this isn't according to the rules. Hearing her mention the word rules, Bai San gave a wicked grin and replied, rules? I am the rule. Get it done. Anyone who dares to be lazy, to shirk their work, be careful, I'll throw them into the Huangquan River. Only then did he truly leave. Chui Lan, disappointed, turned her head. Zhao raised his head and thought to himself, if this is the case, there won't even be an opportunity to get closer to the wedding. To complete the task, I'll have to come up with another plan. At that moment, Chui Lan stood in front of everyone, her face full of joy, laughing loudly. Everyone, find a room for yourselves and rest. As soon as she finished speaking, the group of postmen scattered, each going in a different direction. Zhao followed Chui Lan, glancing at them and observing, it seems like these postmen have no intention of cooperating with each other. As he walked behind her, his mind wandered, thinking about it, it's true. From what Ling and I have learned, the rewards for this task will be split, and the more people involved, the smaller the share of the reward. Just as they entered the room, he slammed the door shut with force and muttered his thoughts aloud, so unless forced to cooperate, no one wants to share the reward. Chui Lan stood in front, faintly hearing his words, but they were drowned out by the sound of the door closing. Curious, she asked again, old man, what are you muttering about? Zhao realized he had spoken out of turn, smiled awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject. Nothing, I just thought that if the steward arranges for us to be here, the master will miss us. It's not like. Before he could finish, Chui Lan approached, threw herself into his arms, and with a sly laugh, said, don't worry, old man, wait for 7 more days. Once our master officially joins the Bai family, even steward Bai wouldn't dare hold us the way he does now. Zhao, puzzled, opened his mouth. 7 days? Chui Lan didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly threw herself into Zhao's embrace. He was caught off guard, and before he could react, she was already sitting on top of him. He quickly calmed down, showing no resistance, and continued to ask, why 7 days? Isn't today the wedding day? She sat on him, casually pulling at her sleeve, her small mouth curling into a smile as she spoke. It's because if the person is still alive, entering the door means the wedding is complete. But we're already dead. She leaned down, her face close to Zhao, and continued, for the dead, the marriage has to wait for 7 days. He was not surprised at all, calmly smiling with ease, lifting her chin, and ambiguously asking, for these 7 days, aren't we supposed to be unable to do anything? She raised her voice, going along with the situation, responding suggestively, what are you saying, old man? There are many things we can do. Suddenly, Zhao leaned close to her ear, his eyes showing a malicious look as he whispered, so, if the bride or groom dies within these 7 days, wouldn't this wedding be over? As soon as he finished his words, she was struck with panic, clutching her chest and jumping up, her voice shrill, old man. Chui Lan quickly covered his mouth with both hands, her eyes immediately darting toward the door, cautiously reminding him, these words must not be spoken carelessly. Zhao lay on the floor beneath, his eyes wide open in shock, his heart confused. What did I just say? How could this mission be so easily completed? Thinking about those 2 young girls, his eyes blinked with a hint of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure, gently prying her hands off, and laughing, you're not wrong. This is something that should definitely not be said carelessly. How about we? He placed his hand around her slender waist, using force to pull her body close to his, grinning lewdly as he said, say something with a bit more meaning. Chui Lan's gaze was fixed on him, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. Zhao quickly seized the opportunity while she was distracted and decisively struck her to knock her unconscious. Thud, her limp body collapsed to the floor. He still had a bit of conscience, so he gently lifted her onto the mattress, covered her with a blanket, and muttered, it seems that, apart from the strange coldness, spirit and you are not that different. Though the mission lasts for 7 days, there's no time to waste here. I need to go out and look for new opportunities. He turned and walked straight toward the door. As he opened it, he found someone already sitting outside. He chuckled teasingly, Hana, you're really lucky, my friend. Postman Dongzi was sitting in front of the door, looking up at Zhao Ku as he spoke. You've just arrived, and you've already charmed yourself a wife. He stood up, leaned close to Zhao Ku, and continued, I think this wife of yours has probably shared a lot of information with you, huh? Tell us, my friend, what's the scoop? Without waiting for a response, he casually draped his arm over Zhao Ku's shoulder. Zhao Ku coldly shrugged off his arm, replying, the information I know, you guys already know. No need to waste time talking. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I need to get a better understanding of this place. As he spoke, he turned and shut the door behind him, silently thinking, finishing the mission in 7 days isn't exactly hard to figure out, but I'm not someone who just blurts things out. How could I casually spill everything? After saying that, Zhao Ku shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to walk away. Dongzi immediately followed behind him, walking closely and constantly speaking, brother, this is making me feel like an outsider. Just call me Dongzi, it's fine. You said you wanted to go check things outside, and what a coincidence, there's a wedding going on right now. We have 3 people here who want to observe. Don't you have the slightest interest in joining us to go take a look? At this moment, Zhao Ku noticed that there were more people behind him. A fragrance from that group immediately hit his nose. He carefully observed them, and silently thought, this scent, it's the perfume of that woman. Looks like these people have teamed up. He turned his head and smiled as he responded to Dongzi, no need, I'll check things out elsewhere. He thought to himself, it's still too early to team up with you guys, and it's too risky too. Dongzi spoke again, trying to persuade him, brother, you just finished your internship, right? If you don't unite now, it'll be too late when you actually want to. Zhao Ku turned his back on him, not even sure if he was listening to him, casually replying, Seeing Zhao Ku's indifferent attitude, Dongzi and his group decided to leave. As they turned away, he said, just wait and see. Zhao Ku paid no attention to them, walking straight ahead while muttering to himself, right now, even though the money is noisy, the clues are few, but the 2 flower decorations welcoming guests are definitely still there. Standing right in front of them now is essentially a death sentence. Even though there are 7 days, I still have to think carefully about the breakthrough points and find the most suitable way to leverage them. Upon reaching a corner in the hallway, he suddenly stopped, his keen sense of smell sniffing the air, anise, bay leaves, sugar, vinegar, yellow chili, vegetables, clove, and fried tofu. Following the scent, he immediately knew the kitchen was in this direction. A wealthy family, the kitchen is where news circulates, he thought. Zhao Ku followed the scent, walking further down the hallway, and eventually arrived at the kitchen at the end of the path. He turned in, his eyes lighting up with joy as he said, this is it. Standing in the kitchen was a short old man with a bald head, a long strand of hair at the back of his head, standing on a chair as he stirred a frying pan. Zhao Ku, surprised by the smell of the food he was cooking, thought, they even have a chef here? Watching the old man enthusiastically stir fry and taste the dish, Zhao Ku, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, it's a pity, it's gilding the lily. The old man's hands deftly moved as he stirred the pan. As soon as the last word of the sentence left his mouth, his hands froze in the air, releasing the pan. The entire kitchen, which had been silent, became eerily quiet. He glanced over at Zhao Ku, who was standing by the door, and glared, saying, where did this person come from? Dare to lay hands in front of me? Zhao Ku remained calm, placing his hands on his hips as he walked closer to the old man's kitchen, saying, you're mistaken, I couldn't help but point it out. The 2 assistants beside the old man finally snapped out of their stupor, quickly grabbing Zhao Ku and pulling him outside, interrogating, who are you? How dare you come here? Get out! Before Zhao Ku could say anything, the old man, standing on his chair, suddenly shouted loudly, wait! He jumped down to the ground. I need to hear what he has to say. Where exactly is the mistake? Upon hearing this, the 2 assistants released their hold on Zhao Ku. He stood in front of the old man, arms crossed, bowing his head slightly as he looked at him, speaking directly and without hesitation, you shouldn't have discarded the sesame seeds. If you throw away the sesame seeds, the dish will lose its flavor. The old man, furious, pointed straight at Zhao Ku's face and yelled, you're talking nonsense. Zhao, not willing to argue, decisively stepped forward to the large pan that was still sizzling, picked up the ladle, and spoke, "Whether I'm lying or not, you'll find out when you look." After finishing his words, he immediately got to work, skillfully stirring the dish in the pan, arranging it on a large plate, then took a handful of sesame seeds and sprinkled them over the dish. He picked up all the sesame seeds and asked, "Wouldn't garlic be more suitable?" He brought the plate of delicious, steaming food in front of the old man. The old man stood still, staring at the eye-catching dish in his hand. After a moment of daze, he suddenly burst out laughing, "Ha!" The old man's attitude changed strangely. "That's right, I was wrong. It turns out garlic should have been added. No wonder the young lady didn't like it. Come on, sit here. You seem to know how to eat, why don't you take a look at the other dishes?" Saying that, the old man led him to the stone dining table in the middle of the room. The old man raised his hand to lift the food cover, revealing a full table of both savory and sweet dishes. He hurriedly urged, try it quickly." Zhao noticed the dish closest to him and stared at it for a few seconds before realizing, this is candied hawthorn meat. He picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. The meat, coated with sauce, immediately hit his taste buds. He was stunned, surprised and confused, thinking, why is it so cold? The color and taste are fine, but why is it cold like this? The old man stood waiting for him to finish eating, his face full of expectation. Eagerly, he smiled and asked, "How is it, brother? How does it taste?" Zhao snapped out of his thoughts, forcing a smile as he replied, "Ah, it's good." Hearing the answer that matched his expectations, the old man smiled with satisfaction, a look of triumph on his face. He reached for the hot water kettle, asked a question, and poured it into a cup, saying, "Of course, I'll tell you, this dish took me quite some effort." Looking at the steaming cup of water in the old man's hand, Zhao became even more puzzled, with doubts filling his mind. It seems ordinary at first glance, but it smells burnt. Could it be because I'm a living person? Just as the old man was about to drink, he remembered something, stopped his hand, and looked up to ask Zhao, "My friend, the flavor's not bad. How come I've never met you before?" Zhao became alert in his mind. Right now, I can't taste anything, so my previous plan must be abandoned. I need to be more proactive. Forcing a smile, he responded calmly, "My master just arrived at the Bai family today. He's only been here for less than 7 days, so that's why you haven't met me before." The old man continued drinking, nodding absent-mindedly and replying, "Ah, so the wedding today is for your family." Zhao cupped his hands and bowed, "To be honest, I'm also a chef. My master just moved to his new residence, and I'm only worried that he might not be accustomed to the food." Hearing this, the old man squinted his eyes, his tone darkening with an unhappy edge as he pressed further, "Kiddo, are you not trusting me?" He waved his hand with a smile, trying to placate, No, that's not it. I just wanted to familiarize myself with the place I'll be working." Seeing the earnest expression on his face, the old man didn't press further, turning around and heading outside while loudly reminding everyone, "What are you all staring at? Get back to work." A subordinate cautiously approached and spoke up, "Old man, it's not that we aren't working, but this guy just tested it and wasted all the oil. The oil vat is empty now." Upon hearing this, the old man blinked in shock, hurriedly rushing to the oil container, exclaiming, "It's all gone." Looking at the empty oil container on the kitchen counter, he sighed regretfully, "Can't blame you, these dishes really use a lot of oil. Let me top it up." The old man reached back and pulled hard on his long hair, causing the middle of his forehead to crack open. He lowered his head, and a stream of golden liquid began flowing from his skull. By this time, Zhao had already left the kitchen and was walking across the courtyard, just as a group of postmen was heading toward the kitchen. He glanced at them and thought, it looks like these postmen are starting to pair up. He walked straight to his room, opened the door, and stepped inside. Quickly shutting the door behind him, his mind was racing as he considered his next move. These postmen must have figured out that I'm new. I need to quickly work at that cursed Wang's kitchen, just relying on checking the kitchen tasks won't be enough. While you were lost in thought, staring at the command token in your hand, a voice suddenly rang out from inside the room. When did the old man go outside? Your energy is really impressive, beat me into a coma, and you still go out and about? Lan rubbed her head, sighed, and walked over to Zhao. He snapped out of his thoughts and moved closer, wrapping his arms around her waist as they walked, saying, "If I didn't, how could I possibly be your old man?" Standing near him, she caught a whiff of food from the kitchen and curiously asked, "Old man, where have you been? Why do you smell so strange? You should take a bath right away. Hurry up. The sky will be bright soon, and Steward Bai will come to assign tasks." After saying that, she gently moved toward the basin to prepare his bathwater. Zhao didn't respond. He silently walked to a corner of the room, picked up the book in his hand, and said, "It's not just the smell, from the temperature to the makeup, the postman has gone bankrupt too many times. Can you really hide it all just by using paper?" He put the book back into the space and cleared his throat, then asked Lan behind him, "Lan, how can you tell what's a spirit and what's not?" She tenderly wiped his face with a damp cloth and answered, "Old man, you've forgotten too many things. Aside from a few of the Bai family masters who are demons, aren't the rest all spirits? Moreover, the names of the masters are written on our arms, you." She spoke as she lifted his arm. As soon as she looked at his empty wrist, she gasped in shock. Zhao remained unfazed, calmly smirking, "You figured it out." His strong arm gripped her collar, lifting her into the air. She struggled helplessly, thrashing in the space around her. He said, "I'm not your old man. To be honest, I had already held back. The appearance of a spirit and a living person isn't much different, is it?" His arm moved behind his back, tightly gripping the knife he had just taken from the air. In a swift motion, he swung his hand, severing her head from her neck. Holding her head in his hand, Zhao continued, "I apologize for showing you this. Spirits really are different, aren't they? A living person would have already turned cold by now. A spirit is left with just the head, yet it still holds consciousness." Gripping her head, which continued to struggle in silence, he approached the headless body lying on the floor. "But this spirit is considered an ownerless object. It has no life." He pulled out a book, muttering to himself, "Let's give this a try. Transform." The moment his words ended, her body turned into a stamp, lying quietly in the book. Seeing this, Zhao smiled contentedly. As expected, it worked. "Now, I wonder about this." He pressed her head onto the page of the book, and immediately a system notification popped up, "Insufficient authority, transformation impossible." Seeing this, he gazed at her head, filled with anger and life, in his hands, and wondered, "Can't transform her? Well then, I guess I can't spare you. What do you think I should do with you tonight?" Suddenly, his eyes flickered over to the copper basin on top of the cabinet, and a light bulb went off in his mind. He walked over, placed her head into the basin, and conveniently grabbed a nearby wet cloth to wipe his hands, saying, "Looks like you've helped me. I won't kill you." At that moment, a loud voice rang out from the yard outside, "Everyone, come out here, it's time for your assignments." Zhao glanced toward the door before turning away, waving his hand to throw the white cloth over the mouth of the basin, saying, "Remember to keep it quiet. Don't let anyone notice." He silently added to himself, "If you're lucky, after I leave here, you might still survive." Zhao quickly walked out into the yard where the other postmen had gathered. The official's announcement echoed, "You all go wash the clothes, you all go clean up outside." Zhao stepped into the group of people, thinking to himself, the area in front, with people coming and going, has been arranged in such a way that it is basically impossible to get through. Fortunately, I had taken the initiative to get the kitchen token in advance. Bai San pointed at the three largest men in the group and ordered, "You three go to the firewood room and chop wood." Someone remarked, "The firewood room is also a good place. As long as we can chop wood every day and have some space to work, that's all we need." "At least, why are you alone? Where is your wife?" he asked again, looking over at Zhao. Suddenly noticing that only Zhao was present, he questioned him. Zhao shook his head and shrugged, replying, "I don't know. When I came back from the kitchen behind the house, she was not there." He asked, "The kitchen behind the house?" The man glared at him, rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled, "Who told you to go to the kitchen? The kitchen is a place you should never go." Zhao hesitated and seemed a little uncertain, but then said, "But." He took out the token from his pocket, holding it up in front of the man and said, "I can't not go now." Seeing the token, the man was startled and immediately let go of him. This is the token of the deputy kitchen master." Watching the surprised expression on his face, Zhao concluded, "It seems that my position as the deputy kitchen master is not a low one." Bai San quickly changed his attitude, scratching his head and smiling to reconcile. "Originally, I intended to arrange for my brother to cook for us in the front kitchen, but I didn't expect his skills to be this good. He could even come to the back kitchen to cook for the master. It seems I was wrong to underestimate his talent." Dong Zi, who was in the group behind, clenched his teeth in frustration. This lucky kid, how did he get so close to an important figure so quickly? Zhao rolled his eyes, calculating sharply. "No, I didn't expect the identity attached to this token to be so high. Maybe we should give up. But this is still an opportunity, as long as." Having made his decision, he approached Bai San and secretly handed him a small silver ingot. Smiling, he said, "What's this about underestimating talent? Aren't we all working for the master?" Seeing the shiny money, Bai San smiled and accepted it. "Brother, what's the meaning of this? You're being too polite." Zhao then threw an arm around his shoulder, smiling and chatting. "Polite? I just need help from the big brother. Come on, just say it, you're the assistant chef of the back kitchen, so it's only natural for me to help. No need to be like this. Anyway, it's troublesome for you. Earlier, I mentioned, my wife isn't around, I don't know where she's gone." Bai San replied, "I understand what you mean. If I meet your sister, I'll definitely bring her back here." He just spoke, and then continued to take out the second silver ingot, pressing it into his hand. Losing a wife is not a good thing. "I hope the elder brother won't make a big deal out of it." He said, all right, I'll handle things properly so that you can rest assured." Once everything was settled, he turned his head, his attitude completely changing, and glanced at the group, saying, "What are you all still standing there for? The work has already been arranged, go and get to it." After that, the entire group of postmen immediately followed him to the distribution point. The large courtyard was left empty, with only Zhao left, silently thinking, it seems that working in the back kitchen is not something that can only be seen from a distance. A while later, he too turned and left, a sly smile gradually forming on his face, muttering to himself, "I also have to go work in the back kitchen. The net has already been cast, now it's just a matter of seeing how big a fish I can catch." Time here seemed to pass faster than usual. The blue sky, in the blink of an eye, had turned red. Standing in the empty room, Zhao leaned against the doorframe, resting his head as he gazed through the window, thinking, indeed, taking action first was the right decision. The back kitchen not only makes it easier to gather information, but also allows for more comfort while working. It seems that all the postmen have mostly allied together, though I wonder what news they have managed to gather. There is one thing that all the postmen have probably noticed by now. I hope I brought enough food this time, otherwise. Dong Zi was walking outside the yard at this moment, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, I can't stand being in this strange place for even one more day." She replied, "Dong Zi, you're talking nonsense. Just wait a little longer. Our food is limited, but it's enough to sustain the others. Let's see how many days we need to wait, they'll start weakening on their own without us doing anything." Dong Zi's eyes were darting around, thinking about what to do. He then made an excuse to separate himself. "You guys go ahead, I need to use the restroom for a bit." He added, "None of you ate anything, do you think you can even go to the restroom?" Once he finished speaking, the group of postmen turned around and went ahead. Dong Zi turned his back to them, took out a book stamp, and gave a strange grin, saying, "I didn't eat earlier, but now I'm going to have a big, fatty piece of meat." He waved his hand and immediately selected a special stamp, which, when activated, could lock the target's life energy. Within a 15-meter radius, it completely silenced his footsteps. Hidden behind his rear and on top of his head, a pair of cat ears slowly emerged, and his whole body swiftly and nimbly leaped forward like the wind, moving towards the dense forest in the distance. Thud! Thud! He finally arrived. He stepped lightly and slowly pressed his back against a large tree, sneakily observing Zhao Ko, who was digging in the ground under the cover of night. I knew it. This guy must have sneaked into the kitchen earlier, he's definitely hiding something. He thought to himself, being a newcomer, you should just leave, today I'll teach you a proper lesson. Strange, what is this guy hiding? Isn't a postman supposed to be able to turn everything into stamps? Could it be a special item? Does he not have enough authority to transform it? Dongzi had his weapon ready in hand, and just as he was about to strike, he suddenly pulled back. Seeing this, he decided to let it go. I'll spare you today, but I'll find out what exactly you're hiding. Only after Zhao Ko had completely disappeared from view did he finally show himself. Zhao Ko, who had walked some distance away, suddenly felt an uneasy sensation. He looked around, thinking to himself, something feels off, is it just my instinct? Dongzi, meanwhile, kneeled beside the hole that he had just filled, curiously exploring. It must be my feeling that's wrong. I could follow the master's method. That guy shouldn't have noticed me. I need to see what treasure he's hiding first. He eagerly began digging at the earth Zhao Ko had covered, and after a few minutes, he discovered something beneath. Dongzi was overjoyed, he had found it. He pulled hard to drag the object out. As soon as he saw that it was a headless corpse, his face turned pale and he screamed, "Ah!" He tightly shut his eyes, panic-stricken, letting go of his grip. What is this strange thing? The corpse of Cui Lan was still alive. It staggered, stood firm, then pounced, tightly gripping Dongzi to prevent him from escaping. I was indeed betrayed. He was so terrified that cold sweat broke out, his limbs flailing as he desperately tried to break free. Wait until I get back, I will definitely kill him. The harder he struggled, the tighter the corpse held on, and as he could not escape, a voice suddenly came from behind, why wait until you get back? He glanced behind, about to speak, His eyes widened as he saw the blade pierce through his chest. Whoosh! The blade was swiftly pulled out, blood splattering across his back. Cui Lan's body, carrying his strength, collapsed onto the ground. Dongzi forced his eyes open to look at the person who had just stabbed him. You. Thud! A heavy foot stomped onto the wound on his back. Dongzi coughed up blood in pain, desperately twisting his head to look back, locking eyes with Zhao Ku. His mouth felt dry, and he could only stammer, you. Zhao Ko, holding a basin with Cui Lan's head, looked down at her body on the ground and silently thought, it's surprisingly effective. He sneered and said, well done. I didn't expect your body to have this kind of use. I'm increasingly glad I didn't kill her. Don't rush, I will definitely keep my promise to her. He gently placed the bucket aside, knelt next to the soon-to-die Dongzi, and said, so, how should I deal with you now? Dongzi looked at him, unable to speak. You. How could you? Zhao Ke showed a disappointed expression and said, you're a postman, and you ask such a shameful question. Dongzi replied, so it's really a stamp. This time I admit defeat. Ding! The system board appeared at that moment. Postman Wang Dongliang has contributed 3 special stamps according to your selected category. Do you accept them? If accepted, your relationship will be bound by a contract, and during this time in the infinite space, neither of you can harm each other or face a strict warning. Additionally, in this infinite space, 1/3 of the total benefits will eventually come back to you. Looking at the notification on the board, Zhao Ke was a little surprised. There's even such a category? Dongzi below smiled in the most appeasing manner he could, saying, brother, if you kill me, you won't gain anything. If you accept my category, you'll gain the most benefits. Slap. The more Zhao Ke looked at his smile, the more it irritated him. Without hesitation, he slapped him hard and said, 3 stamps are enough to set things in motion, now open the stamp book and show me. Dongzi stubbornly gritted his teeth and replied, "No, if I open the book stamp, you'll snatch it away. Then I'm definitely done for. My condition is like this, you won't lose anything." Zhaoku's gaze grew colder as he looked at him, thinking to himself, although we're not at the final stage yet, it seems this guy won't offer anything else. However, he won't be able to endure being humiliated by me. It's better you said this earlier, after all, wouldn't it be so much more comfortable if we worked together to complete the task with the living entity? As he spoke, he smiled kindly and helped him sit up. Thinking he had escaped a calamity, Dongzi breathed a sigh of relief, happily trying to make peace. That's right, everyone in this space is here for profit. Swish! Before he could finish his sentence, the knife in Zhaoku's hand pierced through his windpipe. Zhaoku grabbed his head, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered in a chilling voice, "But you're dead, and the profit for me is much greater." It turns out that killing the postman isn't impossible, it's just that the benefits were too small. Thud. As the body fell, the system announced, "You have killed the postman Wang Dongliang. You can choose to take any stamp from his book or choose to seize all of Wang Dongliang's postal points." From the body of Dongzi, a book-shaped stamp flew out. Zhaoku grinned, raising his hand to catch it. "I didn't expect there would be something else worth celebrating besides your corpse." The stamps inside were various types of items: rapid recovery medicine, which would heal all wounds within 20 minutes, following master, knife throwing technique, explosive strength, eagle eye. Zhaoku stroked his chin. Which one should I choose? His gaze shifted. Knife throwing technique, it will allow you to use knife throwing at the level of top experts. When activated, it will launch throwing knives to perform precise strikes. After reading the description, Zhaoku was satisfied and chose it. With the knife throwing technique, combined with natural agility, bare armor, and explosive physical strength, in a place like this grassland, I can definitely gain an absolute advantage. Thud. He placed the stamp into his book and quickly closed it. Then, looking at Dongzi's corpse, a sudden idea crossed his mind. He grinned mischievously and spoke to Cui Lan's head, "Cui Lan, it looks like I need to change your clothes." With a swoosh, everything was done. He placed the body back in its original position, discarded her clothes, and turned his back to return to the underworld. Sizzling, the sound of hot oil swirling around the pan echoed from the kitchen, where a group of sous chefs were gathered, chattering noisily. A smooth-talking sous chef immediately approached the old chef with braided hair and said, "Mr. Craze really has an eye for spotting a talented sous chef." The old man nodded in satisfaction and laughed, "His skills are good, but the problem is this guy uses too much oil when cooking." As soon as this matter was mentioned, the old man felt a headache coming on, both literally and figuratively. He sighed, somewhat reluctantly, and said, "If it weren't for the fact that the owners have been praising the recent improvements in the kitchen, making me look good, I wouldn't keep this kid around." At that moment, another man came over with an empty oil container and said, "Mr. Craze, we've run out of oil again." Hearing this, the old man snapped, "Kiddo, do you think oil is like water, that we can just keep using it?" Bang! The old man actually jumped up, grabbed Zhaoku by the collar, and furiously questioned him, "Do you think using all this oil was enough to satisfy everyone?" Zhaoku retorted, "Wasting oil is wasting oil, but wasn't the end result something you were very pleased with?" The old man stared at him, thinking to himself, "I initially brought this guy in to find an excuse to take revenge on him for embarrassing me, but instead, I've ended up with a rat devouring all the oil. What a mistake." Unable to argue any further, the old man had no choice but to swallow his frustration, leap off Zhaoku, and reluctantly tear open the oil bag, adding more oil to the stove. He said, "Today, there's only this little oil. If it's still not enough, don't come looking for me. Finish the remaining dishes, then clean up the kitchen, especially the oil stains on the edges." Having said that, he turned and walked away, pausing at the door to shout, "Don't let me see them again." At that moment, only Zhaoku remained in the kitchen. Looking toward the door, a savage grin appeared on his face. "Don't worry, you won't see them again. This much oil will be enough, but why haven't they arrived yet?" Suddenly, a strange voice came from outside the door, "Bro, you're really something. The working environment here is far better than what we have. Zhao Ku was startled, quickly turning around, shouting, "Who's there?" Despite the alarm in his voice, internally, he was quite pleased. Finally, they had arrived. Looking out the door, he saw the three men who had been sent to chop firewood earlier. They were now gathered in front of him. Zhao Ku asked, "What do you want from me?" A blonde man in the group answered, "Bro, this doesn't feel right." The blonde-haired man continued, "Didn't you leave me a note before, saying you had food in your hands? The kind of food we living people eat, hot food." He replied, "That's right, I indeed have a lot of food here." Hearing his response, the three of them immediately showed malicious intent, closing in to ask, "How much is a lot?" "It's not real until we've heard it and seen it with our own eyes. Your pointless words, should we believe them or not? Or perhaps you could show us the label on your supplies? Only then, after we see exactly how much you have, will we discuss what happens next." He replied, "What if I say no?" One of them lost his temper, immediately throwing a punch toward him. "If you don't cooperate, we'll kill you." Quick as a flash, Zhao Ku easily dodged the punch, silently thinking, as expected, they're making a move. Bang! The ground beneath him cracked from the punch. Zhao Ku quickly drew a knife from his space, lifting it up to block the thrust of his opponent's finger. He seized the slight opening. Lowering his body, he swung his hand, grinning wickedly, thinking to himself, "Although the plan is to lose this time, I must at least gain something from it." Clang! The tip of the knife plunged into his chest, but it felt like stabbing into a sheet of metal, with no damage done. Zhao Ku widened his eyes in shock. "The knife can't penetrate." The blonde-haired man suddenly shouted, "Enough!" As soon as his voice rang out, it seemed as if a shockwave slammed into Zhao Ku's body, sending him flying backward. Bump! A loud thud against the wall. Wang Zhong stepped forward, quickly stomping on Zhao Ku, and said, "Tell me the truth." Zhao Ku's whole body trembled under the pressure of the foot, struggling to rise. He thought to himself, what I just used was the power of the stamps. Hiding ignorance was indeed the right choice. Next is. The large Fei Ma, furious, charged forward and shouted, "How dare you fool me, I will beat you." Wang Zhong glanced at him, then loudly reminded him, "Fei Ma, control your temper. Don't disturb me while I am having a conversation with my brother." At that moment, he withdrew his foot, and Zhao Ku, pushing himself up, replied, "What is there to discuss? I won't be giving you food." Wang Zhong, furious at Zhao Ku's defiant attitude, growled, "So you want to die?" Zhao Ku bent slightly, then straightened up and laughed loudly, "Huh, so you still don't know who holds the power here? Didn't you want to see the stamp book? Well, you can see it now. Are you satisfied with the amount of food?" he said, raising the stamp book in front of Wang Zhong. The man stared at the stamps inside, wide-eyed in shock. "This." Zhao Ku spoke again, "The rule is to kill the postman to seize the stamp. I think you all know more about this than I do, right? I've divided the food into countless portions." He continued speaking, "Re-stick each stamp separately. If each person takes one, it will be enough to fill their stomach for a meal, so you should show me some respect, as I am currently the only source of food for you." Fei Ma lost his composure again, but Wang Zhong stopped him, saying, "I'll chop each of your bones into pieces, and we'll see if you'll give them up or not." The blonde-haired man said, "Stop, it seems someone is coming." Zhao Ku looked at them and then slightly lowered his head, silently laughing to himself, "Everything is in the palm of my hand." Just as he said, two kitchen assistants entered from the outside and said, "Assistant Chef Mr. Craze up ahead is asking why the leftover food from lunch and dinner hasn't been brought up yet. The master cannot be kept waiting." Zhao Ku quickly picked up the steaming plate of food from the table, raised his hand and replied, "Don't worry, it's done, just waiting for you to come take it." As he passed by Wang Zhong's group, he patted Fei Ma's shoulder and said, loud enough for them to hear, "Don't be nervous, they're looking for me." After speaking, he went over and handed the plate of food to the kitchen assistant, smiling as he said, "It's not that I intentionally delayed it, the fire in the kitchen wasn't big enough, I had to wait for my people to bring some things before I could finish the dish." The person over there received the dish with both hands, then looked over at Wang Zhong and asked, "Are these the people who came with you to buy Fei?" He replied, not exactly, those people are acquaintances of mine, which is why I was able to finish these dishes on time. The oldest among them glanced at Wang Zhong, warning him, no, don't touch this kid. If anything happens to him now, we'll all be suspected. The two assistant chefs finally took the food and left. The sous chef had worked hard. Zhao waved his hand behind them, bidding them farewell, take care on your way. Once they had gone, he changed his tone, becoming more serious, and spoke, have you noticed the situation yet? The duration of this mission might be much longer than we imagined. Moreover, in this underworld, the only place you can find food is in the power stamps. The initiative is in my hands, so show me some respect. Faced with Zhao's dominant stance, Fei Ma could only angrily curse, I damn it. Slap. As soon as his curse ended, Zhao's slap echoed, hitting him with a book and swelling his face. He coldly said, you have 10 minutes left. 10 minutes to show your sincerity, now get the hell out of here. Wang Zhong was filled with rage, trying to compromise, brother, speak your mind. Zhao ignored their nonsense, crossed his arms and leaned against the table, announcing, you have 9 minutes left. Wang Zhong clenched his fists, shouting, one special stamp. Upon hearing this, he smiled lightly in satisfaction and placed food on the table for them. I'm someone who just passed the internship period. I don't even have a single special stamp in my hands. Even if you give me one, I'm not sure I would survive long enough to complete the key mission. The three of them stood facing his back, and an old man at the back suddenly withdrew a weapon. Wang Zhong spoke up, I'll add one more stamp. Zhao's expression returned to its previous grimness, his tone sharp as he spoke, 8 minutes left. The old man, holding a metal rod, approached quietly, brother, do you really have to force me into a corner like this? Zhao turned his back to them and replied, after all, I only have one life, and I've never had the chance to enjoy anything. If you think it's worth it, then do it. Swish. The old man behind him swung his arm, aiming straight at his head, if you think it's not worth it, then get lost. As soon as you finished speaking, the iron spear stopped right next to Zhao's temple. He quickly withdrew the weapon into the space, turned, and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong spoke, here's the deal, we'll let you join us in this mission and help you get through it. It's a form of cooperation, don't you think? Zhao didn't rush to agree, sneering inwardly. Now that's more like it. He propped his hands on the edge of the table, flashing an unexpectedly gentle smile. If I'd known that the three of you were so sincere, we wouldn't have to waste time with all this swordplay, right? Since we're working together on this mission, all the food for the three of you is here. Come, try my cooking. He waved his hand, and the wooden table was immediately laden with an array of meats, fish, and hot soup. Unable to resist, the three of them sat down at the table. Fei Ma spoke up, I hope your cooking skills aren't just for show. Zhao gave him a side glance and replied, don't worry, the food I make is absolutely delicious. The following time was filled with the sounds of chewing. When the meal ended and they left the kitchen, Wang Zhong stood outside the door and faced Zhao, saying, the operation will be the day after tomorrow. At that time, Old Li will be in charge of guarding you, and you'll get 2 special tokens. As long as you don't die, this mission is guaranteed to succeed. He said, kiddo, you should consider yourself lucky that I haven't had my fill yet, or else you wouldn't be standing here in one piece right now. You should be grateful I let you eat to your heart's content. Wang Zhong turned his back, waved his hand, and glanced over his shoulder as he walked, asking, all right, let's go with that. Just make sure you don't get left behind. By the way, what should I call you? Zhao hesitated for a few seconds, then, with a sinister smile, replied, call me Doggy Wang. As he watched the figure grow more distant, he sneered, opened his book's stamp section, and muttered, arrogant, ignorant, yet still so fragile. A rookie like that? The only way they could manage is by blending in with you lot using food. I also hope you all can wait until I can break through these pretensions, but don't be too surprised when it happens. However, the biggest disadvantage of being a rookie is that you can't show any real understanding of the special stamp. Without grasping the true object, it's really inconvenient. This special stamp, the light shield stamp, generates a layer of light by itself, with a large damage range. It has a 15% chance of immunity and a 20% chance of deviation. Special effect: the strong light consumes 3 postal points to activate, creating a one-sided light effect that can resist multiple strong attacks at once. The intense light can temporarily blind the enemy, lasting for 5 minutes. The maintenance time is 8 hours. This special stamp can reluctantly be considered a fairly good type of protective stamp. The cost to use it is still as high as any other stamp. The special stamp has been gathered alongside this stamp. The body is protected in the darkness, with an increase of 20%. The special effect operates during the night. Consuming a postal product allows one to move twice as fast while simultaneously attracting the surrounding fog. Note that this stamp can only be used during the night or in dark places. He said, it can only be used at night. This underworld seems to have a difference between the black night and day, but in essence, it's no different from the night. According to Wang Zhong, they were preparing to directly launch a raid to kill the new bride, then set fire to the firewood room to create a large fire, using the moment of the firefighting efforts to leave the Bai family and then find a way to escape the underworld. He turned back to his room. Look at them, sending in new people like me, the stamp. It's clear they don't want me to leave the Bai family, but should I let you all leave the Bai family? Walking straight to the box on the table in the middle of the room, Zhaoku excitedly spoke to the furious head of Chuilan, placed inside. Now, you have to perform well. Poof. Old chef Mr. Craze, strolling in the large courtyard, suddenly smelled a captivating fragrance. A few seconds passed, and he immediately recognized it. This is the smell of cinnamon porridge. Following the scent to the kitchen door, the old man saw Zhaoku's back as he stirred the food. He silently thought, I can't blame that kid's culinary skills for surpassing mine. Taking a few steps forward, Zhaoku had already noticed him and turned around, smiling as he asked, Mr. Craze, why are you here so early? Would you like to try the porridge with osmanthus I just made? He handed the bowl of freshly cooked porridge to the old man. Mr. Craze took it with one hand, smiling as he replied, Doggy Wang, I think I can't keep going as a chef for much longer. I heard tomorrow is your master's official exit day, and when that happens, I'll tell the head of the family that the kitchen will be yours from then on. Upon hearing this, Zhaoku's eyes darkened for a moment as he pondered, tomorrow is the official exit day, looks like I need to act now if I want to complete today's task. The old man pulled out a book from somewhere and handed it to him, saying, this book is the Book of Endless Foods, take a look at it. Zhaoku took it with both hands, reading the title on the cover, his face brightening as he said, the Book of Endless Foods, this is a recipe book. Mr. Craze chuckled with satisfaction, patting his back, just some ordinary stuff, take your time looking through it. Maybe someone else will arrive soon too, so you should tidy up and get ready to work. Shaking hands behind his back, lifting his face to leave, the old man felt a sense of joy inside, helping a junior by chance, the feeling is quite good. Glancing at the old man leaving, Zhaoku smirked, silently thinking, I didn't expect that before preparing to act, there would be such gathering like this. This is truly. With tears welling up in his eyes, he turned and shouted loudly, Mr. Craze. Hearing his call, the old man smiled kindly and turned around, Kiddo, you're always so gentle, aren't you? Swish. A flash of reflection cut through the air, fresh blood sprayed into the atmosphere. The long night quietly passed by. Outside, 1, 2, 3 figures walked and chatted toward the kitchen, dressed neatly and cleanly, don't let anything look unclean. Don't worry, who doesn't know Mr. Craze's habits? If you really knew, you wouldn't have been scolded last time. When they reached the doorway, one of them was startled, wondering, why is the door wide open like that? Mr. Craze hates it when the kitchen door gets blown by the wind. In that moment, from the kitchen, a figure with green hair swiftly dashed out. The 3 servants froze for a moment, then quickly realized what had happened and rushed inside. No, there's a thief, quickly check the kitchen. The 3 servants were horrified, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their faces contorted as they looked down at the 2 corpses, one beheaded, the other lying in a pool of blood. The information was immediately spread throughout the manor. The servants rushed to search, chaotic shouts echoing through the night, hurry, 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 chase after them, catch the thief. Two servants in the kitchen found that Zhaoko was still breathing and immediately helped him up, anxiously asking, "Sous chef, are you all right?" Covered in blood, with blood still dripping from his mouth, Zhaoko muttered, I couldn't stop him. You chase after him." Seeing that he was still conscious, the servants followed his instructions and rushed outside. As they turned their backs, Zhaoko, hunched over, revealed a sinister smile, and whispered, "He's running towards the small yard, he might have accomplices, don't be careless." At this moment, in the kitchen, there was still a man holding the boy in his arms, turning his head to look at him and saying, "There's someone going that way already, I'll take you back first and use a needle to close the wound for you." Swish! The sharp blade sliced horizontally, and fresh blood splattered onto Zhaoko. The servant's head, unable to even close his eyes, was severed from his neck. Zhaoko let go, allowing the blood-soaked body to fall to the floor. He smirked, took out a clean cloth, and gently wiped the blade, swiftly sheathing it. He raised his hand and pulled out a stamp book. The show is about to begin. At the same time, outside the door of the mansion, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the servants shouted as they chased, "Quick, chase them down, quick!" The old wooden door creaked open, and the group led by Wang Zhong stepped outside, curiously looking around. A pair of high heels clicked as they approached from a distance. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Wachao, along with several of his subordinates, walked over to question, "We're here to ask you. Nothing happened a few days ago, but now, right before the wedding, everything's in chaos. Did you have something to do with this?" The old man knocked the tobacco pipe, glancing at her as he said, "If the plan was already settled from the start, it can't be changed. Are you trying to create trouble and then blame someone else?" Fema stood beside, stepping forward to block the way, frowning. "Moreover, I've already said it before, Dong Zi is now missing, alive or dead, we haven't seen him. Could it be that you bastards killed him?" A faint lion head appeared behind her head, roaring loudly. She gritted her teeth in anger. "I can see the anger in your eyes, you've been wanting to strike at me for a long time, haven't you?" Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly leaped through the small door beside the large one, and before anyone could clearly see who it was, everyone became alert and shouted, "Who's there?" Thud! The figure stopped. It was Dong Zi, in a dazed, lifeless state, his eyes wide open, holding a blood-soaked cloth bag in his hand. He suddenly threw the bag towards them, and a man with orange hair from the Wachao group unknowingly caught it, muttering in curiosity, "What's this?" Holding the cloth bag in his hand, the man raised his head to ask what it was, but only saw an empty courtyard. "Where's Dong Zi?" More people arrived from outside. This time it was the kitchen staff and some of the servants from the manor, pointing at the cloth bag in the man's hand, shouting loudly, "It's them. They're part of the group that killed him." Several of the servants behind them received the order and shouted loudly, then drew their knives and rushed forward. Wachao glanced over, waved his hand towards them in disdain, "Looking to die?" From the palms of her hands, thin threads like strings shot out, darting through the names of the servants rushing toward her. Slash! Slash! Where did those thin threads go? The sound of skin and flesh being cut echoed. Thud! In the blink of an eye, the servants in front of her were reduced to disjointed body parts, blood and flesh splattering all over the yard. Fema frantically questioned, "Wachao, are you out of your mind?" She calmly glanced at them, reminding, "Wang Zhong, it's best if you all act now, or else don't expect to live any longer." The head chef, terrified, pointed at her and shouted, "These people are all in this together, don't spare anyone." Slash! The servants behind her, weapons drawn, carefully approached her with cautious experience. The old man turned to Wang Zhong, frowning, "It's bad, this woman is trying to drag us all down with her." He was furious, veins bulging, and cursed, "Damn it." Fema, beside herself with anger, shouted, "Hey Kong K, you brought this on yourself, don't drag us into it." She said, "Whether I drag you down or not, it's up to you to know your fate. You all in the door room are nothing but burning oil, is that not true?" She stood in the center of the circle formed by the pointed blades, fiercely questioning Wang Zhong and his group. As soon as she finished speaking, the servant behind her shouted loudly, "It's no good, hurry and send someone to the firewood room, someone's setting the place on fire. He said, yes. The old man standing behind Fema said, Fema, don't let these people escape. He glanced at the old man, nodded slightly, and before the panicked servants could react, a scream echoed in their ears, got it. Fema slammed their heads together. The servants behind him were immediately horrified, trembling in fear. Fema yelled loudly, his blood and flesh splattering, kill them all. He crazily lunged forward to attack the servants, directly using his body to slam them into the wall. Stones shattered and fell. Wang Zhong spoke urgently, the plan needs to move forward immediately. We'll split up. I'll go set fire to the firewood room, you go find that kid. It's too loud now, we need to adjust immediately. Remember, the food stash for that kid must fall into our hands. The old man used his skill to shout loudly, got it. The servants split into two groups, with some immediately chasing after Wang Zhong. Wham! The old man behind them, holding an iron pipe, struck hard, knocking away those chasing him. Help him escape easily. At this moment, far away from the city gate, standing atop a tree to observe, holding Chui Lan's head in his hand, Zhao Ke clicked his tongue, this truly is a transformation. Beside him now was also Chui Lan's body, with Dong Zi's head sewn onto her neck. Spirits are indeed hard to kill. Chui Lan, even with her body and head severed, can still control the body. He stared directly at her head in his hand and said, but this is for the best. Only like this can I use Dong Zi's identity to frame them. They'll never suspect that Dong Zi died at my hands. I have to leave now, they must have scattered by now, so someone will definitely come looking for me. Stuffing her head into a cloth bag, he leapt straight down to the ground, quickly dashing away. If the situation has confirmed as I expected, then I must return before they come to the kitchen. Thud. His hurried steps slowed as he stood before the open warehouse door, walked to the corner jar, and silently estimated, there's still enough time. Mr. Craze, how are you adjusting to the new environment? As Zhao Ke spoke, he reached inside the jar and pulled out a head that was frantically screaming bizarrely, "Ay." Looking at the man, he said, don't get so agitated. I won't do anything to you right now, at least not until I clean up everything in your brain. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. He quickly tossed the old man's head into the cloth bag and said, they're here. Remember to stay quiet, or something bad might happen. The old man's gray-blue head nervously glared at Zhao Ke's face. The warehouse door was flung open once again. The old man from Wang Zhong's group kicked the door and stormed in, shouting, Doggy Wang. He swung his hand and killed the servant trailing behind him, shouting loudly, the plan has changed. Hurry up and come with me. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and even the shouts of the servants could be heard from outside, over here. A group of servants rushed in, holding long knives, surrounding the warehouse door. Where else can you run? The old man showed no fear. He took out a gourd-shaped magic bottle and, with a grin, asked, do you want to die? He took a step, stood at the threshold, raised his hand, and brought the gourd bottle to his lips, taking a deep breath of air from it. He then lifted his head and, from his throat, spewed a fierce stream of fire that engulfed the servants. They writhed in pain, shouting, AAA. The fiery sparks turned into timid rats, running like wind toward the remaining servants. Even Zhao Ke was hesitant and cautious about this technique, let alone these paper-thin servants. The practiced mailmen are truly powerful. I never expected this old man, hidden inside, to be so formidable. A group of them dropped their swords, sinking into the sea of flames that illuminated the courtyard brightly in the night. The old man turned his head and shouted loudly, stop standing there, run. Zhao Ke pretended to be confused, asking, there's fire everywhere, which way should we run? The old man frowned, a newbie is really a newbie. Then he directly grabbed Zhao Ke by the collar, swung his arm, and threw him high into the air, shouting, you go first. Thud. The old man slammed a metal rod into the ground, and the rod in his hand lengthened, extending so much that it carried him through the roof. Zhao Ke was already sitting there, waiting. The old man swung his whip hard, embedding it into a stone slab on the opposite rooftop, then pulled Zhaoke's shoulder, carrying him as they flew from one rooftop to another. Never seen anything like this, huh, kiddo? Boom! At that moment, sparks from an explosion suddenly erupted below in the courtyard. The old man glanced over, grinning with excitement. "Fei Ma, we did it. We need to hurry to the location as planned." The servants rushed over in a panic, shouting loudly, "There's a fire ahead, hurry and put it out." Zhao and the old man were now hiding on top of the rooftop, observing. Zhao thought to himself, the Bai family is completely in chaos. Now, it's time to fish in troubled waters. Lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into the old man beside him. Startled, he exclaimed, "Ah!" The old man raised his hand to signal him to move back, reminding him, "Be careful, we're almost there." Both lowered their bodies and gently lay down, pressing themselves against the roof. Looking down at the stone path, he stared intently at the two paper figures beside the flower palanquin below, asking, boldly, "Can we really kill those two children holding flowers?" In the beginning, those two demons were. Swiftly, the old man pulled out a smoking pipe from his book, cutting off the boy's words. "So what if they're demons? The human heart is more terrifying than any demon." Lying on the roof, gazing at the night sky, the old man took a puff of his pipe and said, "Based on my calculations, those two demons aren't really all that scary. Just wait and see." The boy was confused. "Wait?" Without explaining, the old man leaned forward, turned his head, and looked down below, saying, "Look there, haven't they arrived?" Zhao widened his eyes in shock. "That's a yellow flag, or rather, a flag of the magical formation. It was the sign that they were sure to succeed." As the old man spoke, he pulled another flag from his book and forcefully planted it into the roof. "Look." Flashes of green, red, purple, and yellow. 4 flags of different colors were planted in a square formation, creating a magical array in the sky above the large courtyard. Zhao looked at the scene before him, an indescribable feeling overwhelming him. "This feeling," he muttered. The old man standing beside him slowly smiled and said, "This is the 4-direction Yang suppressing banner. It can suppress evil and ignite one's own vital energy." Suddenly, the fabric around his waist flared, and the old man's aura surged intensely. The young man beside him, still filled with doubt and fear, hesitantly asked, "Even so, are we not their match?" Although the old man was old, his muscular frame was still imposing as he raised his whip and replied, "Don't worry, burning the vital energy is just for now. The main focus is on suppressing evil." The young man was even more confused. Just then, 2 paper figures in the courtyard below suddenly cried out in pain, their bodies engulfed by black flames. "Triple A!" They screamed. The old man spoke again, "One is rising, the other falling. These two are definitely no match for us. Just stay there and watch. When we win, you should run east, Fei Ma will be waiting for you there." After saying this, the old man kicked off, holding his whip as he charged down toward the stone courtyard below, roaring, "Go!" Unexpectedly, one of the paper figures that had been kneeling collapsed, suddenly looked up, and time seemed to freeze. The young figure with golden eyes sneered, holding a charged energy orb in his hand. "Found you," he said. The old man failed to leave in time, panic-stricken. "It's too late, I'm in too much of a hurry." "The old demon doesn't eat alone," an ancient voice shouted loudly. Just as the old man was about to fall into the hands of the boy, suddenly, the other paper figure was kicked away, dragging the paper boy with it and sending him flying. The old man was fortunate to land on the ground, while the 2 paper figures slammed hard into the wall. Oldly quickly retracted the whip, turning it back into a metal rod, then glanced at the dwarf, who had appeared by his side and said, "Cut it. Quickly secure the spoils." The dwarf sneered, "If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now." Zhao, still hiding on the roof, observed quietly, "That dwarf is another postman. It seems the two sides really have teamed up. Fei Ma is providing support, Oldly and the dwarf are here. That means Wang Zhong and someone else are responsible for the bridal chamber." He took out the book and dragged out the disguised corpse of Dong Zi. The 2 of them quickly ran off to another location. Using the body as a stepping stone, Zhao gracefully jumped to the ground, holding Lan's head in his hands. He praised her, "Very good, you're cooperating well now, so I can't treat you the same way. Now, control your body and take me to the bridal chamber. Be careful not to let anyone notice. If you don't leave me, the one who will meet misfortune next is you." Although she was unwilling, she could only angrily follow his instructions in the end. AAA. "Send the corpse ahead to scout," Zhao said, carrying the head and walking right behind. The entire mansion was unnervingly quiet. He looked around, full of suspicion and confusion. Why is it so quiet? Has it been completed already? No, if it were finished, I would have received a notification by now. Control the body here, don't move. As soon as he finished speaking, her body froze and stood still. With light footsteps, Zhao walked down the corridor and stopped in front of a room. He carefully opened the door just a crack, widening his eyes to look inside. He was stunned. This is. Inside the room, two paper figures stood in the center, dressed in wedding clothes and wearing veils. In front of them were Wu Chao and Wang Zhong, both kneeling and kowtowing. Zhao face turned pale, his brows tightly furrowed. What's going on with Wang Zhong and the others? Did I see wrong? Before he could gather his thoughts, something else happened. The two paper figures suddenly vanished under Zhao intense gaze. Why are there only two of them? Where did you go just now? No, Wang Zhong and the others must not be in any danger, or I won't be able to complete the task by myself. Grinding his teeth, he jumped through a nearby open window and headed straight toward Wang Zhong and Wu Chao, who were embracing each other. Wake up, is this really what you want? Are you really going to get married? Both of them were kneeling on the floor. Wu Chao smiled with delight, her eyes narrowing, while Wang Zhong, kneeling opposite, cried bitterly. Zhao stood silently to one side, observing. When he saw the two of them about to kiss, he stepped forward and asked, "Are you demons?" He pulled them apart by their shoulders, saying, "Wake up." Suddenly, Zhao froze, sensing the smell of blood in the air. It was coming from them. Fresh blood was flowing from their hollow eye sockets, black and devoid of pupils. Zhao, panicked, immediately released his grip from their shoulders, waiting for Wu Chao to slowly turn her stiff neck to look behind him. Terrified, he froze. She glanced over her shoulder, her pupils contracting in fear. The groom, who had been standing behind him, had somehow appeared there. His eyes were rolled back in horror as he gripped the hilt of a knife tightly. Zhao swung his arm, turning around quickly, and shouted, "Die!" Swish! The sharp blade plunged directly into his chest, fresh blood splattering across the wedding dress. He stood frozen, screaming in pain, "Ah!" His hand rose to strike across Zhao's face. In the brief moment their skin touched, Zhao was shocked to realize, he actually has warmth. "You're alive, you must die, for you always spoke about the Bai family's marriage, making me think that only women could be alive." "You're alive, then." His body, weak and powerless, collapsed onto Zhao's shoulder. While the boy was still confused, he leaned close to Zhao's ear, whispering a warning, "Be careful, above." After speaking, his body stiffened, and he fell to the ground, crashing just behind Zhao. From the ceiling above, a long, jet black hair dropped down, staring at the disheveled strands in front, filled with terror. Behind her, a woman in a wedding dress leapt down, her hands, full of sharp black nails, gripping Zhao's shoulder. Slowly, her body crawled up Zhao's back. Cold sweat ran down his spine as he clenched his teeth, trying to move his immobile body. "Move for me." She clung to his back, leaning close to his ear and blowing a seductive breath. Immediately after, Zhao began losing consciousness, his strength draining from his body as he collapsed to his knees. She slowly walked past him, her long red dress sweeping the ground, her black hair cascading loosely. Held in his arms, she muttered with contempt, "What a fool." With a sharp motion, a hand reached out, slashing. Zhao grabbed the hem of her dress, crawling on the ground. His gaze was obsessed as he looked up at her, propping himself up on his hands, drawing closer. She touched his face and asked, "Does it smell good?" Her hand gently caressed his lips. Zhao, with a dazed, almost mad expression, replied, "It smells good." She asked, "Do you want to keep smelling?" He answered, "Yes." She leaned in close to his ear, her voice full of implication. "Is there anything else you want to do besides smell?" Zhao Ko, his gaze deep and cunning, said, "I want to eat." She placed her hand on his chest, smiling as she asked, "So how do you plan to eat?" He said, "Of course." He was almost face to face with her now, his eyes wide open, sneering as he emphasized, "Fry it and eat it." He hugged her tightly, using his skills to tear her clothes off. She screamed in pain. Just then, a pot of hot oil suddenly appeared above their heads. Zhaoka laughed loudly, revealing a grin. "The pain is even worse from behind." Splash! The oil poured down on her head, and her screams filled the room. AAA. Zhaoka quickly let go, jumping backward. She was drenched, holding her face with both hands, screaming, "AAA, how dare you!" He looked at the hissing smoke rising and smiled. "It does have a bit of a nice smell." She clutched the badly burned half of her face and questioned, "I got hot oil poured on me too, why are you unharmed?" He replied, "How could the oil from Earth harm someone from Earth like me?" Saying that, his bear-like arm pressed down on the struggling cloth bag at his hip and said, "Don't run, there's a layer of bags between us, I can't reach you." She stared at him in panic. "Earthly, are you alive?" He opened the stamp book, swallowed a lump of white powder, and said, "To be honest, I should thank the protectors, or else I wouldn't be able to hide from you all." She said, "Alive?" Her half-warrior body went berserk, furiously swinging her claws and pouncing toward him. "You must die." Zhaoka scoffed, "Kill me." Whoosh! Her sharp claws were mere millimeters away from his eyes when they suddenly halted. "Have you forgotten something?" She asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Just now, when Wang Zhong looked at you, he was mesmerized by you, that's why he didn't react to me." Behind her, Wang Zhong tightly clutched her leg, angrily shouting, "You bastard, die." She raised her claws and spun around. "The one who must die is you." Whoosh! The black claws stabbed deeply into Wang Zhong's back, and a swirl of red-black smoke billowed from his body, transferring to her. AAA. Zhaoku was alarmed. "It's no good." She suddenly let out an eerie, loud laugh. "Haha." You quickly drew out your knife-throwing skill, threatening, "Don't let it come to the point where you crash the car. Deal with it yourself." He shouted loudly. The knife lunged through the air toward her, and she glanced at you. At that moment, Zhaoka seemed to be stunned, as if he were already doomed. He gritted his teeth, trying to throw the knife in his hand toward her. Knife-throwing technique. She spun around, and her long, snake-like tongue slithered straight toward the knife in midair, narrowly dodging it. Her tongue then darted straight at Zhaoku, circling once before stabbing into his shoulder. Flesh and blood splattered as Zhaoku was knocked far back, his body crashing into the corpse of Wachao lying ahead, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Zhaoku kneeled, clutching his shoulder where a hole had been torn, and looked over at her, who was also kneeling, clutching her bleeding face. The knife-throwing technique worked. Luckily the knife threw first, forcing her to change her attack method. She clutched one side of her face, growling, all of you must die." She screamed, revealing one of her eyes impaled by the knife. Wang Zhong, who had been crawling on the floor, suddenly let out a pitiful scream. AAA. She swung her hand, and her fangs began to grow long. Zhaoku, seeing this, yelled in worry, "It's no good now." Suddenly, someone pulled his shoulder from behind. "Wait a minute. It's Wachao, she's still alive. You came here to die, but you might as well help me with something." Hesitating for a second, he glanced and asked, "How can I help?" She extended her hand and said, "Just extend your hand, aim straight at that bastard." Zhaoku reluctantly agreed, "Fine." At that moment, a black stamp appeared behind them, and a ball of energy manifested in Wachao's palm, shooting straight toward her. She raised her head, and the dark energy hit her, sending her flying back toward the door. There was a loud thud, and she tumbled to the ground, clutching her body as if it were being burned, screaming, "AAA, this fire is everywhere. If I were in my prime, I wouldn't be so unwilling." Crack! Her body suddenly charred, shattered, with fragments scattering across the floor. Wachao heard the sound of shattering and laughed, "It's a success." Zhao, standing next to her, also smiled, a sly grin on his face. Indeed. Swish, a sharp light flashed across, and he gripped her hand tightly, spinning around to stab a hole right through Chao's chest. She coughed up blood and shrieked, "You!" Zhao released his grip, letting her lifeless body fall to the ground, saying, "It's a man's world, the third party always benefits. Since the boss is dead, I'll discard the false disguise." Swish! He pulled the knife out of her body and looked up at the notice board, "Kill the postman Hei Kong K. You can either take a stamp from Hei Kong K's stamp book or continue with Hei Kong K's postal points." Swish! The stamp book flew out of her body just like the one from that guy Dong Zi. Looking at the stamps inside, Zhao gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. "No wonder she's an old hand. The special stamps have 8 pages, but unfortunately, they're all interrelated. Taking just one wouldn't be powerful. So, which one should I choose?" "I'll take this one." At that moment, a loud voice called out from outside, "Wang Zhong, Kong K." Zhao clicked his tongue in disbelief. How did they deal with the flower-bearing child so quickly? Zhao's pale, delicate hands swiftly freed the soul. He glanced out the door in silence, then whispered, "If someone's already here, I need to silence them quickly." To his surprise, he looked around in confusion. Where is everyone? Looking at the mess of flesh behind him, he silently wondered, where did Wang Zhong go? But just moments later, a noise came from upstairs. Zhao coldly watched the man crawling on the ground, dragging himself out. The man shouted loudly, "Wang Zhong Kong K, we've arrived." The young man's face turned pale as he calculated, "You've arrived, you cannot go outside." He then looked at Wu Chao, who was lying collapsed on the ground, deep in thought, thinking he needed to reorganize. The sky outside was gloomy, with 2 people strolling slowly, loudly calling, "Wang Zhong Kong K." Old Li frowned and reminded, "Stop yelling, we've already killed 2 of the flower children, but the others arriving will be a real hassle." Luan slowly coughed, "Achoo, achoo, achoo." Then he said, "But with the 4-direction Yang suppressing banner, we can still kill the flower children. The 2 of them have joined forces, but there's still no news, right?" Old Li narrowed his eyes, calculating, "Anyway, let's hurry there and see." The old man led Luan away, casually giving instructions. Suddenly, someone reached out and pushed open the bright red door. Old Li and Luan entered, but their expressions immediately became grim. Upon seeing the scene inside, Old Li sighed, "Ah, still a fish caught in the net." Wang Zhong, his body covered in blood, cried out in pain with every gasping breath, "Ugh, ugh, ugh." The short man, indifferent, said, "Forget it, let's hurry to the bridal chamber." Then both of them made up their minds and continued walking, leaving Wang Zhong behind, begging in agony, "AAA." He blankly stared with vacant, soulless eyes in the direction they had gone, angrily thinking to himself, "A wound like this and not a single word spoken? Do you even realize the situation you're in now? Old devil, don't go in there, come and save me quickly." However, the 2 of them had already reached the front door. Wang Zhong was once again filled with utter fear, harboring resentment as he schemed. "No, that bastard Zhao Ku is still waiting to kill me. I have to get Old Li's attention, only then can I survive." Luan slowly opened the door and stepped into the house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. He widened his eyes in shock, seeing the bright red ceremonial robe lying in a pool of blood, with Wu Chao motionless beside it. The short man's fearful voice rang out, "Kong K." He quickly reached out to check Wu Chao's breath, then scowled, warning Old Li behind him. "Old devil, you tell me. Old devil, you tell me. Old devil, you tell me." Clearly, the 2 of you teamed up, and now Kong K is dead. Where is Wang Zhong gone? Old Li sluggishly took out his smoking pipe, replying with a question of his own, "You're asking me? I'm still trying to ask you." Then, with determination, he turned away, leaving the short man bewildered, staring after him. The old man thought to himself, "Anyway, I already received the silent order earlier, now I have to leave quickly, or else the entire Bai family, those old devils and young demons, will show up soon." Suddenly, a small hand tightly grasped the almost lifeless arm of the old man. The shorty would not let Old Li go and, with a serious expression, demanded, "You must come with me to talk to Wang Zhong." Oldly seemed irritated, yanking his arm away and shouting loudly, "Talk about what? Take care of yourself first. Everything is in chaos now, you should leave as soon as possible." Halfway through his words, he sharply noticed something and squinted, looking down at Wang Zhong crawling up the stairs, gripping his leg like a lifeline. His face no longer resembled that of a human. The sounds he made were only meaningless, huff 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 huff. Oldly, irritated, immediately kicked him away, cursing, "Get lost." The large body of Wang Zhong slammed heavily onto the ground. Suddenly, a notification from Oldly appeared, reminder, postman Wang Zhong chooses to surrender. The condition is to take Wang Zhong alive out of the infinite space this time. The cost is half of Wang Zhong's postal points given to you, and you can freely select 4 of Wang Zhong's stamp books. Upon seeing this, Oldly's voice trembled. You are Wang Zhong?" Immediately, the dwarf rushed over to the motionless figure lying on the ground. The dwarf helped him up, anxiously asking, "What's wrong with you? How did you end up like this? Who killed He Kong K?" Wang Zhong could only make a strange sound. "Ah." His face was pale, and he struggled to warn. "Be careful." The dwarf asked in confusion, "Be careful of what?" But the dwarf immediately turned around. Unexpectedly, Oldly kicked Wang Zhong away, then summoned his pipe, angrily swinging it into the air. "How naive to kill someone in front of me." The pipe quickly transformed into a weapon, blocking the flying knife. The knife, propelled by the force, flew backward, making Oldly feel a sense of pride. "Humph." He then looked at them and said, "It's not safe here, hurry up and leave. We'll talk later." The dwarf immediately grabbed Wang Zhong by the collar. The short knife continued spinning in the air. Suddenly, it unleashed its power, performing a deadly knife-throwing technique, and rushed toward Oldly with a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Oldly lightly dodged, mocking with a sneer. "You think you can harm me?" The dwarf suddenly snapped, "What are you hiding from?" Oldly screamed in fear, "Don't!" The knife didn't strike Oldly, but it brilliantly ended Wang Zhong's life. The two of them stared blankly as Wang Zhong collapsed, blood spurting high into the air with every drop. Luan, angered, looked around and shouted, "Dong Zi, come out here. This knife-throwing technique is something only you know." Oldly stopped him, "Don't call for him anymore." Luan was stunned and confused. Why? He immediately got his answer. From a distance, Zhao Dongzi's figure appeared. His expression was unusual, his lifeless eyes beckoning them before he turned and walked inside. Luan cursed angrily at him, "You bastard." He seemed like he wanted to chase after Dongzi. Oldly quickly stopped him, calmly explaining, "He clearly wants to lead you there. The 4 directions game is about to start. Going there would only lead to one-way death." The old man hurried ahead, calling back to Luan, "Run while you still can. If Dongzi brings all the spirits from the back courtyard, it'll be a huge mess." Though Luan was furious, he could only scowl and spit out, "I'll definitely kill you when I get the chance." The once grand courtyard became eerily desolate in an instant. Zhaoka's triumphant voice echoed coldly, "The most dangerous place is indeed the safest place." He led the bride out of the room, casually toying with her head, coldly muttering to himself, "It's just that they went through a fierce battle that cost them quite a bit, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to chase after her. If I search the honeymoon suite, they'll definitely find me." Zhaoku extended his hand towards Wang Zhong while continuing to murmur, "But in the end, I still made the winning bet, so now it's time to reap the rewards, right? I've just spent too many postal points on those stamps, hoping I could replenish them from you." A thick cloud of black smoke poured out of Wang Zhong's body, hastily gathering around Zhaoka's notebook. The system notified, "You have received all the postal points from Wang Zhong, a total of 32 points. You now have 41 points." Zhaoka calmly closed the notebook, thinking to himself, "You, along with He Kong K, will join the collection in my stamp book." He then secretly placed the bride's head into a cloth bag, muttering, "I need to hurry to the meeting, don't want to raise any suspicion." Elsewhere, he was secretly eavesdropping, Dong Zi is definitely hiding something. He peeked out, innocently asking, "What are you guys talking about?" Fei-ma angrily scolded him, "Doggy Wang, where the hell have you been? Why are you only showing up now?" At that moment, he scratched his head and replied, I was slow. Also, I took the wrong road and ended up taking a wide detour." Fei-ma spat in disdain, "You're truly useless. Why didn't you just die on the way?" Zhaoke smiled foolishly and teased him, "If I were dead, what would you eat?" Everyone immediately grabbed food from Zhaoke's hands, the fresh aroma causing Fei-ma to laugh. "At least you're not completely useless." Old Li anxiously reminded them, "We need to hurry up, we can't waste any more time." Without hesitation, everyone worked together to open the heavy door. The light poured in, illuminating the gloomy space. The 5 men confidently strode forward, heading into a dense forest. Zhaoke, being slow, lagged behind, but suddenly he stopped in his tracks, frozen. Zhaoke felt a chill and whispered to himself, "Something's not right." Seeing him standing still, Old Li turned around to check, "Why did you stop?" "Hurry!" The old man seemed to have noticed something too. His face went pale and then turned green. His lips trembled, and in a panic, he shouted, "Run!" The old man quickly pushed forward, surprising the other men. "What? What's going on?" No one said a word, all of them hurriedly followed Old Li as they ran. Fei-ma furrowed his brows and asked, "Old Li, what on earth did you see that scared you so much?" Old Li kept running, his fear evident as he replied, "I just saw a pile of." And then, just as I looked, the system triggered a new mission. Mission 2, Leave the Underworld. Reminder, quickly take a detour to the inn in the underworld, 30 miles away. The innkeeper can help you leave the underworld, but first, you must get there and present him with something he finds satisfactory. Everyone understood and started running. Suddenly, Fei-ma's excitement surged as he spoke up, "Great, let's head east quickly." As soon as his foot hit the ground, the earth cracked open. Suddenly, they all stopped running, frozen in place, staring ahead. A curse escaped, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" In front of them, within the dark, shadowy bushes, hundreds of blood-red eyes were staring back at them. The strange monsters squinted, as if preparing to attack. They all charged forward in unison. Old Li and the others quickly huddled together with their backs to each other. The old man couldn't help but curse again, "Damn it, we're surrounded again. What I saw just now was these things." Suddenly, the old man pointed to a nearby tree. He suggested, "Hurry up to the front, or else if we're surrounded by these rats so many and so big everyone will die." Fei-ma stubbornly ignored him, unleashed his strength, and said, "Damn it, kill them, I'll start first." He slightly crouched down, then dashed forward, immediately sending a group of small rats flying far away. Old Li hurriedly said, "Follow Fei-ma," and so everyone began charging into the final battle with the stinky rats. Zhaoke was about to run after them when the cloth bag at his waist started shaking violently. A hoarse male voice mumbled, "Don't go up, don't go up, don't." Zhaoke gently lifted the torn bag. Inside was Kitchen Ghost Wang, who was trying to warn him. "While they're chasing your group, quickly find a spot, dig down, and bury yourself. Don't follow them, and don't think you'll escape." Zhaoke coldly asked, "Are you trying to deceive me? Isn't that just waiting for death?" Kitchen Ghost Wang, angered, hastily stopped him. "Right now, I only have one head with you. Do you think I can deceive you? Those rats are ghost rats from the underworld, so large and numerous, and after this, there will definitely be a Mouse King." He didn't respond, only silently watching the group as they blended into the rat swarm. Kitchen Ghost Wang continued, "Do you see enough over there? Ghost rats can't dig tunnels. Hide there, cover yourself with dirt, and wait until the rats move on." Zhaoke tightened the mouth of the bag, smiled faintly, and responded to the old man, "All right, I'll trust you this time." He then summoned his strength and leaped in another direction. Following the instructions of the Kitchen Ghost Wang, Zhaoke silently lay still in the mouth of the pit, and another rat was flung away. Old Li furrowed his brow and asked, "Aren't we missing someone?" The short old man kept his gaze fixed ahead and quickly answered, "Kiddo, the one who came with us, disappeared." Fema clenched his fist and growled, "Damn it, my token is still with him. This little bastard better not die." Oldly swung his pipe at another rat and advised him, "What's the point of talking nonsense? Worry about yourself first." The pipe suddenly blazed with fire. Oldly took a sip from the wine flask at his side, then blew the alcohol out forcefully, causing the flames to roar even higher and obliterating more than half of the rats in front of them. Fema reached out and crushed another rat, unable to hold back a compliment, "Nice kill." Inside the pit, Zhaoka's muttering echoed. No, looking at them, even the old rat king wouldn't be able to harm them. He lay down flat in frustration, speaking to himself, "After the rats finish off, maybe it'll be my turn. I have to think of a way." He said, "Let them die." A large flame erupted again, roasting the love rats. They were exhausted from the chase, but still achieved nothing. Oldly asked anxiously, "Do you feel something's off? Why aren't these rats heading upward?" The dwarf looked around warily and responded, "But they're not running away either. Instead, it seems like they're surrounding us." The rats, which seemed to have already perished, continued charging toward the area with living humans. The dwarf sighed and said, "These beasts seem to be waiting for something. Could it be that they have allies behind them?" The man, who had been silent until now, suddenly suggested to the dwarf, "Help me, protector." The dwarf immediately agreed, "All right." The man quickly sat down on the ground. Fema and Oldly kept watch beside him, while the dwarf stood guard in front. He took out a white cloth from somewhere and tied it around his eyes. His third eye on his forehead suddenly opened wide. It seemed as if it wanted to pierce through the souls of the rats to find the mastermind behind their attack. After a moment, he realized the issue, smiled faintly, and softly said, "I've found it. These rats, indeed, have a silver-backed rat on the other side, probably the leader." He pointed his finger, causing the crowd to flinch. Oldly's voice was low and grave, "We need to figure out how to deal with these beasts, or we'll be dead before long. No more hiding it, if you've got the skills, show them now." The man coldly replied, "If you help me capture the leader of the rats, I can kill them all." Oldly looked at him in astonishment. "If what you say is true," before you even finished speaking, Fema would have confidently agreed. "Fine, leave the rat leader to me." Everything was happening so quickly that Oldly was still in a daze. He shouted for Fema, "Fema, wait." But the battle-hungry man had already dashed off like the wind, excitedly shouting, "Kill them all." The pipe in his hand flared with flames. Oldly joined the fight once again, cursing loudly. These idiots, a breath of fire flying out to kill the rats. The old man proudly protected Fema's rear, and in the blink of an eye, the figures of the two blended into the sea of red flames. The short man gasped in admiration, "Fema is truly a devil." The man shot a displeased glance at the short one, saying, "Instead of admiring him, you'd better protect me. Only by surviving will you become stronger." On the notebook he had just opened, information about the sticker appeared: "Secret seal, empty space arrow consumes 25 postal points. The effect, once activated and locked, will cause the entire borrowing circle to dissolve. Note, this seal can only be used once, it will disappear once used." The man's hands quickly pressed together. He furrowed his brow and began casting a spell. Between his hands, a strange-looking seal briefly appeared. A bright purple arrow suddenly shot out from it. The rats below still looked up, waiting, careless of being caught. Annoyed, the man ordered the short man, "Protect me well, the rats are starting to move." The short man, standing beside him, studied the notebook and replied seriously, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden cage suddenly descended, enclosing them inside. Many electric sparks shot out, and several rats perished. Watching this scene, the man grinned wickedly, silently calculating, "Very good, the usage time is perfect. It seems that the damage from using this seal has been replenished." Then, there was a sensation, as if those purple spears were targeting the two men, Oldly, who were struggling to deal with the Mouse King. Each line of the man's thoughts continued, "I've killed them all, but it's no more than killing a Mouse King." Outside the chaotic battlefield, Zhaoka sprang up from the hole, his body radiating a glow. He murmured, "The time has come." The cloth bag at his side suddenly began to thrash as though trying to speak. Jiaoko, already holding 3 small knives, smiled faintly and ordered the kitchen demon Wang, "Silence." He glanced at the mouse corpses flying in all directions, and the blades in his hands suddenly glinted, blending with Jiaoko's deep, resonant voice, "If we don't strike now, are we just waiting to die later?" Thinking as he acted, Jiaoko immediately hurled the 3 knives at high speed. In the air, they seemed to merge, forming a protective barrier, shooting forward like an icy wave. In the stillness, they aimed for the person inside the golden cage. The man appeared oblivious, letting the blades approach his throat. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked behind, whispering triumphantly, "Finally, I've waited for you." It seemed that Jiaoko had merged with those knives. He broke into a cold sweat, and only then did he realize, this is bad. It's a trap. The man in the cage once again wielded his power, and his mouth quickly issued an order, "Shorty, make your move." The old shorty cooperated immediately, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. In an instant, a stream of black smoke shot up from the cracked earth. The old man ground his teeth and ordered, "Go out." It was unclear when, but Dong Zi had taken the opportunity to infiltrate the golden cage. The old shorty glared at him fiercely and shouted angrily, "Do you think we've never been on guard for your appearance?" Dong Zi only saw the empty, lifeless eyes of the short man glaring back at him. The old shorty, determined to strike, shouted a threat, "Die for me." The old man's powerful punch landed squarely on Dong Zi, but he made no attempt to dodge. The small hand of the short man dug deeply into Dong Zi's chest, and a wicked smile spread across his face. The old shorty suddenly realized in panic, "No, this isn't right, but it's too late." Dong Zi's body began to evolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. His furry body suddenly clutched tightly onto the bewildered old shorty, veins bulging on the old man's forehead as he struggled to endure and yelled loudly, "Is this your last trump card? Tu na ve." As his words finished, the sky suddenly radiated with a blinding golden glow. The man watched this scene with satisfaction. He sneered, "The outcome has already been decided." Jiaoko smiled from behind him and continued, "I think the same. He still holds that purple magic, but his body can't move." The man, filled with fear, thought, "What's happening? Why can't I move?" It turns out, Jiaoko had used the seal and turned him into his puppet. Jiaoko leaned in and whispered to him, "To make sure you were no longer alert, I wasted quite a bit of effort." Now a lost soul, the man panicked and cried out, "Shorty, shorty." But the old shorty was also struggling with Dong Zi. No matter how he resisted, it was futile. He stammered in confusion, "Your body. You're not Dong Zi." The final revelation caused Dong Zi to reveal his true identity, yet his expression grew even more pleased, though the reason was unclear. The old shorty quickly informed the man below, "Be careful, Dong Zi is problematic." What he didn't expect was that when he turned around, he saw Jiaoko casually waving at him, while the man below could only sit still. The man trembled in fear, his red eyes teary as he groaned, "Sorry, ZZ." He lowered his head, and an illusory arrow shot out from its position. The fur on the top of the slope exploded, leaving no armor behind. Fema swung his hand to knock a rat that was charging towards him aside, then irritably asked, "What's going on over there?" Oldley, who was busy performing his martial arts technique, also guessed, "It seems like they went too far and accidentally blew themselves up." Fema suddenly seemed a little embarrassed, "So what should we do now?" Oldley resolutely sparked a large flame and suggested to Fema, "Let's charge out." While the two of them were desperately running, the rats angrily chased after them. The whole swarm, darkening the sky, quickly followed the two men. In the smoke and dust of the large fire, the vague silhouette of a large pit slowly appeared. From the ground below, a pale white hand suddenly pierced through the earth, emerging. Jiaoko gently covered his mouth and coughed, with the charred body of a man beside him. Looking at the two people he had just killed, Jiaoko could not help but think with regret, "Such a pity, my bear coat got ruined just because I had to control that little man." He calmly opened his black notebook and murmured to himself, "But this stamp from Hei Kong K really does the job, though the conditions for use are a bit too much." On the blank paper, information about the stamp he had just used appeared. Special stamp. Demon Chanting Master. Collecting this stamp achieves precise control over actions, doubling the control capacity, granting special abilities, and the Devil's Blessing. It consumes 6 postal points, and once activated, it can control within a 2-meter radius, fixing the enemy's body in place while also making them act according to one's will. Note, if the enemy's strength increases, it may surpass yours, causing the Devil's Blessing to fail. The duration lasts for 12 hours. He forcefully slammed the notebook shut, tilted his head, and gazed at the hazy sky, pondering, should I go up and find a place to hide? Zhaoke kicked the charred corpse aside with force and casually bestowed a favor. All right, I'll spare you this time. Suddenly, a rat slowly crept up to him and lunged toward his handsome face. Zhaoke remained unfazed. Instead, he swiped the rat away with a punch, sending it flying, blood spilling out. He coldly said, with so many rats, if you don't die, at least you'll lose a few layers of skin. Now, I'll chase after you and help scatter your forces. Having done everything, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked confidently, muttering to himself, the Yin Yang Inn is 30 miles east, I need to hurry. Zhaoke suddenly squatted down, his hands resting on the grass. Another stamp was used. He thought to himself, although the bearskin jacket is damaged, at least there's still natural profit. His figure suddenly flickered in and out of view, while he arrogantly made his own decisions in his mind. Start. Deep into the dark forest, only Zhaoke was walking slowly. One hand held a long staff with something dangling from it, while the other grasped the head of the kitchen ghost Wang, examining it. He suddenly spoke, asking, Mr. Craze, why can't your brain be opened? The kitchen ghost Wang, pleased with himself, grinned and replied, without my consent, even if you chop it off, you can't take it away. Zhaoke lifted his head and venomously asked, aren't you afraid that I will chop you into pieces? The old man became even crazier, his terrifying grin widening as he answered, I'd become like this, why should I fear your threats? Zhaoke, enraged, gritted his teeth and wondered, I agreed to help you reincarnate, can't you say a few kind words to me? The kitchen ghost Wang recoiled in fear, but still remained tight-lipped, cautiously advising him, the only thing I can tell you is to take good care of the book I gave you. As for other things, think about how long you've been walking. Do you even have a sense of direction? Hearing that, Zhaoke's expression suddenly darkened a few shades. He looked around nervously, then muttered to himself, I've activated the natural prophet, my actions are no longer disturbed, how could I have traveled 40 miles? Why can't I see the sign for the Yin Yang Inn? Could it be that I've taken the wrong road? Maybe that's it, because all I can see now are trees and night shadows. A person and a donkey suddenly appeared, their diligent figure and the lifeless donkey looking rather strange. They slowly passed by where Zhaoke was standing. Zhaoke froze for a moment and thought, this person looks like something strange, surely he must know about the Yin Yang Inn. Taking a chance, he quietly asked the old man, do you know where the Yin Yang Inn is? Unexpectedly, the old man smiled and asked, so you need a transaction? Zhaoke was a bit confused, but he nodded to brush it off, muttering, transaction of what? The old man's hand stiffly released the reins of the donkey, and to Zhaoke's surprise, there was an old bell hanging on its neck along with 2 small signs, Yin Yang Inn. Zhaoke quickly understood the situation. Without a second thought, he took out some paper money and asked the old man, so when you talk about the Yin Yang Inn, it's you. If I give you this money, can you help me return to Earthly? The old man's eye sockets, devoid of eyes, stared intently into his face, and the aged head slightly shook. The old man responded, I don't need this. Zhaoke silently thought, what he means is that I have what he needs, but I haven't shown it yet. He reluctantly compromised and pulled out the black notebook. Everything he possessed, including the corpse, was laid bare before them both. Zhaoke calmly asked again, everything I have is here. Tell me, what is it you want? Unexpectedly, the old man drooled as if he were an idiot, extending his hand towards the items, muttering with delight, I need it, I need this. When the old man's sharp claws were nearly within reach, Zhaoke swiftly grabbed his hand. He questioned in confusion, this corpse isn't just one, why do you only need her? The old man pointed toward the cart being pulled by the donkey, answering blankly, "It's not for me, it's for them." On the tiny cart, numerous small figures could be faintly seen waving at them. They were laughing and talking joyfully, though every face was ashen. Xiaoke finally understood the situation, snapping the notebook shut and casting a quick glance at the old man. "The deal is that I exchange the corpse for you to take me back to the earthly realm, right?" A tiny figure above suddenly froze when it saw the body of Wichao. Xiaoke suddenly grinned maliciously, his strong arm gripping the stiff wrist. Without saying a word, he swung his hand, sending Wichao's body flying toward the carriage. The old man eagerly reached out to catch it, right? Wichao's corpse landed precisely in his bony hands. Still smiling brightly, the old man suddenly froze. His deep-set eyes trembled slightly, and he spoke in a low voice, "Something's wrong." It turns out Xiaoke quickly kept the jade bracelet from Wichao's hand. "He's acting innocent again." The old man asked, "What's wrong? Is something missing?" Xiaoke laughed joyfully, swinging the eye-catching jade bracelet in his hand. He spoke loudly, his tone provocative, "I still have to give a proper thank you." Everyone could see that the system had issued a notification. The label on the precious item read in blood and refined jade, with a special function. A special jade bracelet, dyed with in blood, can be used to carry various items over long periods and can transfer divine nourishing of the essence, aiding in long-term vitality. Special function 2, refining in blood and refined jade has a special effect of solidifying the medicine. After it is refined into powder, it can be condensed into one of the rare original materials. Note that in blood and refined jade have a very strong in energy, which is only suitable for women to wear. Although men can still experience the effect of nourishing and calming the spirit, prolonged use will lead to erectile dysfunction. The indifferent old man tossed Wichao's body to the ground, his gaze fixed on the bracelet. Xiaoke, still in high spirits, said, "If you hadn't realized that I could see, you might have missed something as valuable as this. Our previous agreement has been settled, the body has been delivered, so now you should take me out of here." Seeing the old man still refusing to comply, Xiaoke shamelessly added, "Even if you throw it away, it's still me who gave it to you first." He tightened his grip on the bracelet, lost in thought. It seemed that as long as the item wasn't placed in the stamp book, there would be no way to protect it when it was taken out. However, some things absolutely needed to be worn on the body for their effects to manifest. Across from him, the suspicious old man was muttering something to the donkey, causing the donkey to suddenly widen its glossy black eyes. It turned out the old man was speaking to the tiny people. After hearing him, they became extremely enraged and immediately began shouting, "We don't need the body, we don't need the body, we need that fraud's bracelet." The old man, as if his mission was over, stepped aside to make way for Zhao Ku. He moved forward and coldly told them, "We already discussed this clearly earlier, you yourselves said you needed a corpse." The group of Lilliputians began to chatter among themselves. A brave one stood up and suggested, "Aren't you supposed to return to Earthly? Give us the bracelet, and we'll take you back." Xiaoke still refused, disdainfully countering, "Then the price of the corpse, if you want the bracelet, you need to trade for something else." The one who had proposed the idea earlier angrily scolded him, "That thing isn't worth anything. Who needs the bracelet?" Xiaoke crossed his arms and smiled, looking as though he had everything figured out. So it proves that the bracelet is not just valuable for returning to Earthly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to conceal it like this. So, why don't you be a bit more generous and speak with some sincerity? Having said that, he quietly waited as the Lilliputians huddled together, discussing among themselves in a heated manner. Suddenly, one of them pointed at him and said, "We see that you still have something very special on your hand." One by one, the members of the group began to try persuading Zhao Ku, each with a different expression. They said, "We agree to take that special part and swap it for you." This coordination is completely unique, no one else can know it. The clothes you're wearing are actually just the inner armor of a battlesuit. If you can find the outer armor, you can use this coordination to reconstruct the battlesuit to its original form. This coordination has been improved by us, and no one else can achieve the same level of synergy. Zhao Ku caught the key point and tilted his head, calculating. battle suit, it seems to be the dark armor Fei Ma gave me, so it can still be fully completed. He then returned to his robe-like demeanor and questioned them. So, it seems this coordination, along with taking me back, actually has some significance. The little person joyfully exclaimed, "So, does that mean you've agreed?" Unexpectedly, he turned hostile and demanded, "Then I need 2 coordinations." One little person, so angry he crushed the wooden frame, yelled at him, "Why can't you take it? The others aren't much better either." Zhao sighed, casually tossing the ring into the air, then said, "Taking it from where would make your work faster?" The most short-tempered person in the group started to rise up, wanting to strike him, prompting those around him to try their best to stop him. He angrily cursed, "If you keep blocking me, I'll chop this bastard into pieces." The old man, who had been silent until now, saw the chaotic situation and felt compelled to offer advice. "Young man, perhaps you should not go too far. Just 1 coordination document in exchange for your bracelet, you're already not at a disadvantage." Seeing the old man's wrinkled hand pointing at him, Zhao disagreed. "But it's just a coordination. I still have to collect the materials myself." His expression darkened as he continued to explain, "Furthermore, who knows if they will sell the coordination to someone else? By then, this coordination might not be worth anything." He then glanced at the bracelet and sighed in frustration. The old man could only sweat and watch helplessly, while the small people around them were all seething with anger at this shameless behavior. The old man had no choice but to make a suggestion. "These people are grand masters, 1 coordination document can only be used once." Zhao was no less stubborn, exhaling sharply and countering, "They're all grand masters, yet they can only use 1 coordination? Is this grand master fake or what?" Upon hearing this, the small people were stunned. One of the more level-headed ones stepped forward, gritting their teeth and shouting, "Enough!" They said, "Take this." He took a card out of his pocket and made a deal with Zhao. "This is a token sufficient to summon us. We are giving you an opportunity to repair your coordination." Zhao hadn't expected them to go this far. As he reached out to grab the card, he sighed, "This is great." In the instant he tightened his grip on the card, the system displayed the information for the special stamp, the 5 Ghosts Exchange command. Special effect, consumes 1 postal point. After activating the 5 Ghosts Exchange command, it calls the 5 ghosts for another transaction. Note, the token can only call the 5 ghosts according to their promises or deals, and no other assistance can be provided. The angriest ghost simultaneously handed over a piece of paper, sternly speaking to him, "Add this coordination, and it's of no value anymore." Having achieved his goal, Zhao casually tossed the bracelet back to them. The 2 items of the transaction met midair, and his voice, now calm, echoed. "Done." A few affectionate and loving sounds rang out, and it felt as though the whole world turned pink in their eyes. Zhao, annoyed, interrupted, "I've said enough. If you have time later, you can study it yourselves." It turned out that the ghosts were overjoyed, hugging the jade bracelet. Zhao glanced at the old man and asked, "Should I be taken there?" Unexpectedly, the old man pointed behind him and said a sentence without beginning or end, "The sea of suffering is boundless, turn back and you will reach the shore." He coldly replied, "You don't mean to say that if I look back, I'll see the earthly realm right beneath my feet, do you?" The old man's hand lowered slightly, and he even let out a strange, devilish smile. Without saying another word, that aged hand forcefully shoved Zhao's shoulder. He was startled and fell backward, his solid back crashing loudly against the ground in another world. A loud explosion erupted, and the smoke and dust choked the air. Zhao was pushed somewhere, lying motionless among the thick earth. He could only widen his eyes in astonishment, while the system notified, "You have completed the task of breaking the cursed wedding, you can stay here for 10 days, or return to reality immediately." Immediately, he sprang to his feet, slightly opened his mouth, and took a deep breath. After exhaling forcefully, Zhao looked visibly refreshed, muttering to himself, "Damn, now this is the breath of life." Then his gaze met 2 heads lying limply on the ground over there. Zhao walked over leisurely, gently lifting the bride's head with his hand. And after carefully observing, he finally spoke, "It seems that I can indeed take you outside, but once we reach earthly, spirit will be able to. His expression briefly turned pensive, then he extended his hand to open the book, and a wisp of white smoke immediately escaped. After completing everything, Zhaoke smiled in satisfaction, his tone distant yet firm. Go ahead, both of you, it seems I've fulfilled my promise. As he turned to leave, he encountered a procession approaching, the sound of horns filling the air. Those in the rear were solemnly carrying a black coffin, while those in front played a mournful tune, and gold paper fluttered in the breeze, following the movement of the funeral procession. The papers were swept into the sky by the wind, creating an oddly melancholic scene. Suddenly, one of the bearers tripped on a stone by the roadside, causing half of those carrying the coffin to stumble and fall. The coffin tipped over, its corner hitting the ground with a loud thud in absolute taboo. Zhaoke, witnessing the entire scene, was left wide-eyed in shock. The person inside the coffin swayed with it. Finally, the black coffin lay flat on the cold ground. Zhaoke stood frozen for a moment, startled by the sight. Without a word, he charged into the procession, striding over to the coffin. A few people wearing white cloths looked panicked and irritated, shouting in unison, "Who is this kid? What is he doing?" I didn't expect him to lift the lid of the coffin, and no one could stop him. The groom inside looked as if he were peacefully sleeping, but his chest was soaked in blood. Zhaoke gently touched his body, then pulled his hand back. Looking at the blood that hadn't dried yet, he could make a conclusion: this is the wound I inflicted on the groom in the underworld. It seems you are him. In Zhaoke's memory, even as the groom's head drooped, he still didn't forget to give him a kind reminder. Faintly, Zhaoke recalled the groom's words in his memory: be careful. He silently evaluated: even though I caused your death, you still reminded me. Clearly, you were a good person. What a pity. After a pause, Zhaoke sighed, feeling guilty. Though I completed the task of stopping the wedding, it led to your death. I owe you a debt of gratitude. At last, the groom's family reacted. They pushed Zhaoke away forcefully and scolded him. What is this person doing? Why is he touching our family's coffin without reason? Then, the person hurriedly adjusted the groom's body, allowing Zhaoke to feel awkward. Sorry. I should leave. The two mourners could only focus on lifting the coffin, whispering to each other, don't delay any longer. Hurry up and bury him, we still need to go make rice wine. After everything was in order, one couldn't help but exclaim, this kid is truly pitiful. The man playing the horn also agreed, who says it's not true? He was sold by his family to a ghost wedding and still has to serve as a son-in-law. Others joined in the gossip. At first, I thought all he needed was a soul, but just a few days ago, he suddenly died. Meanwhile, the family who sold him was still at home, enjoying a banquet. Zhaoke had quietly slipped away, leaving behind a group of people lamenting the groom's fate. Hearing those words, his steps suddenly paused. Zhaoke unexpectedly turned around, revealing a sinister smile, both ghostly and indifferent. In the grandest capital city, the bright red tiles of the rooftops blended with the brilliant lanterns, creating a scene of immense grandeur. In a secluded villa, people dressed in luxurious attire were being warmly received by an elderly official. In a corner where no one could see, the old man coldly gave an order: today, all of you are distinguished guests. The food outside can wait for now. Go to the kitchen and tell them to quickly bring the food to the inner courtyard first. The steward immediately responded respectfully, rest assured, sir, I will go and hurry them right away. In an instant, the butler quickly ran off. He hurried into the kitchen and loudly praised, why does it smell so good? When did the chef's skills improve this much? After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped, startled. The pleasant aroma was still in the air, but when he looked around, he saw no one. He anxiously called out, what's going on? Why is there no one in the back kitchen? Unexpectedly, from the dark corner, Zhaoke's voice suddenly rang out, drawing the butler's attention. Because just having me is enough. Are you here to hurry up the food? Zhaoke was standing alone in the kitchen, the flames on the stove boiling vigorously, his gaze looking somewhat intimidating. The butler, suspicious, stepped forward and asked, where is Potmark Shang? Zhaoke quickly tossed the food into the pan, stirred it a few times, and then answered, Uncle Zhang said he saw you weren't feeling well and told me, his nephew, to step in and take over for a while. The pan in his hand was lifted up and carefully poured onto the plate. Then, Zhaoke's skillful hands gently rearranged the food. At the dining table, the two elderly people did not touch their chopsticks but merely stared blankly at one person. Father, mother, please eat, it's delicious, why aren't you eating? One of the people at the table arrogantly threw his chopsticks down and loudly announced, Let me tell you all, my older brother has entered the Bai family now, that's our blessing. The old father angrily scolded him, That's your brother's destiny. With a shameless expression, he sneered and retorted, Anyway, he's already buried, and you all agreed to it in the first place. While the heavy atmosphere still hung over the dining table, he unceremoniously stood up to scoop some soup, continuing to chat, Do you need me to say it? Our family no longer has to worry about food after eating. We have money now, who knows, maybe you can even get a wife. Where else do you find such happiness? The white bowl struck the table with a loud thud and was placed neatly in front of the father. The elderly couple didn't know what more to say, both sighed in unison. He glanced at them, and when he saw they had started to use their chopsticks, he smiled and said, Now that's more like it. He said, We just need to enjoy the blessings from now on. If not, then your brother's death will be in vain. The man quickly lifted the bowl of food. Without hesitation, he drank it all in one go. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Oh! Then his expression changed dramatically, becoming filled with extreme panic. Somehow, the sweet soup in his mouth had transformed into clumps of thick black hair. The atmosphere seemed to shift, and in his eyes, the only thing left was the image of the groom being taken away. The groom smiled sweetly, and from the corner of his eye, blood began to stream down in a crimson line. He whispered, How does my blood taste, dear? The younger brother trembled in fear. In a panic, he knocked the bowl of soup over, shouting loudly, AAA. Before the servants in the house, he collapsed heavily from his seat. The young master, once so carefree, now looked utterly miserable, with water still dripping from his mouth. The groom's malicious gaze continued to fixate on him. The younger brother shrank into a corner, muttering in a frenzy, You're not a ghost, you're a ghost. The father startled and jumped up, calling out loudly, What's happened to this child? The mother, seeing him trembling, anxiously said, He suddenly lost all sense and went crazy. The two quietly approached their son and softly asked, Son, what's wrong? When they were almost close enough to touch him, the trembling they had seen earlier disappeared. Instead, he changed his tone and mumbled, causing the couple to be terrified, Father, Mother, I'm fine. He lifted his head, and what met everyone's eyes were his hollow, pupil-less eyes, along with thick, congealed blood. In an instant, the red liquid soaked his entire body. The atmosphere immediately grew heavier. The distinguished guests were now locked outside, and the door remained tightly shut. They grumbled and discussed in discomfort. What's going on with the Bai family? Are they putting on a show? Why are they still locking the door at this hour? Suddenly, a handsome, lifeless man stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. A show? Is it this way? He reached out and pushed the door open, whispering, Let's go in and see if something's happened. The crowd caught a glimpse. Though the man wore a sinister expression, he still spoke with a tone full of sorrow. Oh my God, what's going on here? His steps gradually trembled, and he backed away. Immediately, without anyone giving the order, everyone turned and ran in a frenzy to escape. The thoughts of all were the same, the Bai family has met their retribution, the souls are seeking revenge. The golden door was still slightly ajar, and many streams of dark, malevolent energy poured out from it. Inside, the scene resembled a hellish nightmare. All the noble guests had either died from poisoning or were gasping for breath, lying sprawled on the tables. The three members of the Bai family were kneeling inside the house, their eyes streaming with crimson tears. Madam Bai begged in agony, I was wrong, I was wrong. The once joyous atmosphere instantly turned mournful. From outside the door, a bride dressed in red entered. She hummed a chilling tune, singing and dancing as she moved forward, Spring forest outside the storm, Where does the cry of the wounded come from? Self-explanation reveals guiltiness. She gently lifted the hem of her gown, spun her body in another direction, and continued to dance and sing. Only a fool would wait and watch. When the husband strikes, it's out of compassion. What hands are left to stand idly by? Sooner or later. Suddenly, the bride's eyes widened in panic as something pulled her back, causing her to fall backward. The desolate scene suddenly transformed into a majestic mountainous landscape. Zhaoko, playing the disgruntled bride, reached up to touch his neck and thought to himself, "Why does my throat hurt so much?" He glanced down for a moment, and in that brief instant, his expression changed back to that of Zhaoko, filled with anger and resentment. Damn that eunuch again. He stood up and adjusted his attire, bewildered as he muttered to himself, "When did I lose my memory?" Looking at his dazzling reflection in the water, Zhaoko breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least for now, I'm out here as a eunuch. If I were anyone else, it looks like the mission would be over. Even if I didn't agree, I'd probably be forced to undergo a psychological checkup. With that thought, Zhaoko scooped up some water and began removing his makeup. His delicate hand gently brushed across the surface of the lake, and he stood there, lost in thought, trying to recall what exactly this eunuch had done with his body. In the strange inn, voices echoed, waking everyone from their thoughts. "Honored guest, as per your request, we have focused on making a paper person just for you." The innkeeper happily introduced, "Everything is done according to your request, nothing has been missed, from the inside out. Just take a look at the body and then change the clothes." He said, "Apart from the paper, you are no different from them." Zhaoko, holding the model of the kitchen ghost Wang and Shuilan, nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Now, I just need to find a place to burn them, and Shuilan and Uncle Sandian can be freed." He turned around to leave, feeling a brief moment of reluctance. "Letting you reincarnate like this can be considered repaying some of the favor you did for me." Before he could step out the door, the shopkeeper suddenly spoke, "However, these paper people of yours might no longer be of any use." Zhaoko was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" The shopkeeper closed the cabinet door with a hand and smiled as he replied, "As for your age, I don't know. But these paper figures were made for a ghost marriage, something I did before. However, yesterday the Bai family was destroyed. Tell me, what use would these paper figures have now?" The old shopkeeper began to recall and narrate, "I heard that at the wedding banquet, everyone from the Bai family, even the seller of the boy, went mad, continuously apologizing to the groom. In the end, the entire Bai family was burned to the ground." Zhaoko glanced indifferently at the old shopkeeper. While he was tiredly continuing, he said, "As I said, this is the result of retribution." Zhaoko had quietly taken Shuilan away. The red flame flared up. The paper figure of Shuilan and the kitchen ghost Wang gradually disappeared into the sea of fire. Zhaoko whispered to himself, calculating, "It seems that the eunuch going outside has helped me take revenge on the groom. This time, my body will be the price, but it's fine. But what power do I have to drive someone mad?" No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he had no choice but to open the notebook. As soon as he looked inside, he vaguely guessed the story. Could it be? Seeing that the stamp was missing, Zhaoko exclaimed, "Sure enough, it was used." After all, it was a good deed, so Zhaoko could only sigh and close it, thinking that using it to repay a favor wasn't a bad deal. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Two hands firmly grasped Zhaoko's shoulders, and a decisive voice rang out, causing Zhaoko to freeze in fear, unable to move. "Enough, you owe us. It's not a loss." Behind him, Old Li and Fei Ma, with a sharp and intense look, were angrily gripping his shoulders. The guest behind broke into a sweat and turned around, only to find a pistol immediately pressed to his head. Old Li's cold voice rang out, "Don't move." Zhaoko warmly inquired, "I thought you didn't know how to use a gun." The old man coughed lightly, replying with a stern voice, "It's not comparable to a young man in good health. If injured, one still needs to use a bit of equipment." Suddenly, Fei Ma stepped forward and tightly grabbed his throat, threatening viciously, "Don't even think about returning to reality now. The process of returning requires an instant transformation into nothingness. As soon as your body begins to show signs of vanishing into nothingness, Old Lee will shoot. You wouldn't want to return to reality as a corpse, would you? Imagining that scene, Zhaoke's expression turned grim. Fei Ma circled around to the front, squeezed his face tightly, and growled, "In the underworld, when dealing with ghosts and spirits, the gun realm isn't needed, but to deal with you, one shot, one hole." Zhaoko, confused, asked, "So why haven't you shot yet? What's the reason?" Old Lee, growing impatient, said, "Enough, pay the 2 stamps first, and we'll send you back." Zhaoko stubbornly responded, "What if I don't pay?" Fei Ma immediately grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and threatened, "Don't you understand the situation yet? This isn't a negotiation. Your book stamps are still about 10 postal points short. Consider that the protection fee for you this time." He arrogantly continued speaking, his hand restlessly slapping Zhaoke's face a few times. "You should clarify what it means for the weak to become prey for the strong." Finally, Zhaoko sighed and spoke up, "The one who hasn't clarified anything is you." Fei Ma, not hearing clearly, asked again, "Huh?" At that moment, Old Lee's body suddenly froze. Fei Ma, staring in shock, saw the muzzle of the old man's gun slowly turn toward him and screamed in panic, "Don't!" A sweet shot pierced his head. Blood immediately erupted. Zhaoko remained cold and indifferent, his eyes now bright like stars, but with no focus. Fei Ma crashed heavily to the ground in front of Zhaoko, who casually remarked, "Looks like a single shot hit you right in the bullseye." Behind him, Old Lee was trembling in fear, but his body remained stiff. Zhaoko gently pointed to the ground, then mimicked a gun pointing at his own head, coldly laughing as he said, "You look up, puzzled, but Old Lee has turned into a wooden puppet. Now, the cold barrel is aimed at his head." Old Lee stuttered, "You." Unexpectedly, the smile on Zhaoke's face deepened, and he glared at him, saying, "Next, ask Dongzi." In the dark forest, the glaring blood splattered upwards, and Old Lee's gun fell from his hand, only for Zhaoko to catch it. He opened the book and studied it. It's a pity there is no Japanese armor to combine with knight armor. The information in the book suddenly had a new entry, special stamp Taishan Mountain. Effective while the muscles are still capable of transferring, greatly enhancing strength. Zhaoko remarked with interest, "I didn't expect that Old Lee Han's skill wasn't based on the stamp, but on himself." The result is just as expected. On the next page, another stamp was recorded. Common stamp Titanium multipurpose stick. This baton has many uses such as assembling extension spells, spreading flame with a cord. The craftsman used materials from a terrifying space, only differing from the sacred golden treasure. After reading, Zhaoko decisively closed the book. He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and murmured, "This is how the weak nurture the strong, you too." A bottle of gasoline with a strong pungent smell was poured out. Zhaoko lit a match again. He threw everything onto the ground, his voice also becoming faint and muffled by the strong wind. "We return to dust, earth returns to earth, farewell the underworld." The 2 lives gradually faded away, leaving only a large flame burning everything. In the corner, a black coffin stood silently on its own. The coffin lid stirred. A man slowly stepped out and closed the door. The clock glowed brightly, striking 11:35. Zhaoko slipped his hands into his pockets and walked alone. He reached for the cardboard box in front of him, and as soon as his fingers touched it, the outer layer of paper disintegrated, gradually revealing the contents inside. The notebook automatically opened, and a notification appeared. "Postal points accumulated exceeded 60 points, authority upgraded. You may now use book stamps to enter the ghost market for transactions." Zhaoko found the notion of the ghost market intriguing. A fresh white sheet of paper fluttered gently in the breeze. Zhaoko made up his mind, lightly tapping the box with his hand, silently hoping, "I hope the one delivering can carry out the power transaction." As he lifted the lid, a blinding light radiated from within. A number of new stamps appeared. First, the stamp with the image of Butler by 2 postal points. Zhaoko pondered for a moment. Next comes the by family's demonic stamp. 3 postal points. Zhaoko's interest grew, and his expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect there to be a stamp featuring Chef Wang and Trey Lan. A whole 14 postal points. Zhaoku was also startled by this number, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Wow, is it really that much? I can't believe it was worth sneaking that madman's body away." After admiring it, he carefully tucked it away and happily murmured to himself. To his surprise, not only could killing people earn him a reward, but doing good deeds could also lead to a stamp. It was truly an unexpected joy. Zhaoku smiled slightly as he recalled this, but after the 14 postal points, there were even more valuable things to be had. Although his eyes suddenly reddened strangely, his hand was now emanating a peculiar purple glow. Zhaoku spoke solemnly, "So it's really you." In his hand was an enchanting purple stamp, upon which was an image of a bride. She gently reached out to lift the bridal veil, her slender fingers suddenly reaching forward. They softly caressed Zhaoku's face, and his eyes began to lose focus. The bride pressed her bright red lips against him, and her seductive hands suddenly stiffened. Zhaoku abruptly snapped out of his trance, startled, and flung the stamp away. The bride also flew away in pain, and the book was summoned once more. Zhaoku showed no mercy as he slammed the book into the bride's face, loudly commanding, "Go away." Instantly, she was sucked into the book. Yet, she still struggled to extend her long arms toward Zhaoku. But in the end, she still had to succumb to the power of the stamp. After a brief struggle, she obediently disappeared. Zhaoku, who had just escaped death, was still a bit fearful. He looked at the stamp and carefully read the annotation. Special stamp: the bride who collects this stamp gains the ability to charm demons, temporarily enchanting the mind of the opponent. Note, if the opponent has an extremely strong will or cognitive abilities, the demonic enchantment will fail. You may be devoured, unless you have at least 3 postal points. If you have insufficient postal points, you will be devoured. Receiving spiritual damage. Special ability 1, Soul Technique consumes 1 postal point to activate. The tongue has the power to sever the opponent's life and transform it into a life sphere. Note that the target of the Soul Technique must be in a state where they cannot resist. Duration, 1 minute. Special ability 2, your power is insufficient to view the second special ability. You must enhance your abilities or meet the conditions to use the second special ability. Warning, the special stamp bride demon may be bitten back. Please do not recklessly use the stamp book. Zhaoku firmly closed the book, then raised his hand and issued a command to retrieve it. After the book disappeared, Zhaoku finally had the chance to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself, this stamp is indeed very powerful, but this reversal is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the box was empty. Zhaoku suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. It seemed like there was nothing left inside, not as much as the last time. What a disgrace! He sat down and remembered that Wang Zhong had been killed. At least he had managed to get Wang Zhong's postal point, otherwise, this time he would have lost. No wonder that man had said at the beginning that the postal point was the foundation of a postman. Zhaoku pondered quietly to himself, and it seemed that from now on, as he propped his chin up, he suddenly sat up straight, incredulously asking, "Huh?" Outside, a luxury car pulled up in front of the house, and a man was helping the old man out, gently saying, "Dad, this is the place." While carefully supporting the old man, the man comforted him, saying, "The master here will definitely make the dish you want." Yet the old man still had tears in his eyes, adamantly insisting, "It's not as easy as that." As father and son entered, they saw Zhaoku wearing an apron, adjusting his guitar, and standing by the clock, the hands exactly at midnight. Zhaoku raised the knife, cut through the air, and greeted them with a welcoming smile, "Welcome." The knife swiftly glided through the moist fish flesh. Zhaoku, with professionalism, seasoned the dish in the pan. Once done, he covered it with a lid, turned around, and brought the dish to the table, arranging it carefully. Politely, he said, "I'm sorry for making you wait." Then, with a cheerful demeanor, he lifted the lid and introduced grilled fish. The dish, emitting steam, was incredibly appealing, with a bright golden orange color that shimmered, accompanied by an irresistible aroma. Both father and son were stunned by the sight. Zhaoko, pleased by their reactions, turned to them and said, "Please, enjoy." The man, smiling, invited his father, "Dad, please try it." The elderly man, his hands trembling, picked up a piece of fish, slowly placed it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. A tear suddenly fell onto the tray below. Overcome with emotion, he whispered, "It tastes just like this." He then quickly turned, shoved the chopsticks into his son's hand, and said urgently, "Hurry, try it. This is the same taste as the fish your mother made back then." The man could only respond, "Yes, yes." The old man looked at his son eating with a kind expression, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he began to tell stories of the past. "Your mother left us too early. I can no longer even remember what she looked like. I always thought there must be something that would let you know just how good she was, and I've finally found it." With that, the old man broke into tears. The man, trembling with emotion, responded to his father, "Now, at least I can. I can rest easy." The man shed tears and ate heartily. He choked up as he said, "I know, I've always known how good she was." In the kitchen, Zhaoku, satisfied, lit a cigarette. He gently traced a trail of smoke in the air, his mind drifting as he pondered, good food can always touch the heart. Outside, in the dark night, a sports car waited. The man shook Zhaoku's hand solemnly and respectfully said with sincere gratitude, Thank you for helping my father fulfill his final wish." As he got into the car, he waved his hand, calling out loudly, "Thank you." Zhaoku quietly watched the father and son leave. He stood there in a daze, thinking to himself, how long has it been since I felt this way? Could being a postman actually help improve my cooking skills? Then he turned around and looked back at the leftover food, rubbing his chin as he pondered, isn't it true that this guest must have brought some unusual ingredients? Finally, Zhaoku entered the house. He went up to the table, summoned a notebook, and muttered as he calculated, if there's still this much left over, maybe I should just store it away. Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, here it is, another small notebook that appeared from within." Zhaoku carefully picked it up and recalled, this was given to me by Mr. Craze. He opened the notebook, only to find each page completely blank. Zhaoku flipped through the pages and thought, could it be that the creation of truly outstanding food reveals everything in its original form? No wonder Mr. Craze told me to keep it safe. Grasp the soul of all things, place the soul into the pot. He suddenly realized that this technique seemed not only to be for cooking, but another power was emerging. The sky I pierced through the soul of all things, reading all of heaven and earth. Zhaoku assessed this technique and thought it might actually be quite useful. However, his eyes widened and narrowed as he stared at the notebook and exclaimed loudly, this sky I needs to leave home and join a religion. He said, it takes 3 blinks of the eyes to reach this level of cultivation. Then, you must find a place with clear water and green mountains, and stay there for 3 years. Imagining this, he waved his hand in refusal. Can't do it, can't do it. Then Zhaoku stroked his chin, thinking to himself, however, as long as I prepare a place with the 4 symbols mountains, forests, rivers, and people where all 4 types of atmospheres are present, I can carve out all things in this formation and cultivate. Finally, he made up his mind, closed the book, and muttered to himself, after this, I'll go to the ghost market to see if I can cultivate the sky eye. Then, before taking on the next mission, I'll see if I can succeed in cultivating it. A beam of green light suddenly was drawn into a stamp. He murmured, but before that. Zhaoku stared intently at the paper inside, it was a business card from a doctor. He continued, I must visit Dr. Wang first. The next morning, he appeared promptly at the hospital. During the psychological consultation, the area outside the clinic was already crowded with people, even though it was early in the morning. Zhaoku calmly pushed the door open and walked in. Long silently sighed, I never expected to return to this place. He walked straight to the reception desk. The female receptionist hesitated and asked, Excuse me, may I ask if you have an appointment? He took out his business card and replied, I am Zhaoku. At this moment, the receptionist comfortably told him, Dr. Wang has mentioned you. You can go directly to her office to find her. Zhaoku quickly walked ahead. The receptionist, seeing this, thoughtfully added, however, it seems she is currently with someone else. You might have to wait for a bit. He glanced back, confused, thinking, someone else. With swift steps, Zhao continued walking. After a short distance, he encountered a man sitting quietly, waiting outside the clinic door. He didn't pay much attention and walked past the man. The man blinked and watched him, his eyes flashing with a hint of suspicion and malice. Just as Zhao was about to knock on the door, the man unexpectedly spoke up, "There's someone inside, please wait a moment." "The person inside hasn't come out yet. You can sit and wait." Zhao hesitated for a moment, but then decided not to knock. The man extended his hand towards him, trying to smile politely, and introduced himself, "I am Zhang Ziyang, the director of the Loyal Customer Service Department at XINTI. Our company has many excellent managers across various sectors such as finance, insurance, and stock investments. If you're interested, we could get to know each other." Zhao silently looked at the friendly hand, and finally, he took it and said, "Zhao." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ziyang cheerfully said, "Chef Zhao, it's an honor, an honor." Zhao was briefly taken aback and asked him in doubt, "How do you know?" Zhang Ziyang slowly explained, "You're a chef. It's very simple. Although you don't smell like a chef or fried oil, your hands have betrayed you." Zhao eyes darkened slightly, and he fell silent, then brought his own hand up to examine it, much to Zhang Ziyang's amusement. Zhang Ziyang suddenly burst out laughing, Moreover, I not only know you're a chef, I also know." He covered his face, which was contorted with amusement, and said in a low voice, exposing Zhao, "You've killed someone." Zhao expression darkened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure, sighed, and immediately put on a panicked look, waving his hands in denial. "This joke shouldn't be taken seriously. I see you've come for psychological therapy, don't tell me it's some kind of delusional disorder." Zhang Ziyang continued, "The look in your eyes just now didn't fool me. Not only have you killed someone, but it wasn't just one person." He pushed himself up with his hands, his frail body swaying unsteadily as he made his way toward Zhao. In a soft voice, he comforted, "But don't worry, it's just killing someone, right?" His hand gently rested on Zhao's shoulder. Zhang Ziyang leaned in close to Zhao's ear and whispered to Yan Xian, "I've killed two, just last night." Zhao's body suddenly swayed as if about to collapse. Zhang Ziyang, still grinning, proudly boasted, "It was last night that I killed hundreds of millions." He burst into loud laughter again, "Hundreds of millions more than you, haha." At that moment, the doctor opened the door and stepped out. His mother hurried over to him, softly chiding, "You're having another episode, you really can't go a moment without causing trouble." Zhang Ziyang unexpectedly covered his mother's mouth with his hand and sternly cautioned, Don't talk, it's dangerous here, don't talk." Dr. Wang rubbed his chin and began, "I'll discuss the treatment options, you can consider them. The medication can temporarily control his condition, but it may also worsen his illness. So, if possible, it's better to take him to the hospital for treatment." Zhao helplessly watched as Zhang Ziyang continued to struggle, almost on the verge of tears. Dr. Wang, noticing his presence, happily approached him with a smile, saying, "You've finally arrived." Her slender hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhao's hand, causing him to pause. Ignoring Zhang Ziyang and his mother outside, Dr. Wang eagerly pulled Zhao along, warmly introducing, "Come with me. I happen to have a few things here that could help you." Zhao seemed to remain doubtful, glancing back at the man as they walked. It wasn't until they had entered the room that Dr. Wang gently closed the door behind them. Zhang Ziyang continued talking incessantly. Through the small crack in the door, it almost seemed like Zhang Ziyang was wearing a smug smile. Meanwhile, Dr. Wang silently tightened her grip. Dr. Wang led him to a seat while Zhao stood coldly, watching. She carefully inspected the chair before speaking, "You've made it here, it seems like you've chosen to trust the doctor after all." Zhao still seemed skeptical and immediately tried to probe her, "The person just now was." Dr. Wang answered, "You mean the one earlier? That was Zhang Ziyang. He's a department head in charge of client services at a bank, a very outstanding employee, unlike you. His condition is being triggered here. As she spoke, she raised her hand, signaling at the top of her head. Zhao asked again, was it triggered? Dr. Wang responded, what could have triggered it? Was he cuckolded? Dr. Wang continued arranging the chairs and tables, casually adding, originally, his wife wanted to hide it from him, but he has more observational skills than you. Not only did he notice her going out and causing trouble, he even found out she had an abortion. At this point, Dr. Wang had walked over to a large medicine cabinet and was focused on finding something. She then picked up a bottle of medicine. Zhao tilted his head, puzzled, poison in the eyes? She quickly brought out the prescription along with the yellow bottle she had earlier. The conversation continued to revolve around a man named Zhang Ziyang, and how he eventually went mad. Zhao, recalling his behavior, broke into a cold sweat, filled with doubt. Is he really insane? Suddenly, the yellow bottle was brought up close to Zhao's face. Dr. Wang interrupted his thoughts and gently explained, this medicine is a new formulation made domestically. Its effectiveness has been tested, and it's proven to be very good. Holding the bottle, Zhao was momentarily distracted. He turned the bottle around in his hand, cleared his throat, and asked, effective, you say? Doesn't that mean? Will it harm us a lot? His face suddenly hardened, and his sharp red eyes glanced at Dr. Wang as if trying to see through her. Upon hearing these words, Dr. Wang's body stiffened, her eyes widening as she stared at Zhao. Her legs subtly shifted, taking small steps backward. Instantly, Zhao grabbed her hand. The two immediately struggled, and the tray of medicine was knocked to the floor. Dr. Wang broke into a sweat as Zhao whispered into her ear, don't be nervous. Suddenly, he stuck out his bright red tongue and gently licked her earring. A look of fear mixed with disgust appeared on Dr. Wang's face. Zhao remained calm, dangerously speaking, I will take the medicine. Unexpectedly, his body suddenly seemed to fall into an illusion, as a dazzling bolt of lightning struck the ground. Around him, vines grew thickly, blocking the way, and not far off was a sturdy iron gate. Zhao found himself alone in front of a strange building, having been brought here without realizing it. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his head. Zhao looked around in confusion, saying, this? Where is this? He suddenly turned in another direction, his eyes meeting the figure of a person peeking behind the iron gate. The silhouette of a young girl suddenly turned and ran inside. Zhao, in panic, shouted, don't go. He jumped up, grabbing the iron bar of the gate as if he wanted to climb in. Indeed, he did. Zhao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I want to climb up. Looking at the simple and gloomy scene, Zhao suddenly recognized the orphanage. His deep blue eyes suddenly lit up, and his memories seemed to return to that day, his mind filled with shock. It's you, this is. In front of him, the figures of countless people appeared, all kinds of people, but their shapes were still his own. Their shadows gradually became more blurry, indistinguishable from the real ones. His pale hand tightened fiercely around the gate's bars. Zhao panicked and shouted, stop, don't go in there. He struggled to stop them, yelling threats, don't come back, damn it. Zhao cursed, damn it. Then he frantically swung his fist at the iron gate. The donjon gate wasn't light, but it wobbled and creaked. Zhao stared wide-eyed in panic as he looked inside, afraid, stepping back with each step, his body stiff and muttering, no. Then Zhao gritted his teeth again, angrily hissing, gone. The desolate scene gradually merged, and his gaze could no longer focus on anything. His steps began to stagger as he stumbled backward, suddenly tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground. Unexpectedly, a sweet voice from behind him snapped him out of the nightmare. Hey, brother, the little girl who had just run off earlier suddenly smiled and approached Zhao. She looked like a piece of sweet candy, gently asking him, what's wrong with you? Zhao glanced at the girl, his voice cold as he asked, you are the little girl from before. The girl, still unaware of any hostility from him, casually took his hand and replied, I'm Lei Mu. Zhao angrily pulled his hand away, his face darkening as he scolded her, Lei Mu, what kind of name is that? Stay away from me. With that, he coldly turned and walked away. Lei Mu watched him, muttering to herself, looks like he doesn't like Lei Mu. Is there something wrong with Lei Mu? The little girl shyly touched the cloth on her head. It suddenly shifted slightly backward, and she softly called out, "Sister." A deep, muffled woman's voice came from behind, comforting her, "No, you're doing great. He will like you." Upon hearing this, Lei Mu lowered the red cloth from her head. The same voice continued to speak, but now it came from the terrifying face just above Lei Mu's head. The foolish monster said, "He will definitely like you." Lei Mu walked alone, leaving behind the pitch-black scene. The countdown on the alarm clock had run out, and it began to ring loudly. Dr. Wang reached out to turn it off. She looked at Zhao Ke, who was fast asleep on the chair, and softly murmured, "He's already sleeping so soundly." Then she checked his pulse, silently thinking to herself, "But the pulse is getting weaker." As if she had made up her mind, Dr. Wang nervously glanced at the medicine cabinet and thought, "It's time." She quickly approached it. A syringe was taken from the container. Holding the needle, Dr. Wang made up her mind to test it. "Let's see if it works." She stepped forward with determination, the syringe in her hand slightly leaking. But her hand still trembled when she was about to inject it into Zhao Ke. His hand suddenly clenched around her wrist, and Zhao Ke's eyes snapped open. Dr. Wang staggered back in fear. Zhao Ke unexpectedly squeezed her throat, pulling her closer to him, his voice cold as he demanded, "What have you done?" Before Dr. Wang could answer, his other hand grasped the one holding the syringe and slowly brought it toward his charming face. The needle was almost touching his eye, and Dr. Wang was so terrified that tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Ke still had a serious expression as he asked, "I need an explanation." However, Dr. Wang had no choice but to shut his eyes tightly, and in a panic, he exclaimed, "No, it's not me, it's you." Zhao Ke turned his face once more, giving a strange smile as he said, "It was you who made me do this." Zhao Ke sat leisurely, holding a bottle of medicine in his hand, offering one final assurance, "I will definitely take the medicine." People who are about to die often become more virtuous. Upon hearing this, Wang Na couldn't help but ask in shock, "Are you about to die?" But Zhao Ke suddenly leaned in closer, placed a finger on her lips, and reiterated, "It's not me." He squeezed her chin, his expression mysterious as he continued, "It's us." Wang Na stammered, unable to speak. You all." At that moment, she suddenly jolted, then quickly pushed Zhao Ke away. Wang Na hurriedly asked, "Your 7 personalities have already dissipated, right?" Zhao Ke casually returned to sit on the chair and said, as expected of a psychologist, "It's so easy for you to free yourself from my influence." Wang Na asked seriously, "Were you influencing me just now?" Zhao Ke smirked, his gaze filled with mystery. "That's not important. What matters is that when we disappear, something new will appear." He stared at the vial in his hand intently before speaking again. "After we dissolve, we need him to develop an even deeper personality. This personality is that of a little girl, one who is adored by everyone she meets. So after you drink this medicine, you must let him fall into a deep sleep, then find a way to implant a piece of information into his subconscious." Wang Na immediately objected, "This goes against my professional principles." But Zhao Ke insisted, "You will help me." Wang Na continued to vehemently oppose, "No way, I." A wave of black energy slowly spread towards Wang Na, and in her clear eyes, focus was immediately lost. Zhao Ke remained seated, a strange smile on his face, as the ghostly bride behind him continued to radiate power. Wang Na, now under control, no longer knew what was happening, and she immediately agreed to his request, "I will help you." Then, Wang Na herself injected the medicine into Zhao Ke. Watching the video, the entire process unfolded just as described. At this moment, Wang Na turned to Zhao Ke and explained, "It's true that you requested it. Moreover, I don't even know why I agreed. There's this feeling of something controlling me." Zhao Ke showed no unusual expression, only looking at the object in his hand and saying, "It seems you were enchanted by that ghost stamp at the time." He took out a syringe and asked, "What is this?" Inside the syringe was a beautiful blue liquid. Wang Na replied, the latest drug, the Loi Sample 3 is an experimental drug. After injection, it will make your senses 4 times stronger, but the catalyst will also be amplified, and it could leave very strong side effects later. It will help me enter your mind more easily. She tried to justify, look, I'm really not doing this on purpose. Besides, you currently have 7 split personalities, and once you switch to one, it's hard to tell which one you're in. Zhaoke looked at the syringe in his hand, pondering, it seems you're not in such a simple situation, wanting me to be your test subject. Wang Na handed over a file and took the initiative to propose, what is it really like when you turn into a different personality? Can you tell me? I'll rewrite the entire plan, and in the end, having just one personality left might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Zhaoke furrowed his brow, losing patience, don't you understand yet? I hate being controlled. No one expected that on the rooftop of the tall building, a figure would drop from above. Zhaoke, at this moment, casually walked out, his face unclear of his emotions as he reflected on the conversation. Once you've handled the evaluation, take my plan, get another needle. Who knows, it might help. At least it would save me some breath. At that moment, the body hit the ground, and a scene of bloodshed unfolded. Everyone around was immediately drawn to the sight. Quick, look, someone jumped off the building. At a CAF, a voice of regret was heard, so, this information is useless now. Zhaoke sat drinking coffee while reviewing a thick stack of documents. He leisurely savored his coffee, his eyes still glued to the papers. However, as the coffee was nearing his lips, Zhaoke suddenly froze, spilling a little coffee. His eyes widened in shock, and a voice reached him, I'm sorry, brother. Zhaoke instinctively slammed the coffee cup onto the table. Leimu appeared, urgently saying, brother, I still need to drink this. Zhaoke's hand trembled uncontrollably, and he held it with his other hand, struggling to steady himself. He thought to himself, the 7 people were gone, but this felt even more troublesome. The coffee cup was brought close to his lips, and he sighed in relief, I can't control myself, but this is completely a body with me. Leimu cheerfully spoke beside him, brother, I want some candy. Zhaoke looked at her with confusion, do we share the same senses? And at the same time? He also realized, I can feel her, and she can feel me. I can even tell when she's controlling me. Leimu eagerly looked at Zhaoke, and with no other choice, she said to the staff, excuse me, could you add one more cup? Leimu finally got her coffee, and in just a short while, she had already ordered nearly a dozen cups. Zhaoke pushed his coffee cup aside and asked, tell me, where did your brother and sister go? Zhaoke drank his coffee, and the two of them resonated, so Leimu could also enjoy it. The girl answered, they said they needed to rest for a while, but I really don't know why. Zhaoke asked further, then when did you appear? Leimu innocently replied, she said I appeared when you started sleeping, in the coffin. Zhaoke looked at her and asked again, you mean to say that I've been asleep for 3 years and you've been around since then? How long have you been active? Leimu, in a completely innocent and playful manner, said, I can play for 6 hours a day, but she said children need to rest well, so for the rest of the time, I sleep very obediently. Zhaoke leaned back in his chair, sighed in relief, and thought, lucky in misfortune, at least I still have most of my time free. He took the documents and left, thinking, that's enough to understand. I have to go back now. As he stepped out the door, Leimu spoke up, brother, why don't you just kill her? I hate her. Zhaoke, upon hearing this, immediately asked, are you talking about Wang Na? The girl confirmed, yes, that's right. Zhaoke's steps paused beside the trash bin. Without any hesitation, he tore the document in his hand and explained, of course, because I can't kill her. Everyone saw me enter her office. If something were to happen to her, I couldn't just leave. He decisively tossed all the paper scraps into the bin and continued, but, at least I've destroyed her in a way. That's enough revenge. It's time for Ghost Market. Zhaoke looked at the strange scenes unfolding before him and wondered, is this Ghost Market? A dark, mystical aura surrounded his body. Curiosity rose within him. Is this for disguise? Zhaoko glanced at the shadowy figures ahead, assessing them. No wonder they're called ghost assistants. They make humans and ghosts look the same, and they can even fly like spirits. Zhaoko hovered in midair, and then he heard a commotion behind him. Quick, quick, quick! There's someone over there selling something. The group of people immediately turned away, catching Zhaoko's attention. They quickly gathered in one spot, ready to sell. Zhaoko couldn't resist and followed them. Let's go see what it is. A stamp appeared in the air. This was a special stamp, a black hollow pattern stamp, capable of summoning a mother worm. Every 5 minutes, a baby worm would be born, and every hour, 1 postal point would be consumed. It required a corpse to provide food for the worms. Before long, people began shouting and competing with each other. I'll buy 20. I'll buy 25. I'll take 34. Zhaoko understood, it was for sale. A voice came from behind him. Why is this thing selling so easily? My stamp was gone in half an hour, and there was no one left. Zhaoko instinctively glanced at them and saw 2 people arguing, trying to pull each other along. What's your stuff? Don't even talk about half an hour, even if it's been an hour, there's still some left in my stamp book. I don't believe it. Zhaoko observed the book in his hands, thinking to himself, it seems that the business model in this stamp book is limited to just half an hour. Ever since the previous battle with Fei Ma in the space, the postman had struggled. A stamp either couldn't form a pair or was difficult to use in such a space, and if one wasn't careful, they could lose their life. It was best to always have an escape route. This won't do. Zhaoko quickly flipped through the book in his hands, and soon many stamps appeared. The new item had just appeared, and the crowd immediately scrambled to bid. Shuebao, I'll take it, I'll offer 30 postal points. 30? You dare to open your mouth? I'll bid 35. I'll take this strong light shield for 32. I said 32, and it's 32. Upon observing, Zhaoko quickly noticed something strange. Something's not right. He flipped through his book, focusing to analyze. From the data, it's clear that Taishan Mountain is the best. Why is no one bidding for it? A notification popped up. Shuebao, strong light shield has been sold successfully. Zhaoko immediately grew suspicious. What are you all waiting for? For the business transaction, the remaining time displayed 10 seconds, 10, 0, 0. Zhaoko decisively closed his book, feeling intrigued as he murmured to himself, I want to see if you all can handle my Taishan Mountain. The remaining time went from 9:55 to 9:54, and at that moment, the players finally began to react. One of them bid 45 points. Zhaoko excitedly thought to himself, here we go. With 9:52 left, the bidding war ignited. The crowd immediately began raising their bids, 50, 53, 57, 60, 63, 65. Zhaoko looked up at the Taishan Mountain stamp and couldn't help but acknowledge that it was indeed quite impressive. From behind, a voice filled with annoyance could be heard, damn it, these people are really gathering together. Do you see anyone talking about other transactions nearby? Even precious documents are being sold off. It turned out that the people behind Zhaoko were arguing. Seeing the expression on the other person's face, the speaker laughed and explained, haha, that's Taishan Mountain. I've heard that not only can it be seen at the summit, but it can also be assembled into a golden wind altar stamp. He couldn't help but sneer, go away. That's just nonsense. That golden stamp has been around for years and no one has seen it, let alone without the compilation list, getting it would be useless. Zhaoko thought to himself, original record of integration, it seems that the thing that idiot gave me is very important. Moreover, does that stamp really have a golden version? Leaning in a little closer to listen, Zhaoko quietly moved in. The 2 people continued to gossip. You're right, the golden one is indeed hard to obtain, but silver isn't a problem. There are several compiled versions of the Taishan Mountain listing, and depending on the stroke of the brush from the entire team, a silver stamp can easily be made without any issue. The other person hadn't even had a chance to respond when my friend exclaimed in astonishment, quick, look. We've already surpassed 70, and they're still bidding. Zhao Ku immediately turned his gaze. It seems like your Taishan mountain is truly worth something. They're still bidding the first 70 postal points. Now, the second 70 postal points. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, 80. Even Zhao Ku was surprised, while the people around them began murmuring. It was so intense, no one knew who would end up with the stamp, but it seemed likely to be that group of three. It wasn't hard to find out either. Just go to Hongyan restaurant tonight, and whatever news there is, they'd know. I think you're not just going to Hongyan restaurant to gather news, right? He. Hearing their words clearly, Zhao Ku commented, Hongyan restaurant seems like a place with very quick information. He quickly turned his attention back to Taishan Mountain. With just 0.57 left on the timer, the number was still rising 82 points for the first time. Zhao Ku calculated how much it might finally sell for. Once it was done, he'd head to Hongyan restaurant to see. As the time was about to run out, the number continued to rise, 84 points for the first time. Countdown remaining, 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. In the end, the score stopped at 90 points, and the transaction was immediately concluded. And just like that, Taishan Mountain was successfully sold. Handicap 55. A group of people gathered together, the atmosphere dark and tense. One person spoke up, "What's the situation?" The blonde shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I've cleared a 30-kilometer radius, everyone's situation is different." However, the opponents seemed very cautious, leaving no traces behind, either they had already hidden or had left Ghost Market. Another person suggested, instead of looking for them, it's better to sell off the unnecessary stamps we have. We must accumulate enough postal points before entering the next infinite space. The crowd in Ghost Market began to disperse. Zhao Ku speculated that he could sell the key stamp, but the opponent was definitely a seasoned expert, and if he couldn't find them, then so be it. He blended into the crowd, calmly assessing the situation. He currently had a total of 184 postal points. Indeed, without royal wealth, one couldn't get rich. However, at this moment, there could absolutely be no strange behavior, not even the purchase of anything. Therefore, before buying anything, it was still better to visit the so-called Hongyan shop. Zhao Ku had indeed gone there, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was perplexed and had to confirm the peculiar nature of this bizarre place. He said, "Is there something wrong?" Hongyan establishment is indeed very charming, with peach blossoms gently fluttering, and beautiful women dancing, but they are all inside a golden cage. The manager quickly reassured him, No, everything is fine. He stepped forward, leading the way, and as they walked, he said, "Here, we have girls of all kinds. Now that you're here, I guarantee you'll have a good time." Suddenly, a woman ran out, calling directly to him, "Help!" Looking at her, her face was flushed with a pink glow, so beautiful and charming. Zhao Ku was repulsed. When she tried to throw herself into his arms, he coldly stepped aside, causing the woman to stumble and fall flat on her face. "Who is it?" She got up, confused and bewildered. Perhaps she was used to her usual methods always succeeding, and now, for the first time, she was caught off guard. The manager explained, "Indeed, the guest is insightful. This is our latest service, a heroic love story where the hero saves the beauty." He continued, "If you're not interested, we have other types of romantic plays, such as breaking into a room to steal." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Ku stopped him with a hand. He got straight to the point, "I'm not here to have fun. Take me to a quiet room." He said, "I want to listen." The manager seemed to understand these matters very well. "I know everyone is here for legitimate purposes. I will arrange a decent room for you, ensuring your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku followed him. They reached a door, and the manager stopped, saying, "Objective, this way, everything you need is here and available, with competitive prices. For just 5 postal points, you can become a VIP member. Add 10 more postal points, and not only will you receive 20 consumption points, but you'll also get a 20% discount." The elevator arrived at the 4th floor. The door suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman leaped into his arms, expressing, "Not just that, VIP, you can have me do anything you want." Indeed, this place was full of temptations. Zhaoko bluntly pushed her away, then turned to the manager. "Take me to a private room first." He quickly replied, "I understand, Objective wants some quiet." At last, the manager was able to do his job, leading Zhaoko to a peaceful room. After leaving him inside, he sincerely said, "Please sit here for a moment, I'll call someone for you." Zhaoko was truly puzzled. "Do you really understand what I mean?" He sat alone in the spacious room, pondering aimlessly, and couldn't help but sigh, "I feel like I've come to the wrong place." Leimu suddenly appeared and asked, "Brother, which wrong place are you talking about?" Zhaoko replied, "You're awake now, when did you wake up?" Leimu answered, "Just now, when you walked in." But Zhaoko said, "You should go back to sleep for a bit, I have things to take care of." Leimu was very confused. She fussed and protested, "I just fell asleep, I'm not going to sleep anymore." Zhaoko waved his hand, clearly bothered, "Do as I say." The door that was once tightly closed was now opened, and a beautiful woman entered. Zhaoko ignored Leimu, who was glaring at her angrily, and said to the woman, "You're here. I have a few things to ask you. I don't care what others have told you, but I'm here to make sure Leimu returns to my body." But the girl inside Zhaoko's body suddenly shouted, "Mom!" The woman was a bit startled by this address. Zhaoko realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. As expected, this personality is too troublesome. But the woman stepped closer to him, as if the call had awakened her wild instincts. "So, this is what Objective wants." She took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, calling out slyly, "If Objective likes it, wouldn't it be better to make me your wife rather than your mother? Come on, let your wife hold you." Zhaoko gritted his teeth in discomfort. Things were completely out of control now. He suddenly swung his hand and slapped the opponent. The woman not only got slapped but also had her face held by Zhaoko, unable to scream, "You." Zhaoko furrowed his brows tightly, tense. "You used the bride ghost ticket to apply control powers on this prostitute, and now I am asking you to answer." She obediently replied, "Yes, ask away." I responded. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Whoever uses powers in the ghost assistant is violating the rules. In 3 minutes, your current state will temporarily be dissolved." Zhaoko was startled by the movement, and the system continued warning. "You are attacking another person in the ghost assistant, violating the rules. You cannot leave the ghost assistant within the next 30 minutes. Warning, you have used the evil ghost seal ability in the ghost assistant, and you will temporarily be unable to use the seal ability before leaving the ghost assistant. Warning, your actions here in the ghost assistant are considered evil, and if the malevolence reaches 5, you will face severe punishment in the ghost assistant." The system continued, warning, "If your malevolence in the ghost assistant is 1, and it increases to 5, you will definitely be severely punished by the ghost assistant." Zhaoko reminded, "Return and gather things properly. Do not cause trouble now." Leimu also understood the situation and slowly disappeared. Zhaoko returned to the prostitute, showing no mercy as he grabbed her shirt and tore it apart. The clothes on the prostitute were shredded by Zhaoko. He used the torn pieces of his own clothes to bind her, and once he had completely subdued her, he threw her onto the bed. Zhaoko turned and left. He thought to himself, "This devil's tactic is also effective on humans. This girl is just a messenger. If it weren't for the slap, I wouldn't have been able to control her. I need to leave here quickly." He flung the door open and looked toward the elevator, thinking that he couldn't afford to stay here. Zhaoko moved towards the elevator, suddenly feeling a jolt of fear. "If I disappear in there, it's over." He moved to the staircase instead. Zhaoko reached the stairs, where there were both upward and downward paths. He was silent, thinking, should I go up or down? Leimu suddenly appeared and called out, "Brother." Zhaoko chose to go up and reminded Leimu, "Shut up." He quickened his pace, calculating, if I go down, it's easier to be exposed. Going up is the safer choice. Sure, here is the translation. Indeed, a commotion came from the other side. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Someone even ordered Lady Su to close all the doors and capture him. Zhao was sure that if he went downstairs, he would be interrogated. Now, he could only hope that there was no one upstairs. That way, even if he disappeared, he could still stay hidden. Lei Mu suddenly shouted, "Brother, up there!" Zhao grabbed the railing, using his strength to propel himself upwards, while saying, "I told you, keep quiet." Lei Mu tried to express himself, but Zhao lightly landed. However, when he saw the scene before him, Zhao was momentarily stunned. Who knew that going upstairs would lead to witnessing them playing in a group? Zhao hurriedly wanted to go upstairs. The women in their hearts moaned, "I'm so tired." A serious voice suddenly rose, causing Zhao to brace himself. "You guys." Zhao turned to look at them, his body tensing as he drew his knife. "Have I been discovered? Those guys invited me so enthusiastically, should I join them? I'll go for free." Zhao couldn't understand what was wrong with these people. His mind was still as firm as a three-legged stool. No need. You all can enjoy yourselves." The stream of dark air surrounding him gradually dissipated. The camouflage vanished, and Zhao instantly appeared. His body was exposed, and someone behind him called out, "I am the River King ticket." "Here?" Zhao looked at his body and shouted, "Got it." The person behind him urged, "Hurry up, he's here." The River King ticket. Zhao realized he had materialized and quickly fled. The others in the room saw him and he ran straight up the stairs, suddenly stopping with a powerful kick. No escape now. A hand slapped the servant's face, and a voice rang out. The slap was so strong that the servant was sent flying, crashing painfully to the ground. Trembling in agony, he raised his hand in front of his face, terrified. Suddenly, a foot stepped on his head, and a voice asked, "Is this the guest you invited?" Lady Su stood tall, her face showing annoyance as she said, "If I don't capture him today, I'll strip you of your skin and make clothes out of it." Suddenly, Lady Su turned in another direction, and a voice rang out, "Quick, capture the River King ticket." Lady Su raised her hand and pointed in one direction, her voice clear, catch him for me." The crowd, upon hearing this, immediately gave chase, shouting loudly, "Catch him." As Zhao was walking up the stairs, he heard a voice from afar, "That brat has gone up there." Zhao continued his ascent, but then another voice suddenly called out from below, blocking his path. Realizing this, he panicked and thought, "So which way do I run?" Suddenly, a hand appeared, grabbing Zhao's sleeve. Lei Mu pulled Zhao along and said to him, "Run to the left." Zhao, looking at the girl, asked again, "To the left?" Lei Mu continued to urge him, "Trust me." With no other option, Zhao cursed inwardly, "Damn it, whatever, just go with it." Then, Lei Mu and Zhao dashed forward together. As they ran, Zhao's pace gradually slowed. He took a different direction, thinking slowly, "Where does this path lead?" Following the scent, Zhao deduced it was a blend of lotus leaves and ginger powder. Heading in the direction of the smell, he thought, "No sounds, so it probably isn't a place for guests, but there's a smell of food. Could it be the kitchen?" Through a crack in the door, a blinding light shone through, and the scent seemed to twist and curl, almost as if it reached the door handle. Zhao said to the person beside him, "I knew they'd make me go this way." Lei Mu smiled with squinted eyes and asked, "Are you good?" He opened the door and stepped in, revealing the entire scene of the room before him, which was tidy and neat, resembling a kitchen. On the dining table was a bowl lined with leaves, steaming hot. Zhao walked over steadily, approaching the table and staring at the yellow bowl with the strange leaf lining from a very close distance. He thought, "Indeed, it's lotus leaf and ginger powder mixed, but the more I look at it, the more confusing it becomes. Not to mention the heat, the preparation method and ingredients are all wrong." He frowned, clearly displeased, and muttered, "This is something only fit for pigs." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Zhao. "Strange, did the cookbook get it wrong?" He hurriedly found a hiding spot, behind the wooden cupboard, and waited for what would happen next. With a knife in hand, he raised it close to his body in a defensive posture. His gaze turned toward the door as a strange girl entered, holding a book and muttering something to herself. Upon closer inspection, she was wearing a light, cool nightgown, and her pink hair was loosely tied to one side, with a small tuft sticking out. She seemed rather frustrated, holding the book in her hands. Rubbing her head and sighing, she complained, "Why does the taste seem off?" Somewhat relieved, Zhao Ke thought, "Looks like she hasn't noticed me." Suddenly, his expression changed, his face darkened. A small but incredibly sharp knife was pressed against his neck, and the figure of the girl standing behind him made his mind race. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Who are you?" Zhao Ke glanced back, looking at the other person, his cheeks tinged with hesitation. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind Zhao Ke, pressing a knife to his throat. Zhao Ke froze and said, "I am." Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted, "Your heart is beating faster and faster, so you better think carefully before you answer me." Zhao Ke, in a daze, thought, "How is she so smart?" The tension in the air was thick when suddenly a voice shouted from outside, "I can smell his scent here, search for him. How dare he come here and play with the River King ticket? When we catch him, I'll personally cut him down." Seeing this, the girl slowly pulled the knife away from Zhao Ke's neck. She stood there, staring at him before speaking, "I didn't expect you to be out playing with women. You've got some guts, don't you?" Seeing her like this, Zhao Ke thought to himself, "Is it possible that going out to have fun could earn me praise from others?" The girl walked closer, touched Zhao Ke's face, and said, "I like meeting people who are out playing with women." "Do you know why?" Zhao Ke stammered as he replied to her. His eyes were full of panic, and he froze for a moment. Before Zhao Ke could say anything further, the girl spoke slowly, "Whoosh. Like this." She swung the knife towards Zhao Ke and shouted at him, "I can kill him right now." She jumped up, gripping the knife with both hands, preparing to strike Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke quickly thought to himself that he needed to grab her attention first. In a hurry, he spoke about the issue with the girl's cooking. "The dish you made has a problem." Hearing Zhao Ke's words, the girl who was about to stab him suddenly stopped in front of him. Zhao Ke let out a sigh of relief before the knife could pierce him, calming himself down before continuing, "3 mistakes. First, the fire was too strong, which caused the flour to not mix properly, making the taste too strong." Seeing Zhao Ke like this, the girl thought to herself, "This person isn't like the others, he isn't begging for his life." Zhao Ke looked at her, exhaling in relief as he thought, "The killing intent has lessened, okay." The two turned to face each other. Zhao Ke stepped closer to the table, where a bowl of something was steaming. He walked while speaking. "If you had tasted it earlier, you would have noticed that besides the overly strong taste, the aftertaste is too intense." He walked up to the table, pointed at the bowl, and looked at the girl, saying, "This is the second mistake, the order of the ingredients is wrong." Hearing Zhao Ke, the girl slammed her hand onto the book on the table and shouted, "Impossible, I followed the sequence in the book listed by Huang Jinlai, it can't be wrong." Seeing this, Zhao Ke smiled faintly and said, "That's just some deceptive, cursed toy, how can it be called a teaching book? You'd be better off going outside and buying some food." Upon hearing this, the girl became furious and exclaimed, "You!" She stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Ke by the collar. The girl pointed a knife at him and said, "Do you think I won't kill you?" This time, Zhao Ke wasn't as frightened as before. He calmly said to the girl, "If killing someone could help you become a top chef, wouldn't that make things even more wrong?" Touching the sharp, gleaming blade, Zhao Ke said, "Come on, just put it down." Suddenly, a voice from afar reached the girl's ears, causing her to fall into deep thought. "This kid might actually come here." Then, she stretched her arms and excitedly said, "So, you're saying you want to use the excuse of helping me cook, to have me help you too?" He coldly smiled and thought, "Or I'm here to kill you." The two stood close to each other, each holding a knife in defense, one with the knife extended, the other subtly hiding it behind their back, preparing for a confrontation. They faced each other, and the situation was incredibly tense. She stroked her chin, smiled faintly, and said, "Who's going to make the move?" Zhao Ke sighed, "Right." Letting her guard down, the girl scratched her head and said, "Your pupils are interesting too. I've decided to help you." The pink book adorned with blooming cherry blossoms was opened, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. Holding the book in her hands, she said, "If you make this meal delicious, not only will I spare you, but I will also help you escape from those who are hunting you. But if it turns out bad, don't blame me for turning hostile." At that moment, Zhaoke tucked the knife in his hand into his waistband and replied, "No problem." Placing his hand on his chest, he knelt and said, "I promise I won't disappoint you." Suddenly, a long wig was thrown directly at his face, accompanied by a voice, "Put this on." Then, the girl grabbed Zhaoke's hand, which was fumbling with the wig, and led him away. She brought him to a place filled with mist and warm steam before turning around and saying, "I'm making it too easy for you this time." The two of them passed through the thick mist, and suddenly, Zhaoke, in his new appearance, froze as though he had just seen something. The scene before him revealed a large bathroom, with girls relaxing in the hot water. He exclaimed, "Oh my God." Suddenly, a hand slapped Zhaoke's face. The blow caused blood to pour from his nose. The girl said to Zhaoke, "Are you just staring blankly?" Zhaoke quickly wiped the blood from his face and replied, "No, not at all." The girl took Zhaoke's hand, led him, and said, "If you're caught here, they could beat you to death." She led Zhaoke into a room, opened the door, and as the two of them entered, she suddenly pushed him forward. Zhaoke lost his balance, and the girl stood and spoke to him, "This is where we bathe, you should bathe here too." Zhaoke fell into the water, and the girl stood on the shore, watching, then continued, "Cover up all your body scent, don't let the guard dogs smell you. I'll go outside and gather information for you, but don't run around." The girl stepped outside, then turned back and said with a smile, "Be careful not to break anything." With that, she slammed the door shut. Zhaoke surfaced from the water, gasping for air. Zhaoke undressed, immersed himself in the water to relax, holding a book. He read for a moment and thought, "I don't know where else to run." Zhaoke closed his eyes, sank deeper into the water, and silently thought, "I'll just hide here." Water flowed down from the pipe, and the surface of the water rippled. Suddenly, Zhaoke felt something strange, an odd scent. Zhaoke was startled, frozen for a moment, and widened his eyes. A group of beautiful women entered the room, laughing and joking with each other. Seeing this, Zhaoke became flustered under the water. The women began to step into the water. One of them cheerfully said, "Did you see? Lady Sue's face is almost the color of pig liver now. Ha ha." The others began to whisper among themselves. One person said, "I heard they still haven't caught him." Lady Sue is about to explode with anger. Another person chimed in, "What do you think? Where did that guy run off to?" Seeing this, Sister Wang turned to speak to them, "Is that right? I saw with my own eyes Lady Sue being pushed into the room." Zhaoke prayed silently under the water, "Please don't come here, please don't come to me." The women gathered around Zhaoke, who was lying there relaxing. Zhaoke was terrified and dared not move. His face turned beet red from embarrassment, mixed with a hint of purple from enduring the situation. His eyes blurred in a whirl, and he thought to himself, "I must not let it be revealed, I absolutely cannot let it be revealed." Sister Wang continued her relaxing actions and said, "No matter what, regarding this matter with River King's token, we, as sisters, must stand on Lady Sue's side." Seeing this, Zhaoke paid little attention to her words and only focused on her actions, which made him have a nosebleed and think, "Please don't tease me." Leaning her head against his chest, she eagerly asked, "Money can be owed, but no one can escape the debt of flesh. Am I right, little sister?" A girl beside them, noticing Zhaoke's awkwardness, turned to pry her hand away, teasing, "Oh dear, Sister Wang, look at what you've done, you've made the little sister embarrassed." Once again, Sister Wang pressed Zhaoke's head into her chest and turned to speak to the other person, "Why do I feel like this little sister enjoys being in my arms?" The other two glared at each other, trapping him in between. The other person snapped back, "Sister Wang, what you're saying isn't very nice. Mine isn't any smaller than yours." In this awkward situation, Zhaoke struggled to breathe, unable to break free. She raised his chin with her hand and said, "If I say it." She leaned in close to the confused opponent's face, asking, "Little sister, why are you so shy? Have we never met before?" Are you new here? Tell me, what's your name? His gaze seemed to darken, and he froze, unable to speak. Turning to Wang with a friendly smile, she asked, What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Tell me your name. I'll give you something nice. Everyone around them was also curious and nodded in agreement. That's right, we've never seen you before. Are you new here? Zhao Ku and Lei Mu, like a little girl, spoke up to introduce him. My name is Lei Mu. Holding a strange book in her hand, the girl repeated the name Lei Mu. After tossing a small yellow bottle and speaking in her voice, she added, Your name is quite Western, isn't it? In the same motion, Zhao Ku instinctively grabbed the bottle. Leaning closer to him, she said, I'll give you something nice. Since it's your first time here, don't blame Wang for not noticing you. Unconsciously, she laughed joyfully, tapping her hand against his chest, saying, Remember, when you do that, you drink 1 drop, and the man drinks 2. Suddenly, her eyes became cold and sharp, sending a chill down his spine. One hand held the medicine bottle, while the other was examining his body. Zhao Ku's face darkened. Not good. A hand touched Zhao Ku's chest, sending him into a panic. He fearfully exclaimed, This. Sister Wang seemed to sense something, her face suddenly froze. Zhao Ku, frightened, thought, I can't hide it anymore. Zhao Ku turned his head in one direction, then thought, her last few minutes were still very intense. Suddenly, Sister Wang stepped aside, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she said, Sorry. Seeing this, Zhao Ku, confused, cried out, Ah! His legs gave way, slipping in the water. Zhao Ku lost his balance and fell forward into Sister Wang's arms. Without hesitation, Sister Wang embraced him and said, It's okay. There are many guests here, and their tastes are varied. So even though you have a very delicate appearance, there will still be people who appreciate that beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku opened his mouth to speak, No, I. Before he could finish his sentence, something occurred to him, and he continued, That's right, I'm flat-chested. Suddenly, Sister Wang placed her hand on Zhao Ku's shoulder. With a serious expression, she said, Hang in there. And no matter what happens, you must keep living. Only by living is there hope. Seeing Sister Wang say this, Zhao Ku looked straight into her face and said, Thank you, sister. Sister Wang turned around, stood up, and walked away. While walking, she looked back at Zhao Ku and said to him, What's there to thank? Since we're both women, we should work together. Sister Wang stood in front of the light and spoke to everyone, Ladies, let's spray some perfume. Everyone started standing up, and Sister Wang waved her hand towards Zhao Ku, signaling something. Suddenly, a yellow bottle, which Zhao Ku had been holding, caught his attention, and he wondered to himself, What is this? A stream of black air suddenly emerged around him. Time's up, the punishment is over. Zhao Ku stood alone in the water, lost in thought. Next, I just need to blend in with the crowd and leave. The door began to open. The girl stepped in, looked around, and said, You scared me to death. I just saw Sister Wang's group coming out of here. Did you get caught? Zhao Ku started to step out of the water, speaking as he walked, Thanks to you, no surprise, no danger. Once he was on land, Zhao Ku said to the girl, Let's go, make me something to eat. The girl asked in surprise, You really know how to cook? The two stood in the room while women were bathing outside. Zhao Ku said to the girl, Do you think I'm fooling you? Zhao Ku cracked an egg in half with his hand and placed it in a bowl. Then, he began preparing the dish. His hands moved skillfully, stirring the ingredients while seasoning them just right. The girl, standing behind him, observed every action, then spoke, You're making such delicious food, but you're not a chef, are you? Zhao Ku didn't turn around but replied, Don't worry about it, just tell me what happens next. Hearing this, she crossed her arms and said, causing Zhao Ku's face to darken and fall silent, What else could it be? After Lady Su, the River King's token, got angry, there are only 2 outcomes returning to the room, nursing a grudge. Your punishment is over, and now the guards are thoroughly searching every guest room. So, Lady Su will have to bear the consequences. Holding a pink book adorned with beautiful embroidered flowers, she listened to the other person's words, here. Along with that came a notification, received 5 points. Zhaoke's silhouette was surrounded by a strange black smoke. He said, after I leave, please give this to Lady Sue. It was an urgent situation before, but this amount of money should be enough. The girl, holding the book in her hand, said, oh, looks like you do think of others. Throwing another book for him to catch, she added, since you seem to have some consideration for others, take this as well. Zhaoko excitedly opened the book and at the same time, he heard the voice of the girl, here is some basic information about postmen, including data on the origin of the stamps. This is internal documentation. I'll give you 3 postal points. Facing her as she opened the red book to read, he closed the book in his hands and said, all right. Notification, you have received 3 postal points. He placed the green leaf package on the table and said, you can eat now. The package was opened, revealing a bowl of food with a golden color that looked very appetizing. As she was enjoying it, Zhaoko placed a piece of paper on the table and said, just follow what's written there. Though you may not get it exactly right, don't mess it up too much. While eating, the girl shed tears of happiness and responded, I won't need this anymore. I have to enter the next infinite space tomorrow. I don't know if I'll come back alive, but for some reason, I just want to eat a piece of ginger meat. This ginger meat is so delicious, thank you. Zhaoko stood aside, watching her eat, speechless. Then, he stood up and wiped away her tears. She cheerfully said, no more talking, I'll take you outside. Zhaoko and the girl embraced and walked together. They walked through a luxurious space, with people walking their dogs around. The two of them walked confidently, while the dogs were all sniffing something. The two of them walked out together. Zhaoko let out a sigh of relief and thought, fortunately, I've already showered, otherwise, it would have been a huge hassle. They reached the door, and the other girl pushed Zhaoko outside. She stood at the door, waved at him, and cheerfully said, big guy, next time, remember to choose my name, okay? Zhaoko turned his head and glanced at her. The girl started waving at another customer, inviting him, hey, bro over there, is it your first time? Come on up, let me help you relax. Zhaoko walked away in one direction, but suddenly he stopped, lost in thought, no matter how much I chase after benefits, I just want to keep living in this boundless space. An image appeared, a book with lines of text inside. Zhaoko was sitting somewhere, a book in front of him. He flipped through the pages, thinking, if these secrets are real, could they be true? He turned to one page and paused to read. Suddenly, he closed the book. He picked up a teapot, poured a cup of tea, and reflected on the arrangement after everything was settled. With so many privileges, he thought, no wonder. He lifted the teacup to his mouth, then thought about the image of the two people. If they formed a team, each member of the team would start collecting what their companion wanted. If Fema Wangzhong became a master because of this, there would be no doubt he would be the strongest member of the team. Zhaoko once again thought of something and fell into a deep contemplation. Recently, the benefits discussed about Taishan Stone are truly shocking. They've spent all 90 postal points, but in reality, they've already made a profit. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zhaoko, hey, did you hear that? Zhaoko glanced over his shoulder and saw the people behind him discussing something. Just now, they used 90 postal points to buy the Taishan Stone team. I heard the team was burned in a fire. No one knows exactly what happened. The whole team was engulfed by the flames, and no one survived. Some people found their bodies and discovered they died terribly. They say it was a fish caught situation, but most of them were already dead. What exactly happened is unknown, but rumors say they were drowned by some kind of ghost. Upon hearing this, Zhaoko placed his hand on the table and stood up. He pondered, this world is truly brutal. No matter how much effort you put in, you can never know how many people have already died here. Zhaoko walked outside, continuing his thoughts. But in the end, they did die. I too must start buying to increase my strength. Zhaoko kept walking along the path, standing amidst the dark shadows in the undefined space. He murmured, I never expected that after just a round, I would already be facing the first troublesome issue. Lei Mu bowed his head and neck, hurriedly saying, "Big brother, you need to grab that stamp." Glancing over, Zhaoko replied, "That's the one." A pink frame appeared in the void, with a soulful, yet mysterious eye. The closer one looked at it, the more enigmatic it became, making him observe it carefully. Special stamp, golden pupil. Collecting this stamp can turn your left eye into a golden pupil, giving a sensation of gold and silver. It allows you to see things that ordinary people cannot, with special abilities like simultaneous vision. Use a postal point to activate it, then wipe it. After that, you'll feel significantly stronger, and you can erase any weaknesses you have. However, you must know your opponent's weaknesses, and at the same time, you need to act quickly. I need to train with the cooking guide, only with this I see many things that are formless. But according to the book, training takes many years. It seems that this is a substitute for that. Zhaoko and Lei Mu turned toward the object and discussed. "Lei Mu, you did well this time. 18 postal points, the eye emitted a golden light, 19 postal points." Holding the book, he turned to his companion and said, "How did you know there was someone downstairs just now?" He continued, "And now, why can I see this stamp?" Lei Mu, who was standing beside him, quickly responded, "Brother, I can see it because I am in front, behind, left, and right of you. I can see everything, and I can also hear things more clearly than you." Imagining himself standing inside a transparent circular frame, he continued, "So you're viewing everything from a 360-degree angle, seeing all around. It's not just relying on yourself, but rather like some prophetic vision, any kind of image or information could appear before your eyes. But I don't have that ability, so how can you do it?" The little girl happily added, "You have that ability too, it's in your mind, but you have controlled it yourself, so it's sleeping right now." The object continued to emit a glowing light, 21 posts, along with a voice saying, "Who are they that you are talking about?" Imagining the human brain, Lei Mu said, "They are your brain. Your brain has many areas that are sleeping, only a few parts are active." Hearing this, Zhaoko turned and asked, "Can you access my subconscious? Then, what does my brain look like?" At that moment, the little girl standing beside him also provided an explanation. "Brother, you are deeply asleep. I sense there are 2 active areas. Aside from them, there's also the sense of touch. It's relatively intuitive, and compared to other parts, almost everything else is in a deep sleep." The conversation was still ongoing, and he said, "So, if we let you awaken my auditory senses to their fullest, can you do it?" Lei Mu quickly responded, "Of course, I can." Suddenly, something with immense pressure came rushing in. A blinding white light beam shot directly toward his face, completely unexpectedly. Zhaoko's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared wide-eyed. Unable to react quickly enough, he held his head and screamed in agony, whether from pain or some other reason. At that moment, Zhaoko could hear everything around him, but in contrast, it caused him great pain. He shouted, "Stop it." Seeing him like this, Lei Mu immediately stopped. She anxiously said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." After a while, he calmed down and waved his hand, saying, "No, it's fine." He then pondered, "This ability could be extremely useful in the future. There will definitely be many opportunities to use it. I need to think carefully." She pointed at the screen and reminded him, "Brother, the price has changed." He followed the direction of her finger and looked at the price of the golden pupil, 29 postal points. He thought to himself, wasn't the price supposed to reach its peak before? Could someone have intentionally changed the price? They've really taken me for a fool. He continued, "Raise the price to 39 points. Seeing him raise the price, someone said, all right. Upon seeing this, someone remarked, "Not enough. This person must really need the golden pupil to quote such a price. You all raised the price again, all the way to 40, so let him continue to raise it." Someone reminded him, "If you keep increasing the price with such ill intentions, and Ghost Market finds out, you'll have 50% of your postal points deducted from the auction." After a moment, he decided to raise the price. This person will definitely keep increasing the price. Once it hits 50 points, we'll let it go. By then, the stamp returned to his place. What else will Ghost Market investigate us for? Seeing this, the other person agreed, alright. They immediately raised the price to 39 postal points, and then continued to raise it to 40 points. Seeing this, he decided, let's increase it from 50 points to 55, the final price. The price of the golden pupil immediately rose to 55 postal points. Upon seeing this, they laughed at him. What a foolish item. At this moment, the golden pupil maintained the price of 55 points, with no further increases. A few seconds later, the price was locked in, 55 postal points, done. Immediately, Ghost Market punished the three of them for maliciously raising the price, deducting half of their postal points. As soon as Ghost Market completed the punishment, the golden pupil stamp suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Lemu panicked and called him, "Hey, the stamp is gone." He calmly replied, "Don't be nervous, your group still needs to be taken out." At this moment, he was auctioning the golden pupil stamp again. After a while, he said, "Alright, stop pushing the price, let's settle for this." After confirming 28 postal points at the Ghost Market, he immediately placed the golden pupil into the book and decided, leave the Ghost Market. Immediately, he reappeared outside. As soon as he stepped out, he felt something was off and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. He wondered, testing Lemu's abilities and adding the newly acquired golden pupil, something feels strange. He stopped rubbing his eyes and slowly opened them, gazing at the scene before him, astonished as he exclaimed, "This is..." The scene before him had completely changed. He reflected, "This is the perspective of the golden pupil, seems like I need some time to adjust." He then decided, let's try covering my left eye and see. He reached his hand toward his left eye. The scene immediately returned to normal. He silently decided, it's time to get ready. He quickly went inside and closed the door. Inside the shop, he stood nonchalantly, pressing his phone. He looked at the images on his phone and pondered, I need to prepare the mountain, the scales, the river, the people, the land. The convergence of the four realms, Guizhou was a good choice. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone walked in. Seeing this, he immediately stopped looking at his phone, stood up, and said, "Welcome." As soon as they walked in, he froze. He noticed something behind them and muttered to himself, a ghost. The two of them, upon seeing his expression, immediately asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Do we have a problem?" Seeing this, he replied, "It's nothing, nothing, please sit down, please sit down." At this point, he raised his hand toward his left eye with a suspicious look and said, "This thing can be seen, there are indeed many of them." Behind the two of them was a ghost. The ghost raised its hand to its mouth, signaling him to keep quiet. Seeing this, he realized, it seems that this female ghost knows I can see her, she's warning me. He appeared unconcerned and wiped his knife. Then, he glanced at her again and saw her crawling on the table, which made him angry. He muttered to himself, this is just too malicious. Seeing his expression, one of them asked, "Hey, boss, what's wrong with you?" He wondered, is there something here? At that moment, the ghost reached her hand into his mouth and slowly licked his face. Seeing this, he remained silent and casually replied, "It's nothing, I must have seen wrong." At that moment, he continued to slice the meat. He thought to himself, no matter what I say, they won't see it, so I won't say anything more to avoid causing offense. He paid no more attention and focused on his task. He sliced the meat into pieces, then placed them into a large bowl and covered it. As soon as it was cooked, he opened the lid and said, "Pig foot soup, please enjoy." Upon hearing this, both of them replied in unison, "Sure." While eating, they both praised it, saying, "Delicious, this is what real food is like." What do they mean by 5-star grade, 3-star rice field? What's that even taste like? This is amazing. Seeing how much they enjoyed the meal, the demon became furious. He glanced at her with a mocking smile and said, "This is for you, you evil creature. The earthly food is something you can only look at, not touch." Annoyed, aren't you? Suddenly, he saw her slowly licking the piece of meat in her bowl. This made him boil with anger. She didn't care and continued to lick the bowl. Seeing this, he could no longer control himself and shouted angrily, "Show some respect." Hearing this, the two people who were eating suddenly stopped, looking at him with bewildered expressions. Suddenly, they both froze, their eyes seeming lifeless. He called out to her, "You can't touch it." He was about to swing his hand towards her, shouting loudly, "Do you think I have no way of subduing you?" He swung his hand as if to slap her, but suddenly, his hand passed right through her. Seeing this, she looked at him with a confused gaze. He then realized and exclaimed, "A bride, huh?" She, seeing that he couldn't do anything to her, started laughing at him repeatedly. Her laughter infuriated him. Suddenly, she walked over to the kitchen and began licking the food in the pot, causing him to freeze in place. Angrily, he shouted, "Does the pot in the underworld not affect you? Do you think I don't have wealth in the underworld?" He then reached his hand toward her. A mouth appeared in the palm of his hand. He placed his hand on her head, and immediately a ghost bride stamp appeared. She was instantly trapped. Seeing this, he sighed, "I knew this spell could be used not only on the living." As soon as she realized she was trapped, she glared at him angrily. He, without a care, placed her inside the book. After a while, the two of them suddenly woke up. One of them asked, "How long have we been eating? Why don't we have any memory of it?" Both of them were holding a piece of cake in their hands. One of them asked, "What kind of cake is this? Nori? It doesn't look like it. It's not as crispy as that." At this moment, he took a box of cakes from inside and said, "Do you like it? There are still some cakes here, just freshly made." As a small gift for tonight's dinner, he extended his hand to give it to them. Seeing this, they accepted the box of cakes and praised, "We never expected such delicious food would make us lose track of time." He replied, "Thank you for the compliment. It is my honor to be able to satisfy my customers until the very end." He stood behind, watching the two of them leave. Then, he silently thought, "It's time to leave." He took out his phone and called Lei Ku. He said, "Brother, I need to be gone for a while, and please don't come looking for me at the shop anymore." The next day, he sat on the plane and left. He silently decided, "It's time to cultivate everything on the cooking guide. I don't know what I will encounter." At this moment, Jiaoku was sitting, reviewing his stamps, and he thought to himself, "I must find a way to use the available stamps to form a new power." He suddenly noticed something, looking surprised, and muttered, "This is the book showing the notification. The next package is expected to arrive in 2 days. Please prepare accordingly." Seeing this, he sighed, "What a hassle, so soon." He reflected, 2 days isn't enough time to cultivate anything. I might just be able to find the suitable land of the 4 symbols. Suddenly, Leimu appeared behind him, angrily saying, "Hey, I hate the girl behind us." He turned around curiously, "The girl?" The ant sitting behind them pointed at him and said, "Look at that rich boy. He spends so much money to sit in the first-class cabin for such a short trip." Leimu angrily complained to him, "She's so annoying, she kept talking bad about you earlier." Thinking there was some issue, he sighed. He explained, "There are many thorns in the world, but sometimes the thorn comes too close, and all you can do is avoid it. It's because you're new to this world, still affected by it, which is why your feet are so easily affected by the thorn." At that moment, he waved at the flight attendant. Seeing this, she walked over to him. He asked, "I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Could you give me some candy? How much longer until we arrive?" A moment later, he popped a lollipop into his mouth. The flight attendant replied, "About 30 minutes left. You should eat some of this candy." He then turned his head and looked out the window. As he gazed outside, he thought, "I need to find the right place, but from here, it's hard to see clearly." It was then that he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "That's right." He sat back and closed his eyes. Suddenly, an eye appeared on his forehead. It slowly emerged from his forehead and dropped down below. Now, he could use the eye that had fallen out to see outside. He looked around and exclaimed, "This is." He continued scanning the surroundings, then thought to himself, "Forget it, it doesn't matter, find the 4 symbols place first." He kept searching for a while and then noticed a location: mountains, trees, people, rivers. This is truly the land of the four symbols. He exclaimed, this is it. Immediately, he opened his eyes. They quickly made their way to the airport to head outside. The woman then shouted loudly, get out of the way, don't block me. When she saw he wasn't taking any belongings, she sneered behind his back, look at him, not carrying anything, sitting in the first-class cabin. You can tell he's just another rich kid going out to waste money. At this moment, he noticed her and shot a glance at her. Seeing his gaze, she yelled, what are you looking at? Young people these days don't do proper work, just thinking of fooling around, really unemployed. He reflected for a moment, well, let's just say the main task is urgent. Suddenly, his body changed. He pushed into her, saying, you've really got some nerve. Inside him, Leimu angrily said, sis, I hate her. At that moment, the girl's cap opened, and a terrifying voice rang out, then take care of her. A scary face appeared behind the girl's head. He then walked up to the woman and asked, excuse me, this is my first time here. Are you a local? Can you help me find the way? She glanced at him, and upon seeing him approaching, she frowned and said, you. Suddenly lost in thought, she turned her head and replied, all right, I'll take you there. At that moment, her eyes seemed hollow, and instinctively, she led him on. Soon, they were both outside. He then extended his hand toward her. Leimu moved closer to her ear and whispered, thank you, you are truly a kind-hearted person. Don't worry, I'll repay you, she continued, now please leave. She then resumed merging with his body. Obeying her command, she raised both hands to her head, bent down, and rolled onto the ground under the watchful eyes of both of them. Seeing this, the girl laughed loudly and then vanished into his body. Leimu merged back into his body. He stood there, stunned, before slowly closing his eyes. After a while, someone suddenly called out to him, hey, brother, hey, brother. Startled, he woke up. The driver said, hey, brother, we're here. He asked in confusion, here? He appeared bewildered. Where am I? The scene before him left him speechless. The driver answered, this is Tiannyeol village. At this moment, he realized, he can control me like this, even make me sit in the boat for so long, and I can't break free. He then handed the money to the driver, and as soon as the driver received it, he left. Seeing the driver depart, he shouted loudly, Leimu, come out. Immediately, Leimu appeared. He then questioned, what is going on? Why did you take over my body? He sighed, I originally thought it could only control a few parts of my body, but I never expected it could also use my abilities. He reflected, no wonder those 7 people died, they must have left it behind. The little girl then slowly explained, brother, I was so angry. After you got off the plane, she scolded you, so I begged my sister to help me. Upon hearing this, he froze and took a step back. He then asked, sister, have they come back? The little girl denied it and slowly removed her hat, it's not the sister behind me, it's just that she slept for too long. A sleeping face is now showing up. At this moment, he realized, so, you mean to say, I have 2 people, 1 body. The girl explained, as long as I wake you up, this body belongs to me. Upon hearing that, he immediately called out to her, then promise me, don't call her unless absolutely necessary. I don't like your sister. If you keep calling her out randomly next time, I will be very angry and won't let you have any candy anymore. She immediately agreed, responding, yes, I understand. Leimu will be obedient. Brother, the place you should pay attention to when sitting on the plane is right here. He replied, no wonder you knew how to bring me here. At that moment, he entered the camp. Along the way, he quietly decided, I must find a chance to get Leimu out of this body. Suddenly, a local man by the side of the road called to him, hey, brother, how about trying some? He curiously asked, what is this? The man then took out a few fruits and explained, spiny pear, try it. If it's not good, no charge. He took one, peeled it, and put it in his mouth. As soon as he tasted it, he praised, this tastes so good." He then said, "I'll take all of them." The man, overjoyed, responded, "Oh, great, great, that's wonderful." He looked at his basket of fruit, confused, "But there's so much, you can't take all of it. Should I bring it to where you're staying?" He handed over money and said, "I just arrived and haven't found a place to stay yet. Just give me the stuff, I can carry it." Seeing this, he immediately refused, fearing that it wouldn't be as much as this. "How about you come to my house? My house has a small yard behind it, 2 stories, quite clean, with facilities for bathing and hot water, and the rent is not expensive." He added, "Although it's already November, if you stay, I'll charge you the off-season rate." Upon hearing this, the man nodded in agreement. "All right." At this, he happily said, let's go, I'll help you with your things, just call me Bao. You're a guest at my house, and tonight I'll treat you to some wine." The two of them then went to his house. He introduced, "Everything we use here is homegrown, but we're not against outsiders. However, there are still people here who grow deep-rooted trees. You're Han, but don't underestimate it, those deep-rooted trees are quite powerful." He continued, 2 years ago, some children went into the area where the deep-rooted trees were planted and fell asleep there. The adults in the area had to bring a lot of gifts to get them back." Hearing this, the man asked, "If these deep-rooted trees are that dangerous, are they really real?" Upon hearing his question, he was startled. He looked around and whispered, "You can't talk about this outside. After we get home, I'll tell you all about it." The two of them immediately arrived at his house. He led him into a room and asked, "This room was just renovated last year. Do you like it?" He set the fruit basket down and said, "Others pay 100 every day, but for you, 50 will be enough. You rest first, I'll ask my wife to prepare the food. Tonight, you can try the rice wine here." Upon hearing this, he agreed without hesitation and asked, "All right, by the way, is there a path here? I want to go up the mountain to take a look." He pointed in one direction and warned, "You can go up the mountain, but don't go behind it." He then instructed, "Go out the door, turn left, and walk along the narrow road for about 200 meters. You'll see a dirt path leading up the mountain. It takes about 2 hours of walking to reach the top." He placed the fruit basket in a spot, then tossed the key to him with a reminder, "Here's your key. Make sure to come back in time for the wine." He quickly grabbed the key. Calmly, he walked outside and immediately used the golden pupil seal. Instantly, his left eye was replaced by the golden pupil. He then scanned his surroundings, and after a moment, he sighed, "No wonder it's called the land of the 4 symbols. With this gaze, it seems like I can cultivate quickly." Suddenly, 3 figures appeared ahead. He quickly chased after them. The scene in front of him made him exclaim, "I." On the bridge, many groups of people appeared. Seeing this, he immediately said, "Don't torture me anymore." He wondered, why are there so many people? He thought to himself, how can one cultivate under these circumstances? Not to mention cultivation, even the formation for cultivation can't be set up. At this moment, he turned his head toward a vendor stall. There was a camera on the stall, and upon seeing it, he muttered to himself, "There's even a camera, I can't even get close at midnight." He walked up to the bridge's railing and wondered, is there really no way to cultivate? Suddenly, Lemu appeared and called out to him, "Actually, there are a few places on the plain that could be considered suitable." She pointed into the large mountain, and he acknowledged, "This is one way, but it would require taking a detour." He then turned around and said casually, "The stamp has already sent the invitation, I must prepare in advance." By evening, the guard, seeing him enter, happily greeted him, "Ah, you're back, brother. Wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon." As soon as he entered, he immediately recognized the smell. "This fragrance, looks like we're having fish." After finishing the meal, he sat on the bed and continued reading. He looked at the stamps and pondered, the bridal stamp that quickly creates round-shaped life forms still works well, but it requires another stamp, one that acts like a medicine, in combination with the supplement. He said to himself, but the current direct offensive force is too weak, it needs to be supplemented. At this moment, he turned to a page with a dagger-shaped stamp, touched it, and said, "The decision is yours." The book displayed a notification, "Purchase successful, bought the remaining 3 postal points." 60. The dagger-shaped blades immediately appeared outside of the book. Special item: the Phantom Wind Formations 12, flying daggers that are controlled by a ghost master. Effective against ghosts and evil creatures with high damage. Note that this item can be retrieved and reused. Special item: Violent and Explosive Throwing Daggers 7. The daggers are inscribed with a destructive curse, and after being thrown, they will attack based on the user's intent. Be aware that this item will trigger an explosive burst and then disappear immediately. It cannot be restored. He closed the book and thought to himself, with only 45 points left, it should be enough. Then he called out, "Come on, let's eat." He slowly walked over to the dining table with their family. He introduced his family to him. "This is my child, and this is my wife." He sat down and pulled out a chair. Seeing this, his host happily poured him some wine. "Drink up, come on, drink." Seeing this, he calmly replied, all right, that's too much, I can't finish it." The smell of the food reached his nose, and he inhaled deeply. He quickly noticed the dish emitting a distinctive aroma and asked them, "What is this?" At that moment, he looked at his wife, hesitating before asking, "This is?" And then he took his chopsticks to pick it up. He asked, "This bean chili sauce wasn't bought, right?" He suddenly stopped his wife and then admitted, "That's right, it wasn't bought. We made it ourselves. If you like it, I'll give you some later." Soon after, he noticed his wife going to get more food. She took out the bean chili from the jar. At that moment, he raised his wine bowl and said, "You, my brother, drink some wine." Seeing this, he didn't care anymore. Both of them emptied their cups together. After a while, all 4 of them finished eating. He then picked up their wine jar and said, "I'm full and drunk, I'll leave now." They watched him leave with a gentle smile and said, "Rest well." As soon as his figure disappeared, their smiles changed, looking very frightening. She then picked up the leftover food and slowly walked into the kitchen, heading towards the jar placed by the door. Inside, it was so dark that nothing could be seen. She casually poured the leftover food inside. The moment she poured the food in, the jar started to shake. He continued walking outside. When he reached the bridge, he stopped. He stood watching the sun rise over the mountains, his golden pupils suddenly gleaming. The scene he saw was shrouded in a veil of white mist. Upon noticing this, he sighed. He remarked, "This place really is great. Too bad during the day it's crowded, and at night, there are cameras. There's no way to set up a formation." He thought to himself, "Maybe I should find somewhere else." At that moment, as he was walking across the bridge, a box suddenly appeared on the map. He was extremely surprised. So fast? He slowly picked up the box, which had a seal on the outside. Inside, there was an image of a girl sitting on a tree. Suddenly, he saw the girl in the picture begin to move. Out of nowhere, a girl's hand appeared from behind him. He was startled, turning his head to look, and a terrifying face emerged right in front of him. He was about to scream, but she covered his mouth. The surroundings quickly shifted. A place drenched in blood appeared in his mind. Inside a temple, a piercing scream echoed, "Ah!" He jolted awake. He coughed, and at that moment, he found himself inhabiting another person's body. He looked at the person's belongings and concluded, "This is strange. How did I get here? Even my clothes have changed, and there's a gun as well." Suddenly, there was a mirror beside him. He looked into it and saw that he had turned into a different person. He wondered, and with this appearance, what about the other identities? He stood up and brushed himself off. He spoke in reproach, "If I'm supposed to change shape, there should be a reminder for myself." Just as he was brushing off his clothes, he suddenly felt something inside. He exclaimed, "This is indeed a forest protection certificate." The information of the identity he assumed was displayed: name, Chen Zihuan, gender, male, Forest Protector number 9286, Dongkalapu Villages, Forest Protector, everyone's responsibility. A stamp was pressed onto it. Instinctively, he picked up the gun and walked outside. As soon as he stepped out, he made a decision: if I am a forest protector, then other postmen must also have some kind of identity. It would be too easy to be exposed if I enter the village now. He stood still in front of the temple and sat down. He opened a book, and from within it, a bowl of noodles appeared. He said, maybe I should sit here and observe first, then decide later. While he was eating the noodles, a sound came from inside. He immediately recognized it as the sound of a flute. He thought, no need to go over there directly. From within his forehead, an eye appeared, slowly emerging from the surface. He deduced that someone had been exposed, otherwise, this village wouldn't be so noisy. At this moment, the crowd gathered in one place. In front, above them, the entire process was now unfolding. The father called out to the boy, "Son, what's wrong?" "I am your father." Upon hearing this, the boy shouted loudly, "Get out of my way." The boy waved his hand dismissively. At this point, he observed the boy's strange actions, and immediately realized, the first one has been found. The crowd around them began to voice their criticisms. Truly the obstacles of adversity. Why did your mother ever give birth to such a beast? You little demon, your courage grows with each day, daring even to strike your own father. Upon hearing this, Fu Gue gritted his teeth in anger and turned around, charging forward to strike at those around him. Chen Zihuan closed his eyes, sensing the moment, as two people held Fu Gue back, cursing him in disdain. This child loves a beating, strike him, and he'll thrash about, screaming, "I will beat you all to death." The eye, floating in the air, watched the group closely. The postman was certainly not just this one person. But they, like me, were hiding, preparing. Chen Zihuan smiled in satisfaction, though he mused, aside from you and me, no one else has an eye like this, unless we need to visit the scene directly. Suddenly, her eyes scanned through the crowd and she immediately spotted the person hiding among them. Ah, this is the second one. The girl with her hair tied on both sides, her eyes filled with malice, smiled smugly. Chen Zihuan used her demonic skills to search with her eyes, wondering, is there a third one? Fu Gue broke free, shoving people aside to escape, screaming, "Everyone get the hell out of my way, don't force me to kill you." Seeing him rush away, the crowd started to murmur. "This kid has lost his mind," someone commented. "Maybe he's been cursed by a witch." Sensing something strange, Fu Gue suddenly stopped. Chen Zihuan frowned in concern, thinking, this is. A small woman, leaning on a cane, approached. It was old San Xiangu. A man came up and whispered to her, "Old immortal, do you think the child has been possessed? He's very strong, even adults can't hold him down." She nodded. Old San Xiangu then spoke. "Which immortal's disciple is this? Please come forward." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy. Fu Gue, feeling uncomfortable, angrily cursed at her. He quickly turned around and said, "I'm not playing with you." Hearing his tone, she immediately recognized. So it's old immortal. Then she struck the staff down hard, releasing a burst of power, and said in a loud voice, "Then stay here." The two bells on the staff rang out, and old San Xiangu unleashed her power, chasing after Fu Gue. It was stunned as it looked at the figure chasing closely behind, and she coldly grabbed its hand. It opened its mouth, intending to bite her. Old San Xiangu revealed her true form as a fox and angrily shouted, "Damned creature!" It ignored her and continued to bite. She held it firmly and stuck a talisman onto it. Fu Gui's father, unaware of the situation, panicked and called out, "My child!" Old San Xiangu stopped, leaving it unconscious, and it staggered to the side. He quickly ran to catch Fu Gue, but was struck by the talisman in the face. Seeing his child fall into a coma, his eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Zihuan watched this scene and silently guessed, the postman is wrong, not a postman, more like a monster. Noticing someone was watching, old San Xiangu turned around and, with her cunning fox eyes, smirked provocatively. Old San Xiangu faces magic. Chen Zihuan trembled, his face turning pale. No. Immediately, his hollow eye turned and fled. She casually flicked an object into the air. The flower flew up and sliced through the shattered eye. He held his forehead, screaming in pain, "Ah!" The cold voice echoed, reminding, "Your void eye has been destroyed, you've suffered a light backlash, deducting 3 postal points." The man was confused as blood dripped down from his forehead. Regaining his composure, Chen Zihuan sighed in relief and muttered, "Big mistake." Recalling Fu Gue and the girl, he opened his notebook. He found the 2 people and noted that the postman could be considered an addition. A bottle of water appeared in his hand. Holding the bottle, Chen Zihuan looked outside. The sky's about to break dawn. I can go into the village tonight. Seeing the setting sun on the horizon, he carefully calculated. Though he didn't know what the mission was, and no one had yet established close relations, it was still best to stay cautious. Chen Zihuan grabbed his gun, slowly stood up, and stepped out of the house. He walked towards an abandoned house, and by the time he arrived, night had fully fallen. Chen Zihuan reached for the wooden door, pushed it open, and looked inside, only to be taken aback. "You're here." His eyes gleamed, and he quickly turned to probe the surroundings. "Who's there?" Upon closer inspection, he saw a shadow hiding in the corner of the house. Chen Zihuan's eyes glowed a bright yellow as he calculated carefully. Without the golden pupil, it would have been impossible to see this figure. The shadow turned and, upon seeing him, the howling wind outside grew louder. Lei Mu, trembling with fear, stammered, "Brother, it's moving. It seems it still doesn't know that we've discovered it." Chen Zihuan conjured a small knife. Holding it tightly in his hand, a thought flashed across his mind. It was time to make a move. Behind him, a voice suddenly spoke, causing him to freeze. "Hey, the shadow has quietly left." Lei Mu smiled and said, "Brother, it's gone." Upon hearing this, Chen Zihuan let out a relieved sigh. He turned to her and asked, "Did you get a good look at what kind of person it was?" Her eyes sparkled as she calmly replied, "I couldn't see clearly. It felt like it wasn't human at all, its entire body shrouded in a dark mist, nothing was visible." Turning his gaze behind him, Chen Zihuan quietly speculated, could it be a postman? Wang Minkai cheerfully walked into the courtyard to greet him. "Zihuan, you're looking at someone who's smiling so happily," he said, puzzled. "Who is this?" "Never mind, we have to be careful not to reveal anything." Leaning against the door, Chen Zihuan coldly asked, "At this hour, what do you want with me?" Seeing Wang Minkai glance around, he was confused. The latter giggled, extended his hand, and said, "Hee, Zihuan, come here, I've got something good for you." Opening his hand, he revealed a handful of candies and placed them in Chen Zihuan's palm. Wang Minkai then spoke. "Zihuan, tomorrow you go up the mountain and deal with that stupid beggar." He put the candy in his pocket and nonchalantly waved his hand, "Let's go up the mountain, I really don't feel like it." Seeing him turn around and step inside, he spoke up, "I've already accepted these things." Chen Zihuan retorted, "Well, you gave them to me, not because I asked you to." Wang Minkai grabbed his hand, panicked, and reminded him, "The distinguished guest is about to arrive in the village, and the supplies in the commune are insufficient to entertain them. If you manage to catch that dog, it will count as an extra achievement for you, alright?" This news shocked Chen Zihuan, and he turned around sharply. "Distinguished guest? What kind of distinguished guest are you talking about?" After a moment of thought, Wang Minkai explained, "The village head only told me this because I am the party branch secretary. I'll tell you, if I say it out loud, I won't have an easy life." He impatiently urged, "Stop beating around the bush and just tell me." Wang Minkai pointed behind him, "I heard that there's a survey team specially sent by the higher-ups. They said they are here to investigate the minerals in our village." Chen Zihuan skeptically rubbed his chin and muttered, "A survey team, and then you agreed easily." Alright, come find me tomorrow night. But let me say this first, hunting depends on luck. If the luck's not on our side and we don't catch anything, don't blame me. Wang Min-kai was excited. How could it be? You are the best hunter in our village. When Wang Min-kai left, Chen Zihuan stood dazed in the yard. He thought for a moment. A survey team, huh? His gaze turned cold as he looked at the mess in the room. Chen Zihuan felt uncomfortable, his head aching, everything was in disarray. He threw firewood into the stove and lit a fire, muttering in frustration, with all this chaos, I should have just stayed in that broken shack. At least if I burned everything, there'd be nothing left to reveal. Outside, a quiet stillness enveloped the air. Lying on the bed, Chen Zihuan pondered again what that shadow had been. Remembering the appearance of the old immortal in her original form, he thought deeply. And also the fox-like old immortal, if given the chance, he had to find a way to approach her, or else. Chen Zihuan closed his eyes, wondering if he could get some special stamps from that body. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Where are you?" Hearing this, he was startled and opened his eyes wide. Chen Zihuan immediately sat up, took a deep breath, and panicked as he realized the smell of blood. Without hesitation, he grabbed his gun and ran outside. "Where are you? Hurry up!" At this moment, Wang Min-kai's eyes were wide open, his mouth was full of blood, his glasses shattered, and there was no breath left. Everyone rushed out at the sound of noise, and when they saw the scene, they became flustered. Chen Zihuan and the neighbors watched as Wang Min-kai lost his life, wondering why it had to be him. The people behind them kept talking. "This is Secretary Wang of the party branch, hurry up and inform his family." Someone sighed, lamenting, "It's strange, Wang Min-kai was usually stingy, but he wasn't that bad. Just the other day, I saw him helping the widow Li from the village fetch water." Another person, looking sideways, spoke sarcastically. Who knows what the relationship between Wang Min-kai and widow Li really was? Chen Zihuan ignored them, stepped forward to take a look, and sat down. He carefully observed the surroundings. Odd, the smell of blood. Touching the bloodstains on the ground, he wondered. Why is there so little blood? Suddenly, a heart-rending scream echoed through the air. Chen Zihuan was startled and immediately focused his attention. Everyone quickly ran toward the source of the sound. He hurriedly followed them. "You're not dead yet, get him out of here." When they arrived, everyone's steps halted, and they looked at the person lying lifeless on the ground. Chen Zihuan frowned, feeling frustrated, thinking to himself. I'm too late. Everyone gasped in shock, the person was dead, unmoving, and breathless. Seeing the victim's horrified face, he was stunned. Why is it her who's dead? The person next to him covered their mouth in fear. But Chen Zihuan remained calm as he stepped forward. Yesterday, he had only suspected, and today, someone was dead. He avoided the victim's body and walked into the house, carefully observing everything. The house was neat, with no signs of disturbance, which only confused him further. There were no traces of a struggle, everything seemed completely normal. Turning his head to look at the person behind him, Chen Zihuan asked in confusion, "Why did she die?" Upon closer inspection, he noticed a long mark around the girl's neck. After examining it thoroughly, he saw not only bruises but also several scratch marks, suggesting she had been strangled with a rope. But then, Chen Zihuan's eyes widened in shock as he lifted the girl's hand to inspect it. He saw bloodstains on her fingertips. Why had she not resisted but only clutched her own throat? Looking around the house again, Chen Zihuan silently thought, I arrived so early, and there isn't a single trace at the scene, not even a piece of rope. He suddenly realized something unusual clearly, a great deal of force must have been used. The sound of a staff tapping on the floor and a bell ringing came from behind. Chen Zihuan glanced over and saw old San Xiangu and his close followers. Everyone parted to make way for the third immortal lady and her disciple to enter. A man, visibly worried, spoke up, "Immortal lady, please take a look. 2 people have died by evening. Could this be the work of a ghost?" The people in the village also started to whisper. That's right, it looks similar. Could there be a ghost? Old Immortal seemed to grow angry, her face turning pale, her voice stern. Don't speak recklessly, our village is protected by Old Immortal, who would dare come here? The man who had mocked earlier sneered, yes, 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 but 2 people are already dead. What do you think should be done now? Others also began to discuss fervently, having heard that a survey team was on its way, but there was nothing prepared for them. I was still trying to find a way to stall. The issue here is that such a case has occurred in our village. My team's priority is to produce Hongji. I'm just afraid the village guards might be getting impatient. At this moment, Immortal Lady stepped forward to the body, both she and the young man beside her examining it with cold, indifferent eyes. Suddenly, a gleam appeared in Old Immortal's eyes. She immediately pulled her disciple's sleeve and instructed, "Go check if there's anything strange around the room." The young man obediently responded, "Yes." Zhaoko had been watching them intently all this time. This is turning into a troublesome matter. It seemed Immortal Lady had also noticed something. Zhaoko felt a pang of unease and thought to himself, what a coincidence, this person seems to have a similar aura to mine. The 2 locked eyes, and it felt like there was something they needed to say. Thinking for a moment, he walked over to Old Immortal with a deeply worried expression. Zhaoko said, "Old Immortal, please take a look at this matter." However, the old woman raised a hand as if signaling him to stop speaking. She asked, "Did Wang Minkai come to find you last night?" This made him momentarily startle. She continued, "Why didn't you answer?" Zhaoko rolled his eyes, then responded earnestly, "Yes, last night Secretary Wang came to find me. He said he had to go deal with that dog." He pointed to the corpse and raised his voice, "Those men are dead again today, and there are even others who died with them. The Immortal in this matter really have nothing to do with me." Old Immortal slammed her wooden staff onto the ground, saying, "Of course, I know it has nothing to do with you. Look here, the person who killed Wang Minkai definitely isn't human." Upon hearing this, Zhaoko let out a sigh of relief, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He couldn't help but fearfully ask, "Immortal Lady, if Wang Minkai wasn't killed by a human, does that mean this woman was killed by someone?" Old Immortal continued, "Si Huan, you usually speak very little, but your mind is always clearer than others. Just wait and see." Zhaoko waved his hand dismissively, "What can I be clearer about? Uncle San Xiangu, you not only understand everything, but you're also completely calm, not even smoking anymore." She pointed the wooden staff at him and interrogated, "You are usually a drug addict, never letting go of it." Zhaoko forced a smile, pretending to hold a pipe in his hand, never letting go, never letting go. He brought the pipe to his mouth, puffing smoke while thinking, still not detailed enough, I have to pretend carefully. Right now, the postmen don't know each other yet, I have to be even more cautious, otherwise, I'll end up dead for no reason, like her. This drug is really. At that moment, Old Immortal's grandson, Feng San, had returned. Excuse me, I went around the area. Behind the room, I saw a cat that had been hung on a tree, dead. The black cat, hung by the neck, looked pitiful. Old Immortal seemed to have predicted this. Indeed, Feng San asked Immortal Lady, could it be that this woman was really killed by someone? Old Immortal Lady replied, if it's Chimen Dunjia, the yin-yang formation spell, this woman is likely to have been cursed to death. No one knew what method the culprit used to connect the two bodies, to make the cat become an integral part of the body. The cat that was cursed also met the same fate as this little girl so greedy. In her heart, she wondered how such a dark spell could still be known by anyone. Could it be passed down through the mountains? Zhaoko also became sharper, thinking to himself that if the stamp had worked, it seemed the culprit was still an unaccounted for postman. Suddenly, a loud shout caught everyone's attention in the village. It was the voice of a young man, and he angrily pointed his finger. You're old, so I can't say much, but you must remember. Feng San, in anger, stepped toward Wei Wei and struck his pointing hand, simultaneously reminding him not to point at others. Wei Wei, in pain from the slap, had his hand turn red, but he still stubbornly pointed at Feng San. I'm telling everyone to believe in science. Suddenly, a spark of electricity wrapped around Wei Wei's body, causing him to scream in agony. Ah! Feng-san looked down from above, sneering as she spoke. Fool! Done, he turned to support old immortal San Xiangu. Grandma, let's go home. She replied gently. Everyone in the village quietly watched the two of them. Before leaving, old immortal did not forget to remind Si Huan, things have been unstable in the village lately, tell the village chief to make sure everyone locks their windows tightly at night, and if anyone has to go out, they should go in pairs. Zhao, still smoking, did not respond but thought to himself, I don't think it's necessary, I don't need to go and say anything. The village chief should have heard that by now, he muttered. The village chief scratched his head, awkwardly asking Zhang Haiyang. Is what you said earlier all done? Xiao Bing didn't say anything, but naturally nudged the village chief with his shoulder, then turned to scold. Did you see that? He walked over to Wei Wei to help him up. Xiao Bing reminded. There are experts in this little village. Hearing that, the village chief quickly waved his hand. Not that, a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a guest's voice sounded, jokingly, but it was something they couldn't ignore. Zhao picked up his pipe, slowly stood up, and mocked, even pretending to expose the wolf's tail. Xiao Bing angrily shouted, Stop, what did you say? The village chief, seeing that things were getting out of hand, quickly intervened, It's a misunderstanding, we're all family here, no need to argue. He turned to scold Zhao, Si Huan, what are you doing? Apologize right now. Zhao half smiled and said, Sorry. Then he turned and left, Forget it, I still need to go catch the dog for you guys, I'm too busy. The village chief, hearing this, couldn't help but feel frustrated, Si Huan, what are you? But Xiao Bing seemed even angrier. In a fit of rage, he pushed the village chief away, grabbed someone else, and stormed off, You've all gone, what's the point of keeping me here? The village chief sighed in resignation and said, Oh, they're gone now. He then turned to Zhang Haiyang with a respectful tone, Apologies, Teacher Zhang, this Chen Zihuan, please don't hold it against him. Haiyang chuckled and replied, It's fine, we're the ones who brought trouble to you guys. The royal guards examined Wei Wei's hand. Xiao Bing used a special treatment method on Wei Wei, causing him to cry silently. Zhang Haiyang said maliciously, Listen, something happened in our village, and we can't stay here wasting time anymore. You should quickly come up with a new plan. The village chief, upon hearing this, immediately ordered a kind-hearted villager, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take them to rest. The village chief waved his hand at Zhang Haiyang's group and spoke loudly, Tonight, we need to increase patrols to ensure the safety of Teacher Zhang's team. The villager who is guiding them will return immediately after showing the way. We will head back first, and you all can rest. Zhang Haiyang waved his hand in a friendly manner. Xiao Bing, worried, said, Professor Zhang, I don't think this village is safe. How about we? Zhang Haiyang replied firmly, No, this is the most convenient route into the mountains. We can't easily change direction. Before we head in, don't forget to remind him be on guard tonight, especially Wei Wei and Fenglan. They need to be more cautious. Xiao Bing pulled aside his coat to reveal a pistol inside, responding confidently, Yes, don't worry. No matter what kind of monsters or demons show up, I'll make sure to give them a taste of a bullet. The night in this village is thick with fog. Zhao Ku was standing against a wall, asking someone, I'm sure I didn't hear it wrong. Lei Mu spoke confidently, assuring that there was no mistake. What they said earlier was exactly like that. Zhao Ku gazed at the distant mountain, Are we heading into the mountain? Zhao Ku decided to carry his gun and head into the forest at the foot of the mountain, Then I'll go into the mountain and have a look. Lei Mu flew behind him, speaking up to ask. Brother, didn't you say we should keep our voices down? Why was that just now? Zhao Ku responded in a confusing way, The more quiet a person is now, the more suspicious they become. After walking for a while, Zhao Ku stopped. This was the spot he needed to be at. He was now standing on a cliff next to the river, and as long as the truth didn't come to light, the more people who knew about it, the safer it would be. What you need to do now is bring the dog back. Lei Mu immediately asked, pointing to the right and saying, "It's over there," immediately. Zhao Ke then pulled out his knife. He threw the dagger with force toward the direction Lei Mu had just pointed. The deer was struck by the dagger and immediately lost blood, collapsing at Zhao Ke's feet. He looked at it, stroked his chin, and wondered, if I bring it back like this, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Amid the dark forest, the delicious scent of roasted meat filled the air. Zhao Ke had cut off the deer's thigh and was roasting it over the fire. Suddenly, Zhao Ke reached out towards the deer's head. His hand stopped near its head, and then, unexpectedly, two objects pierced the deer's chest. After finishing the task, Zhao Ke said, "Now, there's no problem. But I came here to conduct a geological survey." At this moment, the dark clouds began to disperse. The forest became unusually bright. Zhao Ke thought to himself, having traveled such a long way, there was really nothing worth surveying here. And if I didn't come to survey, maybe I should deal with them first. The power of this thing had already been proven. He recalled the people who had died from the book, but then Zhao Ke decided to close the book. It's still not right, the key mission hasn't been released yet, I can't act recklessly. Besides, upon reflection, Wang Minkai is the one who should die in my place. If that's the case, it's best if there are two forces involved. The venison thigh suddenly became a stamp in a notebook. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhao Ke picked up the remaining venison and walked back the way he came, still cautious and not daring to act recklessly. As soon as he returned home, two young men were waiting for him. Go Dan cheerfully said, "Si Huan, you're back? The village head has been looking for you everywhere. Your shooting skills are truly admirable. I also want to be a forest guard and go into the woods with you in the future." Zhao Ke coldly replied, "Stop it, there's no need for you to talk like that." He noticed the gun on his back. "What is this?" Go Dan sincerely answered. "This is what Immortal Lady said, the thing that killed Secretary Wang. It might be my turn today. The village head told us to form a patrol team, and also said he wanted to find you, because of this matter." Zhao Ke was startled, realizing that he hadn't acted yet. He remembered when he first arrived here, his mission was to join the patrol team, remind everyone to protect the villagers, with a focus on protecting the group led by Zhang Haiyang. Task 2, investigate the truth behind the reminder, find out the cause of Wang Minkai's death, and identify the culprit by tonight. Zhao Ke carried the deer on his shoulder, deep in thought. As expected, the shadowy figure would appear again tonight. However, this task was likely already known to other postmen as well. If that's the case, I wonder if any postman would choose to join the patrol team to complete this mission? Seeing Si Huan remain silent, Go Dan and his companion couldn't help but feel uneasy. Go Dan worriedly asked, "Uncle Si Huan, what's wrong?" Zhao Ke shook his head and replied, "Nothing. It's just that being old and staying in the forest for too long is a bit tiring." In his heart, he thought, it seems these two are not postmen after all. Then he tossed the deer toward Go Dan. "Help me carry it to the village chief." Seeing Go Dan frozen in place, Zhao Ke reminded him, "What are you waiting for? Go on." Go Dan and his companion quickly left. Zhao Ke watched them go inside in relief. "Luckily I met these two to guide me, or I wouldn't know where the village chief's house is, and who knows, I might have been exposed." The village chief greeted him warmly and enthusiastically. "Si Huan, you're back. I knew you could do it." Go Dan silently let the deer land on the ground, and everyone present fell silent. Upon seeing the deer missing two of its hind legs, the village chief was confused. These Zhao Ke had already turned around, preparing to leave. After all, he had brought the meat back, and it was his share. The village chief seemed to be afraid of something, quickly stopping him. Wait. This will be recorded at the end of the month. Tonight, you gather everyone for patrol. I'll make sure you are protected. Zhao coldly pulled his arm away. The village chief continued to cling to him like a leech. Hey, why are you leaving? He used all his effort to persuade. Don't go, you're the only one who knows how to use a gun in the village. The patrol team can't do without you. The village chief raised 2 fingers. How about this? I'll increase your stipend. Can I give you extra compensation? At the end of the year, I'll also give you 2 more rations. Upon hearing this, Zhao stopped. He glanced at the village chief, then slowly walked toward him. He muttered, I feel that even if you beg me for this, it's useless. You might as well go beg old immortal Tham instead. The village head was in a dilemma. He could ask her, but he scratched his head, feeling uneasy. The survey team had already offended her that day. If he went to find her. Zhao crouched down and smoked his cigarette. Well, I don't know about that. If you don't go beg her, I'll just sleep at home, and as far as the patrol team goes, you can pretend you never told me anything. He even teased him further. At this rate, 2 or 3 more people will die in the village, and I'll just watch you act like it's nothing. Hearing this, the village head became furious. Don't joke around like that. But Zhao calmly exhaled a puff of smoke, completely indifferent, which made the village head's face turn black. Then, he looked around and finally said to Zhao, where's the back leg? Bring it here, I'll take it to the immortal. Zhao handed him the knife, already used. I ate it. If you want, you can take the front legs instead. The village head immediately snatched the knife from Zhao hand. He walked over to where Godan was holding it and quickly cut off the 2 front legs before kicking Godan and his friend away. You bunch of idiots, you bring meat to the kitchen and dare to eat it? I'll skin you alive. Done, he told Zhao, go find someone. He then said, it seems that this person is very familiar with old immortal lady. The village chief sighed, she's not had an easy life either. When the disaster struck in the village, her whole family perished, leaving only 1 grandchild. If she hadn't returned quickly and called on old immortal for help, her grandchild might not have survived either. Afterward, the grandchild grew up, married, and moved to the city. Unfortunately, the beautiful times didn't last long, and he was killed in a car accident. The whole family of the grandchild was left with only Feng San. Now, he spends his days following his wife, and his life was originally meant to be spent as a maidservant to old immortal. In the end, only Feng San remained by her side. The village chief closed his eyes, feeling sorrow for the fate of old San Xiangu's family. Zhao pondered, thinking, so, is he a disciple? Zhao followed the village chief to a brick house. After a few knocks on the door, the person who opened it was Feng San. Feng San led the village chief and Zhao inside. While walking, Zhao suddenly stopped. He looked up at the ceiling and saw a pair of red eyes staring at him. Zhao's face immediately filled with fear, and his hand gripped the gun tightly. The village chief, noticing that Zhao had stopped, asked, why aren't you moving anymore? At this moment, Zhao's hand was trembling uncontrollably. The strange, demonic entity on the ceiling suddenly vanished. Zhao was even more terrified. It was too fast. If that thing attacks, the consequences are unimaginable. The village chief gave him a pat on the back. Si Huan, what's wrong with you? You look terrible. Zhao quickly waved his hand. No, it's nothing. Zhao's eyes were full of alertness as he looked at Feng San. Does this person know about the shadow? Feng San turned to continue walking. If everything's fine, why are you standing there? She's still waiting. Soon after, they arrived at a room with a strong smell of incense. Lao San Xiangu was sitting cross-legged on a wooden chair, with an altar behind her offering a fox statue. The village chief stepped forward and laughed. Sister Wan, Si Huan caught a dog from the forest and brought it to you. San Xiangu looked at Feng San and nodded. Feng San understood and took the 2 deer legs from the village chief's hands. The village chief looked at Zhao, hesitated, and said, this. He then looked at Sister Wan, who was silently closing her eyes with her small heart. The village chief patted Zhaoke's shoulder. "Si Huan, didn't you have something to say to Grandma Soothsayer?" The two exchanged glances and communicated with their eyes. The village chief said, "Hurry up and speak." Zhaoko, with a look of anger in his eyes, "Old fox, no wonder you brought me here." Zhaoko swallowed and then looked at Sister Wan. He scratched his head and said, "Grandma, today's incident has already been seen by the elder, and we'll leave the murderer aside for now." He sat down next to Grandma. "As for the death of Secretary Wang, how do you think it should be handled?" San Xiangu answered indifferently, "Handle it however it should be." The village chief chimed in, "I'm not saying this, Sister Wan, but if we can handle it ourselves, why bring it to you?" He tried to explain, "Isn't it because we can't handle it? We are just ordinary people, we don't know how to use spells to eliminate demons or ghosts. As you know, if you don't care about it, who else will?" Suddenly, Feng San walked over. How dare we get involved?" Feng San seized the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark. "Aren't we supposed to believe in science now? People like us will only be laughed at." The village chief was confused. "What are you saying?" He winked at Zhaoko. "Si Huan, you speak." Zhaoko was about to explode. "Old man, are you trying to push me to my death?" However, Zhaoko still stood up and took out his pipe. He said to old San Xiangu, "Dear Grandma Soothsayer, you cannot avoid intervening in this matter." As he lit his pipe, he continued, "If you don't intervene, based on the current situation, something will definitely happen tonight. That will be the end of your granddaughter's life. Normally, when I see you in front of father, I cannot just call on you without reason." Hearing this, San Xiangu only silently furrowed her brows, saying nothing. Zhaoko thought, "This has meaning." Zhaoko continued, "Grandma, this person's heart is not just made of large beef. Every child, no matter whose, is still a child. You cannot bear to ignore this." Feng San immediately retorted, "Then tell them to disperse and stay home." Zhaoko turned to Feng San and said, "San your words are fine, but without a patrol team, no one will be able to sleep soundly tonight." Feng San, frustrated, said, "This won't do, and that won't do either. So, what do you suggest we do?" Zhaoko turned to San Xiangu. "Exactly, that's why we need Grandma Soothsayer to take action. You are a disciple of the immortals, if you step in, it will surely ensure safety. After all, it is an act of fulfilling the will of heaven. You cannot refuse to manage this." Sister Wan sighed. "Actually, before you all came, I had already asked the old immortal, but the old immortal did not agree to let me get involved in this matter." Zhaoko was bewildered, thinking about the monster from earlier. "Old immortal, so what happened earlier?" Suddenly, Lao San Xiangu stood up and said, "Since you have brought it up, I can't just ignore it." San Xiangu reached into the altar cabinet and took something out. "Take this." She then approached Zhaoko and reminded him, "Stick it to yourself tightly. Tonight, you need to do this." After a while, Feng San, Zhaoko, and the village chief left Lao San Xiangu's house. By then, it was already late afternoon. Feng San asked, "Did you all understand what she said?" Zhaoko chuckled and replied, Yes, I understand, I'll follow you." The village chief, seeing that everything was in order, waved his hand and left. "I'll go tell the patrol team, so those of the tiger and dragon years should go home." Feng San called out to him, "As for the others, tell Lin Kaidu to make sure if anything unusual happens, he should call for help immediately." The village chief responded loudly, "Understood." With that, he waved his hand at Zhaoko, "Follow me." As they walked, he thought to himself, "With a master like San Xiangu here, I can hide behind and still be like a dim light, which makes it reasonable to complete the task. It's different from others who are too scared to join the patrol or just abandon their duties to act on their own." At a towering tree, Feng San suddenly stopped. The sunset cast a beautiful scene onto the tree. Feng San sprang up, and Zhaoko had already climbed up the tree with ease. On the massive trunk, Feng San said, "The village says you, Si Huan, are good at shooting. Wait a moment, listen to me. I'll attack from here, you attack from over there. Don't hesitate." Zhaoko agreed immediately, "Got it." By evening, both of them were shivering from the cold. Feng San's eyes suddenly turned green as he stared intently downward. Seeing this, Zhao thought, night vision, psychic powers, maybe a cat spirit? He sighed, what a pity, you're just a gourd's guts. Ah, can't say anything, I can only guess. Suddenly, both of them felt something unusual. Hearing a sound, they quickly lay down and hid behind the tree's foliage. At that moment, a figure carrying a gun on their back approached. Zhao Ku immediately aimed his gun at the person. Here already? But Feng San raised his hand to stop him. He said, no, something's off. Don't act. It turned out to be the young man who had been with Godan earlier that morning, carrying a piece of meat as he walked to Li's house. Sister Li, look, this is some meat. Si Huan caught it today. I stole a bit from the kitchen and brought you a piece. Sister Li blushed, grabbed his hand, and pulled him into the house. Still the same kind-hearted boy you are. Compared to that fool, Wang Minkai is much stronger. Hurry up and come in. The guy followed suit. I'm not just kind-hearted, I can love in other ways too. This scene left Feng San and Zhao frozen, their eyes filled with contempt. Who would have thought that Wang Minkai, still warm, would have someone digging through the walls to get into his house? Truly. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Feng San and Zhao exchanged wary glances, quickly jumping off the ancient tree. Zhao thought, the only gun in the village is in my hands, that gunshot. Could it be him? Suddenly, Feng San stopped, placing his hand in front of Zhao's chest. Wait a minute. Feng San crouched beside the brick wall. Something's not right. Zhao grew suspicious, this kid isn't lying to me, I didn't even see anything when the lightning flashed. But then his eyes lit up. Lei Mu called out anxiously, brother. Zhao also realized, something's wrong, there's the smell of blood. To the left. The two immediately turned left, and something flew toward Zhao's head. As Zhao was in confusion, he muttered, what is that? Feng San immediately jumped up. He pulled Zhao behind him and ran forward. Feng Te clenched his hands, raised them towards the shadow on the wall. As he opened his palm, a puff of white smoke floated out. The shadow, upon encountering the white smoke, began to disperse. Afterward, the dark figure seemed to leap away from the wall. Feng San shouted, shoot! Then he crouched down, allowing Zhao to take position on the floor. Zhao aimed carefully and squeezed the trigger, firing 2 shots. The demon was hit, but it seemed unharmed. It continued to crawl into the wall. Now, its terrifying face was clearly visible. As it leapt to the other side of the wall, Zhao was about to take another shot when Feng San tossed his backpack to Zhao and yelled, chase it, don't let it escape. Feng San ran furiously. Zhao, holding the bag, hurried after him, calling out, hey, wait for me. When Zhao saw that Feng San had run ahead, he suddenly stopped. The area around him was empty, no one in sight. He asked, Lei Mu, is anyone around? The girl responded, no, there's no one. Zhao opened his notebook, turning the backpack into a stamp. Then he closed the notebook. All right then. He was using a stamp shaped like some kind of armor, which caused a dark aura to emanate from his body. Zhao thought, vampire bat, blood-sucking demon. I wonder if these 2 shots will have any effect. Lei Mu reminded, brother, there's someone chasing us from behind. Zhao glanced back and saw someone running on the rooftops. I know. Zhao took a few steps back and then jumped behind a wall. The person chasing him leapt over the alley where Zhao had been standing, unaware of his presence. As expected, some people who were not part of the patrol team were acting alone, looking for an opportunity. Zhao and Lei Mu both closed their eyes, recalling their thoughts. Around them, a wave of green energy spread, almost like sound waves or something. Lei Mu's perception can't be wrong. It seems that this mission involves at least 4 postmen. With the little devil already exposed, they won't be able to act today. Zhao continued, right now, only I have the advantage of darkness. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the house behind them. Two men fell out of the smoke. As soon as they hit the ground, they were thrown against the wall. Zhao Ke thought, it seems that my shot didn't have the desired effect. The monster is still very strong, but that's alright, it helps me identify the two postmen. However, it wasn't that easy. Both men were wearing white masks. Damn it, why are they wearing masks? Zhao Ke drew out a knife. Not seeing their faces doesn't matter. Right now, both of them are yellow buntings and have failed. The monster and those two are both injured. He hid behind the brick wall, ready to strike. The clams fight each other. Fishermen like me have no choice but to take action. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Over here! Feng San Xiaobing, along with a group of strong young men armed with guns, rushed toward the sound. One man wearing a mask cursed when he saw them. Damn it, they're here so quickly. The two of them immediately took off their masks and pretended to shout for help. We're here, come save us. The villagers quickly recognized Uncle Wang and Uncle Sun. But Feng San Xiaobing and the others froze. Fear was evident on Feng San's face. Behind Uncle Wang and Uncle Sun is a monster with a long tongue and big ears. It's the Bat Demon. Oh my god, what is this thing? The demon broke through the door of a brick house. It stuck out its long, drooling tongue. A man shouted angrily, tossing a torch at it, "Get out!" The blazing torch struck the demon's face. The torch fell to the ground, and the demon recoiled. It spread its wings to shield itself, trying to retreat back inside. The villagers quickly whispered to each other, "Surround it. This thing is afraid of fire." Amid the chaos of the crowd, Zhao Ke thought, now is the opportunity. The crowd began to murmur. The other day, Zhang Hu's son, Zhang Wen's boy, suddenly got possessed. It might have something to do with this. Don't push, don't shove, no jostling from behind. Right, Wang Minkai and Bai area were killed by it, beat it to death. Zhao Ke thought, killing this monster will definitely give me a lot of postage points, but it's too easy to be exposed. I need to cause confusion first, then. With that thought, Zhao Ke shouted loudly, "Look behind you, someone is lying on the ground." What's going on? What's happening? It was a girl with her eyes wide open in death, blood covering her neck. Is this Bai area from the village? Monster! A man holding a sword rushed forward. I have to kill this thing. The villagers, filled with righteous anger, shouted, "Charge! Kill this monster!" Zhao Ke thought, this is the chance. He slowly drew out his knife. Uncle Wang and Uncle Sun exchanged signals and moved to take action. Feng San couldn't help but feel puzzled. He thought to himself, how did this thing end up in the mountains? Feng San raised his hand to his chest, and a golden light began to glow around the area. Could it be that old immortal isn't doing anything about this? Seeing the strange phenomenon, Feng San looked down. In front of his chest was a glowing orb that resembled a small sun. This is. You remember the two talismans that old San Xiangu had given, and the glowing object was indeed one of these talismans. Feng San screamed, "No, don't go there." But the villagers ignored him, determined to move forward and kill the monster, all rushing forward together to slay the beast. Zhao Ke suddenly realized that something was wrong. The demon suddenly stepped out, surrounded by a cloud of mist. A man, full of momentum, leapt forward. He was the one holding the sword with a fierce and fiery aura. The sword struck the demon's head, and a flash of light appeared. The demon unleashed a burst of energy that sent the man flying. It roared, producing an unbearably piercing sound. The villagers, hearing this sound, felt as though their minds were about to shatter. Zhao Ke was no exception. He clutched his head, repeatedly saying, "No, no." Zhao Ke desperately reached out in front of him, "I have to cut it off." But his hand trembled incessantly from the sound waves. A strange barrier began to form around Zhao Ke, and soon, it became a layer of crystal that encased him, preventing him from moving. The others were the same, constantly being transformed into blocks of crystal. Zhao Ke could do nothing as he was trapped within this beautiful stone. In Zhao Ke's consciousness, there was a constant calling, brother, brother. But it seemed like he was still sinking into an abyss, unable to hear. Brother, brother, please wake up. Suddenly, a light flashed. The talisman given by old San Xiangu was taking effect. The talisman flew out of Zhao Ke's body, carrying with it a green flame. His body now looked much more alive. Brother! The talisman was burned to ashes by the green flame. In the smoke, the figure of Lei Mu could be seen. The little girl kept whispering into Zhao Ke's ear, brother, brother. When Lei Mu shouted, brother, brother, Zhao Ke finally opened his eyes. As he broke free from the crystal, he couldn't keep his balance, stumbling unsteadily. He clutched his chest and panted, oh, oh, oh. He looked down at his hand, oh. Seeing the remains of the talisman, Zhao Ke thought, thankfully, I kept it with me instead of leaving it in the bookcase. Lei Mu anxiously said, brother, you were so scared just now. In the blink of an eye, it felt like your entire brain was destroyed, as if everything around us lost power. I couldn't stop it at all. Zhao Ke quickly became alert, as expected, there's never a moment to relax. Suddenly, a voice called out, Si Huan. It was Feng San, who had also broken free from the crystal block. Feng San's face was flushed with anger, veins bulging. He pointed at the monster, hit it in the head. Zhao Ke gritted his teeth, raised his hunting rifle, and aimed. The demon let out a terrifying roar, full of menace. Zhao Ke pulled the trigger repeatedly, but nothing happened. Panicking, he thought, damn it, I forgot to load the bullets. The sonic waves generated by the demon reappeared. Zhao Ke could only try to hold himself up. He could no longer stand, and had to crouch down, using the rifle to steady himself. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Ke thought, the talisman's effect is wearing off. Ugh, down I go. Zhao Ke pulled out the glowing knife, thinking, even if I'm exposed, there's no avoiding it. He hurled the knife straight at the demon. The demon, too preoccupied with emitting the sonic waves, couldn't dodge in time. The knife immediately pierced through its skull, and blood sprayed out. The demon collapsed, a blinding light bursting forth. The light spread like an explosion, enveloping everything around it. Afterward, those trapped within the crystal block returned to their normal states, though they all seemed to have lost consciousness. Zhao Ke stretched out his hand to grab the rifle, and as soon as he got hold of it, he gripped it tightly. Borrowing a gun to stand up, the thick smoke made Zhao Ke cough incessantly, cough, cough, cough. He waved the smoke away, cough. Suddenly, the system announced, Mission 1, join the patrol team, mission failed. This caused his face to turn pale. As he ran towards the demon, he thought, why did it fail? He flipped the demon over, and Zhao Ke thought, it's clearly dead. But he suddenly realized, no, that's not right. Zhao Ke looked at the house from which the demon had come, I've been tricked. Zhao Ke recalled the system's reminder, Mission 1, join the patrol team, reminder to protect the village people, focus on protecting the group led by Zhang Haiyang. Mission 2, investigate the true cause of Wang Minkai's death, find the murderer, time. Zhao Ke anxiously thought, something must have happened to Zhang Haiyang. He shouted angrily, damn it. At this moment, Zhao Ke noticed Feng San kneeling behind him. The boy's face was filled with fear, and his mouth kept muttering, no, no way, no way. Zhao Ke immediately walked up to him, grabbed his shirt, and lifted Feng San up. Zhao Ke angrily asked, what do you mean no way? Why did your grandmother lie to me? He questioned, if you can give me the talisman, then you must know what abilities the monster has. So why did you say from the beginning that we would go first, and she would follow? Why didn't she come? Feng San, hearing the scolding, could only lower his head in silence. Zhao Ke immediately threw a punch at him, then dropped him to the ground. Speak! Damn it, you! Zhao Ke continued to ask, tell me, what happened? Unbeknownst to them, a bride without eyes appeared behind them. Feng San, terrified, answered, drawing of immoral ascension. Zhao Ke angrily shouted, "What is drawing of immoral ascension?" Feng San's face turned pale, his veins bulging, but he didn't say anything further. Zhao Ke then hit him again with his gun. Die! Feng San collapsed unconscious to the ground. Zhao Ke speculated that the problem lay with her and decided to go there to investigate. He was about to leave when the village chief and a group of people arrived, running. As they approached, the chief pointed and said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Over here, the village chief and his group stopped in front of the people lying scattered on the ground. The chief, confused, tugged at Zhao Ke's sleeve and asked, "Si Huan, what is going on? Why has this happened?" Zhao Ke reminded him, "For now, don't get involved in this matter." He pointed towards Shou Bing, who was unconscious. "This person is here right now. You'd better go check on the survey team, something's happened." The village chief, worried, said, "I'll go." Zhao Ke signaled for silence, "Don't say anything to anyone. Go see if there's any way to salvage the situation." Looking at the village chief as he turned to speak with those accompanying him, Zhao Ke thought, "Right now, there's no way to focus on the survey team, I can only send someone to check." Then he noticed two postmen approaching Uncle Wang and Uncle Sun. "Consider yourselves lucky. I can't lend my strength right now." Zhao Ke whispered, "Lei Mu, keep a close eye around us to see if anyone tries to approach." Around them, villagers were helping each other back. "Is everything okay? What happened? Oh no, where's the person? Someone, help!" Zhao Ke added, "I don't want to die in vain." Lei Mu, climbing over Zhao Ke's head, obediently responded, "Yes." At that moment, Zhao Ke leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette. A kind villager reminded him, "Si Huan, don't run around. Si Huan, come to my house." He quickly declined, "No need, no need. I'll be fine after resting for a bit." Zhao Ke thought, "I must take this opportunity while Feng San is unconscious to visit his house." In the chaotic crowd, no one noticed he was heading in a different direction. Later, Zhao Ke arrived at the front of the red brick house belonging to old San Xiangu. The door slowly creaked open, and a bright eye appeared. The door gradually opened wider. Zhao Ke thought, could it really be that there's something wrong with her? He confidently pushed the gate open and walked in, thinking to himself, "We clearly made an appointment to meet right after, yet she didn't show up." As Zhao Ke was about to push the door of the house, he thought, maybe from the very beginning, I should never have trusted her. Suddenly, his hand froze. Zhao Ke sensed something was wrong. Something's not right, he thought. A beam of green light shone from inside. Zhao Ke took a stick from his book and slowly approached the door, holding the metal rod in his hand. He then struck the door with the rod, and the green mist scattered, clinging to the metal rod. Zhao Ke was filled with panic and rushed away, but the green mist gathered into a flame, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhao Ke quickly threw the rod, now covered in the mist, aside. The rod hit the ground with a loud thud. His hand, still gripping the rod, trembled uncontrollably from the cold. Zhao Ke didn't dare take his eyes off the strange green flames. He sniffed a few times and realized, why isn't there any smell of frying or stir-frying? The fire's burning too strong, luckily we didn't use gold and copper. While thinking, he covered his nose and walked forward. Zhao Ke picked up the iron staff. If not, just opening the door like this, I'd be dead and wouldn't even know how. Zhao Ke examined the staff for a moment, then said, Old Li's staff is really good, even like this, it's fine. Zhao Ke boldly planted the staff into the ground, standing up straight. He courageously stepped into the dark house. After searching for a while and finding no one, he thought, no one's home. But Zhao Ke didn't notice the shadow hiding nearby. The shadow moved quickly, and Zhao Ke remained unaware. Nothing, this grandma really has problems. An idea suddenly struck him. Wait a minute, even though you're not home, doesn't that mean everything here must be mine? With that, Zhao Ke openly opened the cupboard and took something. As soon as he touched the orange fox on the altar, he couldn't help but joyfully say, I should clean everything properly. Zhao Ke clenched his fists in anger, to be teased like this tonight and not get anything, and still be mocked by something like you. It turned out that Zhao Ke was partly annoyed by the fox's face. He immediately grabbed the staff and knocked the fox off. Go die. The fox statue, upon encountering the iron staff, could only be shattered into pieces, yet a single white fur patch remained. Seeing this, Jiaoku immediately stepped closer to the fur patch. He even prodded it with his staff. Jiaoku furrowed his brows. He picked up the fur and wondered, it's clearly white, but why does it glow like this? Jiaoku turned the fur over and guessed, it seems like there's something drawn on it. On the fur, there was a drawing of 5 creatures surrounding a coffin, mountain, altar, coffin, a fox, yellow skin. After staring at it for a while, Jiaoku still couldn't make sense of it. He decided, I'll just collect it as a stamp for now. The writing here makes no sense, so I'll take it for now. Suddenly, the notebook notified him, insufficient permissions, cannot transform the item. Jiaoku pondered and looked at the fur in his hand. Not being able to transform it means this item is very important. He then tucked the fur into his jacket. I'll take it for now and head into the survey team to figure it out. Jiaoku leisurely shoved his hands into his pockets and walked out of the brick house. He casually passed through the gate, unaware that a black cat was watching him. The black cat with yellow eyes meowed, and its golden gaze reflected Jiaoku and his shadow. Strangely, Jiaoku's shadow wasn't human-shaped, instead, it resembled a monster with green eyes. The monster appeared, causing the cat to be terrified to death. Jiaoku continued walking without noticing anything unusual. Suddenly, Jiaoku stopped, looking down at his hand, strange. Jiaoku turned around, wondering, what was that just now? Seeing nothing, he continued walking. Was that a wrong feeling? After a while, when Jiaoku had walked a distance away from the house, fog suddenly enveloped the red brick house. A black foot stepped out from the house, a shadow that was neither human nor ghostly. He thought of the golden fur and said, "Humph, it's been too easy on you." He noticed the black cat curled up on the wall. The black shadow immediately threw something towards the cat and cursed, "Useless thing." The cat stood up, its fur bristling, but when the brown stone hit it, it burst into flames. The cat fell off the wall in pain, and the shadow calmly shoved his hands into his pockets and walked out of the gate, saying, "Get back inside yourself." Hearing this, the cat, along with the flames, immediately rushed back into the house. As the cat jumped through the door, the entire brick house ignited. The fire blazed up, catching Jiaoku's attention. What is this? The village chief, in despair, hugged his head. We still haven't dealt with the situation here. How did a fire start? He waved at Jiaoku. Quick, go put out the fire. But he calmly asked, it's not resolved yet, what happened? The village chief gloomily covered his face. Zheng Haiyang has gone missing. Upon hearing this, Jiaoku thought for a moment, gone missing. He recalled the notification, Mission 1, join the patrol team, mission failed. Looking towards the village chief leaning against the stone, he thought, the mission failure indicates there is definitely a problem, but a disappearance suggests the issue might still be negotiable. The village chief continued to lament, no sign of him alive or dead, I've had people search everywhere, even the huts. Not a single hair was found. Jiaoku knelt beside him and asked, what about the people who went with him on the survey team? The village chief suddenly remembered, the ones who went with him? Zhang Wei is currently lying still, his eyes wide open, drooling and looking very disturbing. That student, Zhang Wei, is Zheng Haiyang's son. Right now, we don't know what to do with him. He's lying in bed, no matter how we call him, he won't wake up. The little girl is in a good mental state, but she doesn't know anything when asked. The village chief then asked Jiaoku, Si Huan? I'm so upset, what should we do? He calmly replied, let's not discuss how to deal with it for now. Where is Feng San and I? Jiaoku thought for a moment, I just went to San Xiangu's house and then lost my temper. The village chief glanced at him and replied, he's inside there. The village head continued, he doesn't know why he fainted, so we placed him inside. He looked towards a small brick house. Jiaoku, upon seeing this, became extremely anxious, inside as well? He immediately became tense, it's not Feng San, so who could it be? I have golden copper, which means we can enter the room without needing to light candles. At least the door has traps, so it can't be as simple as two fans burning everything down. How could it set the whole room on fire? He pondered. Feng-san is lying there, who else could come to San Xiangu's house? The village head appeared still very distressed. Si Huan, this plan is finished. The report will definitely bring trouble from the higher-ups. He cried loudly, I can't bear this. Zhaoko immediately scolded him, cry your head off. Then he knelt next to the village head, listen to me. Zhaoko gave him a suggestion. The person reporting should write it like this. The village head, anxious, asked, Will that work? Zhaoko stood up, anyway, this is my suggestion. If you don't want to use the black bear dog as an excuse, just be straightforward. After all, there are many such supernatural occurrences. Zhaoko made a condition, if you agree, in a few days, I'll bring you a black bear dog. If you don't agree, then this has nothing to do with me anymore. The village chief thought for a while, his hand tightly gripping his pants, and finally, he made a decision, alright, I'll listen to you. Zhaoko continued, that's right. For now, you just focus on overseeing the survey team and Feng-san. Don't let them talk nonsense. Then he left, I'll go ask that girl what she has to say now. Zhaoko was about to push open the wooden door of a house when he suddenly paused and thought, I should settle things with the person first. I'll wait until Feng-san wakes up, then I'll ask her. In the end, he still pushed the door open. Inside the room, Feng-lan was sitting on the bed with a very worried expression. As soon as she saw Si Huan, she hurriedly stood up and asked, So? Have you found Professor Zhang yet? Zhaoko casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Tell me first, how did Comrade Zhang Haiyang go missing? Feng-lan answered, I don't know either. Everything was calm in the evening, but then I heard a noise from outside, followed by a burst of gunfire, and I woke up. As she spoke, her body trembled uncontrollably. At that time, a group of Imperial guards chased people outside, so the professor and I stayed in the room and waited. But I don't know when I fell asleep. When I woke up, Professor Zhang was gone. After listening, Zhaoko stood up. So that's how it is. Then you. He asked further, what about here? Something that looked very terrifying appeared behind Zhaoko as he was touching Feng-lan's shoulder. She immediately responded, as if in a trance, Professor, in March, we received a letter. Inside, it mentioned a devil country that had vanished, and said there might be a clue here. Zhaoko asked again, who sent the letter to you? She replied, it said that the letter was from a student named Wang Minkai. Zhaoko recalled and thought, could it be that the shadow from the other night wasn't attacking me, but attacking Wang Minkai instead? Zhaoko extended his hand and demanded, where's the letter? Let me see it. Feng-lan shook her head. The letter is with the professor. Wang Minkai said he had all the necessary documents and materials, but before we could see him, he was already dead. Zhaoko slapped his forehead and said, this is getting more complicated. When he stepped out of Feng-lan's house, the sun was already high in the sky. As soon as he went out the door, Zhaoko lit a cigarette. Then, he began to piece together the events. Wang Minkai accidentally discovered a secret stash and wrote a letter to Zhang Haiyang, saying it would lead the survey team here. The reason he was killed definitely has something to do with this secret. Now Zhang Haiyang is missing, his fate unknown. So, what role are you playing here? He thought, that person definitely wants to kill Wang Minkai to attract attention. He wondered, but why do that? Why does San Xiangu want to capture Zhang Haiyang? If it's for security reasons, they could just kill him, there's no need to make such a fuss. Zhaoko waved his hand to disperse the smoke. After a moment, he looked up at the sky, this person still has some other value. Dawn is breaking, I need to wake Feng-san to get a clearer picture. Suddenly, a villager came over and asked, Si Huan, have you seen Master Feng-san? Upon hearing this, Zhaoko was taken aback. What do you mean? The villager replied, Feng-san has disappeared. Zhaoko immediately ran off. The villager, confused, asked, Si Huan, where are you going? Zhao Ku, now thoroughly panicked, replied, "He's gone." Zhao Ku ran quickly to the house where Feng San had been taken. He pushed open the door forcefully, but the room was empty. Zhao Ku, furious, muttered, "Damn it, I was too careless." He held his forehead and thought, "I underestimated Feng San, let him slip away. Now time has passed, and I don't know what will happen with those two cases." The system suddenly displayed a notification, Task 2, Investigate the General, completion rate 87%. A sudden flash of insight struck Zhao Ku's mind, there is no failure or completion, only the completion rate. Does this mean my thinking is on the right track? Surely there are still clues at Wang Minkai's place. Given the nature of this case, the documents in Wang Minkai's possession must be related to the truth behind the matter. A man who had approached earlier asked, "Si Huan, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" Zhao Ku reminded the man, "Wait a moment. Go check on the people at the investigation team, but remember, no incidents are allowed." The other man confirmed, "Don't worry, Si Huan, I won't leave here again." After the exchange, Zhao Ku, with a serious expression, continued walking. So what now? Suddenly, he stopped. He thought to himself, "No, going to the house of someone who was already dead in broad daylight, it's too obvious." So, he decided to head back. Furthermore, even if something happened again in the evening, there's no guarantee it could be handled. It's better to rest and plan for the evening. It was morning, but Zhao Ku was still peacefully asleep. He had no idea that danger was approaching. The fur on his body suddenly transformed into the face of a fox. Its glaring, eerie green eyes stared wide open. A stream of green air emanated from the fox fur. This air continuously infiltrated Zhao Ku's body, and it transported him into a peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself standing in the midst of a snowstorm. Zhao Ku was utterly bewildered, wondering, "Where am I? How did I end up here?" He jolted when he saw something ahead of him. Is this a coffin? Zhao Ku was deeply confused as he gazed upon a red wooden coffin in this place. He courageously opened the coffin's lid. This is. Inside, the lifeless body of Si Huan lay motionless. As evening approached, someone was running toward Zhao Ku's house. The sound of rapid knocking echoed, but he remained fast asleep. Zhao Ku suddenly opened his eyes wide, clutching his head as he sat up, trying to recall the events that had just occurred. Was that a dream? I must have been thinking about coffins too much lately. I've been overthinking it. The rapid knocking persisted. Zhao Ku called out loudly, "Who is it?" The door opened to reveal a man from the village. He said, "Si Huan, someone named Shou Bing just attacked someone and fled, even stealing a gun. The village chief said that you." Zhao Ku was taken aback. What? I understand. You go back, I'll make arrangements and follow right away. The man immediately agreed. All right, I won't forget to remind you, be careful on the way. After a brief moment of panic, Zhao Ku suddenly became unusually calm. He took out his pipe again and pondered. Zhao Ku asked, "Not out yet?" He glanced at the wall beside him. "I've helped you lead everyone away. Don't let my kindness go to waste." From behind the wall, a person stepped out, and to Zhao Ku's surprise, it was Shou Bing. Zhao Ku easily guessed his intentions. You didn't come to find me just to point a gun at me, did you? Shou Bing immediately raised his pistol, aiming it at Zhao Ku. I originally came to find you for something, but now that you've spotted me so easily, I feel something dangerous. Zhao Ku raised both hands, but his face showed no fear. As a hunter, if you can't spot someone, that's the real problem. Then, without hesitation, he walked into the house, which surprised Shou Bing. I thought you must be very hungry by now. If you have any requests, come inside and let's talk. Shou Bing, still holding the gun, cautiously entered. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Ku pouring tea. You came to find me, probably because of my reputation as a hunter, right? Go ahead, tell me, what do you want to do? Shou Bing still did not lower the gun. He spoke frankly, save the person. Xiao Bing continued, I know where Professor Zhang might be, but I'm not familiar with the terrain here. Hearing this, Zhao Ke's hand, which was pouring tea, trembled. He still appeared calm as he sat down. Zhao Ke also understood Xiao Bing's intention, so that's why you came to find a hunter. The system notification sounded, Main Task 1, Rescue Zhang Haiyang. Reminder, Zhang Haiyang is still alive, find him and bring him out. Zhao Ke pondered, as expected, it's related to Zhang Haiyang. From the second task, it's clear that Wang Minkai is also a key point. He looked at Xiao Bing, I just didn't expect the starting point of the main task to be this person. However, Zhao Ke had no intention of agreeing, you're already a nuisance to be alive, why should I help you? Xiao Bing aimed his gun at him and shouted, stop talking, the initiative is in my hands now. Zhao Ke remained very calm, if you keep pointing your gun at me like this, the path I show you may not even be the way to survive. And you, a wounded villain, who else could help you except me? As he spoke, Zhao Ke used his smoking pipe to knock Xiao Bing's gun out of his hand. If you want me to help you carry something, then here it is. Xiao Bing, though dissatisfied, had no choice but to ease up. So, what do you need? Zhao Ke replied, being BC, I don't need your token, I just need you to tell me what's hidden in the mountain. Xiao Bing smugly asked back, what's hidden? What could possibly be hidden in the mountain? Zhao Ke struck at the heart of the matter, if you're really only here to investigate, then you should leave. Xiao Bing immediately became flustered, how much do you know? Still, Xiao Bing had to compromise. He took a folder from his coat and said, fine, I'll tell you. These are the materials prepared by Professor Zhang. Pay attention to the photographs taken by journalists during the wartime years. The characters above are written in ancient South script, documenting as southern primitive peoples. However, because of the war, the journalists' whereabouts are now unknown. This is the enemy stronghold from back then. It's said that the entire forest has been hiding quite a few things. Xiao Bing showed an image of a gloomy fortress and said, the key point is this stronghold. At that time, before we could counterattack, the enemy suddenly declared abandonment of the project. However, the memoirs also mention this defensive construction. This is the recollection of a soldier from the enemy side, saying they had dug something. The result was that by the following night, all the guards and workers were dead. Zhao Ke reviewed the dossier, a very strange monster, one that had killed many people, forcing them to give up. He turned and said, do you think I'll believe these stories? However, when he raised the file, a piece of paper slipped out. The small piece of paper fell onto the table, catching the curiosity of both Zhao Ke and Xiao Bing. After looking at the paper, Zhao Ke immediately felt a sense of unease. This is really strange. It was a photo of a beautiful woman with sharp eyes, dressed in ancient clothing. She seemed to be glaring at the old man. Zhao Ke stared deeply into her eyes and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear. He slammed the photo down onto the table, no longer wanting to look at it. Xiao Bing asked, now do you believe there's something strange in the mountains? Zhao Ke then guessed, you mean there's an ancient tomb beneath the mountain, right? I've only heard Professor Zhang mention it. Xiao Bing explained further, according to his theory, it may not be an ancient tomb, but rather some kind of larger relic. This forest is a sacred ground for the Nanji and K tribes, and there might be a hidden sacred artifact of the Nanji family inside. Zhao Ke, being sharp, asked again, wait a minute, if it's a relic, why did you bring people like this here? Xiao Bing shook his head and replied, this is highly classified, Professor Zhang hasn't received the proper authorization yet. But Wang Minkai said he had discovered the entrance, so we hurried here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke swore, damn it, it's Wang Minkai again. Right now, his mind was in a state of chaos, all the clues point to this person, but Wang Minkai is already rotten to the core. We can't ask him anything. Suddenly, he realized something, wait a minute, Wang Minkai and Li seem to have an ambiguous relationship, who knows? Zhao Ke then said to Xiao Bing, I can help you find the person, but you have to agree to something. Once we find the treasure inside the ruins, you give me half. Xiao Bing couldn't help but feel angry, thinking, half? Aren't you afraid of crushing someone to death? But he still agreed. Fine, I agree to give you half. Holding the file, Xiaobing left. It's dangerous to go up the mountain at night, we'll set off tomorrow morning. I won't stay here anymore, to avoid others finding you. Just as Xiaobing was about to open the door, there was a knock again. Xiaobing panicked. What's going on? Zhaoku immediately recognized who it was. It's the village chief. Quickly hide. Outside the door, the village chief seemed to be in a rush. Sihuan, why are you still standing there in a daze? Though reluctant, Zhaoku had no choice but to open the door. As soon as he saw him, the village chief immediately scolded him. Hurry up, hurry, damn it. The village chief was excited. Let's go in. But Zhaoku quickly stopped him. What's going on now? Speak up. It's hard to hear what's inside. The village chief suddenly asked Sihuan, do you need a wife? This left Zhaoku very confused. What do you mean? The village chief seemed very interested in the matter. Aren't you unmarried? The girls that Professor Zhang brings are all quite good, beautiful in appearance. When the time comes, I'll give you a wife. Without hesitation, Zhaoku declined. That's not really a good idea. The village chief suddenly changed his tone, grabbing Zhaoku's hand tightly. What's wrong with it? Zhang Haiyang is missing, the soldiers have run off, and the matter of being transferred out is too troublesome. It's better to either not do it, or go all the way with it. He shouted. You quickly take people and chase after them. This forest is unfamiliar to others, they haven't run far, as long as you catch them. The village chief became strangely crafty. At that point, no one will know what happened. Won't you have a wife then? However, his face seemed devoid of humanity. Sihuan, I'm only doing this for your own good. Zhaoku was puzzled. Isn't that Zhang Weiwei still here? The village chief spread his arms. Just now I told that fool Godan to take people out back and dig a pond. We'll bury the body there. He frowned when he heard that. You can't turn your head like that. The man not only didn't listen, but also asked back, don't you see your own condition? How would any girl want to marry you like this? The village only has one pair of tattered shoes left, do you need them? Zhaoku angrily slammed the door shut and agreed, alright, I understand, I'll go and catch someone tomorrow. The village chief then reached inside and said, Sihuan, you're crazy. By tonight, the boy from the lake may have run off again. Zhaoku, surprised, thought to himself, I never imagined people could change so much, so quickly, starting to treat human lives like they're worthless. His arm stretched out forcefully. Zhaoku grabbed the village chief's mouth, making him uncomfortable and causing him to let out a few muffled sounds. He said with a harsh tone, I said. Then Zhaoku, moving closer to the village chief with a sinister look, announced, tomorrow, I'll go and catch someone. The village chief became absent-minded, muttering as he walked away, tomorrow. Zhaoku shut the door, leaving a final remark, go home and sleep peacefully. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Xiaobing looked at him as he entered and asked, you let him go like that? Zhaoku calmly walked past and asked, should I kill him and make the village even more chaotic? He picked up the gun and spoke, moreover, there's no news that you're dead, he wouldn't dare do anything. Xiaobing on the other side became alert when he saw him holding the gun. Zhaoku casually left, only leaving a word of instruction, you stay here, don't let anyone else find out, I have to go look for something. At that moment, Xiaobing finally relaxed his guard. On the other side, Zhaoku arrived at the door and shouted, "Ay." The door opened slightly, not fully closed. He wondered, why isn't the door closed? It was then that Zhaoku smelled a strong odor. His face tightened in shock, and he screamed, no! Zhaoku Fei dashed towards the house on the other side. Inside the house, there was silence, no one in sight, only the sound of Zhaoku's footsteps as he ran. He pushed the door open with a loud bang. In the room, a large jar was placed in the center. Zhaoku silently approached the jar, decisively lifted its lid, and froze in shock. Zhaoku narrowed his eyes, sure enough, it was done by someone. Inside the jar was the body of the woman who had logged out, her eyes bulging, and strange noises echoed around. He muttered to himself, "Got here first." Zhao Ku, feeling disheartened, threw the lid to the ground. He looked around the room and asked himself, how is it so clean? Did they kill her and then tidy up the room? Zhao Ku crouched down and looked under the bed, guessing, if someone has been killed, they must be looking for something. Could it be that I arrived just in time? The items are still here. At that moment, he stood up and just happened to spot a shadow on the wall opposite the window. Zhao Ku picked up the gun and thought to himself, doesn't this mean you're still nearby? Immediately, his shadow in the house disappeared like a flash of lightning. The person standing on the wall on the other side sighed inwardly, so slippery. He cried out and slipped, falling down below. The person was Godan. He tried to climb back up the wall, wondering, where did he go? He was just here. As he was thinking, Godan was suddenly grabbed by the collar and pulled down. He quickly fell to the ground. Godan then raised his eyes to see Zhao Ku pointing a gun at his face, trembling and stammering, Uncle Sihuan, it's me, don't shoot, please don't shoot. Without hesitation, Zhao Ku pressed the muzzle of the gun directly to Godan's mouth. Zhao Ku angrily cursed, damn it, why the hell are you following me? Godan, tears streaming down his face, explained, the village chief told me to go to the backyard and dig a hole. As soon as I finished, I saw you coming out of Widow Li's house. Uncle Sihuan, He grasped the gun, turned it in another direction, and shouted, I am Li's man, and she is my girlfriend. Zhao Ku also rested the gun on his shoulder and asked, is this why you followed me? Do you like her that much? Godan then expressed his intensity, Sihuan, I will cherish her for the rest of my life, no matter what she was before, I just really like her. Zhao Ku slung the gun over his shoulder and said, if you like her that much. He pulled the gleaming knife from behind and continued, then let me send you off. Godan trembled at that moment, Uncle, send. Send? He suddenly widened his eyes, red streaks rising across his face, his mouth stuttering, send. Godan had already been stabbed. He tried to reach towards Zhao Ku's shoulder but didn't say anything. His hand eventually slipped and fell. Zhao Ku calmly watched Godan leave, sighing, you shouldn't have seen me walk out from there. He tossed a pile of straw towards him and muttered to himself, sometimes, not knowing is a kind of happiness. Zhao Ku left like that, leaving Godan lying by the wall. Suddenly, a rat crawled over to where the straw had been thrown, looking at Godan's exposed hand. On his finger, thick streams of blood flowed out. The rats, attracted by the scent, had come closer. They slowly crept towards his arm. Suddenly, one rat opened its mouth and bit one of Godan's fingers. Unexpectedly, his other hand tightened, gripping it so hard that the rat immediately died. On the other side, Zhao Ku, who had been walking, turned around, Xiao Bing, walking ahead, also turned and asked, why did you stop all of a sudden? Zhao Ku quickly replied, it's nothing, just lost in thought for a moment. Xiao Bing sighed, wandering off with such a large bag at night, aren't you afraid of tripping? Zhao Ku responded nonchalantly, you don't need to worry about that. In his mind, he thought, I already stored everything in my book stamp, the bag is just for camouflage. Inside, there are talismans that haven't been activated yet. Zhao Ku muttered to himself, looks like I'll need Feng San's techniques and incantations to use these. Not only that, but there are unused spell talismans, which are extremely powerful against creatures with heavy yin energy. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, Feng San's descendants, always out there acting, have a lot of valuable items. As the guest parted some vines, he thought to himself, it's a pity Feng San ran off, otherwise, this wouldn't just be an exploration, we could have found even better things. His gaze sharpened as he contemplated, at least the key mission has some clues now. He thought, but we have both golden copper and natural profit, no one can find the destination faster than I can. Zhao Ku was thinking, but I also have Lei. Suddenly, Lei Mu shouted from beside him, brother, that person fell. Zhao Ku immediately asked in surprise, fell? Seeing over there, Xiao Bing was stepping into an empty space, and Zhao Ku shouted, hold on. Zhao Ku quickly grabbed his hand. At that moment, Xiao Bing was playing with the brink of falling into the deep mountain valley. After rescuing him, Zhao explained, "This is why we have to travel at night. Even someone as experienced as you can make a mistake, and others definitely can't make it, so we mustn't be discovered." While bandaging the wound on his leg, Xiao Bing sighed, "But this way, we're also very dangerous." Zhao sat down beside him, smugly, "The danger is for you. This mountain is no different from my backyard, so you'd better not make me want to leave you behind." Xiao Bing grumbled, "You really know how to calculate." Zhao calmly smoked his cigarette and thought, "Not only must I guard against others, but also against the people accompanying me from the village. No one knows the methods of the postman. So, I can only put in effort to seek benefits for myself." He raised his hand and said, "Don't think I'm calculating anything. Where exactly do we need to go? Do you have any clues?" Xiao Bing softly replied, "Don't worry, I know the way." He took out a compass from his pocket, pointing towards the distant mountain range and said, "It's this direction, we just need to head through there. On the other side of the mountain range is a clear waterfall, and even beneath the waterfall, there are lush lily pads." Zhao slowly walked over to the lake, puzzled. "There's nothing here. Are you sure he came this way?" Xiao Bing affirmed, "That's right, this is the spot." He pointed into the lake and said, "Look, that's the evidence. The surface of the water is clear, without a single ripple." Zhao, confused, asked, "What does this count as evidence?" Xiao Bing, holding a notebook, replied, "It's a code between me and Professor Zhang. We have to follow the code in the book." He flipped through the notebook and read aloud. "The meaning of this stone's location is..." Xiao Bing glanced at the lake's surface and said, "Waterway." Zhao calmly placed his cigarette's tip into the water and asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He analyzed, "This pool is so murky, it's impossible to know how deep it is, especially with the water level in this weather." Zhao then asked suspiciously, "You're not trying to trick me into going down there to kill me, are you?" Xiao Bing, uninterested, continued speaking, "This secret is known only to me and Professor Zhang. If it matches the signal in the book, then it's definitely the professor." He spoke up, "The professor is not only an architect but also a PhD in archaeology, and a feng shui master. If he says something is down there, then 8 or 9 out of 10 times, it can't be wrong. Moreover..." Xiao Bing closed the notebook and firmly stated, "In short, this place cannot be wrong." Zhao then fell into deep thought, realizing that they definitely had to go down, but he still needed to consider it carefully. He stood up, threw the pile of things on the ground, and said, "All right, I believe you. Let me use the bathroom for a bit, get rid of all this baggage, and then we'll head down." Xiao Bing agreed, "All right, I'll go prepare." Zhao then walked to a quieter place. He hid behind a tree not far from the lake and thought, "It's better to double-check before heading down." At that moment, Zhao closed his eyes and used the void eyes. As soon as the eye appeared from his forehead, it immediately flew out. He silently sighed, thinking that if it weren't necessary, he really wouldn't want to use this. It was such a waste, each use required 3 points. Zhao recalled the last time his void eyes had been slashed and calculated that using it twice and having one instance destroyed cost him 9 points already. It had now gone down to the lake, and he pondered, thankfully still maintaining his eyesight. Otherwise, we'd have to find something else. When the void eye descended to the lake, Zhao murmured to himself, "Don't let me down." He couldn't help but wonder, with that eye, why are there so many crabs? Zhao suddenly noticed something and was confused. What is that black thing? From beneath the lake's bottom, a mass of blackness spread out everywhere. The void eye quickly approached the object, along with his train of thought. It appeared to reveal the scenery below, showing the head of a woman who had logged out. Zhao was startled by the sight and quickly withdrew the void eye to retreat. Something unclear suddenly rushed toward him. Zhao immediately noticed and turned to look. He successfully caught 2 black snakes that had been thrown toward him. Zhao looked at the 2 harmless black snakes and couldn't help but sigh, "You're smart, using snakes as air tubes." Xiao Bing then spoke up, "I see you've been stuck here for a while, just prepare a little, hurry up, let's blow together." The two of them blew air into the snake's mouth. Zhao Ke thought to himself, it seems the information wasn't wrong. This mountaintop has indeed been hollowed out. Behind that body, there's a tunnel, it must be the tomb passage. The two of them warmed up their bodies by the edge of the lake. Zhao Ke pondered, it's a pity the distance is too far, the void I can't see it, it's the only option. He jumped up, both of them holding the snake and diving downward. Zhao Ke thought to himself, he'd go on a trip by himself. After the two of them plunged into the water, the surface of the lake rippled. Zhao Ke swam ahead, silently hoping, I hope Xiao Bing won't get scared. He had seen the body of the woman from afar and sighed. They had arrived. Zhao Ke thought indifferently, his mind prepared, so it wasn't anything shocking. He turned around, puzzled, but didn't see Xiao Bing. Behind Zhao Ke, all he could see were a few fish, but no human figure. He was utterly confused. Where's Xiao Bing? Under the water, there were only fish swimming around. Apart from them, there was no one else. The fish swam together in a group, drifting away. Zhao Ke was stunned, swearing in his mind, damn it, what the hell is going on? He accidentally opened his mouth, causing air to escape from the snake. Zhao Ke quickly covered his mouth, calming himself, stay calm, don't panic. He opened the book and thought to himself, it's lucky I kept those few sheets. At this moment, Zhao Ke turned around, intending to swim up, we'll think about it after we leave here. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his leg, pulling him down. It was none other than the body of the woman. Zhao Ke couldn't help but curse, damn it. The shoe on his foot had also fallen off by then. Zhao Ke didn't hesitate to step on the face of the corpse and said, who are you trying to scare? He stomped several times on its face, continuously shouting, let go, let go, let go. However, Zhao Ke at this moment also realized, no, the oxygen tank is almost empty. He made a silent vow, when I get back, I'll definitely fix the magic seal. There's no way to fully restore it right now. Zhao Ke tried to pull out a dagger and wanted to do something, but it didn't budge. He sighed, I can't even use a throwing knife. The oxygen inside Zhao Ke's tank was now depleted, causing him to collapse. Am I really going to die? Suddenly, a hand reached up from beneath the woman's body. The hand grabbed the arm of the corpse. Thanks to that, Zhao Ke was lucky enough to break free from the corpse's grasp. He silently thought, it's Xiao Bing. By then, both of Zhao Ke's legs were released. He was astonished, it's off. Without hesitation, he stretched out and swam toward the surface, wanting to catch his breath. The lake's surface rippled as bubbles of air formed. Zhao Ke finally surfaced, gasping, oh. He struggled to crawl towards the shore. Once he stabilized himself, Zhao Ke muttered, I'm alive. He gently wiped the water off his face and looked ahead. The scene before him astonished him, is this the space inside the mountain? Suddenly, Zhao Ke remembered, Xiao Bing. He casually wrung out his clothes and sighed, in that condition, still thinking about saving someone. What an idiot. Zhao Ke calmly began walking, muttering to himself, now, it's just me. However, he suddenly stopped and didn't take another step. Zhao Ke's face darkened, and he turned to walk briskly. Without hesitation, Zhao Ke jumped back into the water, cursing, damn it, consider it a debt I owe you. The lake was now only ripples as water splashed up. Zhao Ke took the stick and quickly dove back down. He silently thought, don't expect me to bring you to the shore. Whether you survive or not depends on your luck. Zhao Ke pondered, you could only see him holding the stick in his hand, silently requesting, you must live on. At this moment, a displeased voice suddenly rang out from the shore, damn it, it's freezing to death. Are you sure this is the right place? A group of people were sitting around a fire nearby. Fu Gue gritted his teeth in anger and said, old man, are you sure you didn't take the wrong path? Uncle Zhu angrily retorted, Fu Gue, I'm your elder. How could I lead you down the wrong path? The target on the map the guide gave me is definitely this area. Upon hearing this, the young boy suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, I'm not your son. If you keep talking like that, I'll hit you. Godan immediately grabbed the boy's hand and said, enough. He pulled Fu Gue into his arms, smiling to mediate, Uncle Zhu, don't worry. Your son will definitely remember. He continued, but before that, you must lead us on the right path. He held the boy tightly in his hands, continuing to manipulate Uncle Zhu's mind. Only you can read that map, but don't let us down, and don't disappoint your son either. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhu immediately fell under his control, obediently replying, all right, don't worry, I'll search more. Seeing Uncle Zhu in front, fumbling with the map, Godan smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, that's more like it. As long as I have your son in my hands, you have no choice but to obey. Fu Gue, feeling uneasy inside, turned his head and looked back, raising his middle finger at him, angrily saying, is that enough? Let go now. Uncle Sun, standing beside them, looked at the troublesome father and son duo and curiously asked, why do you insist on bringing along this strange father and son pair? Adding one more person just means one more share of the stamp, is it really necessary? Hearing this, Fu Gue lost his temper again. The boy raised his middle finger at him and cursed, do you also not like me? Godan immediately stepped in between them to prevent a conflict, angrily shouting, shut up, all of you. Without Uncle Zhu, none of you would be able to read the map. Without Fu Gue, how could we ensure that the old man would help you? He placed his hand on his hip, glanced back and forth between the two people, and continued, and as for our strength, who is stronger than whom? Or are we all so foolish that we wouldn't even realize if we all died together? Upon hearing this, both Fu Gue and Uncle Sun fell silent, crossing their arms in annoyance and turning their heads away. Thinking of Chen Si Huan, Godan's gaze grew increasingly vicious, and he coldly said, that guy Chen Si Huan is hiding things well, we need to kill him right away. He then turned to Feng Lan and asked seriously, are you sure? Zhang Haiyang at least survived for 3 days. Feng Lan immediately replied, I'm sure. The professor, in his lifetime of searching for ruins, discovered many secrets even in the grasslands. Thinking of the blood-red pearl, which contained enormous power, she continued to explain, in the ruins, there is a divine pearl that has the ability to create all things, but the treasure can only be found on the 18th of each lunar month. Pointing at the calendar in her hand, she added, only the professor knew how to open it, and the 18th is still 3 days away. Uncle Wang, who was standing nearby, immediately explained upon hearing that, essentially saying, before it can be opened, Zhang Haiyang will definitely be safe. Godan responded, it seems that as long as we accomplish this within these 3 days, the mission will be completed. He then turned to look at Uncle Zhu, who was still awkwardly trying to figure out the map, and coldly said, now we can only hope that Uncle Zhu leads the way quickly. Meanwhile, beneath the seemingly calm surface of the lake, Chen Si Huan was vigorously stirring the water with the stick in his hand. He gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency, silently cursing, damn it, Xiaobing, if you're alive, grab onto this quickly. After a while of intense searching, Chen Si Huan suddenly realized something. He stopped his movements and stood there, dazed and suspended in the water. After a moment, he abruptly turned and swam back to shore. A few minutes later, Chen Si Huan emerged from the water. He stepped onto the shore, glancing back at the water while carefully studying the book in his hand, and solemnly said, I don't know if you're truly dead yet, but the favor you did in pulling me under the water, I accept. Then he turned around and left, leaving only one sentence, I will do my best to save Zhang Haiyang and help you. A moment later, a door was opened. Chen Si Huan covered his face with one hand and dusted himself off with the other, peering inside. When he saw what was inside, he was so shocked that his eyes widened, exclaiming, this is the inside of the room, everywhere you look there's blood and various torture devices, such as sharp blades, sickles, and tables designed for cruelty. Chen Si Huan stood frozen, before the room, as a cold breeze swept down his spine. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a skeleton hanging on the wall in a corner of the room, with a knife still embedded in its chest. Chen Si Huan thought to himself, this place might truly be a torture chamber. Pulling the knife from the skeleton, he stared at it in his hand, pondering, it would be more accurate to call this a laboratory. Inside the room, there was an iron frame, behind which was a dark corridor. Gazing into it, Chen Si Huan remarked, "If this is a torture chamber, there shouldn't be so many things like this." As soon as he opened the iron gate and stepped inside, he continued speaking, "And the subject of the experiment must be human, of course." Inside the corridor were many rooms. Chen Si Huan pushed open the door to one of the rooms and said, "Each room contains different objects. This place definitely isn't just for military defense." In the room, there was a cylindrical object covered by a black cloth. Upon entering, Chen Si Huan curiously pulled off the cloth to see what was inside. Upon seeing what was inside, he was both shocked and enraged, cursing, "Damn it!" Inside was a large test tube containing the corpse of a woman submerged in liquid. Seeing this horrifying sight, Chen Si Huan spat out in disgust, "Not even pregnant women are spared." Furious, he punched the side of the tube, gritting his teeth and cursing, "These bastards." Suddenly, he noticed the woman's eyes in the test tube move, staring directly at him. Chen Si Huan pressed his face against the side of the test tube, trembling with emotion, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Then he turned away, placing a hand on his forehead as he tried to calm himself, saying, "Stay calm, the mission is more important." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately left the room, not noticing the strange change in the woman behind him. The woman's arm suddenly moved, lifting to press against the side of the test tube. Chen Si Huan left the room and continued walking down the dark corridor. He told himself, "It seems each room has something different, I need to check them all." He then immediately opened the door to inspect each room one by one, saying, "Not here, not here." A little later, when he reached the last room, he saw many cabinets inside, and the temperature in this room was much lower. Chen Si Huan huddled and hugged his arms, saying, "This is the morgue, it's still this cold even after so long." Looking at the corpses placed in refrigerators inside the room, Chen Si Huan wondered, there shouldn't be any electricity here. After observing the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a stack of documents on the table. Humph. He picked up the documents on the desk and asked himself, "Experimental report." Among those reports was information about experiments he had conducted, including one sheet that recorded the dissection of a girl's flesh, leaving only the bones of her 2 arms. After observing for a moment, he noticed a strange sequence of sounds. Then, due to encountering an obstacle, she had committed suicide. The body was transferred to the autopsy room for the next step of processing. Reading those lines, Chen Si Huan was stunned, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "This." He angrily folded the documents and cursed, "Damn it, I can't look at this anymore, the more I look, the more pissed off I get." He rubbed his neck, then said to Lei Mu, who was standing beside him, "Let's go check for other clues." Lei Mu suddenly appeared, nervously calling, "Wait a minute." She approached him and whispered, "Did you notice that everyone here is still alive?" As soon as she finished speaking, the corpses behind them seemed to stir. Chen Si Huan, startled by this, turned around in disbelief and said, "How is that possible?" As he turned, he immediately noticed that the corpses in the cabinets were staring directly at him. He stepped back in astonishment, silently telling himself, "That's right, I'm still alive." Suddenly, as if he had realized something, he became so tense that sweat began to pour down his face. Without warning, Chen Si Huan quickly turned around and fled. When he opened the door and looked down the dark corridor ahead, he suddenly noticed the doors opening one by one. In shock, he muttered, "I definitely closed them all when I passed through just now." Fearfully, Chen Si Huan turned his head and called, "Lei Mu." Lei Mu, clearly startled as well, replied, I can't sense anything unusual." Upon hearing this, Chen Si Huan anxiously glanced at the doors, his voice trembling with disbelief, "But the doors? They are clearly unfounded." At that moment, a blood-red eye suddenly appeared from the crack of a door. From the eye, a stream of blood like tears began to trickle out. Seeing this, Chen Si Huan gritted his teeth, raising his leg as he muttered, "I will. I will." Then, he kicked the door in front of him with all his might. The door immediately flew open, slamming against the wall with a loud crash. Outside, there was nothing to be seen, but Chen Si Huan remained alert, telling himself, "That sound definitely means something is there." Just as he left the eerie room, he cursed, "Damn it, run fast." Chen Si Huan hurriedly ran away, unaware that the door he had just opened was moving. A hand with sharp claws suddenly emerged from behind the door. Something ominous in shape, with two red eyes like blood, immediately peeked out from behind the door he had just passed through. Meanwhile, as he ran, Chen Si-huan nervously thought, "It's not a ghost. My golden eyes can't detect the Soul Eater's scent, and there are no magic spells either." In his panic earlier, he had forgotten something. Now, he suddenly remembered he had left the freezer behind. Lei Mu pointed in one direction and said to him, "Brother, there's a turn to the left." Chen Si-huan immediately turned left, following her directions. After running for a while, he encountered another fork in the road. As he turned into it, he saw what lay ahead and angrily cursed, "Damn it, the path is blocked." It turned out that a huge stone had blocked the end of this path. Chen Si-huan immediately turned around and said to Lei Mu, "Let's go another way." But Lei Mu grabbed him and urgently said, "Brother, don't go that way, they're coming." At that moment, a shadow was advancing from the turn ahead towards them. Seeing this, Chen Si-huan anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" Lei Mu was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her hands clutching her head, her face soaked with tears, and she anxiously said, "Brother, I'm scared, I want to call her." Upon hearing this, Chen Si-huan immediately turned around and ran straight towards the stone blocking his path, softly reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, and don't call her out." He leaned his hand against the enormous stone, silently making a vow, "I will never again entrust my life to anyone else. I am not afraid of my other self." Chen Si-huan glanced at the dark figure that was approaching him closer and closer, and could only make a decision, "I can only take a chance this one time." Immediately, he summoned the midnight armor and midnight dash. After a moment, a strange-looking monster appeared at the intersection. Upon seeing its form, Chen Si-huan was surprised and thought, as expected, "It's not a ghost, it's a monster." At that moment, Chen Si-huan had activated midnight armor and midnight dash to become invisible. The monster immediately approached the spot where he was standing. Though invisible, he still couldn't let his guard down. He gripped the knife tightly in his hand, gritting his teeth and telling himself, "If I'm discovered, I have to fight for my life." The monster approached his position, tilting its head, looking left and right. Its long, saliva-coated tongue was right in front of Chen Si-huan. He raised the knife, aiming straight at the center of the monster's belly. At that moment, the monster suddenly turned and walked away. Chen Si-huan looked at the repulsive creature leaving. He breathed a sigh of relief and wondered, "It's running away?" Suddenly, he felt something, his eyes widened, and he tensed up, thinking, "It's still here." Staring, grinding his teeth, Chen Si-huan opened his mouth wide as he saw the monster jump toward his face, screaming, "No!" Kicking hard, he threw his body forward, luckily avoiding its broken stone claws. He sucked in a cold breath, clutching his bloody shoulder, gritting his teeth as he struggled to run forward. She laughed eerily from behind, "The taste is so familiar." Its long, striped tongue licked the blood on its fingers, muttering, "Tasty, tasty." It licked, bit, and even swallowed its blood-stained fingers, laughing with its mouth wide open, twisting its limbs as it crawled on the floor, chasing after Chen Si-huan, "Still more, still want to eat more, still want to eat, still want to eat, still want to eat." He spun around, swinging his knife and shouted, "Go eat yourself." Swish! It twisted its body, dodging his blade. Si-huan glanced and thought to himself, "It even knows how to dodge, but..." It said, "Yes, yes, that's right, run a little faster. The faster you run, the better you become." Whoosh! Gripping 3 daggers tightly in his hand, he said, "I told you, eat your own flesh." Once again, he turned and simultaneously threw all 3 daggers straight toward her. She kept dodging, weaving back and forth, evading every single one, laughing as she said, "Useless, useless, useless, does it even work? How can you even calculate that?" Whoosh! From behind her, the 3 daggers reversed course and flew back toward her. What? Whoosh! One of the smaller daggers in the bunch easily pierced her shoulder. A strange blue flame erupted, blazing fiercely, burning away her entire left arm. She gritted her teeth, snapping off the burned arm and throwing it far away, standing upright in front of Chen Si-huan. She gritted her teeth, growling, you're definitely dead. She extended her claws and leaped toward him. Oh, you're the one who's dead. Chen Si Huang sneered, replying, I think the one who's about to die is you. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly vanished right before her claws. She lost momentum and flew directly toward the lasers behind her, her eyes wide in shock as she screamed, no. Swish! She flew right through the lasers, her body breaking apart in chunks, falling to the ground in pieces, then turning into a thick pool of blood. Chen Si Huang was standing aside, flipping through a book, and sighed in relief. Thankfully, during the previous trip to the ghost market, I managed to buy a few usable stamps. Otherwise, this time, I would be finished. The special stamp, Poisonous Spider Pouch. Collecting this stamp allows one to use their own sweat, saliva, and blood to form an invisible thread of Tao. The density of the thread depends on the user's ability to manipulate it. Special ability, highly poisonous, consumes 1 postage point to activate, making the thread extremely toxic. I still have to thank the person who injured me. Without that, there would be no way to utilize the thread, and there's also the special stamp, Blood Pearls. Collecting this stamp increases your wound healing ability by 50%. Special ability, Blood Escape, consumes 2 postage points when activated, within a 50-meter radius. It uses the location of your blood loss as a reference to trigger another transmission. Cooldown, 8 hours. Note, Blood Escape requires your own blood to be used as a reference point. During its duration, fresh blood must be maintained. If the blood dries up, the reference point becomes invalid, but postage points are still deducted. He said, we need to leave quickly, or else the thing will come again. As he turned around, a hand unexpectedly appeared behind him, resting on his shoulder. A hand appeared, resting on Chen Si Huan's shoulder. He immediately became alert and turned his head. As soon as he did, a gun barrel was pointed directly at his forehead. He froze, and a loud voice shouted, stay still. Feng San, holding the gun pointed at him, asked warily, who exactly are you? Chen Si Huan raised both hands and slowly reassured him, San and I, who else could I be? Even Si Huan uncle, and you still don't recognize me? Looking at his terrified expression, Chen Si Huan asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you so scared? But those words did nothing to calm Feng San. In anger, he shouted, don't talk. Trembling in fear, he questioned, Uncle Si Huan is just a hunter, he couldn't have known those tricks just now. Who are you really? Are you human, a ghost, or? Chen Si Huan ignored Feng San's question. He caught a faint smell in the air and muttered to himself, oh, the smell of blood. Noticing the wound bleeding on Feng San's right side, Chen Si Huan worriedly said, so you're injured. No wonder you're so tense. Though it was difficult for Feng San to breathe through the pain, he still forced himself to endure it and, with vigilance, said, don't change the subject. Are you a high immortal, or has your soul been taken? Chen Si Huan did not answer his question, his expression serious. He said, your injury is severe, if this continues, you won't last long. Feng San staggered, leaning against the wall to steady himself. Clutching his wound, he gritted his teeth and said, no, stop spouting nonsense, tell me, who are you? Chen Si Huan picked up the knife that had fallen on the ground and calmly replied, who else could I be? Of course, I'm your Uncle Si Huan. Upon hearing this, Feng San weakly denied, no, it's impossible, you're lying. He was too weak to finish his sentence. He collapsed. Feng San lay on the ground, still gripping the gun in his hand, and whispered, You don't. Before losing consciousness, the last image he saw was Chen Si Huan raising the knife in his hand, aiming it at him. The scene shifted. Meanwhile, Go Dan and his group had found the entrance to the cave. Old Zhu said, it's here. Go Dan skeptically asked, are you sure you didn't just take a wrong turn? Old Zhu responded confidently, I'm sure. The documents from Wang Min Kai are very clear. He found the entrance through martial arts, all you have to do is climb up. Then, he pointed toward Fu Gue and urgently said, I brought you here, now you all heal my son. Fu Gue pointed at him and angrily said, I am not your son. Godan stepped in front of Fu Gue, smiling cunningly, and said, Don't be in a hurry. We haven't even entered yet. You lead the way for us first. Once we find Zhang Haiyang, we will definitely keep our word. He entered first, and we followed behind. Old Zhu had no other choice but to agree. You all remember to keep your word. Then, Godan turned to Feng Lan and said, Get ready. She was second to go. Feng Lan pointed at herself, startled, and asked, Me? Godan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with an air of inevitability, Of course it's you. We're taking a risk to help you, how could we go ahead? Feng Lan had no choice but to agree. Alright, I'll go first. After that, old Zhu went ahead to lead the way, Feng Lan followed second, and the group of Godan came after them. They all stepped into the cave. Meanwhile, Feng San suddenly opened his eyes, waking up. Seeing that he was awake, Chen Si Huan asked with concern, You're awake? He tossed a bottle of water to Feng San, anxiously saying, Don't move, the wound has just closed. Feng San caught the bottle of water, puzzled, and asked, Why are you helping me? Chen Si Huan sat down opposite him and slowly explained, Helping you is also helping me. I think you know how to get out of here, and you can also help me find Zhang Haiyang. He handed the backpack in his hand to Feng San and asked, Is this your bag? Feng San immediately took the backpack and asked curiously, Did you come here risking your life because of Zhang Haiyang? Chen Si Huan, while puffing on the pipe in his hand, coldly replied, If not, then what? Zhang Haiyang is such a famous professor. If something were to happen here, it would be a big deal. What will the people here do then? Hearing this, Feng San said nothing. He lowered his head, lost in thought. If that's the case, it must be Grandma. After a while, he lifted his head and quickly said, Uncle Si Huan wouldn't do that. Chen Si Huan stood up and asked, You understand Uncle Si Huan like that? Never mind, you should rest for a bit. I'll go outside to check things out. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Feng San stopped him, Don't. Feng San lowered his face, coldly saying, Stay with me. Grandma and the others won't come up, and we still need to figure out how to get down. Upon hearing this, Chen Si Huan, curious, asked, Who are they? Feng San's expression immediately became serious. He explained, Do you remember the monster from the village? It is the one Grandma created, and now it's in this ancient tomb. Aside from Grandma, there are still 2 others. Thinking about the coffin guarded by 5 creatures, Chen Si Huan touched his chin and asked in confusion, 3 people? Isn't it supposed to be 5? Feng San shook his head and explained, The Lu family and the Hui family both perished 30 years ago. Now, only the old immortal Bai family is left, and they are in hiding. Thinking about the 3 creatures, which corresponded to the remaining 3 families, he continued, Now, only my grandmother, the Bai family, and the Huang family are left. The Bai family specializes in talismans, while the Huang family excels in curse spells. That bat monster is from the Huang family. After hearing this, Chen Si Huan raised his hand toward him, deciding, and said, I understand now. In that case, I'll go with you. As they walked down the dark corridor, Chen Si Huan curiously asked, So what is your grandmother skilled in? Feng San answered, The Hu family specializes in spells. Upon hearing this, Chen Si Huan fell into deep thought. Spells, huh? Suddenly, at the intersection, it seemed like Chen Si Huan sensed something. He quickly positioned himself behind Feng San and urgently said, Wait a moment, be quiet. Looking at the 2 strange objects at the intersection, Feng San whispered, It's a corpse. With this many, we definitely can't handle it. At the other end of the intersection, countless bizarre corpses were moving around. Seeing them, Chen Si Huan frowned, worriedly thinking, No way, the last batch was tough enough, this one's even harder. Feng San then suggested, Let's take another route. We can't go this way. Chen Si Huan shook his head helplessly and said, All the paths here are almost blocked, and we're not familiar with the area. Finding another way could take who knows how long. Hearing that, Feng San scratched his head in frustration and said, "It would be great if we had a map." Chen Si Huan sighed and replied, "Where are we going to find a map around here?" "Wait a minute." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "A map!" At the end of the road, where the corpses were moving, there was a map on the wall behind them. Seeing that, he smiled smugly and said, "I know what to do now." Feng San was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chen Si Huan placed his hand on his shoulder and mysteriously said, "Of course, we do it this way." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Feng San, who was still confused, outside. After completing this malicious act, Chen Si Huan quickly ran back to the room they were in earlier. Seeing this, Feng San, enraged, shouted furiously, "Bastard! You're..." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized something was off. The corpses were baring their teeth and staring at him. Feng San's face darkened as he said, "What the hell?" Cold sweat poured down his face, and he swallowed in fear. The next moment, the corpses lunged toward Feng San. His panic screams echoed through the hallway as he ran, shouting, "Chen Si Huan, you bastard!" When he reached the room he had been in earlier, Feng San was still furious and shouted, "You're a damn bastard, making me die in your place. If I die, then..." Suddenly, Feng San froze. He saw Chen Si Huan and another Feng San standing right in front of the door. Staring at the bizarre scene, he thought in confusion, "Why am I the only one here?" Hearing the corpses getting closer from behind, Feng San could only think, "Forget it, just move forward." He then ignored Chen Si Huan and the other Feng San standing in front of the door and ran into a side passage. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing his wrist and pulling him into another room. Upon seeing who it was, Feng San immediately said, "See." But Chen Si Huan quickly covered his mouth, sternly saying, "Shut up, stay quiet." Outside, the corpses were frantically running and shouting loudly, "Meet, living people." Feng San peeked his head out from behind the door, looking at the corpses advancing towards the two people standing in front of the room earlier, and curiously asked, "What are those two shadows?" Chen Si Huan didn't answer but continued counting, 10, 9, 8, 7. When he reached this point, the two people in front of the door immediately ran inside. The corpses immediately chased after them, all of them running into the room. Chen Si Huan continued counting, 5, 4, 3, 2. At this moment, he grabbed Feng San by the collar and pulled him into the room, saying, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Si Huan slammed the door shut. Feng San, standing next to him, angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Si Huan squatted down, covered his ears with both hands, and said, "Cover your ears." Feng San looked confused, not understanding what was going on. He curiously asked, "Cover?" Before he could finish his question, a red light suddenly flashed outside the door. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred, blowing the door in the room apart. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire hallway. The explosion was so powerful that it created a shockwave that spread throughout the mountain. The shock from the explosion caused the birds in the forest to flee in all directions. After the explosion ended, numerous cracks appeared along the dim corridor. Feng San kicked the door open and angrily said, "Are you blowing up the corpses or blowing us up?" He grabbed Chen Si Huan by the collar, furiously questioning, "We almost died here, do you realize that?" Chen Si Huan covered his mouth and explained, "I didn't know the force would be so powerful. In hindsight, I should have tested it years ago." Remembering the map he had seen earlier, he continued, "I never expected to find the oil storage on this map still intact." Looking at the corpses that had been blown into 100 pieces outside, Chen Si Huan smugly said, "That's a good thing, those bodies have been dealt with." Finishing his words, Chen Si Huan intended to leave the room, but Feng San grabbed his hand, questioning, "Then why did I just see my own shadow?" Chen Si Huan shook off the hand holding him, coldly replying, "Everyone has their secrets, it's better if you don't ask." Turning away, he painfully remembered the item he had used, the special stamp, virtual image. Collecting this stamp allowed one to borrow another person's body for restoration. After the body was restored, it remained in a semi-real state, with stronger control abilities, a shorter restoration time, and enhanced action capabilities. The duration is 3 minutes. Note that this stamp needs to test control abilities, special abilities, fictional reality, consuming 7 postage points. After activation, the replica can simulate some divine power abilities from the stamp book, but only at 20% of the divine power's potency, with a maintenance time of 3 hours. After that, the two of them left the room and continued down the dark corridor. A moment later, the corridor led them into a limestone cave. As they stepped into the cave, Feng San accidentally kicked a skull on the ground, which rolled around. He then said, "This limestone cave seems natural. It looks like once they dug here, for some unknown reason, everyone died, and that's why no one enters." Chen Si-huan touched the limestone around him, while Feng San picked up a bone fragment to examine. Suddenly, Chen Si-huan caught a scent and curiously said, "It smells so good." Looking around, he wondered, how could there be such a pleasant smell in a place full of bones and this bloody stench? Chen Si-huan suddenly remembered the fox, and his face darkened as he thought, something seems familiar. His footsteps suddenly became hurried. He grabbed Feng San's wrist. Feng San turned around, curious, and asked, "Uncle Si-huan, what's wrong?" Right after that, Chen Si-huan pressed a knife against Feng San's neck, coldly threatening, "Stay still, or I'll kill him." A fox immediately stepped out from the shadows and hurriedly said, "Stop." Seeing it appear, Chen Si-huan's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, "So it's the creature from San Xiangu's house. Luckily Feng San is beside me." Feng San shouted loudly, "Uncle Si-huan." Chen Si-huan immediately threatened him, "Quiet, move." Before he could finish speaking, Feng San's body in his grasp suddenly blurred and vanished. Staring at the black spots left on his palm, Chen Si-huan widened his eyes, astonished, and said, "This." Suddenly, the area around him shifted into a strange, unfamiliar space. Chen Si-huan paused, looking around and wondering to himself, an illusion? At that moment, his golden eyes reacted. Chen Si-huan lifted his head, curious, wondering, what is that? A dark shadow suddenly appeared above him. The shadow immediately enveloped Chen Si-huan. He screamed in fear, "No!" A gloomy voice continuously echoed in Chen Si-huan's ears, "Help me, help me, help me." At this point, Chen Si-huan lost consciousness, his body seeming to float in midair. A woman suddenly appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck. She whispered softly, "Help me, help me." Chen Si-huan woke up and, upon hearing that, curiously asked, "Do company." He turned to look at the woman, cautiously asking, "Who are you? How can I help you?" The woman did not answer his question, only continuously repeating, "Help me, help me." As soon as she finished speaking, her body gradually began to disappear. Chen Si-huan hurriedly rushed forward, raising his hand to try to stop her. He shouted, "Wait!" But when he touched her, his arm passed completely through her. Chen Si-huan raised his hand again, trying to hold the woman back, urgently saying, "Wait." His hand seemed to have touched something. At that moment, his eyes were still tightly shut, but his hand was fumbling in front of him. As he felt around, he wondered, why does this brain feel so bland? Before he could finish his thought, a slap landed across his face, knocking his head to the side. At that moment, Lao San Xiangu was standing right in front of him, her hand still raised, her expression furious. Chen Si-huan, stunned, stammered, I. Inside, his mind was in complete chaos. "Don't do this, I was just feeling." He disgustedly extended the hand he had just touched her with, scowling, and said, "Dirty, my hand's dirty now." Lao San Xiangu laughed coldly and said, "Huh, Si-huan, you really are a practical thug." He Lao San, with a hedgehog perched on his shoulder, appeared, smiled, and then said, "Don't act like you're being forced into this. The grandma soothsayer may be old now, but when she was young, she was a beauty." Chen Si-huan sat on the ground, his soul seemingly detached. Upon seeing the newcomer, he immediately recognized them as one of the 3 families who guarded the area. In his mind, he secretly assessed, "Devious. It seems this person is skilled in formations. If they're here, then Zhang Haiyang." Just as that thought crossed his mind, Chen Si-huan turned his head and saw Zhang Haiyang examining something with a lantern on the side. He thought to himself, as expected, he's here. Seeing this, he immediately stood up, intending to approach Zhang Haiyan while calculating in his mind, I'll just pretend to be a fool, and then find a way to rescue Zhang Haiyan. However, after taking only a few steps, he collapsed face first onto the ground. Chen Sihuan sensed something unusual and, frowning in frustration, said, What's going on? Lao San Xiangu stepped on his head, coldly saying, You're pretending well, but unfortunately, you've fallen victim to the old immortal's powder. No matter what you think, you can only obediently lie there. Upon hearing this, Chen Sihuan raised his head, bewildered, and said, The fox. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately slapped across the face. Lao San Xiangu looked down at him from above, arrogantly shouting, You have no right to question me. If it weren't for San and I saying you saved her, I would have already crushed your head into powder. Then, she coldly asked him, What are you here for, and who brought you here? Chen Sihuan remained silent, not answering. Feng San stepped forward, hurriedly explaining for him, Ma'am, he came to save someone. Xiao Bing brought him here to save Zhang Haiyang. Zhang Haiyang, hearing his name, curiously asked, Xiao Bing, where is he? Chen Sihuan looked up, speaking sorrowfully, He's dead, died in the water. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiyang didn't stop his probing actions but coldly responded, Is that so? I see. He Lao San suddenly spoke up, He's already seen everything, now even if I let him go, he won't want to leave. He squatted down, slapped Chen Sihuan's face a few times, and disdainfully said, Tell me, why are you doing this? The heavens are there for you, yet you don't go, instead you choose to enter hell. Chen Sihuan spat a mouthful of water onto his hand that was slapping him, fearlessly saying, What does it have to do with you? He Lao San immediately kicked him, sending him flying into the wall behind. Watching Chen Sihuan tremble as he clutched his body, he coldly said, What are you pretending for? I have to make sure you die here. He Lao San stepped closer to Chen Sihuan, continuing cruelly, Whatever you say, this place is also a good spot to protect a corpse. To die here is a blessing for you. Chen Sihuan, unwilling, thought, No, it can't be. Feng San, seeing this, urgently called out, Grandma. As soon as the obedient child called, the old San Xiangu immediately stepped forward to intervene, saying, Enough, this person saved San and I. Now, we need to find the items. He Lao San turned and left in anger, leaving behind a parting remark, Consider yourself lucky. San Xiangu turned to Chen Sihuan and said, I won't hold this against you. You need to get Zhang Haiyang out of here, right? In a little while, you'll go with him. When we've found what we need, you can take him whenever you want. She paused for a moment, then coldly threatened, But don't let me find out you have any other plans. Seeing the terrifying look on her face, Chen Sihuan had no choice but to compromise. Ah, I understand. After finishing speaking, the old San Xiangu and Feng San immediately approached Zhang Haiyang. She urged him, Hurry up, we don't have much time left. Zhang Haiyang, while looking at the compass in his hand, replied, Don't rush, with everything burned to the ground here, it's hard to find. He raised the compass in one direction, and it suddenly changed in a strange way. Surprised, he said, the universe returns to virtue, and the earth was left for burial. How could the feng shui here be reversed like this? Then, he pointed to the spot he had just discovered and said to the others, It's here. He Lao San moved toward that spot, stretching his muscles and bones while saying, Looks like it's my turn. He then struck the designated spot with a powerful palm, shouting loudly, Activate. The wall suddenly vanished, revealing another passage, deep and pitch black. Cold gusts of wind seemed to be drawn into the bottomless cave. Chen Sihuan, trembling and leaning against the nearby wall, was observing the situation when suddenly a green light emitted from his left chest. As he removed his clothing, he was astonished and wondered, What is this? Inside was a fox staring at him, whispering, Help me. Looking at the inside of his shirt, Chen Sihuan asked in surprise, Is it you? Wasn't that just a dream? Suddenly, he realized something unusual, and looked up in shock at the people walking ahead. He muttered to himself, Wait, it's true, only I can hear it. He then bent down again to ask the little fox in his shirt, "What's in it for me if I help you?" The little fox did not answer, only repeating, "Help me." Chen Si-huan patted his chest and said angrily, "If all you can say is that, then don't say anything else." He looked at the group ahead and quietly calculated in his heart, "Blood pearls will make my wound heal quickly, but for now, it's better to keep it hidden." He Lao San suddenly turned his head and teased him, "Ah, your bones seem pretty strong, huh?" Chen Si-huan tried to act casual, smiling as he replied, "Well, my flesh is also quite thick." Ahead, Feng San walked and asked curiously, "Grandma, did you say this place is where they store corpses? Why is it that the corpse there turned into bones but didn't become a walking corpse?" Old San Xian Gu then explained to her beloved grandchild, "It's different. Those corpses were completely drained of blood and flesh. Without the blood and flesh to gather the yin energy, naturally, they wouldn't become walking corpses." "Stop for a moment," she glanced at him and then said seriously, "The corpses you encountered up there are the ones that need to be preserved in order to turn into walking corpses. I didn't expect that in less than 30 years, those ordinary corpses have already transformed into zombies. It's fine if you burn them now, but if they turn into stiff corpses after 100 years, the world will be in chaos." Hearing this, He Lao San, who was walking beside her, stroked his chin and said, "It's not necessarily a good thing here either. I believe that in 100 years, there will definitely be stiff corpses." Chen Si-huan also joined the conversation, asking curiously, "If that's the case, if a corpse is preserved here for over 1800 years, would it become unbeatable in the world?" Zhang Haiyang, while observing the compass in his hand, continued, "That's hard to say. In terms of feng shui, the east is Qinglong, the north is Xianwu, above is Qiankuan, and below is Duili. This place, with its 5 elements and yin-yang balance, is fundamentally an area for preserving corpses, not just a simple place for that." Suddenly, He Lao San gripped Chen Si-huan's shoulder and said, "Wait a minute, you go ahead." Upon hearing this, Chen Si-huan was startled, pointed at himself, and asked in disbelief, "Me? You think I should go first?" He Lao San threw his arm around his shoulders and smiled, saying, "I know you're scared. This place is dangerous, so." He Lao San was pasting a talisman onto Chen Si-huan's back and continued, "I'll give you a protective talisman, if anything happens, it'll save your life." He Lao San smiled teasingly and said, "So, aren't you going to thank me?" Chen Si-huan gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Thank you for what?" He snorted coldly, his fist tightening with rage. Zhang Haiyang, who was standing next to him, laughed and provoked, "He called you a bastard." He Lao San was indeed enraged, his face turning crimson as he ground his teeth and said, "All right, Xiaoyang, watch me fix this bastard." Upon hearing those words, Chen Si-huan squinted his eyes in surprise, turned his head, and thought to himself, why did Zhang Haiyang have to tell He Lao San? What was the point? Looking at the furious He Lao San while Zhang Haiyang quickly turned his face away, Chen Si-huan was confused. Clearly, I came to save him. How does offending He Lao San benefit him? Seeing that Chen Si-huan hadn't moved, He Lao San, boiling with anger, shouted, "What are you looking at? Go now!" Chen Si-huan immediately turned and entered the cave. Suddenly, a drop of water fell right on the tip of his nose. He looked down in surprise. In a puddle of water beneath the ground, a notification suddenly appeared. Primary Mission 1 is to rescue Zhang Haiyang. The primary mission has changed because Zhang Haiyang's position has changed, thus the primary mission has changed. Primary Mission 2 is to prevent the disciples from taking the Pearl of Creation, reminding them that the Pearl of Creation is placed beneath the earth, preventing the disciples, including Feng Wan Yi Lao San, from taking the Pearl of Creation. Reading the mission information, Chen Si-huan smiled smugly to himself, "That's more like it." Looking at the group behind him, he thought excitedly, "Now we have something to play with." Seeing that he still hadn't moved, He Lao San placed his hands on his hips and threatened, "Hurry up and go, don't dawdle, or you'll get a taste of my methods." Feng San anxiously glanced at the talisman on his back and said urgently, "Si-huan, hurry up, or the talisman on your back will activate and make you suffer like never before." Chen Si-huan reassured them, I'm going." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took large strides, heading deeper into the cave. A voice suddenly rang out, "Wait." His steps came to an abrupt halt. The voice continued, giving directions, turn left. Chen Si Huan looked at the little fox lying in his chest, curious as he asked, "Why are you out? Why are you telling me to turn left?" The fox looked at him and replied briefly, "Revenge." Chen Si Huan was puzzled, revenge for what? He Lao San, who was behind him, saw him suddenly stop and gritted his teeth, saying, "Do you think I wouldn't dare to do this to you?" The voice of the little fox repeated quietly, "Revenge." At the same time, the talisman on Chen Si Huan's back suddenly activated, sending bolts of lightning towards him. He screamed in pain, "Ah!" When the talisman stopped, Chen Si Huan's face darkened, and he coldly asked, "Revenge, huh?" He looked up and declared loudly, "But I don't believe it." Struggling to move forward, he said resolutely, "I will not entrust my life to a piece of paper that I don't even know what it is, stuck to my body." As soon as he finished speaking, his steps quickened. Walking, Chen Si Huan whispered to the little fox in his chest, "Who knows, maybe it's going to lead me the wrong way, so I won't go until you explain it to me." The little fox immediately said, "Explaining is this." As soon as the words left its mouth, a circle appeared beneath Chen Si Huan's feet. He curiously asked, "What?" No sooner had he spoken than a huge hole appeared right under him. Chen Si Huan immediately fell through, and he screamed in fear, "Ah!" He continuously slid down the pipe at lightning speed, his mouth still shouting loudly, "Ah!" After a while, he slid to the end, tumbling onto the ground. Chen Si Huan's head was spinning, and he struggled to stand up, angrily cursing, "Damn it!" He grabbed the small fox by the neck and pulled it out from inside his shirt, grinding his teeth as he said, calculating everything, "That old talisman was useless, the path ahead isn't problematic either. On the contrary, I suspected from the very beginning that something was wrong here. If I just stay here long enough, the mechanism will definitely activate." He stared at the small fox with a dangerous gaze, coldly saying, "You're basically not helping me at all, you're just stalling for time, waiting until the trap is triggered." But the wolf cub remained silent, not responding. Chen Si Huan flicked open the lighter in his hand and slowly approached it, angrily threatening, "Not going to speak, huh? Do you believe I'll burn you?" The small fox only said, "I am helping you." But Chen Si Huan didn't believe it at all. He said, "Can't tell." The small fox continued, "At least now, no one is controlling you anymore." Chen Si Huan looked down in surprise, and sure enough, He Lao San's talisman had fallen out and was lying on the ground. He stepped on the talisman underfoot and said, "You're not getting burned for now." Chen Si Huan looked up and surveyed the surroundings, only to discover countless stones embedded in the wall beside him. He was surprised and wondered, "Is this man-made?" The little fox in his hand suddenly spoke, "Help me, and I'll grant you a chance." As Chen Si Huan raised his hand to pluck a stone from the wall and examine it, he turned his head and said, "You don't seem like someone who can offer anything. This promise without sincerity, just forget it." Looking at the stone in his hand, the little fox explained, "This is a white stone. It has a very strong preservative quality and can be opened to reveal a special jade-like substance inside. Consider that as my sincerity." As Chen Si Huan analyzed the stone, he said, "That's barely convincing." The stone's information immediately appeared in the usual document template. It was called Pastone. It had two special uses. First, it could be used to arrange formations within high-level white basalt spiritual energy, with a powerful gathering effect, often used for setting up ancient formations. The second special use was as a material for training corpses, in combination with special spells, as a unique ingredient for corpse training. Chen Si Huan asked out of curiosity, "How do you want me to help you?" The little fox immediately replied, "All you need to do is find me a box with 4 corners, and then burn it." As soon as he finished speaking, the mission announcement immediately appeared. Key Mission 3, Find the Demon Suppressing Box. Reminder, find the fox's demon suppressing box to help destroy the box. Closing the book in his hands, Chen Si Huan turned to the little fox with a smug smile and said, "It sounds simple enough, so tell me, where is this place and what is the fateful opportunity you mentioned earlier?" The fox stared at him coldly and replied, "Greedy person." Elsewhere in the cave, Godan and his group were moving through the mist. Godan spoke up and asked, "Is everyone all right?" 5 shadows behind him answered, "We're fine, we're fine." He then turned around, handed them torches to light the way, and observed the surroundings before saying, "I don't know why there was an earthquake earlier, but now the terrain has turned chaotic and unclear. We should carry these with us for now." Suddenly, someone behind him spoke, "Godan, we're short one, I don't have one." Godan turned around and looked at the people behind him, confused, and said, "How is that possible? There are 6 of us in total, I gave you 5. Then, he realized there were 6 shadows behind him. With a sense of caution, he shouted loudly, "Why are there 7 people?" Then, he immediately lit the torch, while also ordering the others to set fire to theirs. After the torches were lit, after counting again and again, there were still exactly 6 people. Uncle Wang pointed at Uncle Sun and angrily said, "I knew it. Someone must have taken it." Uncle Sun's face was blank, not understanding what was going on, and asked again, "Taken what?" Uncle Wang pointed at the arm of Uncle Sun that was holding an unlit torch and said, "The torch. Isn't that what you're holding?" Hearing this, Uncle Sun's eyes immediately filled with fear. He trembled and raised his arm, dark-faced, saying, But my hand is right here." Uncle Sun was sweating coldly, stammering, I didn't do anything." Just as he finished speaking, a pair of green eyes suddenly appeared behind him. The others, upon seeing this, screamed in fear, "Something's behind you." Uncle Sun hurriedly turned around and said, "What is it?" The moment he saw what was behind him, his eyes widened. A fox suddenly appeared and bared its teeth, biting fiercely into his right shoulder, causing blood to spray everywhere. Fonglan trembled and fell to the ground, shouting in fear, "It's a fox!" Godan hurriedly called, "The squid stamp, do something!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless tentacles shot out from his hands. These tentacles attacked directly at the fox, but it managed to dodge them all. Seeing that his tentacles couldn't do anything to the fox, Godan angrily shouted, "Beast, so nimble!" Then, the fox immediately turned and fled. Upon seeing this, Fu Gue quickly tried to chase after it. The boy shouted loudly, "Trying to run?" Old Zhu hurriedly stopped him, worriedly saying, "You can't catch up, don't chase it, that's the old immortal." Then, he knelt down, repeatedly bowing towards the direction the fox had just run off, respectfully saying, "Old immortal, we didn't mean to offend, we didn't mean to offend." Seeing this, Fu Gue, standing beside him, disdainfully kicked him hard. The boy grit his teeth and said, "I'm not your son, you don't need to worry about me." Old Zhu still desperately clung to the boy's leg, trying to stop him. "No, don't chase it, don't." Uncle Wang grabbed Fu Gue's wrist, pulling him aside and saying, "Enough, this isn't the time for that." Uncle Sun, while covering the bleeding wound on his shoulder with his hand, spoke with admiration, "Right, exactly, it's getting more and more dangerous here, we can't stay much longer. If it weren't for my token, I'd already be dead by now." Godan led the way, saying, "Let's go, we can't stay here long, let's leave now." Fu Gue, walking behind, kept kicking old Zhu while asking, "What about him?" Godan turned around and saw old Zhu coughing up blood in pain. He coldly replied, "Leave him there, let him fend for himself." As they left, old Zhu weakly reached out, helplessly trying to stop them. "Don't, Fu Gue, don't follow them." Uncle Sun, walking beside them, thought about what had just happened and felt a sense of discomfort. He angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, this mission of mine, nothing can be relied on, and yet it's already costing so much. If this keeps going, even if the mission is completed, I'll still lose out. I need to find a way to minimize the losses." With that thought, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing him stand still, Uncle Wang curiously asked, "Why aren't you going anymore?" Uncle Sun quickly made an excuse to leave. "My stomach hurts so much, you all go ahead, I'll take care of something." Uncle Wang, hearing this, didn't think much of it. He sighed and said, "You have so much pee, hurry up." Uncle Sun turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind, "I'll be quick, I'll be quick." He then returned to the spot where he had been earlier, his arm transforming into metal with a sharp point at the end. He muttered to himself, "No matter how small the chance, I can't miss the possibility of gaining more." "Apologies," he said. After speaking, he approached where old Zhu was sitting. He raised his sharp arm, cruelly shouted, "I'll send you off with my stamp." But unexpectedly, his arm veered off course and stabbed straight into his own forehead. A vicious voice rang out, scolding him, "Fool." Uncle Wang's face was covered in syrup, and he stared in shock towards the direction of the voice. His body collapsed to the ground, and in the end, he died in confusion. Old Zhu appeared, no longer the weak, suffering figure from earlier. He threw the puppet in his hand aside and coldly said, "Had I known you were a worthless piece of trash, I would have killed you back in the village." After that, he gathered all of Uncle Sun's stamps into his book. Elsewhere, under the guidance of the fox, Chen Si Huan had arrived at a pond. Looking at his reflection in the water, he skeptically asked, "Is this the opportunity you spoke of? You're not deceiving me, are you?" The fox immediately explained, "I'm not deceiving you. This is no ordinary water." Upon hearing that, Chen Si Huan quickly took out his bottle and filled it with the water from the pond. Information about the water source immediately appeared, with the label Rarine Essence Stone Extract. The first special effect is that the pill refined from the absorbed spiritual energy, nourished by the earth's chi from the Changbai mountain range, has gathered into stalactites. After 30 years, it forms a single drop, which can be refined into a medicinal pill to enhance vitality. The second special effect is that the powdered stalactites, after being filtered through the earth's chi from the mountain range, are extremely warm and can be applied directly to the body to cultivate physical strength to the highest level. Note that the substance that absorbs spiritual pills requires a large amount of stalactites to show results. Immediately, Chen Si Huan's eyes sparkled with the gleam of coins. He hurriedly took out many jars to collect the water. Excited, he said, "This is indeed a good thing, such a good thing that you've let it go until now. Quickly, collect it." The fox spirit explained, "Because this doesn't have any effect on spiritual creatures, it can only enhance physical strength." By the way, does it also enhance physical strength? As soon as those words left her mouth, Chen Si Huan's eyes immediately widened, his gaze shining brightly. He quickly stripped off all his clothes and, leaving behind a sentence, "Then what's the point of collecting it? I'll take a bath." He then jumped into the lake. The water in the lake seemed to playfully tease him, immediately splitting apart to either side, causing him to fall face first into the ground. He screamed in pain, "Ah, damn it!" No sooner had he spoken, the water in the lake splashed straight into his face. Looking at the water splashed all over him, Chen Si Huan angrily cursed, "What a nuisance, this damn thing." Chen Si Huan scooped up water from the lake with his hand, watching it flow through the gaps between his fingers. He sighed and said, "It looks exactly like the Serpent Lake." Pausing for a moment, he smiled with excitement and continued, "But it really works, I can feel it myself." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit spoke, "That's for sure, this is the place where the dragon vein converges, the land of the saints and immortals." Chen Si Huan leaned against the shore, eyeing the little fox spirit in his robe, and curiously asked, "You said you've been here before? If this is the land of the saints and immortals, then why did you end up in such a miserable state?" The fox spirit poked its head out from the robe and answered with a tone of sadness, "Because we were merely sacrifices for the saints." The fox spirit then asked, "Do you know about the breeding of insects?" "We are those insects that were bound. The Saman people didn't raise us for anything other than when they die, we would be offered as sacrifices. Afterward, war broke out, the Saman tribe began to decline, and we got the chance to escape. Eventually, we developed into the 5 great immortals. At that time, we realized something was wrong, so I shed my flesh to let my soul attach to my heart and venture outside. Unfortunately, my skin was later found by humans and locked up in the dragon god temple for worship, and I never had the chance to do anything again." Chen Si Huan extended his hand to hold the fox spirit, and, puzzled, said, "So, if we hadn't met, you wouldn't have known how much longer you would have been trapped. Now you're trapped in this fur, your soul can't escape, so you want to find your body again." The fox spirit denied it, saying, "That's not entirely true. I need to retrieve the inner elixir that has been bound to my flesh and blood." Chen Si Huan stepped onto the shore and picked up his clothes. The fox spirit continued, "If I can't get the inner elixir back, my cultivation in this life will be wasted. In the end, my soul will scatter, and I won't even have the right to enter the cycle of reincarnation. As soon as the fox spirit finished speaking, Shen Si Huan had already put his clothes back on. He picked up the fox spirit and tucked it back into his robe, then agreed to its request. All right, I understand now. It seems the information you've provided is quite useful. I will help you. He turned back to look at the water in the pond, curiously asking, but I've already bathed here, is it still effective? Can't waste it, let's try to transform it and see. As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a large jar and filled it with the water. The jar transformed into another stamp in the book, a rare material stamp, in essence stone extract, now polluted, with a special effect for refining elixirs that have absorbed spiritual energy. Having refined the mountain pulse, the Earth's energy of Chiangmai Mountain converges into stalactites, accumulating one drop every 30 years, which can be crafted into a tonic that enhances vitality. However, due to pollution, the effectiveness of the in-essence stone extract will be significantly reduced. Closing the book, Shen Si Huan sighed and thought regretfully, such a fine item, too bad it must be sealed away to transform. Otherwise, I would have taken it all with me. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, there used to be information stating that everything in this space corresponds to reality. So, could it be that in reality He scooped up some water with his hand and wondered, even if I had the chance to return here, wouldn't that just be like adding another treasure trove? But he immediately dismissed his thoughts, shaking his hand and saying, what am I thinking? There's no way something like that would happen. I can't even handle a bunch of zombies, so I might as well focus on completing the mission. After walking for a while, Shen Si Huan suddenly noticed something. In front of him were countless coffins. Surprised, he muttered, is this the burial site for the Saman people after they die, from the Saman religion? As he stepped inside, the temperature immediately dropped. Shen Si Huan rubbed his hands against his arms, shivering and murmured, wow, it's so cold. Suddenly, he realized that among them, one of the coffins had been opened. His face darkened, and he anxiously said, why was this opened? Those old monsters better not cause trouble here, or things will get messy. The other coffins were still tightly sealed. He walked closer to the open coffin, grumbling as he went. Damn it, dealing with corpses for a year is troublesome enough, what about Saman after several hundred years? Shouldn't we check the situation inside the coffin? Shen Si Huan let out a sigh of relief, reassuringly saying, damn it, you scared the hell out of me. It turned out that it was the result of the creatures gnawing on the coffin, and the body wasn't here. Shen Si Huan looked at the skeleton inside the coffin and sighed, saying, looks like you won't get a chance to turn into a zombie, unlucky. You might as well not stay here. What if the coffin? He didn't finish his sentence when suddenly, he caught a faint smell of blood in the air. Shen Si Huan was startled and exclaimed in surprise, someone's coming. From the distance, a fierce roar echoed, followed by a malicious voice, run quickly, keep running, don't let me catch you. The Go Dan group fled in panic. Fomel was struggling to keep up, weakly saying, I can't run anymore. Go Dan immediately slapped her across the face, pushing her backward with force, angrily saying, now that you can't run anymore, you might as well stay here. This time, you've really led us to our doom. Afterward, they left Fong Lan lying on the ground and immediately fled. While running, Go Dan muttered angrily, damn it, we finally found Zhang Haiyang, and now the mission's changed again. Uncle Wang, who had lost both arms, was struggling to chase after them from behind and replied, who the hell knows why he didn't come with us? Let's just find a way to escape first. Fong Lan, holding her swollen face from Go Dan's slap, suddenly noticed another path. Without hesitation, she stood up and ran in the opposite direction from the group. She arrived at a coffin, opened the lid, and thought to herself that this was the only place where she could hide for a while. But as she looked inside, something caught her attention, and she froze in shock, saying, you. Before she could finish her sentence, a strong force pulled her inside the coffin. The space immediately became silent, with only the coffins left abandoned in the area. Where the coffin lid had been opened, there was only a single pair of shoes lying abandoned beside it. The voice in mad laughter of Hilao-san echoed through the cave. Run, go ahead and run, just don't let me catch you. When he arrived at the coffin, his steps suddenly stopped. In surprise, he asked, why? Seeing that the coffin lid had been opened, he loudly said, it's been opened. Hilao-san took a few steps back, nervously thinking, the old man's body should stay inside and not come out, or it'll be troublesome. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of slippers placed beside the open coffin. He stepped closer and curiously said, could it be that the coffin was empty from the beginning? As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a wild laugh, throwing the coffin lid open. He grabbed the collar of the person lying inside and pulled them up, saying, aren't you going to come out for me? But when he saw who was lying in the coffin, he froze, his face darkening as he said, why is it a person? Chen Si-huan, lying in the coffin, was aiming a gun at him. Smiling smugly, he said, didn't expect this, did you, old man? The muzzle of the gun immediately pointed directly at his forehead. Chen Si-huan immediately fired, sending Hilao-san flying, crashing into the wall behind him. Hilao-san struggled as he fell to the ground from the wall. He embraced the wound on his forehead, which was continuously oozing syrup, and angrily said, little brat, I'll kill you. Chen Si-huan immediately shot him again in the left calf. Syrup shot out instantly, and Hilao-san clutched the wound, crying out in pain, AAA. Chen Si-huan stepped closer to him, the gun still aimed directly at Hilao-san, and coldly said, I know that someone like you has plenty of skills, able to harm others without a second thought. So, I won't give you any chance at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot Hilao-san again in the right arm. Hilao-san clutched his bleeding arm, continuously retreating, shaking his head and pleading in fear, no, don't, please, save me. Chen Si-huan showed no mercy to the scene. He aimed the gun at Hilao-san and angrily said, time to pay your debts. A gunshot rang out, and Hilao-san collapsed, lying in a pool of blood. Chen Si-huan looked around, cautiously saying, strange, that hedgehog should have jumped out by now. While gathering Hilao-san's belongings into a book, he added, looks like he's really run away. The fox spirit's face appeared from his chest and said, then you should keep moving forward. He responded as he left, I know. Once again, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Hilao-san's spiked hedgehog suddenly appeared, moving toward a coffin. Meanwhile, Chen Si-huan, holding a torch to light his way, continued to move to other parts of the cave. He reached a place where water cascaded down from above. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, the terrain here is good, indeed very good. The way C and KHN had positioned the trigrams to create metal was truly masterful. Upon hearing this, he became alert, realizing someone was hiding nearby. As soon as the words were spoken, he swiftly took cover behind a large rock. Chen Si-huan, with his gun in hand, entered a state of vigilance. Another voice then said, go over there and take a look. The voice rang out again, good, this place has the Qinglong above and the Xianwu below. If one were to die and be buried here, it would truly not be a wasted life. It turned out that the two individuals approaching were the grandmother San Xiangu and her granddaughter Zhang Haiyang. Suddenly, Zhang Haiyang stumbled, and in her panic, she screamed, AAA. As he was about to fall, Feng San quickly grabbed the collar and pulled him back. Old San Xiangu, while feeding the little fox on his shoulder, warned, you'd better be careful, this place could very well be where you meet your end, and it wouldn't be a wasted life. Zhang Haiyang's face twisted with madness as he made a firm response, no, I haven't reached my goal yet, I can't be buried here. With that, he let out a triumphant laugh. Feng San, standing behind him, looked at him with eyes that seemed to see nothing but a madman. Feng San turned his head to look behind, uneasy, and said, strange, why hasn't old San returned yet? Old San Xiangu glanced at Zhang Haiyang, smiling as if he understood everything, and explained to Feng San, that old demon, I don't even need to guess. He must have seen the beautiful wife of the doctor's son. His lust must have been aroused to the point where he can't go on any longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiyang's face immediately turned dark, but the next second, when he turned his head again, his expression completely changed. He smiled gently and said, you're just joking. If I can make old San happy, I should at least drink to her. She's grown so beautiful, just like the world. Feng-san, hearing this flirtatious remark, immediately became furious and questioned, "What are you talking about? Isn't she your daughter-in-law?" Hearing those two words, Zheng Haiyang's entire body suddenly froze. Suddenly, his eyes became bloodshot, and in his anger, he yelled loudly, "Daughter-in-law? Have you ever seen a eunuch with a daughter-in-law?" Hearing those words, Feng-san was stunned and could only exclaim, "Sir." Zheng Haiyang threw the compass to the ground, and in a frenzy, he continued, "Do you think I partnered with you guys because of the pearl of creation? Is that what made me a man?" He rushed forward, grabbed Feng-san by the collar, and shouted in his face, "Tell me, what's wrong with wanting to be a man?" Feng-san raised his hand to cover his face, embarrassed, and said, "I think you did it for your son." Mentioning his son only fueled Zheng Haiyang's rage even more, and he shouted, "Son? How could I have a son? That beast thinks I don't know anything, but he and Feng are doing it." Before he could finish his sentence, the old San Xiangu stepped forward to intervene. She slapped him across the face and said, "Enough." Looking at Zheng Haiyang sitting on the ground, she coldly continued, "I don't want to discuss this with you. We still have plenty of time here." Zheng Haiyang immediately regained his composure. He picked up the compass that had fallen to the ground and said, Right, we can't wait for old San anymore. We need to hurry and activate the mechanism, or else this trip will be wasted." He walked ahead to lead the way, muttering to himself as he went, "We must hurry." After Feng-san and the others left, the cave immediately fell silent. Chen Sihuan stepped out from behind the rock and slung his gun back over his shoulder. TRMT thought, so this is why Zheng Haiyang couldn't accept the rescue. It's not surprising at all. As he fumbled along the wall, moving forward carefully, he thought to himself, now that I'm alone, it's best not to act recklessly. If that fox and the San Xiangu strike back, I definitely won't be able to withstand it. No sooner had he finished speaking than he arrived at a place where a staircase led down. Chen Sihuan activated the golden compass and muttered to himself, it's still better to be cautious. At the bottom of the staircase was a river. Looking at the water before him, Chen Sihuan couldn't help but sigh, I never expected there would be another downstream of the river here. Using his golden eyes, he saw something at the riverbed, its dark surface ominously visible. His voice became serious. There's a coffin at the bottom of the river. He looked at the water in front of him, stroking his chin and pondering deeply, unsure whether the coffin was sealed with a walking corpse inside. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Chen Sihuan turned around, wondering, is that Feng-san? He quickly rushed away from the spot, but after just a few steps, his pace faltered. The stone above his head suddenly emitted a strange green light. Chen Sihuan asked in surprise, what's going on? The fox in his chest pocket replied helplessly, I don't know either. This place is no longer from my era. What it has turned into, how would I know? As soon as the words left its mouth, it immediately warned, but hurry up, the water behind is boiling fiercely. Chen Sihuan ran desperately, saying, I know without you telling me. At that moment, from a crack beside him, a shadow suddenly appeared. A person suddenly leaped out, shouting, Stop! Chen Sihuan immediately turned around, his eyes turning cold. He warily raised the knife in his hand, wondering, a walking corpse? The person who had appeared grabbed his wrist, which was holding the knife, and said, Don't attack, it's me. Xiao Bing's face appeared before Chen Sihuan's eyes. Chen Sihuan exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Bing, isn't it you? But before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Bing quickly grabbed his hand and said, Don't say anything, let's go. Xiao Bing immediately led him forward, and behind them, the water had turned a strange shade of green. As they ran, Xiao Bing pointed to the path ahead and told Chen Sihuan, this way. After a while, the two of them arrived in front of a giant standing coffin. Xiao Bing entered the coffin, raised his hand toward Chen Sihuan, and said, Hurry up and come in. Once inside, Chen Sihuan looked at Xiao Bing and coldly said, Who the hell are you? Xiao Bing is dead, there's no way he could come back to life. He stretched out his hand to block the wooden plank that Ku Bing was about to close and coldly continued, even if he came back to life, he couldn't appear here. Xiao Bing didn't turn around or answer. Instead, he asked, "So what do you think?" Chen Si-huan was taken aback by the question. His expression grew serious, filled with caution. Xiao Bing turned around, his eyes red like syrup, and smiled a terrifying smile before asking, "Who do you think I am?" Chen Si-huan was frightened and immediately took a step back. Suddenly, his eyes became vacant, and a voice rang out, "What's wrong with you? Why are you silent?" The scene changed, and Wang Na suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Si-huan was astonished and asked, "Wang Na, what's wrong with you?" Wang Na held something out in the palm of her hand, worried, and said, "Why are you going crazy? Hurry up and take this medicine." Seeing the wriggling, squirming things in her palm, Chen Si-huan exclaimed, "This isn't medicine, this is clearly." Before he could finish, Wang Na, with a dark expression, cut him off. "Earthworms, right?" She then shoved them into her mouth, chewing them vigorously. The scene suddenly changed, and the person in front of him turned into his older sister, her mouth smeared with worm meat. She held out the chewed up, broken pieces of worm in her palm and said, "Look, there's a lot of meat in these worms." Chen Si-huan had turned back into Zhao Ku and was stunned, saying, "Sister, what? What is this?" He then tripped over a chair behind him and fell into it. When he opened his eyes again, he was sitting at a table surrounded by many others. He exclaimed in surprise, "Prosperity Institute." His sister didn't let up on him. She gripped his wrist tightly, held out the worm meat in her hand, and crazily said, "Brother, are you eating or not? If you don't, you'll starve to death here. Eat up." Zhao tried to escape from her grasp, coldly rejecting, I don't. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed, turning his head to the side. Leiko, from when she was little, suddenly appeared before him. She was the one who had just slapped him. At this moment, she was angrily saying, "You disgusting thing, why aren't you eating? If you don't eat, the nun will come and hit you." Leiko grabbed Zhao's chin, forcing him to open his mouth, and with her other hand, she fiercely poured the trembling dish into his mouth, angrily questioning, "Eat. Why aren't you eating? Do you want to starve to death?" Zhao shut his eyes tightly, his mind repeatedly thinking, "I can't eat, I must not eat." His eyes suddenly opened, and at that moment, they were as red as blood. He screamed in madness. No sooner had he finished his cry than the space around him instantly turned to dust, and the entire space was now a blood-red hue. A door suddenly appeared right in front of Zhao Ku. As he reached out toward the door, he muttered to himself, I remember. The door opened, and inside was a whirlpool stained red. The scene shifted once more, and a person was lying helplessly on the ground ahead. As he approached, Zhao Ku realized it was his sister. He anxiously called out, "Sister." Zhao Ku reached out, his hands slowly moving toward his sister. Suddenly, she lifted her head, flashed a bright smile, and asked, "Do you know who I am now?" The water beneath his feet was immediately stained a bright red, and the surface of the water began to ripple. The water surged toward him, surrounding him completely. The scene shifted again. Over here, Chen Si-huan suddenly choked on water. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him out of the water, then asked, "Are you awake now?" Seeing Chen Si-huan coughing on the ground, Ku Bing teased, "Looks like I've saved you twice now." Chen Si-huan turned to his side and curiously asked Lei Mu, "What happened to me just now?" Lei Mu obediently replied, "I don't know. Just now, a light flashed at you, and your mind became muddled." Chen Si-huan sat down heavily on the ground. Xiao Bing walked over to him and said, "The things you said earlier made no sense. Luckily, I was there to pull you back." Xiao Bing sat down beside him, smiling as he asked, "We just stepped out of the coffin, why aren't you saying anything?" Chen Si-huan rubbed his temple, tiredly replying, "I'm thinking about how you managed to come back to life." Thinking back to that moment, Xiao Bing's expression became serious. He then said, "After I helped you with that bone-locking situation, I thought I had died. But then a giant octopus brought me to a lake. There, I found a stream of water. I don't know if it was an earthquake or something else, but the water suddenly stopped flowing, and I was swept away here. Pointing to the glowing blue stones behind them, he continued, then the blue light from the stone wall drove me crazy, and I had no idea how to wake up. But after waiting for a while, I figured out the pattern of the blue light and was able to save you. Hearing this, Chen Si Huan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. It seems that the explosion at the oil depot is what led Xiao Bing here. Well, at least we didn't run into the walking corpse. Then he looked up and asked curiously, you said you've been here for a while, so you should have met Zhang Haiyang by now. Why haven't you gathered with him? Remembering the situation with Zhang Haiyang, Xiao Bing's expression became serious, and he said, I can't, Professor Zhang has been enchanted, and there are 2 others with him now. I can't take them on alone. I originally planned to wait longer, but then I ran into you. After saying this, Xiao Bing clenched his fist in anger. Seeing this, Chen Si Huan sighed and muttered to himself, it seems that Xiao Bing knows exactly what kind of person Zhang Haiyang is, and it's hard for him. The person he desperately wants to save is someone like this. Chen Si Huan placed a hand on his shoulder and softly comforted him, don't think too much about it. I don't think this place is good at all. Let's leave quickly. Xiao Bing immediately agreed, all right. Then the 2 of them left. But no one knew that the spiny hedgehog of He Lao San was following them. Looking at the 2 walking ahead, its blood-red eyes gleamed with hatred. It turns out that earlier, in the area with the coffins, this hedgehog had drilled a hole in one of the coffins. A hand suddenly reached out from inside the coffin through that hole. The pitch-black hand moved, making a rustling sound. As if sensing something, Chen Si Huan startled and turned his head. Seeing his strange reaction, Xiao Bing curiously asked, what's wrong with you? Chen Si Huan's expression grew serious, but he only said to Xiao Bing, it's nothing, let's go. After saying that, he took the gun off his shoulder, handed it to Xiao Bing, and said, you hold on to this. Xiao Bing took the gun and, while walking, asked curiously, what are you going to use then? Chen Si Huan replied, I have other things. Hearing this, Xiao Bing was astonished and asked, where did you get all these things from? Chen Si Huan didn't answer, only reminding him, some things are better left unasked. A little later, the 2 of them arrived at the place where a giant stone statue of a goddess was placed. Xiao Bing exclaimed, oh my goodness, how could anyone carry such a huge stone statue in here? Chen Si Huan looked at the statue curiously and asked, not knowing who this goddess was. The fox spirit that emerged from his chest explained, that is the Great Spirit Maiden, a natural born of the Saman tribe, the fusion of demon and god powers. It then reminded Chen Si Huan, you'd better not get too close, or it will be dangerous. Chen Si Huan didn't care, thinking to himself, I won't get too close, just looking is fine, right? The more he observed the statue, the more he sensed something strange. Chen Si Huan muttered, strange, it feels like this thing is staring at me. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the goddess seemed to move, looking directly at them. Seeing this, Chen Si Huan's face darkened, and he fearfully stepped back. Just then, Xiao Bing suddenly called to him, hey, come here and look. Xiao Bing was struggling to pry open the lid of a stone coffin beside them. Seeing this, Chen Si Huan was startled and stopped him, don't do something reckless. No sooner had he spoken, Xiao Bing managed to open the lid of the coffin. He exclaimed in surprise, AAA. Chen Si Huan's face darkened, helplessly saying, it's over. From inside the coffin, a white mist began to rise. But after a while, the 2 waited, and there was still no reaction from inside the coffin. Xiao Bing angrily shoved the lid of the coffin aside and said, is there nothing in here? Inside the coffin was the body of a person dressed like an official. Seeing this, Xiao Bing was surprised and asked, I checked the records, and it said this is the Holy Land of the Saman people. Why is there an official placed here? Chen Si Huan replied, what intrigues me more is why this hasn't turned into a walking corpse. Furthermore. He paused, turned to look at another coffin nearby, then walked over, almost opening the lid of the coffin, and curiously asked, why isn't this one the body of a Saman person either? Looking at the corpse inside the coffin, Chen Si Huan was puzzled, wondering what was going on. His head ached as he thought, coffins that haven't turned into walking corpses and this monk. This place is getting stranger and stranger. Suddenly, Xiaobing threw something at him and said, "Take a look at this." Chen Si Huan immediately caught it. It was a token, with the name Qing Tianlan inscribed on it. Seeing this, he wondered, is this person a feng shui official? He turned to look at the coffin beside him, silently thinking, if there's something inside the coffin of this official, then there must be something in the monk's coffin as well. He shouted, "Transform!" The rosary on the old monk's neck immediately flew into his hand. He quickly began analyzing it, but then received a notification, insufficient authority, unable to transform. Looking at the rosary in his hand, Chen Si Huan curiously asked, "What's the background of this monk? I can't even transform the Buddhist bracelet he was wearing." "Forget it, I'll just wear it for now, it should be something valuable." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the rosary on his wrist. Then, he turned around and called out, "Xiaobing, you." But when he turned back, there was no one to be seen behind him. Chen Si Huan wondered, where did they go? How did they suddenly disappear? Suddenly, a shadow darted across a corner ahead. Chen Si Huan chased after it, shouting loudly, "Don't run." He ran along the road, chasing the shadow, but after a while, he still couldn't see anyone. Looking left and right, he wondered, could I have gone the wrong way? When Chen Si Huan turned around, he realized the path he had just come from had vanished. He was astonished, saying, "I clearly came from that way, how could the road just disappear?" The wall behind him suddenly turned a different color. Chen Si Huan immediately sensed danger and quickly turned around. But at that moment, the wall behind returned to normal once again. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, what is this?" Suddenly, he smelled a foul stench rising. Lei Mu appeared abruptly, urgently warning, "Brother, behind you." A swift attack streaked through the exact spot where Chen Si Huan had been standing. He nimbly dodged, but still couldn't avoid injury to both his legs. He fell to the ground with a thud, blood pouring from his wounds. Chen Si Huan broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Just a second later, another attack came rushing toward him. Chen Si Huan struggled to evade it. A pair of hands with sharp claws appeared. Blood from Chen Si Huan flowed steadily from his hands to the ground. He gasped for air, terrified, and asked, "What is that?" A woman slowly approached him. The fox, trembling in fear, warned, "Run fast, that's the walking corpse Saman." The mouth of the walking corpse Saman was like a flesh-eating flower. It opened wide, saliva dripping from its deep, gaping mouth, and moved toward Chen Si Huan. Seeing its dark throat, he shuddered in fear. Chen Si Huan dragged his injured legs and fled, simultaneously calling out to his item, "Midnight armor, midnight dash." He looked at the walking corpse, pulling out all his weapons, including his dagger and short sword, and said helplessly, "My leg is injured, I can't run far, I can only change my approach." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his shadow armor to become invisible, then rushed to stand in front of the walking corpse and stabbed it in the stomach. However, no matter how hard he tried, the blade couldn't pierce through. Chen Si Huan gritted his teeth and thought, "So tough." After a brief pause, he silently calculated in his mind. It seemed like he would have to shed some blood. He immediately leaped to the side of the walking corpse, endured the pain, cut a piece of flesh from his own thigh, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right then." He then turned the piece of meat toward the walking corpse and said, "Let the walking corpse immediately take a bite and chew it." Chen Si Huan saw it had bitten down, and with satisfaction, said, "I hope the seasoning I added to the meat will amuse you. Blow up for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the inside of the walking corpse's mouth suddenly lit up, but after a moment, nothing happened. The walking corpse scratched its face, then spit the thing out. Looking at the puddle of saliva in front of him, Chen Si Huan was stunned. It took him a while to snap out of it, then he angrily said, "My throwing daggers are broken, what other tricks do you have left?" The fox poked its head out and said, "The one who can be buried here must be a powerful priest of the Samans, they have more than enough strength to deal with us." Upon hearing this, Chen Si Huan quickly thought to himself that while the effect of the beast armor was still active, he should run away first and figure things out later. He then quickly ran forward in haste. After running a short distance, he suddenly stopped and asked, "Does she know magic too?" The fox replied, "They are corpses, how could they know magic?" It turned out that the path right ahead of Chen Si Huan had been blocked. He was surprised and asked, "Then why is this road closed as well? Could someone else be playing some devilish trick here?" He gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that all the paths had been blocked, and as he thought about it, the walking corpse had already caught up from behind. Chen Si Huan turned around and drew out several blades. Seeing this, the fox asked anxiously, "You're not planning to stubbornly fight, are you?" He didn't respond, instead activating a power, specifically the ability to see through things, consuming 1 postage point. After activation, the ability allowed him to see through and perceive the opponent's weaknesses. Then he spoke with certainty, "No, there is still a chance." At that moment, the walking corpse had charged right up to Chen Si Huan and bared its blood-red mouth. The fox wondered, "Chance? What chance?" Chen Si Huan gripped the blade tightly in his hand, took a tense breath, focusing all his attention as he spoke, "The opportunity is right in front of us." Then, he used his throwing knife technique, launching all the blades in his hand toward the walking corpse. The walking corpse only needed a few swift swings of its arms to knock all the blades away. It lunged forward, aiming to charge at Chen Si Huan's position. But unexpectedly, at that moment, Chen Si Huan raised his leg and kicked it squarely in its lower region. Surprisingly, this move had an effect. The walking corpse paused, its head spinning in disorientation. Chen Si Huan, pleased, said, "As long as you're still in your human form, this move should work." The walking corpse, enraged, swung its arm, and its sharp claws immediately slashed through the air toward Chen Si Huan. He raised his arm to block. The walking corpse swung again, knocking Chen Si Huan far away. Despite the painful wound, he smugly thought, "That's right, just like that." The walking corpse's claws continued to slash through the air, and Chen Si Huan struggled with both hands to defend himself. He kept throwing knives, but they were all knocked away by a single swing of the walking corpse's arm. Chen Si Huan trembled, leaning against the wall. Behind him, the walking corpse's sharp hand extended straight toward him. But he showed no sign of fear, instead smiling smugly and saying, "This is the opportunity." It was unclear when exactly, but Chen Si Huan had wrapped wires around the walking corpse, tightly binding its body. The fox, observing the wires he was controlling in his hand, curiously asked, "Is this the opportunity you were talking about? You must know that this won't work, right?" His hand holding the wires trembled, but his tone was resolute. "Whether it works or not, you can't say." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his gun at the walking corpse. The fox reminded him, "It's about to break free." Chen Si Huan fired as he replied, "If it breaks free." No sooner had he spoken, the wire binding the walking corpse snapped. It wildly charged toward Chen Si Huan. Just as its claws were about to reach him, he suddenly smiled smugly. It turned out he had made preparations in advance. He used blood escape, and in the blink of an eye, he escaped the claws of the walking corpse, running as he said, "My target has never been that corpse." As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet he had just fired suddenly changed direction. Immediately, it pierced into the spiny body of He Lao San in front. Chen Si Huan, feeling pleased, said, "How could this beast escape my golden eyes?" He continued, "This walking corpse Saman was clearly released by this beast. If we don't deal with it, we won't be able to escape." Chen Si Huan picked up the hedgehog's body from the ground, running while shouting, "Now's the time to run." Elsewhere, there were many stairs leading to 2 different doors. Godan looked at Feng San's group ahead, smirking and said, Grandma, if we can't open the door, don't expect to get in." Looking at the 2 doors next to him, Zhang Haiyang anxiously said, "These 2 doors must be opened at the same time. Right now, we can't get over there. We need to coordinate with them." The old San Xian Gu coldly said, "Didn't you just see? The other side is basically not cooperating, and I don't know what that He Lao San has been eating or doing. Not only has he failed to deal with them, but he still hasn't shown up." Over here, Godan looked at the key in his hand, smugly thinking, "I never expected we'd find this key. Now everything will be easier." As long as we delay them from opening the door and triggering the mechanism, this key task will definitely be completed. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the corner. Godan warily asked, "Is someone there?" Old Zhu, covered in wounds and caked with mud, suddenly appeared. In pain, he cried out, "Fu Gue!" Fu Gue, dissatisfied, asked, "You're still alive?" After taking a few steps, his entire body collapsed forward. Godan, with a cunning smile, said to old Zhu, "Uncle Zhu, don't rush. We still have about 4 hours before we leave. By then, your son will have recovered to normal." Old Zhu regained hope and eagerly asked, "Really? Is that true?" Then, he repeatedly kowtowed to the ground, respectfully saying to Godan, "I bow to you. Thank you. You have spared my family. Both Fu Gue and I can return home immediately." He continued with joy, "Then I will wait here." Suddenly, a foot appeared, pressing his head to the ground as a voice said, "Don't wait any longer. If you want to live, you'd better open the door." Upon seeing the newcomer, Godan was shocked and exclaimed, "Chen Si Huan." Seeing Chen Si Huan, he was filled with anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "I haven't even settled the score for the several cuts you gave me, and now you still want to give me orders?" Chen Si Huan coldly replied, "So you're also a postman? No wonder Miss Li died. Looks like I misjudged you." Godan took out the knife and pointed it directly at Chen Si Huan, his face twisted with a malicious grin as he said, "Since things have come to this point, there's no need to pretend anymore. Let's drop the mask. We need to settle things once and for all. The mission's almost over. Do you think it's better for me to just head back now or what?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. It turned out that the walking corpse had caught up and was right behind them. Upon seeing it, Godan cursed in fear, "What the hell, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" He grabbed Chen Si Huan by the collar and pointed at the walking corpse, angrily questioning, "The mission is almost done, why the hell did you bring that thing here?" Chen Si Huan calmly responded, "What are you thinking? I want to live. If we don't lock ourselves inside now, we'll all be dead." Uncle Wang immediately stepped in to prevent the two from clashing. "The issue now isn't whether we open the door or not. The initiative has shifted." Godan raised the key in his hand, let out a long breath, and said, "This key alone is useless, it needs to be used together with the other door on the other side." However, Lao San Xiangu, who was across from them, smirked smugly and added to Godan's words, "But now, I don't feel like opening it. I think it'd be better to wait until you're all dead, then I'll come collect your bodies." Chen Si Huan snatched the key from Godan's hand, grinning slyly and saying, "The initiative, let me show you what it means to have the initiative." He held the key up towards the abyss beside him and smugly added, "Either open the door, or turn whatever you hold into scrap, never able to obtain the pearl of creation." Old San Xiangu's face darkened, and in anger, he threatened, "You dare ask me to open the door? Every one of you kneel and kowtow to me. Otherwise." Chen Si Huan was unfazed by the threat. He tossed the key high into the air and arrogantly asked, "Otherwise, what? Uncle Wang?" Godan and old Zhu both shouted in unison, "Nothing to see here." Chen Si Huan, surprised, thought to himself, "Oh, why even Zhu Lao Han?" The key fell straight into the abyss beside them. Godan and Uncle Wang rushed forward to stop it, but they were too late. Suddenly, the key, which was falling, came to a sudden halt, held by a red string. Chen Si Huan controlled the red string in his hand and coldly said, "Do you still think I'm joking? Open the door, now." At this moment, he was quietly calculating in his mind, this can only be a gamble. After all, the mission is to prevent them from obtaining the pearl of creation. It would be easy enough to just throw the key away to complete the mission, but dragging this out and stubbornly arguing here, I will surely die at the hands of that walking corpse Samang. Elo San Xiangu gripped the key tightly in his hand, gritting his teeth in anger as he responded, "Fine, open the door." Chen Si Huan threw the key towards Uncle Wang and assigned tasks, "You, since you're injured, go open the door. You, block the path of the walking corpse." Godan grumbled, "I'll do it with you." Fu Gue, standing next to him, pointed to himself and said, what about me? Looking at the kid in front of him, Shen Sihuan curiously thought, this guy and Zhu Laohan are father and son, but why did Zhu Laohan react that way when I threw the key just now? Fu Gui walked up to the walking corpse, stroking his chin with a teasing smile. Oh, this figure isn't bad at all. Seeing this, Shen Sihuan felt something was off. He thought to himself, something's wrong. I just can't figure out what. A moment later, the two keys were inserted into their locks. Shen Sihuan gave the order, get ready, follow my instructions, and don't make any mistakes. As he took out a throwing knife, he quietly calculated, the door will open soon anyway, might as well try something. He then tossed the throwing knife to Fu Gui and said, if you think the figure's good, go ahead and get a little closer to her, see if you can manage to get this knife inside her. Fu Gui grabbed the flying knife and immediately charged forward with excitement. Godan's arm transformed into snakes, bearing their fangs towards the walking corpse. He said to Fu Gui, I'll support you. At once, the snakes created by Godan wrapped tightly around the walking corpse. Fu Gui raised the flying knife towards it and, feeling pleased with himself, said, let me see where I can cut. Here, or maybe. Godan angrily scolded, stop whining. Noticing their strange reactions, Shen Sihuan thought to himself, this doesn't seem like a postman, it looks more like a target. Fu Gui didn't care at all. With his hands in his pockets, he arrogantly said, what's there to be afraid of? Haven't we already tied it up? Thus, the boy paid no attention as one of the snake heads was cut in half by the walking corpse. The walking corpse broke free from the restraints and immediately opened its blood-red mouth towards Fu Gui. The boy hurriedly dodged and, at the same time, swung the flying knife, aiming directly at the walking corpse's chest while angrily shouting, damn you! Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Shen Sihuan smiled smugly and thought, it's inside now. Well done. Godan turned around and immediately clarified the dangerous boundary of the flying knife. I've used it before, and I advise you not to think too much about it. Then he used the shining snakes to bind the walking corpse again, allowing Fu Gui to escape. He shouted loudly, Fu Gui, run! Godan turned to Shen Sihuan and said, now you burn it. Shen Sihuan angrily replied, you idiot. Before he could finish his sentence, a joyful voice suddenly rang out, it's open. Shen Sihuan and Godan immediately turned to look at the door. At that moment, old Zhu suddenly appeared and dealt Uncle Wang a fatal blow. Godan pointed at him and angrily shouted, you. Old Zhu smiled smugly, and the ground where Godan stood suddenly shook, causing him to lose his balance. Old Zhu pulled out a flask and, with pride, said, you fool, I have no interest in playing with you anymore. He then reached for the key on the door, but the key had vanished. Shen Sihuan, who didn't know when he had appeared, waved the key in his hand and smugly said, looking for this? Seeing this, old Zhu didn't rush at all. He complimented Shen Sihuan, saying, you have some skill. No wonder you were able to get something from San Xian's house. Shen Sihuan, not at all polite, responded, can't compare to you. Entering to kill without leaving a trace, and that role of the chubby Fu Gui was also quite well played. Old Zhu grinned wickedly and responded, didn't you already figure that out? If it weren't for that idiot blocking the way, you'd probably be burned to a crisp by now. But since you like to explode so much, I'll gladly grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the throwing dagger lodged in the walking corpse's chest suddenly drove deeper, and a light flashed from the spot. Old Zhu shouted loudly, explode for me. An explosion erupted immediately. After the explosion subsided, white smoke dispersed, leaving only Godan standing motionless. Old Zhu, looking pleased, said, now there's just one left. Shen Sihuan replied, that's right, just one left. As soon as he finished speaking, he manipulated the red threads in his hand. The threads wrapped around Godan's neck, then swiftly decapitated him. Blood and bits of flesh splattered, and Godan's head fell to the ground, right in front of the door, which was slowly closing. A notification appeared, postage points received. A moment later, the door was fully shut. Old Zhu praised, not bad, your methods aren't too shabby. Shen Sihuan sat down on the ground, exhausted, and replied, didn't I tell you? How often do you get screwed over because you're too evil? He looked up at old Zhu and continued, now that the walking corpse is gone, there are only the two of us left. As long as we don't open the second door until the time runs out, the mission will be complete. Why bother fighting anymore? Old Zhu heard this and agreed, alright, I remember now. Chen Sihuan let out a sigh, thinking to himself, well, he can remember all he wants. Once the mission is completed, we won't see each other again. I won't even deal with that fox anymore. Old Zhu's expression turned sly as he curiously asked, but you really don't have any interest in the Pearl of Creation? You're just going to leave the mission unfinished like this? That's at least equivalent to a golden stamp, you know? Chen Sihuan smiled and replied, if it's something truly valuable, you should take it, of course. He pointed to the group of old San Xiangu, who were angrily banging on the door on the other side, and smugly said, look at these people, they're furious, practically ready to tear me apart. What should I do to deal with them if I open the door now? Upon hearing this, old Zhu continued to manipulate his mindset. People who are afraid to take risks generally don't survive in the limitless space. If you make it through this time, can you guarantee you'll survive the next time? Chen Sihuan didn't fall into his trap and calmly responded, I do enjoy a good risk, but seeking death on your own terms? No, that's not for me. He then took out his stamp and said, just to be safe, maybe it's better to. Suddenly, a flash of light darted by, snatching the key from his hand. The spirit fox of the fox appeared out of nowhere, angrily scolding, you tricked me? A notification immediately appeared, signaling the failure of the accompanying task. Hearing this, both Chen Sihuan and old Zhu froze. After a moment, old Zhu suddenly reacted, pointing his hand at the fox and manipulating its mind, saying, that's right, he deceived you. Hand me the key, I'll open the door. The fox wasn't swayed by his manipulation and became even more enraged. It said, same heart, may you all die together. Upon hearing this, old Zhu was startled, anxiously saying, this is bad, it seems even angrier now. The fox charged in, biting old Zhu's leg in anger, shouting, if you don't open the door, you can all die. One of the doors suddenly opened, and the sharp hand of the walking corpse immediately appeared through the crack. Both Chen Sihuan and old Zhu were startled and filled with fear. Sure enough, a moment later, the door burst open, and the walking corpse stepped in. It raised its claws, charging towards old Zhu, who screamed in fear, run, quickly. But before he could even touch a single nail of the walking corpse, it collapsed face first onto the ground, and the air suddenly fell into silence. Old Zhu let out a sigh of relief, looked at the walking corpse, and smugly said, if you've lost a leg, don't go running around scaring people. Meanwhile, Chen Sihuan was struggling to fend off the fox spirit's attack. Seeing this, old Zhu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, looks like this Sihuan fellow not only failed the mission but also offended the divine god. Thankfully, I didn't manage to get the item from the start, perhaps that key is still out there. Suddenly, he let out a painful scream, and tears streamed down his face. Unbeknownst to him, the walking corpse had crawled up beside him and gave him a fierce bite on the backside. He cried out while rubbing his rear, now only covered by a pair of flowery underwear, and ran off with his legs high in the air, trying to escape the walking corpse. Once he managed to get away from it, he immediately called out to a muscular man, pointing towards the walking corpse, his eyes bloodshot and his voice filled with anger as he ordered, burn it to death for me. The muscular man immediately charged forward and pinned the walking corpse to the ground. Old Zhu quickly scrambled away from the intense battle between the walking corpse and the muscular man. As he ran towards the door, he thought to himself, the walking corpse still has strength. I can't delay any longer, I must open the door and secure the key. On this side, Chen Sihuan was still struggling to fight the fox. Seeing old Zhu getting closer to the door, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, this guy just stole my opportunity. Suddenly, he remembered. He recalled that he had taken something from Feng San's bag. With that thought, he immediately pulled it out and threw it towards the fox, look here, netherworld flesh powder. The fox growled in anger. Chen Sihuan grabbed the fox's head and summoned the Ghost Bride stamp. This was a special stamp. When a spirit fox collected this stamp, it increased its own speed by 15% and granted the Spirit Fox protection, preventing Spirit Fox damage. The special ability, Fox Transformation, consumed 5 postage points. After activation, it transformed the fox's speed. Once transformed, the fox's speed kept increasing continuously, and it had the ability to catch anything like a fox. The transformation lasted for 5 minutes. The ghost bride appeared and immediately embraced the fox in her arms. Seeing that Chen Si Huan had handled things on his side, old Zhu, while controlling the muscle-bound guy to fight the walking corpse, hurriedly called out, "Stop looking and come help me. When I run out of energy, I won't be able to stop this demon." Chen Si Huan immediately went to old Zhu's side and said, "I'll help you." Little did he know, he was secretly wearing a smug smile. Shortly after, old Zhu turned around and stabbed him in the stomach. With a look of satisfaction, he said, "Thank you." Chen Si Huan trembled as he grasped the wrist that had stabbed the knife into his stomach and said, "I'm making it too easy for you." The key in the lock on the door suddenly turned, and a beam of light shot out from behind the door, then swiped across old Zhu's position. Chen Si Huan reacted like lightning, immediately pulling him out of the way of the attack. Chen Si Huan sat on the ground, painfully pulling the knife out of his stomach, weakly saying, "Now you owe me a stab." Old Zhu, who was facing him, turned pale with fear. Si Huan threw the knife he had just pulled out at old Zhu. He immediately reacted and caught the knife, confused. "Is this the cooperation you were talking about?" San Xiangu stepped out from behind the door, coldly saying, "Old Immortal spared your life, but I didn't expect you to be so close, almost causing harm to you." "It was just a misunderstanding." She stared at Si Huan with a terrifying gaze and said, "Si Huan, you really have surprised me, haven't you?" Chen Si Huan smiled and replied, "You know how to make plans, so how could I possibly surprise you?" Old San Xiangu squeezed his neck with one hand, angrily saying, "Say less." Her beloved grandson suddenly spoke up, "Grandmother, over there, old Zhu has taken Feng San hostage." He said teasingly, "Oh, why is your grandson's flesh so useless in this situation?" Old San Xiangu immediately released her grip. Chen Si Huan collapsed to the ground, covering his neck with his hand, feeling smug as he thought, "Zhu Laohan really knows who can be trusted, it was worth taking that stab from him." She walked towards old Zhu and said, "It's time." He immediately released Feng San and replied, "I've been ready for this for a while." Then, old Zhu and old San Xiangu each inserted a key into the door at the same time. The door immediately opened. In the pitch-black night, a coffin appeared, bound by chains, surrounded by a red, blood-like smoke, accompanied by eerie sounds echoing around. Everything around was covered by a layer of crystal-clear water. Directly beneath the coffin was a tree stump emanating a mysterious green aura. Just below it, countless mysterious beads appeared, each in different colors. This eerie tree stump was none other than the Pearl of Creation, a rare treasure that could be found once in 1,000 years. The 5-person group seemed to have been searching for the Pearl of Creation for a long time. The moment they saw it, their faces lit up with surprised joy. In contrast, Zhaoku didn't seem to share their excitement. Instead, he looked extremely cautious and wary of the Pearl of Creation. "What is this? It looks so strange." While he stood still, stern and composed, the others rushed forward eagerly. "Let them fight for it. After all, to me, this..." Before he could finish his sentence, his attention was drawn to something else in the distance. "Ha, that box seems to be a precious one." Zhao seemed to notice the stone box far ahead of him. He moved toward it, speaking as he walked. "It really seems like the divine god is looking out for me. The mission failed, but in the end, I've found this." Holding the green orb in his hand, inside which was a strange spirit beast, he spoke with a sinister grin on his face. "Then, I'll do something good this time, and help you fulfill your wish." Zhao turned around and glanced at his surroundings. Chen Dai, astonished, continued, "However, there are so many precious boxes here. I don't know how many cunning beings were used to make these treasures. Anyway, judging by its shape, it must have taken quite some time to finish. Let me help you first." As he spoke, he turned his attention towards the group of people gathering near the Pearl of Creation. Over by the Pearl of Creation, the three individuals who had just raised their hands to touch it suddenly had their own personal ambitions appear in their minds: reincarnation, ascend to immortality, defy fate. At that moment, it seemed that Feng San and I noticed something strange. His face suddenly darkened, and he startled, shouting, "Wait a minute." However, the others seemed completely uninterested in this warning and were still eagerly excited to touch the Pearl of Creation. Their hands were mere inches from it. At this very moment, Feng San and I suddenly screamed in terror, "Something's wrong." With that, he quickly ran over to stop the old man San Xian Gu and the person in the yellow hat, shouting loudly, "Don't!" Zhu Laohan, standing off to the side and witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh, then sneered with contempt, "Fools, there's something right in front of you, and you still don't care." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. "The fool is the person." In the blink of an eye, the Pearl of Creation thrust its long, winding roots through Zhu Laohan's body, leaving him stunned and astonished, his vision darkening. In the next instant, Zhu Laohan was pulled closer to the Pearl of Creation. At this moment, another voice rang out. "Move aside." In the blink of an eye, the arm impaled by the roots of the Pearl of Creation was severed. Only then could he escape the clutches of the Pearl of Creation. The person holding the sword decisively slashed. It was none other than Zhao Ku. The arm, deeply pierced by the roots, slowly fell to the cold earth. In the next moment, the roots tightly coiled around the hand, crushing it to pieces in an instant. Zhu Laohan turned to look at Zhao Ku, his face drenched in sweat, hesitating as he said, "If it weren't for this sword of yours." However, before Zhu Laohan could finish his sentence, suddenly, the agonizing scream of Lao San Xiangu rang out, "No, it's Old Immortal." Old Immortal of Lao San Xiangu has been pierced through the entire body by the Pearl of Creation, unable to move. Lao San Xiangu cried out in pain, "Old Immortal." Taking advantage of the moment when Old Immortal was tangled by the roots, Zhu Laohan shot a flame from his hand towards Old Immortal, secretly thinking to himself, "Since it's come to this, Old Immortal, then I'll kill you, and at least I'll gain some postage points." Before his attack could reach Old Immortal, Zhao Ku, standing beside him, shot forward, piercing the technique with a spear. This made Zhu Laohan feel incredibly frustrated and irritated, and he turned to shout angrily, "You!" Zhao Ku, however, didn't pay any attention to the outburst. Calmly, he began executing his own technique, which exploded. When the blade flew towards Old Immortal, piercing through the roots in his body, Old Immortal's body seemed completely unharmed. This astonished Zhao Ku so much that he gasped in shock and exclaimed, "He's not dead." At that moment, Old Immortal moved, his eyes pierced by the roots. Not just his eyes, but his entire body had been penetrated by them. This technique was the divine creation move of the Pearl of Creation. Upon witnessing this, a voice immediately sounded a warning, "No, you can't let it and the roots stay connected like that." Old San Xiangu quickly pressed a talisman onto Old Immortal's face, commanding, "Return to me." As he spoke, Old San Xiangu strained with all his might to pull Old Immortal out of the control of the Pearl of Creation. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Laohan couldn't hide his surprise and, delighted, exclaimed, "I never expected it could be done like this." Old San Xiangu continued to remind him, "Don't let that vine return, it could cause all the vines on that tree stump to break." Upon hearing this, Zhu Laohan immediately turned to Zhao Ku and said, "Help me with this. You can take any 2 stamps from my stamp book." As soon as he finished speaking, a green notification board appeared, announcing, "Postman Zhu Laohan suggests surrendering. Do you accept?" Zhao Ku immediately agreed. In the next moment, Zhao Ku turned to the person in the yellow hat, wrapping his red threads tightly around their neck, causing the yellow hat person to panic. "What do you need to do?" As he spoke, Zhao Ku pulled the person in the yellow hat forcefully back toward the base of the tree, the Pearl of Creation. "What do I need to do?" "Of course, it's this." Zhao Ku's actions caused the person in the yellow hat to be tightly bound by the Pearl of Creation, making them cry out in pain, struggling in vain. Not understanding Zhao Ku's intentions, Zhao Ku continued to use his red threads to pull the yellow hat person back. "Come here to me." In an instant, the person in the yellow hat was pulled out of the control of the Pearl of Creation. The Pearl of Creation's defense was exposed. Long tree roots were wide open, greeting the gem within it. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, Zhao Ke quickly shouted loudly. It was at that moment, hearing the signal, Zhu Laohan swiftly rushed to the base of the tree. As he dashed, he spoke, a great favor that cannot be put into words. On the other side, old San Xiangu was holding the lifeless body of old immortal, his own body drenched in blood, his eyeballs even bulging out. Old San Xiangu anxiously called, San Ni. With a face full of scheming, old San Xiangu's expression darkened as he continued, you know what to do, right? Behind him, Zhou Shan, with a somber face, coldly responded, of course, Zhao must do this. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng San Ni swiftly drew a knife from somewhere and stabbed it into old San Xiangu's back, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Old San Xiangu was horrified, caught off guard and unable to react, only staring blankly behind him. The fresh blood on the tip of the knife dripped drop by drop. Feng San Ni coldly spoke, you should have doubted me sooner, right? Otherwise, at that time, He Lao San wouldn't have made me test you. Caught by surprise, old San Xiangu was extremely irritated and uncomfortable, his face darkening. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, You. However, before the old man San Xiangu could say anything further, Feng San Ni swiftly threw both him and the old immortal toward the Pearl of Creation. Zhao Ke stood aside, witnessing the situation, and couldn't help but think to himself, so it was that mournful sound earlier, it was caused by this. It even took on Feng San's identity, which was mentioned in the mission. I need to be even more careful from now on. With that thought in mind, he spoke up, the current mission doesn't mention Feng San at all, yet this is the biggest reminder. Truly an eye-opener. While Zhao Ke was preoccupied with his own thoughts, Feng San Ni was racing with Zhu Laohan for the Pearl of Creation. Zhao Ke saw that Zhu Laohan was about to be controlled by the tree roots, and immediately shouted a warning, be careful. At that moment, Zhu Laohan caught the signal and quickly kicked the old immortal away to block the blow. Because of missing the opportunity, Feng San Ni charged in from behind, happily took the Pearl of Creation, and couldn't help but express his gratitude, thank you. In this situation, Zhao Ke, from a distance, had already drawn a dagger. He then coldly threw it straight ahead, silently thinking, it won't be that easy. The dagger was swiftly thrown, heading straight for Feng San Ni. However, the strange thing was that Feng San Ni seemed to be gradually becoming hollow, making it impossible for the knife to inflict any harm. Instantly, Feng San Ni was teleported toward the exit. Turning around with interest, she said to the others, you don't need my money, instead, just focus on that tree. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng San Ni slammed the door shut, and the final dagger still couldn't land a hit. In this situation, Zhu Laohan and Zhao Ke couldn't help but frown, their faces filled with shock. The roots of the tree, now deprived of the Pearl of Creation, seemed to have grown more violent than ever before, directly shooting long roots at them. Zhao Ke and Zhu Laohan had to quickly move aside. Zhu Laohan was filled with confusion and doubt over the situation, wondering why they still hadn't drawn anything. Clearly, the Pearl of Creation had already been taken. Zhao Ke, sitting next to him, immediately responded, I think it might be because San Xiangu is still not dead. In fact, the old woman, San Xiangu, is currently only controlled by the roots and hasn't been destroyed. The more he listened, the more Zhu Laohan found it hard to understand, full of doubts. While fighting the roots, he asked, what about her foot, the Pearl of Creation? Do we need to kill her? While Zhao Ke was lost in thought, Zhu Laohan urged continuously, think of something. If it goes on like this, we won't have anywhere left to hide. Zhao Ke held the dagger in his hand, his face serious as he thought to himself, do I really need to burn this place? Lost in thought, suddenly Lei Mu appeared to guide him, saying, hey, look up there. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke immediately raised his head and looked up, puzzled about what was above. Lei Mu quickly explained, the vine doesn't dare to approach the coffin. As soon as Zhao Ke heard this, he swiftly took action, heading straight toward the red coffin. He calmly arrived and made his move. Seeing this, Zhu Laohan quickly climbed up the chain securing the coffin and couldn't help but offer a few words of caution, be careful, don't offend the dead. Zhao Ke, however, paid no attention to this, remaining relaxed as he sat on the coffin and responded, you're learning the Shun Jia technique, right? Why look around? What's there to be afraid of? Do you think this coffin could bite me? As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and lit it. It seemed that San Xiangu had been dead for some time now, so the boy should come over. Is that thing really so important? Zhu Laohan slowly walked over to Zhaoku's side and replied, "It's very important to me." As he sat down on the coffin, Zhu Laohan spoke sincerely, revealing his thoughts. My Chiman shield formation isn't the power of a token, but something I taught myself when I was young. However, this power comes at a price. Upon hearing this, Zhaoku seemed to immediately grasp the situation and silently thought to himself, so, besides the token, there is another way. Zhu Laohan continued, the Chiman shield formation has made me a person with a burden, but I still have parents and family, so. Before Zhu Laohan could finish his sentence, Zhaoku interrupted, exactly, it requires a change of fate. What about Zhu Fugue? Zhaoku asked. Zhu Laohan quickly explained, it's based on this. As they were engrossed in their conversation, suddenly, the system displayed information about a special spirit split token. Collecting this token would allow one to separate their spirit fox and transfer it into another person's body, controlling that body. Warning, if the controlled person dies, the body must remain within 100 meters for the spirit fox to return, otherwise, the spirit fox will suffer severe damage. Upon seeing this, Zhaoku immediately asked with suspicion, let me see that token. Zhu Laohan replied seriously, I don't mind giving you this stamp, as long as you help us find something that can change our fate. As he spoke, Zhu Laohan held the stamp in his hand, saying, when the time comes, call me and say it's old Zhu, I will know it's you. Zhaoku took the item that Zhu Laohan handed him, full of doubts, and curiously asked, aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now? Zhu Laohan smiled and said, you can try. Zhaoku calmly continued smoking and coldly responded, let's say that thing has to come back first. But when will this thing actually die? While they were talking, the roots of the tree had gradually penetrated into the body of Lao San Xiangu, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth, his eyes bulging out in horror. Zhu Laohan, losing his patience, spoke in frustration, I can't wait any longer, let's just burn it. Upon hearing this, Zhaoku was utterly confused and immediately asked, burn? Burn it, how? Zhu Laohan irritably took out something and then said firmly, throw it away, even if it doesn't die, at least it will get back faster. Zhaoku, seeing this, grew suspicious, or do you have something else like this? Before Zhu Laohan could act, Zhaoku suddenly stopped him, saying, wait a minute, do you hear that? Outside, the sound of banging on the door echoed relentlessly. Zhaoku focused intently, curiously wondering, is it Feng San and I? Why is he back again? Outside the exit, Feng San and I kept banging on the door with a face full of fear, confusion, and complete darkness. Seeing Feng San's appearance, Zhu Laohan and Zhaoku were both extremely puzzled. What did the old master say about this? He really looks agitated. Zhu Laohan, on the other hand, didn't care at all and happily spoke up, why bother with him? If he can't get married, I find it amusing. Feng San and I continued to bang loudly on the door outside, watching as the third daughter-in-law was controlled by the tree roots, frustrated, and urgently shouted, kill her now. At that moment, suddenly the sound of footsteps came from behind, causing Feng San and I to be so startled that his face turned pale. In the next second, a hand with long, bloody nails touched Feng San's shoulder. This made Feng San and I panic and become utterly terrified, as a monster with no eyes and no teeth stood right beside him, opening its mouth, ready to attack. In the next instant, Feng San and I fell backward, screaming in pain and fear. A group of monsters trampled on Feng San and I as they walked over him. The moment they witnessed this scene, Zhaoku and Zhu Laohan were both stunned and amazed, secretly sighing in relief, thankful that they hadn't been forced out. Zhaoku interjected, right now, it's not about whether we should kick them out or not. Those monsters still want to push their way in. In fact, those demons are fighting to break the door down and get inside. Seeing this, Zhu Laohan grew irritated and, holding a bag of explosives in his hand, said, quickly, blow the damn thing up. We need to leave immediately. However, just a moment later, Zhaoku, who had been standing beside him, stopped him. He spoke up, wait a moment. I've just come up with an idea. After a while, the demons finally managed to break through the door and flood inside. They charged in like a hungry horde, each one screaming with an eerie, terrifying sound. Seeing this, Zhu Laohan naturally lost his composure and shouted, "What idea? They're already coming in." With danger looming ahead, Zhao Ku, instead of feeling anxious or worried, remained calm and stepped forward, saying, "It's exactly because I want them to come in." Upon hearing this, Zhu Laohan immediately asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Ku continued doing something as he replied, "Doing this." The moment he finished speaking, the chain that secured the coffin was instantly shattered. Immediately, the coffin fell down. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Laohan was startled and panicked, shouting loudly, "You're out of your mind." Zhao Ku, on the other hand, remained completely calm, using the remaining chains to control the coffin, dragging the corpse of old San Xiangu along the ground. Zhao Ku fixed his gaze on the demonic creatures right in front of him, saying, "I'm helping you." As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin lunged into the group of demons, scattering them in all directions. As a result, Feng San and I was also saved from danger. Zhao Ku quickly seized the pearl of creation from Feng San's hands, saying, "I knew this thing couldn't be put back in the mailbox." No sooner had he spoken, the coffin fell again. Feng San and I, now exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Ku calmly tossed the pearl of creation to Zhu Laohan, saying, "It's yours." Zhu Laohan accepted the pearl of creation, expressing his gratitude sincerely. "This great favor cannot be expressed in words. Our agreement is now complete. Once you return, you can directly take the stamp from my mailbox, along with half of my letter points. However, there isn't much, so please, under no circumstances open this coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Laohan immediately vanished, leaving Zhao Ku standing there alone. After hearing Zhu Laohan's reminder, Zhao Ku, of course, felt very confused. In doubt, he muttered, "Don't open it." However, he did not believe it. Frustrated and annoyed, he muttered to himself, "Doggy Wang, the way you're talking, aren't you just trying to tempt me into opening it?" The more curious Zhao Ku became, the more intently he stared at the coffin, examining it piece by piece. Speaking of opening it, the coffin didn't seem easy to open. At this point, he suddenly turned around and looked at the monsters right behind him, a sly grin spreading across his face. However, this thing seemed capable of suppressing those corpses, even better than his own protective talisman. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ku didn't care about the monsters anymore. Calmly, he picked up the coffin and began walking. Overall, it was light and convenient. The protective talisman was gone, and he couldn't waste the remaining 10 days of freedom he still needed to find Shou Bing, who had saved him at least once. Meanwhile, in a different place, tiny reddish holes appeared all over the walls, some larger, some smaller. Zhao Ku was incredibly curious and puzzled by this, unable to resist reaching out to touch them, inspecting them closely. This place wasn't like this the last time I came. Could it be that the corpses crawled out from here? As he peered into one of the holes, he saw curled up tree roots. The more he looked, the more it filled him with fear. This place truly has too many strange creatures, and furthermore, the subordinates here are all too bizarre. It's better not to mess with them anymore. Let's find the area with the military banners and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ku pulled the coffin and began to leave. He had no idea that someone had been lying in ambush just around the corner ahead. Luckily, Lei Mu noticed and immediately informed Zhao Ku of the situation. "Brother, there are people." Upon hearing those words, Zhao Ku's expression immediately changed. He dropped the coffin and got into a battle-ready stance. Just a second later, a weapon was thrown, and fortunately, it struck the coffin with a loud crash. Huff, huff. Zhao Ku stood still, watching the person who had attacked him, then glanced at the coffin and thought to himself, "Is this thing really that useful?" After that, Zhao Ku returned to the main topic, speaking to the person who had ambushed him. "So it's really you. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you for a long time." Shou Bing looked at Zhao Ku, his body covered in wounds, and replied with a forced smile, "It's a long story." Then Shou Bing recounted the whole story. This place was actually a trap. After you and I separated, I was unfortunately injured by one of the subordinates here, and then I fell into an illusion. In the dream, I met a lot of people. Those 2 years, when I met Zhang Zuan and my comrades, were the happiest 2 years of my life. The result is unknown, and suddenly the illusion ended. I saw a pile of corpses similar to mine, falling into the illusion, rushing outside, not knowing where to run. At this point, Xiao Bing looked at himself again. Perhaps I didn't stay long enough for the illusion to turn me into a corpse. After hearing Xiao Bing's story, Zhao Ke began to understand the situation. It seems that the reason the Pearl of Creation was taken is that those corpses were all sacrifices for the Pearl of Creation. Xiao Bing pointed straight ahead, helping Zhao Ke find the way. Go forward, there's a path that can lead you out. Initially, the person who repaired this place intended to blow it up, but it seems they just removed the explosives and then built it again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke immediately asked, "What about you?" Xiao Bing stood up and answered, "What about me? I have to use those explosives. If not, everything in here will cause great chaos if it gets out." As he spoke, Xiao Bing raised his hand to his forehead in a military salute, forcing a smile as he said, "I'm still a soldier, after all. Protecting the people is my mission." With that, Xiao Bing turned and walked inside. Besides, I can still feel it continuing to grow in my brain. I'm sure I don't have much time left, so it's better if. Hearing those words, Zhao Ke did not offer any further advice, he simply turned and walked away, not able to help but say his farewell, "Take care." As soon as Zhao Ke left, the entire place suddenly erupted into flames, turning everything to ash. After Zhao Ke turned and left, the inside exploded into dust. Zhao Ke let out a weary sigh, then set the coffin down on the ground. He stood quietly by the large lake, lost in thought, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "A soldier, huh?" The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. He raised a hand to his forehead, his face darkening, then said, "The feeling of being saved by someone else." Truly. Unable to hold back his anger, Zhao Ke kicked the coffin in frustration and yelled, "Go to hell." As soon as he kicked it, the coffin suddenly began to move. This left Zhao Ke stunned and shaken. No way? The very next moment, the lid of the coffin was pushed open, releasing a strange, red aura. Zhao Ke stared at it with curious suspicion. What is this? Inside the coffin was a young girl with a flower-like appearance, emanating a shimmering light. Her face seemed to break into a smile. Zhao Ke squinted, struggling to look through the light. Immediately after, he was stunned, questioning himself in confusion, is she still alive? However, in the very next moment, Zhao Ke immediately refuted his own thought. No, it's impossible. She can't be alive. He couldn't help but shout out loud, I must be going crazy. The more he thought, the more curious he became, and he stepped forward, reaching out to touch the girl's corpse. A coffin this old, how could she still be alive? How could that be? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately removed the cloth covering her face. The very next moment, Zhao Ke froze, muttering to himself, so beautiful. Realizing that his thoughts were improper, Zhao Ke quickly rebuked himself, no, that's not right. He told himself, this is a corpse. A corpse? In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, Zhao Ke no longer saw the corpse, which left him even more bewildered and anxious than ever before. Where is she? At this moment, the coffin had only the black box that the girl had once held. Seeing this, Zhao Ke immediately rushed over to grab it. He held the box in his hand and, with a delighted tone, said, turn around. However, before Zhao Ke could finish his sentence, the girl suddenly appeared right next to him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his body. At that moment, the two seemed to merge together, their bare skin pressed closely against each other. Zhao Ke's face appeared entranced, completely lifeless, as though his soul had been sucked out. In his eyes, there was nothing but the image of the girl. She pressed her face against his and seductively asked, is it beautiful? Zhao Ke, dazed, responded, beautiful. The next moment, the girl began to grope Zhao Ke more intensely, accompanied by a strange, dark aura that emanated from her, enveloping them both in a thick cloud of black smoke. It's terrifying, Zhaoku muttered, unable to resist, standing frozen in place, allowing the girl to do as she pleased. The dark energy became more pronounced, and with her long claws and sharp fangs, she moved toward Zhaoku's shoulder, then directly sank her teeth into him. In an instant, his eyes bled, and the blood began to drip down. As the blood touched her, the Buddhist bracelet on Zhaoku's wrist immediately activated, emitting a powerful force that shattered the eerie woman's grip, Namo Amitba. Zhaoku seemed to be protected by the Buddha at this very moment. The girl, with a cold and indifferent expression, stood across from him and then suddenly swung her arm, sending a strike directly toward Zhaoku. Realizing the situation was dire, Zhaoku immediately turned around and spoke. His face turned pale, filled with worry and panic as the girl's attack came dangerously close to him. The only two words that flashed through his mind were, retreat. At a tourist site, a beautiful scenic area, the voice of the tour guide could be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, the place we are visiting today is the newly renovated observation spot at Tiannao Village. The tour guide cheerfully led the group, smiling and reminding them, this is the best spot for taking photos, so everyone stay close to me and don't wander around here. At that moment, everyone suddenly sensed something was wrong and, in panic, shouted, there's something over there, it looks like a person. As they spoke, one person shakily pointed toward the front. Immediately, everyone lost their excitement, trembling with fear and looking very submissive. The tour guide, seeing this, quickly tried to calm them down. Everyone, please don't panic. Let me go check. The guide seemed just as frightened and concerned about the situation, his face turning pale as he anxiously stepped forward and asked, Sir, are you all right? The tour guide continued, do we need to call for an ambulance? As she spoke, the tour guide, trembling, moved towards the unconscious person. The individual was flipped over. As soon as they were turned, their eyes suddenly shot open wide in a terrifying, horrified stare. The tour guide turned pale, her whole body stiffened, and her eyes were vacant, filled with confusion. Just a moment later, she hurried back to her original position. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward, anxious, asking, what happened? The tour guide, still in a daze, asked in confusion, what do you mean by brain? No one could understand why the unconscious person had disappeared, leaving everyone extremely bewildered. Where did they go? On a long bus speeding down the road, a young man sat deep in thought. It was none other than Zhaoku. He was intently staring at the bracelet on his wrist, muttering to himself, if it weren't for this, I probably would have died. I never imagined that even after completing the mission, I still wouldn't be completely safe. This is really strange. As he spoke, Zhaoku recalled the moments when he had been controlled by that strange woman. At that very moment, the system notification suddenly announced a transformation failure. This only deepened Zhaoku's curiosity and doubt. Why couldn't this Buddha bead be returned to the mailbox? He couldn't help but turn his head back, his eyes fixed on the black box placed right beside him, and he muttered to himself, moreover, this thing can't be opened or taken in. It's the very thing I almost risked my life to obtain. Is it really as precious as that? The car carrying Zhaoku was still driving along the road. He spoke up, the Tiannao camp is not suitable for cultivating the career of a pioneer, we should look for another place. The scene shifted to a lavish and opulent villa, inside which a figure sat with an imposing demeanor. It was none other than Zhaoku. He was fiddling with the black box resting on his lap. Opening the box, Zhaoku's curiosity was piqued. After so much effort, surely there would be a significant reward. The next moment, the box displayed countless pieces of useful information, 16 letter points, 12 letter points, 18 letter points. Upon seeing this, Zhaoku quickly did the math in his head. A total of 46 points, huh? After calculating the points, Zhaoku's anticipation grew even more for the next part. The letter points had ended, now it would be time for the special stamp. As the special stamp appeared, a series of details were displayed as well. Special stamp, white money stamp. Collecting this stamp increases your array setting ability by 40%, and the power of your formations rises by 25%. The special ability illusion formation costs 10 letter points and allows you to create an illusionary area, sealing it off. When the enemy cannot escape from the formation, even partial immersion within the formation will still achieve the effect of confusion, as the body is fully absorbed into the formation. Note 1. Activate the confusion formation. This formation centers on the user, and the person in the emotion state must remain within the formation. Note 2. If the formation is destroyed, the user will suffer a backlash, deducting 5 points of energy as the price. If the energy is insufficient, the damage will transfer to the body. After reading the effects, Zhaoko couldn't help but calculate and consider. This is not particularly useful to me, as golden eyes can completely counter this ability. However, it might be worth taking as a trade. Another stamp appeared, a rare special stamp. Collecting this stamp increases your stamina, and when facing opponents, the sensation of pain from injuries is reduced by 50%. Special ability, Flesh Wings. Consumes 3 energy points. After activation, a pair of flesh wings will form, allowing the user to fly low in the sky. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Note, the flesh wings can only fly below 10 meters and are extremely draining on stamina, requiring a great deal of energy to keep aloft. Just read this. Zhaoko's face immediately showed excitement, joy, and a bright smile as he spoke, enhancing physical strength, reducing the sensation of pain, and even flying. This is truly a great stamp. Not stopping there, he continued rummaging through the box to grab more, but these things can't compare to my performance. I'm sure there's still more. Another stamp appeared, a special stamp issued by the disciples of the Hu family. Collecting this stamp allows interaction with the fox spirits, with a 30 km radius centered around oneself. Once a fox spirit appears, you will feel it. You can first summon them to find you, bring you news, or provide other services. Note that the affinity of fox creatures with your environment is doubled. However, if you want them to assist you, you must provide favorable conditions for them. Special ability, Summoning the Fox Fairy consumes 10 points of leisure, and once summoned, the Fox Fairy will embody the summoned form. Note, if you have a contract with the Fox Fairy, you will summon the contracted one. If not, you will summon the old immortal from the Hu family. The size of their abilities will depend on the pull. The duration lasts 12 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 week. As soon as he saw it, Zhaoko's face suddenly turned pale, full of hesitation and dislike, muttering to himself, "What is this?" He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, wearily continuing, "It's good, but it seems the scope of use is not that big, right? Without a fox, it's useless. It doesn't have an internal mechanism, and after spending 10 points of luck, you still randomly get a fox spirit. If this is a perverted fox spirit appearing on someone, wouldn't that be?" The more he thought about it, the more startled and terrified Zhaoko became. Gritting his teeth, his face pale, he shouted, "No, no, no, no." The very next moment, with a gloomy and regretful expression, Zhaoko decided to retract it. Whether to use it or not could be decided later. Just as he was about to retract it, he suddenly noticed something in the black box. Seeing the dazzling light emanating from the box, Zhaoko was suspicious. Could there still be something? He immediately reached into the box to fumble around. Indeed, Zhaoko took something out. Looking at the object tightly grasped in his hand, Zhaoko was puzzled. The image of Xiaobing on the stamp had just appeared, and Zhaoko could no longer suppress his shock and surprise. He shouted loudly, "Xiaobing!" The system displayed information about Xiaobing's special seal, Special Ability 1, Steel Will. No consumption of the letter points. When you are injured, your willpower will continuously increase. The more severe the injury, the stronger the willpower. Special Ability 2, Proficiency with Firearms. Consumes 1 letter point, enabling you to quickly become proficient in handling firearms. Special Ability 3, Decapitation Strike. Tireless in battle, consumes 3 letter points. After activation, it can quickly eliminate all abnormal negative effects of the half body. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Note, the elimination of half-body negative points does not include disabilities, death, or physical injuries. After reading the content on the seal, Zhaoko murmured to himself with interest, "Is this the gift you left for me?" While speaking, he placed Xiao Bing's seal into his book. "I've received it." Zhaoko flipped through the book for a while, and couldn't help but evaluate. "My harvest is almost organized, next is the seal from old Zhu." At this moment, a line of information appeared from the book: "Surrender order, can help the seal of the surrenderer at any time." Before removing the seal, the fake surrender cannot change the status of the seal in their mailbox, unless they accept the fake surrender's death or actively forfeit. Note that if no action is taken for more than a day in reality, it is considered as forfeiting. Upon reading this, Zhaoko immediately pressed the button. "Let's see what good items you have." The book suddenly glowed. Zhaoko casually read while speaking. "As expected, there is nothing special. Zhu Laohan completely relies on his own skills to make a living in real life, so I'll choose the option to list it." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something strange. "Wait a minute, this is..." An image of a magnificent natural forest appeared, followed by the information introducing the special seal Natural Spirit. Collecting this seal in a forest environment doubles your recovery rate. Special Ability 1, Wooden Spear Technique. It consumes 2 points of spirit, transforming nearby trees into sharp wood spears, shooting them at enemies within a 30-meter diameter. Note that the more flexible the tree, the higher the hardness of the wood spear, and the less likely it is to miss. The more Zhaoko read, the more excited and delighted he became, unable to resist commenting, "This must be somewhat aligned with the natural knowledge, but it leans more toward offense. It's still better to choose this one." He thought to himself, "These two stamps might be combined, but unfortunately, I don't have the formula for the combination. However, it's still enough, maybe there will be an opportunity in the future." After some contemplation, the system finally announced, "Achieved 90 points in the counterfeit battle letter." Zhaoko happily closed the book and said, "So, adding this to the previous score, I still have 86 points in total for the Great Harvest." He lay down on the bed to rest, thinking, "Now that I think about it, surrendering isn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if I spent the effort to kill Zhu Laohan, the harvest might not have been so great. I need to consider my methods more carefully in the future." As he thought of this, Zhaoko suddenly recalled the image of Feng Sanni ambushing old San Xiangu earlier, muttering to himself, "Strictly speaking, both Zhu Laohan and I lost to Feng San this time." He said, if he weren't so stupid, allowing San Xiangu to live a little longer, the weakest one might have actually been the greatest winner. This time, neither Zhu Laohan nor I have a chance of winning. As he spoke, Zhaoko fell asleep. Next time. The moment he closed his eyes to sleep, he suddenly found himself in a completely different dimension. A woman's hand appeared out of nowhere, gripping Zhaoko's hand tightly, and then proceeded to passionately kiss his neck. The woman was none other than the one who crawled out from the red coffin. Her face, full of delight and excitement, remained absorbed in kissing Zhaoko. Drops of blood slowly dripped down. At that moment, Zhaoko suddenly woke up, his eyes filled with fresh blood. He painfully sat up, his face darkened, covered in cold sweat, and he wondered to himself, was that a dream? The water was running full blast as Zhaoko entered the bathroom, showering and looking at himself in the mirror, saying, "I really scared myself. Can the brain actually expel something from a space? The effect of the stalactite is surprisingly good, looks like the remaining ones will definitely sell for a good price." For some unknown reason, the bite mark on Zhaoko's neck remained clearly visible, making him feel both curious and suspicious. But why can't this thing be cleaned off? Clearly, after leaving the instance zone, my spine was healed already. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, quickly putting on his jacket and preparing to head out. Let's just consider it a piece of advice. It's not guaranteed that I'll be safe when I return. Zhaoko picked up his phone, intending to call someone. As he dialed, he said, "I need to have a serious talk with my teammate." A moment later, a voice came from the other end of the line. "Xing family Zhoubao speaking, may I ask who you're looking for?" Zhaoko smiled and replied, "I'm looking for the one who sells the Pearl of Creation." Upon hearing this, the person on the other end immediately recognized him. "Ah, it's you. You've taken my seal, so why are you calling me?" Zhaoke suddenly burst into laughter, replying politely, "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask if the product is any good. After all, my after-sales service is quite professional." The person on the other end inquired further, "I'm not sure yet. I need to make a lot of preparations before I can use it. Do you have any special needs?" Zhaoke answered, No, I just wanted to ask if you have that big red coffin." Just as he heard this, the voice on the other end suddenly became sharper, and in surprise, he asked loudly, "You opened it?" Zhaoke quickly responded, "Guess what I found inside? There's something in there called the little thing from the pearl of creation." The more the person on the other end listened, the more they couldn't control their emotions, and they shouted in frustration, "Wait, no way, explain it clearly." However, Zhaoke paid no attention to this and immediately hung up the phone. With his face flushed red like a tomato, Zhaoke muttered angrily to himself, "I'll make you regret provoking me to the extreme." Zhaoke stretched and then spoke, "Now, even if I tell him I didn't get the pearl of creation, he'd still be anxious." With that, he opened his book. After some playtime, it's time to do a bit of serious work. Gradually, a thick, eerie black smoke began to emanate from the book. The smoke rose up, enveloping the entire space. The scene shifted to Yanhong Tavern, where countless handsome men and beautiful women were standing and waiting. They eagerly smiled and spoke, "Welcome, boss." Upon seeing this scene, Zhaoke stood frozen for a moment, then smiled at the crowd before him, unable to help but think, there are both men and women. The people who come to Yanhong Tavern sure have strong tastes. At this very moment, the shopkeeper stepped out and courteously greeted, "Ah, distinguished guest, you've come to buy a phone, right?" As he spoke, the shopkeeper gestured for Zhaoke to step inside, saying, "Here, we can absolutely help you find the phone that meets your desires." Upon hearing these words, Zhaoke was immediately puzzled and confused, and he asked, "A phone?" A beautiful young woman appeared immediately, wearing a smile and saying, "I am the one who will guide you in purchasing this product. May I ask what you need?" The shopkeeper, ignoring the woman, pointed to another direction and cheerfully said, "Of course, it's not just this model. Whatever you need, we can find it for you. We have all kinds of styles, all kinds of qualities, and all the features you could want." While the shopkeeper was introducing the products, suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the sleeve of Zhaoke. It was a very beautiful young girl holding a phone in her hand, earnestly saying, "This is my first time here, and I don't know how to use this. Young master, could you teach me?" As she spoke, the young girl revealed her incredibly alluring and beautiful figure, continuing, "Young master, how about you follow me into the room and teach me slowly?" Zhaoke was captivated by her beauty, mesmerized, and immediately responded, "All right." However, in the next moment, he immediately rejected this impure thought, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering to himself, "Wait, I shouldn't be thinking like this." As Zhaoke spoke, he turned around and chased the young women away, saying, "Go on, go on." Witnessing this scene, the shopkeeper seemed to have realized the issue and immediately changed his approach, smiling as he said, "It turns out this gentleman doesn't like women. No problem, at Yanhong Restaurant, we have both men and women who will satisfy your needs." Seeing that the shopkeeper had misunderstood him, Zhaoke awkwardly tried to explain, "No, I." Inside the room, the shopkeeper left Zhaoke alone on the sofa and quickly walked away, reminding him, "Please wait here for a moment, I'll go find a girl who will make you happy." Zhaoke sat on the couch, leaned back, feeling deeply frustrated and dejected. His face darkened, and he muttered to himself, "In the end, it's still like this." He couldn't help but blame himself for not following through on his plan. "I even forgot to ask about Niang, I really am sick." As he spoke, Zhaoke carefully observed his surroundings, but, even if I ask, Gue Gong won't answer. Below, numerous beautiful and alluring girls were dancing and laughing, enjoying themselves immensely. Zhaoke glanced at them while deep in thought. Anyway, in a place like Yanhong Restaurant, news spreads like a messenger. Ma Tu can sell information, only those young ladies are the ones who would know. At this point, Zhaoke suddenly glanced toward the entrance and muttered to himself, "But my people should be arriving soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl suddenly appeared from somewhere. The moment Zhaoke saw her, he couldn't hide his surprise and astonishment. His eyes widened, and he thought to himself, what a coincidence, isn't this the office worker from earlier? As he spoke, Zhaoko recalled the memory from before. I never expected that after leaving, she would end up here. The girl knelt down and prostrated herself on the ground, showing great respect as she spoke. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhaoko coldly stared at her, saying nothing, only thinking to himself, if one doesn't undergo such harsh trials, is this how they end up, wandering like this? Seeing his reaction, the girl naturally felt very confused and perplexed, so she immediately called out, Mr. Realizing that he seemed displeased, she immediately lowered her head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for being late. Please don't send me away. Upon seeing this situation, Zhaoko was utterly shocked and jumped to his feet. In the next instant, he understood the situation, and a cunning, devious smile spread across his face as he thought to himself, that's right, here, she can't see my face. No wonder she isn't scared and is instead begging me to keep her. As soon as Zhaoko finished his sentence, he immediately sat down in his chair with an incredibly relaxed posture and casually spoke, if that's the case, then, AAA. With just that signal from him, the girl immediately stripped off all her clothes, prompting Zhaoko to give a somewhat appreciative remark, not bad. He then asked, are you looking to make some money? After the girl, with her flawless figure, moved closer to him, Zhaoko straightened up and spoke seriously, I came here to inquire about 2 pieces of information. I believe you might know. The girl, with a face full of charm and sweat dripping down her skin, sensually responded, I know, women from Yen Hong shop won't hold back information, so you can ask anything. Zhaoko whispered in her ear right after, then, could you tell me? Afterward, once the task was done, the girl put her clothes back on, and Zhaoko had achieved the goal he had set. Just as the girl was about to leave, Zhaoko suddenly called out, wait. With a pair of cold, sharp eyes, he asked, was there someone named Niaing here before? Is she still around? The girl immediately shook her head and answered, she hasn't appeared for a long time. As soon as Zhaoko heard this, he was a little surprised. While flipping through the documents in his hands, he murmured to himself, is that so? It's been a long time since this has appeared. In the stack of documents, a series of information emerged. In Demon City, there were 3 masters of weapon forging. One was located in the eastern part of Demon City, specializing in business and trade. However, he no longer forged weapons himself and had handed over the task to one of his disciples. The other 2, one had an unpredictable whereabouts, occasionally visiting Yen Hong Tavern and forging weapons when in a good mood. The last one's authenticity was uncertain, but it was said that there was a small workshop in the northern part of Demon City, specializing in weapon forging. However, the owner rarely participated herself, unless a large sum of money was involved. Upon reading this, Zhaoko could not hide his surprise and curiosity, wondering to himself, oh, they want to use the red gem to create something as complex as that? The document continued to display more information. The formula for random forging could be exchanged in the mailbox or bought at the Treasure Pavilion in the eastern district of Demon City, but only ordinary forging formulas could be purchased. High-level formulas could only be found by chance on the 20th floor of Yen Hong Tavern. The best forging formulas could be found at the mysterious location of the Yin Yang Way Station, where Master Ma Chang resided. Zhaoko wondered, Yin Yang Way Station, you say? The more he read, the more curious he became than ever before. Are these 5 people really that powerful? Then, Zhaoko recalled something he had collected earlier. It seems that a special token might summon one of them. It was the special 5 demon command token, which consumed 1 point of the letter's power to activate. Once activated, it would summon 5 ghosts to carry out a transaction. After pondering for a moment, Zhaoko remained unsure. However, the letters I have right now aren't valuable enough to exchange for anything good. It's better not to waste the token. Lost in thought, he turned and walked away, leaving the young woman behind, who happily blew him a kiss, cheerfully reminding him, come back next time. After walking for a while, Zhaoko stopped in front of a large door, intently looking inside as he spoke. I should sort out the mailbox a bit, just sell some things. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhaoko opened his book again, where a series of lively comments appeared. Hey, look, who's trying to trade a broken pot? Not just the pot, isn't that a water bucket too? Pots, bowls, salt, dishes, all of them, who would be so ridiculous? After reading it, Zhao just sneered and thought to himself, if you don't like it, then just don't buy it. But there really are some good items. At that moment, suddenly, voices started chatting behind him, with lively discussions. Damn it, this is a good find. While they were excited and smiling, thrilled to have stumbled upon something valuable, Zhao, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, closing the book with ease and silently thinking, though it's just my bathwater. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification: rare item, dyed acoustic stalactite. Special effect, a Dan-making material that absorbs spiritual energy. After being nurtured by the geomantic energy of the Changbai mountain range, it enhances mental strength. Warning: due to the dyeing process, the efficacy of the acoustic stalactite will be reduced. The more they read, the more everyone became hesitant, scrambling and debating. There's such a thing, mental strength is the most important attribute. I'll take it, pay attention, this is for Dan making. After being dyed, the effect will significantly decrease. The item Zhao was selling turned out to be so attractive, which made him feel completely at ease and calm. Whether you buy it or not, in any case, I'm not at a loss. The moment after, the system displayed a series of notifications, received 3 bonus letters. Zhao, after selling his items, of course, had to consider what to buy next. If I've sold this much, I should buy something to enhance my combat strength, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw something. Zhao spoke in doubt. That's the information the system displayed right after, the special sun armor stamp. Collecting this stamp under the intense sunlight will increase your defense by 20%. The special sun attack effect consumes 1 letter to create an attack effect on a target within 100 meters ahead. During the charge, your strength will temporarily increase. The faster you move, the stronger the temporary strength boost. Note, this stamp's ability only works during the day or in places with sufficient light. The more he read, the more Zhao felt satisfied, smiling brightly like a blooming flower, and said, it's really true that you can find something you didn't expect, without any effort. He couldn't help but think to himself, just mentioned needing a crafting formula, and here's the perfect real-world material. Zhao moved closer to a few items, picking through them. However, this stamp seems quite interesting. Next to the item Zhao was interested in, there was another item that was equally intriguing, the special stamp, the Butcher's Box. Collecting this stamp can summon the Butcher's Box. Special ability 1, devour blood and flesh. The box swallows corpses. The blood and flesh of the corpse become a part of the Butcher's Box. Special ability 2, thought transformation. When the Butcher's Box needs to devour enough flesh and blood, it can take on the appearance you desire, creating a new body without consciousness. The new body can last for 24 hours, after which it will begin to rapidly decompose. Note, the transformed body is not a living being, it only has the appearance of one, and this body must be controlled and manipulated. After reading, Zhao silently assessed, this ability is really quite disgusting, eating corpses, and vomiting corpses as well. Combined with the stamp I just obtained, Split. What if I could use Split to separate the layers of color, and use the Butcher's Box to create a body for her? After walking for a while, Zhao returned to where he had been thinking. As he sat down, he pondered, it's best to get both of these stamps. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Hey, bro, the medicine's not bad. Let's try splitting it a bit. Without saying a word, Zhao threw the man some medicine. The man quickly thanked him, thanks. And so, the two of them sat together, smoking, in the quiet of the night. At this moment, the system displayed a message, 10 letter points consumed, successful purchase of the item to complement the box. Zhao thought to himself, got one, now on to the next. The item he was interested in had now been successfully purchased for 40 letter points. As soon as this was announced, everyone was immediately shocked and stunned, whispering excitedly, did he really bid that high? Why is this item so expensive? Where did this fool come from? The person sitting next to Zhao quickly spoke up in response to the situation, 40 letter points for a stamp? Looks like someone has a bone armor stamp and wants to combine it. But combining bone armor with sun armor doesn't yield great results, 40 points is still a loss. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku, sitting next to him, immediately became suspicious. Bone armor? I clearly want to merge with a wild armor, why is it being called bone armor? After thinking for a moment, he handed over a pouch of medicine to the person next to him, along with the question, what happens when bone armor and sun armor are merged? The person next to him immediately replied, thank you. The combination of bone armor and sun armor is a traditional formula that's widely circulated, very practical. After merging, you can obtain a stamp named Blazing Flame Skeleton, a blend between platinum and a special ordinary stamp. It's practical, but the effect is rather average. After hearing that, Zhaoko immediately asked, if there's sun armor, then there must be night armor as well. What happens if they are fused together? The other person waved their hand and said, that's nonsense. Until now, there's been no mention of the fusion formula for these two items. After listening for a moment, Zhaoko suddenly stood up and replied, so that's how it is. The person next to him continued, indeed, sun armor can only fuse with bone armor. However, this sun armor, I assume, your brother must have bought it, right? Upon hearing this, Zhaoko's face darkened, and he immediately turned around to reply, I wish I had bought it, but unfortunately, I don't have the money. After finishing his cigarette, the other person stood up sharply and said, is that so? Then, I suppose we'll meet again by fate. As he spoke, he waved his hand to say goodbye. Seeing this gesture, Zhaoko couldn't help but assess him inwardly, he really is a sharp one. I hope we won't become rivals in the future. If not. Thinking of this, he opened his own book and continued, however, after hearing that person speak, the five ghosts formula really is a good thing. I wonder how that medallion should be polished, it must be forced into a sufficient price to make it work. At Treasure Pavilion. In the evening, Treasure Pavilion was still brightly lit. Zhaoko calmly walked inside while leisurely speaking, I should take a look at what formulas are available in Demon City first. Only then can I decide which formula to take from the five ghosts. After a while, Zhaoko's expression immediately changed, filled with frustration and anger as he shouted, merchants are truly merchants, a formula worth 50 points of scrolls. As he spoke, he walked away dejectedly, immediately heading to the finished goods store to see what was available. However, contrary to what he expected, other places were even more expensive, causing Zhaoko to become utterly frustrated. What merchants? A processing fee of 30 points of scrolls, and I have to bear 30% of the risk of material loss, with some places even clearly displaying signs outside. Those with 50 points of scrolls or less are not allowed in. This made Zhaoko jump in shock, shouting loudly, without 50 points of scrolls, you can't even enter the door. The further he went, the more dejected Zhaoko became, the two words poor clinging to him, making him stagger with every step. Am I really just a poor fool? Back in reality, Zhaoko slumped on the sofa, his face pale, sighing in regret as he muttered to himself, looks like if I want to shop freely, I'll have to sell the 100 treasures. Or, I could go scare the five ghosts again. But compared to all of this. At this point, he opened his book again, saying that it was better to take good care of the items in hand. As the book opened, two items appeared, along with a notification, you have gathered enough materials. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? This only made Zhaoko more curious and filled with doubt, eagerly voicing, let me see what this special recipe can bring. The system displayed the information of the silver stamp tigers charge day and night. Collecting this stamp reduces long-distance damage by 30% and short-distance damage by 40%. Special ability 1 Urgent March Day and Night, consumes 2 points of stamina, doubling your running speed. While running at full speed, your figure will approach a state of calm. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 3 hours. Note, approaching a state of calm does not equate to actual calmness, and with careful observation, you can still see the damage. Moving or stopping will expose it. Special ability 2, Relentless Strike Day and Night, consumes 4 points of stamina. Targets within a 200-meter radius around you will be locked in a shockwave. During the charge, you will gain the abilities of Solar Blaze and Night Magpie, both high-tier combat abilities. During this process, your energy and defense will either increase or decrease depending on the speed. The faster the speed, the stronger the energy, with a cooldown time of 3 days. Be sure to lock the qualitative shockwave. During the shockwave, you can temporarily suspend it. If you pause the shockwave, 1 point of relaxation will be deducted. After reading the information for a while, Jiaoke couldn't help but silently assess, no wonder it's the formula in the hands of the 5 ghosts. This stamp, if used in the forest, in combination with the spirit fox and the breath of nature, will greatly enhance the fighting power. While carefully studying the book in his hands, he approached the item he had just purchased, thinking to himself, next, let's try the idea from earlier. Fortunately, I left behind a corpse from the last dungeon. Just a moment later, the coffin suddenly opened, releasing a strange aura, accompanied by a corpse drenched in blood, covered in a disgusting red substance. Jiaoke calmly stood in front, watching as the red liquid slowly soaked into the body. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up with a reminder: the flesh and blood from the butcher's box is currently insufficient. You need to add more flesh and blood in order to activate the special ability of transformation. This left Jiaoke greatly confused, and he immediately asked, still not enough? Where am I supposed to find flesh and blood? He thought to himself as he moved forward, smashing into the disgusting red substance, could it be that I need to go to the next dungeon? In reality, acting recklessly could lead to trouble. While he was busy with official matters, suddenly a voice rang out from outside: it's clear that the price for the men's side is 50,000, not a single penny less. A man was walking down the hallway, speaking as he went, business is getting harder these days. If you don't need it, I'll go look for another place. After all, it's still a little boy, someone will want him. As the man muttered to himself, on the other side of the door, Jiaoke was listening intently. The next moment, with a cold and stern gaze, Jiaoke thought to himself, how convenient, there's trash to clean up in reality as well. The fat man stood right outside his door. The next moment, Jiaoke appeared from behind and placed his hand on the man's shoulder, saying, Mr. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiaoke pressed his face close to the fat man's, with a wicked smile and a cold expression, adding, you should clean the room. After completing the task, Jiaoke returned to his own room, calmly looking at the object before him, and swallowed the corpse. Trash like you, used up with just a little torture, now you can atone for your sins. He held a small gem in his hand, unable to stop staring at it with suspicion, but still, the consumption of the life-saving points feels so weak. Could it be that this fat guy is short-lived? Despite his doubts, Jiaoke soon pushed them aside easily. Forget it, at least this fat guy has enough flesh, it should be enough. However, before he could finish his thought, Jiaoke was struck with shock and confusion, shouting loudly, oh my god. The item inside the coffin still clearly displayed the word hungry, leaving Jiaoke utterly helpless. You, damn it, still not enough, that's the portion for 2 fully grown people. What, are you calling this a rice barrel? You can eat that much? As he spoke, he angrily kicked the coffin. Jiaoke's face darkened, and he threatened, now, either you puke up a body for me, or I'll split you open and burn you. Seeing this expression, the coffin naturally felt immense fear, sweating profusely. Immediately, it spat out a corpse, which made Jiaoke very satisfied. Now, that's more like it. Holding the corpse in his hands, Jiaoke spoke with delight, but really, it's just like pushing, this could really be true if you say so. The next moment, he immediately used his move, split. Then he turned around again and called out, Lei Mu, are you there? Lei Mu did not respond, and Jiaoke continued with his thoughts. Looking at the figure of the corpse standing before him, he said with amusement, it really can be split apart. As he spoke, Jiaoke released a stream of black hidden weapons toward the corpse, then the next step is to actually create it. At that moment, suddenly, a system reminder appeared: the soul-splitting energy of the special split token cannot be used, as it may completely lack vitality. This left Jiaoke utterly confused. Vitality? Does it really have to be a corpse? The more he read, the more frustrated Jiaoke became. He rubbed his head, slumped down onto the chair, and sighed, I can't believe I got stuck at the final step. Something like vitality, where am I supposed to find that? Just then, a blue gemstone suddenly rolled in front of Jiaoke, surprising and intriguing him greatly. He picked up the gemstone and said, this thing. As soon as he placed it in the mouth of the corpse, an immediate reaction occurred, making Zhaoku overjoyed. He exclaimed, "It really works!" With that, he directly used his strength to strike the corpse. Enter, now! The power slowly entered the corpse, soaking into it. After a while, the corpse immediately opened its eyes. Seeing the corpse move just like a normal person, Zhaoku couldn't help but feel doubtful and curious. It's a success. The corpse glanced at him, which made Zhaoku feel a bit apprehensive. The next moment, the corpse suddenly leapt toward him, causing Zhaoku to jump in shock, stunned, and think to himself, "It's a failure." Zhaoku slowly stepped back, uncomfortable, and muttered, "I knew there was something wrong with the soul that stayed behind." However, contrary to his expectations, the corpse behaved like a little puppy, obediently clinging to him and calling out, "Big brother." This further shocked Zhaoku, his face turning pale as he dazedly exclaimed, "Hmm?" The moon shone brightly in the evening sky, and outside, the street lights blazed brightly. A voice full of excitement and joy echoed in the air, "Big brother, look at this, big brother, look here, wow." The voice belonged to the very corpse that Zhaoku had created, now thoroughly enjoying the surroundings. Watching the smiling figure taking in everything around him, Zhaoku couldn't help but think, "This feels so strange." At that moment, the man suddenly turned around while eating and looked at him, saying, "MMM." With a cheerful and excited face, the man pointed at the candied hawthorn in his hand and said, "Big brother, this is delicious." Seeing the look on his face, Zhaoku helplessly raised his hand to cover his face, thinking to himself, as expected, "It's very strange." A second later, he immediately pulled the man away, eager to say, "Come with me." In the midst of a silent, dense forest at night, Zhaoku led the man there and then directly threw him onto the ground. The man, his face now red from the hit, pouted and began to cry, "Bad big brother, I don't want to play anymore." Seeing this, Zhaoku remained cold and indifferent, paying no attention, only focusing on evaluating. The appearance is no different, but the combatability is even weaker. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a gun and said, "Try this." A shot rang out, carrying immense power, knocking down the trees in front of them. Seeing the man happily shooting the gun, Zhaoku thought to himself, "That's enough to cover things up. Being able to shoot is enough." While thinking this, he reached out and patted the man's head. The next second, Zhaoku summoned Lei Mu's soul, causing Lei Mu to cry out in frustration, "AAA, I don't want to go outside." Zhaoku didn't pay much attention to that, remaining cold and absorbed in his own thoughts. Moreover, the price wasn't expensive. While speaking, Zhaoku placed the body back into his coffin and then spoke. Split and the butcher's box don't consume any points of correspondence, the only thing that gets consumed is 1 point of life creation crafting. Lei Mu no longer had a body, simply boredly clutching his head, while Zhaoku calmly closed the book, smiling as he said, "Another trick, seems like it's time to head to the land of the 4 celestial beasts." Scene change, Zhaoku was now sitting on a long bus. He sat alone, deep in thought, with a pensive expression on his face. "If I head to Jinyuan and quickly practice the chi control technique, it will be easier to deal with the next challenge." As he thought this, he suddenly glanced sideways and saw someone step onto the bus. It was a person with a somewhat chubby build. From a distance, Zhaoku immediately assessed, this physique, this aura of intimidation, this person is someone to be cautious of. The person he was wary of was none other than the plump Hei. After everyone had settled into their seats, the driver immediately spoke up, "Sit down quickly, we're about to depart." Zhaoku looked behind him, observing Hei sleeping soundly, seemingly oblivious to everything. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, to be swaying like this, and still be able to sleep without reacting at all? As soon as Zhaoku finished his sentence, his eyes suddenly flashed bright red. Everyone on the bus appeared in his gaze, saying there's no problem, who would believe it? At that moment, everyone began acting strangely, swaying continuously, and the rear of the bus emitted a steady stream of smoke. The driver immediately realized there was a problem, grumbling in frustration, "Damn it, the bus is malfunctioning." He then turned around to remind the passengers, "We'll need to get off and push for a bit, or it won't start." Upon hearing this, the passengers were extremely surprised, whispering in astonishment, "We have to push the bus?" The driver responded promptly, "If the bus won't start, we'll have to walk. It's night, how else can we go?" One passenger pointed directly at the overweight man, saying, "Then let that fat guy get up, he can't sleep." Zhao sat at the back, ignoring their conversation, and casually moved outside, thinking to himself, "When the bus stopped just now, you tried pushing but it didn't budge. Compared to sitting on the bus, it would be better to stay farther away." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he coldly walked out of the bus, leaving the driver utterly stunned. "Hey, where are you going? Don't wander around in this desolate mountain area." However, Zhao did not respond at all, which made the driver even more confused. Was he really planning to walk? At that moment, someone else stepped out of the car, none other than Hey, the chubby guy. Another person followed, and the driver, looking dejected, said, "Why is everyone leaving? Push the car, there's no way to go on foot along this road." The driver couldn't help but glance at the remaining passengers in his car. The others were also murmuring to each other, "Let's get out too, the car can't be pushed anymore." And so, they all left, leaving the driver in a state of shock. In the end, the driver could only seethe in frustration, muttering angrily, "A bunch of lunatics. There are a lot of wild boars in this mountain, don't let us run into a pack of them." Hey, the chubby guy, followed closely behind Zhao, grinning and cheerfully greeting him. "Hey, buddy, where are you from? Let's go together." Zhao Zhizhong, while helping his girlfriend walk, called out, "Wait for us." Meanwhile, Zhao, over by his side, was politely refusing Hei's offer to smoke, his mind alert with suspicion. This guy suddenly approaching, what's his real intention? Hey, the chubby man, smiled and spoke, "Just call me Hey Fat, how do you all address each other?" Zhao Zhizhong, standing beside him, answered, "My name is Zhao Zhizhong, and this is my girlfriend, Wang Yu." Wang Yu also said, "Let's all go together, it's safer with company." As soon as Hey Fat heard this, he immediately agreed, that's right, let's go together." Seeing them speak like this, Zhao didn't say anything more, only remaining silent. Then, he turned coldly and started to walk away, saying, "Just call me Doggy Wang." Upon hearing his name, everyone was left in stunned silence, full of confusion. Hey Fat, his face turning pale, asked, "What kind of name is that?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hey Fat quickly chased after Zhao, who was walking ahead of him. "Hey, wait, don't walk so fast." They walked and chatted, it's almost getting dark. Zhao Zhizhong gently helped his girlfriend along, expressing great concern, "It might be soon, come on, let me carry you." Hey Fat, standing beside them, interjected, "That car is probably junk by now, the one we called for can't be fixed anyway." Zhao walked ahead, gazing up at the sky, and inadvertently sensed something unusual. Long thought to himself, feeling that something was off, and decided that they needed to leave quickly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, who was behind, called out, "I can't go any further, I need to rest for a bit." Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Hey Fat could only sigh helplessly and said, "You young folks really have poor endurance. Let me go find some firewood for the two of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hey Fat quickly ran to catch up with Zhao and asked, "Hey, where are you going? It's not suitable for you to go alone." Hearing this, Zhao stopped abruptly and then turned around, smiling coldly as he asked, "Why do you still want to send me off?" With a grim expression, Hey Fat responded calmly, "So how would you like me to send you off?" Seeing the interaction between the two, Zhao Zhizhong, who was watching from a distance, felt extremely confused. Could those two be about to fight? It can't be that bad, can it? At that moment, suddenly, a sound rang out from somewhere. In the next instant, headlights illuminated the area where Zhao and Hey Fat were. Seeing this, Zhao Zhizhong and Wang Yu were overjoyed. Zhao Zhizhong spoke up to remind them, "Stop arguing, the car has just been repaired." In contrast to their joy, Hey, the chubby man, seemed to sense something was wrong. "Is your brain not working? The engine won't start?" Zhao also agreed with this, coldly thinking to himself, "It really is a brain issue. The car we saw earlier, it's not the one we were supposed to be in." At that moment, a bus approached where they were. Seeing this, Zhao immediately turned to leave. The only sound on this road was the honking, and the camouflage was already past. Noticing his unusual behavior, the chubby Hey immediately called out from behind, "Hey, brother, wait for me." Zhao, weapon in hand, whispered to Lei Mu, help me keep an eye on that chubby guy. Lei Mu cheerfully responded, got it. At Zhao Zhizhong's side, Zhao Zhizhong was very confused and suspicious of Zhao Ke's group's actions. He said, those two are really strange, the bus is here and they're not getting on, instead they're running off in random directions. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver from the bus immediately called out, are you getting on or not? Stop dawdling. The two quickly hurried over to the bus and replied, coming. As the bus started moving, a dense aura of death emanated. Zhao Ke stood at a distance, watching intently, his gaze focused on the aura surrounding the car. He muttered to himself, this kind of aura is death energy, and it's so dense there's something wrong. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, hey, aren't you going to step in and save them? Zhao Ke turned around and looked at the chubby He, coldly replying. The reason was that He, in an indifferent tone, said, aren't you a monk? Shouldn't you show compassion? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke immediately retorted, who said I'm a monk? He quickly explained, you're carrying a bone bead, how could you not be a monk? Those words made Zhao Ke a bit annoyed and uncomfortable. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and frown, replying, if wearing a Buddha bead means I'm a monk, then I guess I'm a devout Christian now. Seeing his expression, He seemed to be provoked. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. As the car gradually disappeared into the distance, He suddenly froze, looking bewildered and stunned. A moment later, He quickly chased after it and couldn't help but remind Zhao Ke, you should tell them later, be sure you're holding onto that bone bead. Zhao Ke stared at the bead in his hand, thinking to himself, without touching it, just by looking at it, I can tell what material it's made of. How much more does this person know? While lost in thought, he kept his eyes fixed on the plump He chasing after the car. Moreover, the news could not reveal such personal details, and he was determined not to speak out, much like when he had tried to save someone earlier. Unless, of course, this person was like Zhu Laohan, someone from reality itself. At that very moment, inside the car, Zhao Zhizhong and Wang Yu were huddled together, trembling with fear. The atmosphere in the car was gloomy and freezing cold. They were so terrified that they didn't even dare to move, sitting rigidly in place, shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, a strange hand placed itself on Zhao Zhizhong's shoulder from behind, accompanied by a booming voice, brother, you're sitting on my leg. Zhao Zhizhong's face darkened, and in fear, he turned to look, asking, what's there? Right behind him was a decaying corpse, its eyes long gone. However, he couldn't see it, and in a state of pure terror, he thought to himself, there's clearly nothing there. A moment later, Zhao Zhizhong, filled with worry, turned to ask his lover, Xiaoyu, are you all right? Wang Yu, still holding his hand tightly, replied, I'm fine, but your hand is so cold. Do you need me to warm it up a little? As soon as he heard her say that, Zhao Zhizhong was terrified and turned to look at his hand. At that moment, a foul, cursed hand was tightly gripping his own. Seeing this, Zhao Zhizhong panicked and cried out in a shrill voice, at the same time pushing Wang Yu off the chair, AAA. The moment he did that, he suddenly realized the problem, his face darkened, and he called out, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? At that moment, a horrifying scene unfolded right before his eyes. Wang Yu's clothes were disheveled, and she kept crying out. Her posture was strange, her whole body moving incessantly, and her clothes were all messed up. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhizhong became frantic and screamed, What? What is this? He stood there, his face turning pale, trembling in panic, his voice constantly shouting out in distress, Aaa. At that moment, He Fat suddenly appeared from behind and called out, Hey Zhao, we're all familiar here, why are you so tense? But you should step aside a little, I'll handle it. With that, He Fat casually walked forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhizhong, in his panic, was unable to stand and shakily collapsed onto the floor of the car. He Fat slowly reached toward Wang Yu, then pulled her off the chair, her body now only covered by a single piece of cloth. He Fat, shyly avoiding, said, I don't see. He Fat quickly threw Wang Yu towards Zhao Zhizhong, then reminded them, don't stand here, go quickly. Zhao Zhizhong still didn't understand what was going on, fear and confusion evident in his voice, this. He glanced toward the door, puzzled, how can we leave? The door. There's no door anymore. Upon seeing this, Hey Fat immediately raised his hand and calmly spoke, "Gentlemen, my two friends mistakenly boarded the wrong vehicle. It's best for us not to linger, as people traveling different paths should part ways without attachment." As he finished speaking, Hey Fat pulled out a large number of gold paper notes from somewhere, saying, "May you all have a swift rebirth, and may the door be opened for your passage." The gold paper notes scattered on the vehicle, and in an instant, the door reappeared. Seeing this, Zhao Zhizhong immediately picked up Wang Yu and left, saying, "This is perfect." However, at that moment, chains suddenly appeared from behind, pulling them back. Seeing this, Hey Fat couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated and annoyed, saying, "The boat is already taken, but still, the work is not done well." At this point, Hey Fat's expression suddenly changed, darkened, and he shouted fiercely, "Are you playing with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hey Fat quickly took out the items and started tapping non-stop. The car, as a result, came to a quick halt. As the car door opened, Zhao Zhizhong immediately pulled Wang Yu out, while Hey Fat continued to tap the bell to control the monsters inside the car. Hey Fat coldly said, "New wine won't be drunk, you want to drink punishment wine." Finishing his words, Hey Fat also got out of the car. Watching the car drive off, Hey Fat remarked, "But at least it's off now." Looking at Zhao Zhizhong and the others, Hey Fat asked, "Are you all okay?" Zhao Zhizhong, holding Wang Yu in his arms, answered anxiously, "I'm fine, it's just... I don't know about Xiao Yu." No matter how many times Zhao Zhizhong called out, Wang Yu still did not wake up. Her face was blank, devoid of any life. Upon seeing this, Hey Fat realized something was wrong. Grinding his teeth in anger, he turned his head to look at the car. The car was now far away, and inside it was none other than Wang Yu's soul. She was still in the car, frantically knocking on the window and staring at Zhao Zhizhong's group in fear and panic. Seeing this, Zhao Zhizhong, unable to control his emotions, rushed toward the car, shouting loudly, "Xiao Yu!" Hey Fat immediately stopped him from behind and advised, "It's too late now, brother, it's too late." Zhao Zhizhong's face suddenly darkened, his expression one of confusion and disbelief, muttering, but. He was frustrated, angry, gritting his teeth and shouting, "What do you mean too late?" As he spoke, he angrily pushed Hey Fat away, "This is all your fault. Xiao Yu's death is somehow related to you. Let me tell you, don't think you can just walk away." Hey Fat immediately grabbed his collar. Hey Fat, just as frustrated and angry as Zhao Zhizhong, couldn't help but remind him, "I saved you." Zhao Zhizhong, however, paid no attention to that, merely chuckling bitterly as he replied, "Saved? Saved how? Are you going to tell me that you took us in a ghost car and brought us here, but you forgot about my girlfriend's soul?" As he spoke, Zhao Zhizhong lost control and was about to call the police. "You can't leave. I'll call the police right now, and you'll have to take responsibility." At that moment, Zhao suddenly appeared from nowhere and knocked Zhao Zhizhong unconscious. Zhao calmly spoke, "You bastard." Seeing Zhao Zhizhong knocked out, Hey Fat was bewildered and nervously asked, "Why did you knock him out?" Zhao responded calmly, "If not knocking him out, should we wait for him to call the police?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao sank back into his own thoughts. The messenger can't be too obvious. This fat guy definitely isn't the messenger, but from what he just said, he knows something about my bracelet. Could it be that he knows other things as well? Immediately, Zhao pointed to Zhao Zhizhong, who was lying at his feet, and leisurely said to the fat, "Hey, let's make the deal. I'll help you handle this, and you tell me a few things." Zhao raised the bracelet he was wearing on his hand and asked, "Just tell me, what exactly is this Buddha bead?" As soon as he finished the sentence, he thought to himself, "If it weren't for this Buddha bead, I would have probably died in that dungeon. I need to get to the bottom of this. I wonder when this thing will disappear." Contrary to Zhao's expectations, Hey the fat man showed no interest at all and waved his hand dismissively, Go on. I'm not in the mood to talk about this with you right now." Seeing this, Zhao simply replied indifferently, yes, you just want to deal with this person now, but isn't that simple?" As he spoke, he raised his foot high, "Let this person die too. Isn't it true that the gods and ghosts don't know anything? The moment the words were finished, the branch on the ground was crushed into pieces by Zhao Ke's foot. Zhao Zhizhong was fortunate to be saved by He Fat before Zhao Ke could stomp on him. Witnessing this action, He Fat was left utterly baffled. You, damn it, what the hell do you actually want to do? Zhao Ke did not answer that question. Instead, he calmly smiled and asked, So, have you agreed to the deal? He Fat reminded him, no killing. Zhao Ke coldly turned around and walked away, casually responding, Don't worry, I'm not planning on causing trouble or dragging them along with me. While dragging Zhao Zhizhong and Wang Yu away behind him, He Fat said, You should help a little too. Under the stillness of the dark night, the light illuminated the space beneath the bridge. The water flowed, clear and calm, in a serene manner. Zhao Ke gently dipped his hand into the cool water while muttering to himself, Truly, this is a good place. He couldn't help but focus his attention on the water in front of him, silently assessing, the mountain starts with the wood gathers to form a forest, the forest thrives with water, the water smells good, and people smell incense. Truly, this is the land of the four celestial beasts. Moreover, judging by the direction of the spiritual energy, the core must be in the dense forest, which means there's no worry of being discovered during cultivation. As Zhao Ke focused on his thoughts, he carefully observed his surroundings. I need to investigate the core spiritual energy a bit. Engrossed in observation, Zhao Ke suddenly found it very puzzling to witness He Fat's actions. What are you doing? He asked. He Fat removed his mask, his face drenched in cold sweat, and replied anxiously, Aren't you scared? We're about to enter the town, and at any moment, someone could spot us. Zhao Ke, on the other hand, remained completely calm and answered, Don't worry, the noise from those vehicles is so loud, and it's so bright out, no one will notice us here. At this point, he reminded He Fat, Leave the people here, and you go up to the bridge and wait for me. He Fat left Zhao Zhizhong and Wang Yu there, still repeatedly reminding Zhao Ke, Don't kill anyone, alright? With that, he turned and walked away, while Zhao Ke stood still and calmly replied, Don't worry. The very next moment, Zhao Zhizhong was struck hard in the face. He immediately regained consciousness, irritated and grumbled, Who are you? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhizhong's expression suddenly turned vacant and indifferent. It was Zhao Ke. He had used his skill to mesmerize Zhao Zhizhong. I am your beloved father, he said. Now remember this, you and your girlfriend went out to have fun and then walked on the big bridge. After talking for a while, Zhao Ke said, repeated once. With a dazed, hypnotized look in his eyes, Zhao Zhizhong replied, I was walking on the big bridge. After finishing with Zhao Zhizhong, Zhao Ke left him behind, thinking to himself, As for your girlfriend, I'll trouble Lei Mu a bit with that. Immediately, Zhao Ke summoned Lei Mu, raised Wang Yu's head with one hand, and said, Remember to let that guy live. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Ke allowed Lei Mu to enter Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu soon woke up. In the form of Wang Yu, Lei Mu cheerfully said, Wow, so heavy. Seeing her act like this, Zhao Ke could only helplessly remind her, change into something more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ke hit Wang Yu's head, causing a large bump. Lei Mu, in Wang Yu's form, pouted and muttered, Bad brother. On the bridge, the fat He was extremely anxious, nervously looking under the bridge, Why aren't they up yet? At that moment, a voice rang out, Wait, you're too impatient. As soon as he saw Zhao Ke, the fat He immediately asked, Where are they? I told you not to kill them. Zhao Ke didn't offer much explanation, merely pointing in a direction and replying, You can look for yourself, it's them. At this moment, Lei Mu, in the form of Wang Yu, was leisurely leading Zhao Zhizhong across the bridge, amidst thousands of people passing by. On the road, many vehicles were moving. Lei Mu turned his head to look at Zhao Zhizhong and smiled, saying, My brother said to spare your life, so here you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Mu dragged Zhao Zhizhong forward, rushing in front of a large car. The truck lost control and swerved to the side. Of course, in this accident, Wang Yu's body couldn't withstand the impact, blood flowing everywhere. The severe accident left everyone in a state of panic. Quick, save her. Call 120. This girl is done for. Witnessing Wang Yu's accident, the fat He suddenly shouted in shock, You Before He could finish his words, Jiaoku immediately covered his mouth and reminded him, "Watch your words. Besides, that girl is already beyond saving. As for the man who caused him to lose his legs, that's what he deserves. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't even have his life now." He, furious, swatted Zhaoku's hand away, saying, "You're being unreasonable." Zhaoku, however, remained calm and unhurried, replying, "But at least the problem is solved. The complexity of your situation now means you should tell me the background of this thing." He Fat was startled when he saw Lei Mu right next to Zhaoku at that moment, unable to hide his confusion and doubt, silently wondering, this person turns out to be a dual-soul entity, and possesses such strange abilities. Is it really a good idea to tell him the truth? Thinking this, He Fat sighed dejectedly, feeling frustrated and spoke up, "Forget it then." He Fat looked at Zhaoku with a serious expression and said, "In my opinion, I will tell you what you want to know." The street was lit up, bustling with people coming and going. A voice echoed, "Walking this way has exhausted me, let's eat something before continuing with your talk." It was He Fat's voice. He was holding a large bottle of liquor in his hand, speaking cheerfully, "Let me open your eyes to the treasure I've found." Upon hearing this, Zhaoku was a bit surprised and puzzled. "This looks a bit familiar." He couldn't help but focus on the object placed right in front of him. As he finished speaking, Zhaoku sank into his own thoughts. "Isn't this the shelled soybean paste from Bao Wu Jia? This guy has been here before." While he was lost in his thoughts, He Fat eagerly began to devour the food in his bowl, saying, "You don't know, this stuff is really top-notch." Finding it wasn't easy. Zhaoku also held a bowl of food in his hands, craving it and thinking to himself, "It really isn't bad, I should try a few bites." Speaking of which, this peeled soybean paste. As he was thinking, he casually intended to scoop some food into his mouth. However, in the very next moment, Zhaoku's face suddenly changed completely, his eyes filled with confusion and his expression darkened. He thought seriously, "Since my attributes have been enhanced, my five senses have become much more sensitive. The soybean paste seems delicious, but it doesn't seem to be because of the taste." The more he thought, the more his legs trembled. Could it be the soybean paste? At this thought, he suddenly slammed the bowl and chopsticks down onto the table. Zhaoku, feeling uncomfortable, grabbed his head in frustration and thought, "What am I thinking? Has it been too long since I was with the main villain in the infinite world?" Seeing his distressed appearance, He, the chubby one, immediately reminded him with an annoyed tone, "If you don't like it, don't eat it. Don't smash the bowl." As soon as He finished speaking, Zhaoku immediately grabbed the food container next to He and pulled it toward himself, angrily shouting, "Who said I wouldn't eat it? Give it here." Seeing Zhaoku pulling his food, He quickly used all his strength to pull the container back, replying irritably, "I'm not giving it to you." The very next second, Zhaoku suddenly froze, his body stiffening as a look of confusion and shock spread across his face. Even he seemed to have no idea what he had just done, powerless and almost petrified, silently thinking to himself, Damn it, what the hell am I doing? Is now the time for this?" As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Zhaoku immediately shifted to the main topic, shaking the chubby He violently and angrily saying, "Stop eating, tell me the origin of this thing right now." Shaken by the force, He spun around, immediately replying, I know already." After a moment, He held Zhaoku's pearl in his hand, staring at it intently while speaking, "I don't even know what the result will be if I give this to you." Upon hearing that, Zhaoku couldn't hide his curiosity and skepticism, immediately asking, "What does this thing mean?" He twisted the pearl in his hand and replied seriously, "It's not a good thing. This thing shouldn't be in your hands. You should see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, He immediately threw the pearl back towards Zhaoku. He quickly caught it and said, "Look at this." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhaoku was startled when he looked at the pearl in his hand. His face darkened, cold sweat dripping from his brow as he exclaimed, "Damn it." Inside the pearl, Zhaoku could clearly see a large centipede. The centipede opened its enormous mouth and kept its eyes fixed on Zhaoku. He pulled the pearl away with a look of contempt, wondering to himself, "This thing won't bite me, will it?" Seeing Zhao constantly shaking the pearl on his hand, Hey Fat could only helplessly speak up, sounding disappointed. Your reaction just now was really unfortunate. Zhao asked suspiciously, what's so unfortunate? Hey Fat immediately responded, unfortunate that you're not a monk. As he said this, Hey Fat reminded him, put it away, it won't harm you. Hey Fat couldn't help but press his face closer to Zhao, gripping his hand tightly, and asked with a curious expression, but tell me first, where did you get it from? As soon as Hey Fat finished speaking, his face became extremely serious, and he coldly stared at Zhao, causing him to feel a bit intimidated. Moments later, Zhao replied indifferently, I found it. Upon hearing this answer, Hey Fat couldn't hide his frustration and, startled, shouted, who are you trying to fool? Zhao, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to the attitude, glancing elsewhere and calmly saying, anyway, I found it. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled a previous memory of his, I just brought out 7 coffins, the people inside are already dead, taking the ownerless items from inside and claiming they were found is not wrong. Hey Fat spoke seriously, the White Sect has a secret method, before a High Master passes away, they will seal half of their spiritual consciousness in a spiritual object. For example, if a reincarnation fails, the spiritual object will inherit the magical powers the Master cultivated during their life. Upon hearing this, Zhao immediately asked, are you saying that this thing of mine is a spiritual object, and it's already been bound to a master? But generally speaking, if there is no previous owner, the Buddha bead spell wouldn't work, even if it reaches my hands. While he was busy talking with Hey Fat, the centipede inside the bead had already closed its eyes and fallen asleep without Zhao noticing. At that moment, Hey Fat suddenly knelt down, wrapped his arms around Zhao's thighs and cried out, where did you find this? Share some with your brother. Seeing Hey Fat's behavior, Zhao immediately showed a look of disdain and avoidance. He coldly said, get lost, get lost, get lost, get lost. In this situation, Hey Fat could only painfully lament, a treasure like this, how can it be wasted in your hands? Zhao, frustrated and angry, reminded, take it easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell into deep thought, it seems those people are not simple, they all want to turn their rising fortunes into money, but unfortunately, they've been cursed. And I, because of that woman's corpse, by some coincidence, dropped a drop of blood onto the Buddha bead, which triggered the Buddha bead's response. Zhao couldn't help but divert his gaze from the bead in his hand, thinking to himself, no wonder I couldn't transform it. I didn't expect you to actually be a living thing. After a while of conversation, the chubby Hey finally stood up to leave, the transaction is complete, I should be going. But your actions are extreme, you'll probably regret this later. Before Hey could leave, Zhao called out to him, wait a moment, I still have one question. Hey turned around to look at him, while Zhao took something out and asked, how should this be opened? What he pulled out was none other than the mysterious black box that had previously been in the hands of the demon woman in the red coffin. Zhao sat high above, leisurely watching Hey below, thinking to himself, in reality, there must be countless people like you. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll still surprise me. Though, I'm sure you wouldn't want to meet me again, you'd just want to finish everything as quickly as possible. At that moment, Hey Fat, who was down below, was feeling dejected and frustrated. While complaining, he was also calling a taxi to leave, saying, Mom, this is really a huge loss. Hey Fat's face turned pale, and he rubbed his cheeks in frustration, saying, I originally just wanted to check out the Buddha beads to make some friends, but instead, I ended up getting into a heap of trouble, creating a karmic bond. While Hey Fat was downcast and sweating, the taxi driver smiled and asked, Hey, buddy, stop rubbing your face. Where do you want to go? Hey Fat replied, anywhere is fine, as long as I can get out of here. The taxi driver pointed to Qi Liang, who was sitting in the back seat, and asked, that's an interesting way to put it. How about we share a ride with this gentleman? Hey Fat immediately jumped into the car, happily responding, no problem, I just want to get going now. As soon as he got in the car, Hey Fat greeted cheerfully, brother, how should I address you? Where are we headed? Qi Liang turned to look at Hey Fat and politely replied, just call me Qi Liang. How about we go to Tian Miao village to enjoy the scenery there? Hey Fat smiled and said, I'm familiar with Tian Miao. There's a local farm there that makes a delicious homemade soybean paste. When we get there, let's go try it out. Upon hearing this, Shi Liang spoke to the driver, saying, "Driver, please start the car." Zhao sat above, intently looking down below, silently thinking to himself, how do you pair the cars? The sound just now. However, before he could finish his thought, he quickly decided to leave immediately. No more thinking, I need to focus on the task at hand. As he walked out of the restaurant, Zhao murmured to himself, I need to rent a room first. The fat, dark man said we need to use sticky rice water first. At the luxurious and elegant hotel, people were coming and going in a bustling crowd. Suddenly, everyone froze, a sense of abnormality filling the air. The sound of footsteps rang out incessantly. People rushed out from all directions, looking frantic, running as fast as they could, while shouting in confusion, "What is that smell? It's so foul, hurry up, what's rotting? Damn it, are they cooking shit in the room?" They rushed outside, some vomiting while others coughed, constantly yelling, "It's so stinky, so stinky." Even Zhao Ke was no exception. He wiped the cold sweat off his face with a handkerchief. Long silently thought, that fat, dark man only said to use sticky rice water, that's supposed to be used to peel off the outer shell of the soul box, but it shouldn't have rotted like this. What a bastard! The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the flames of fury blazed hotter and hotter. How dare he play me like this? However, in the next moment, he tried to calm himself, sighed deeply, and thought, although it's damn troublesome, at least he didn't lie to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ke was holding a jade green spirit fox inner pill in his hand. The system immediately displayed the information, a special, unique ingredient, the spirit fox inner pill. The spirit fox had been nurtured by Shaman Ching Xian and trained for 100 years under Shaman's guidance before finally producing the inner pill. Inside it contained a soul with 3 fragments of the spirit fox, the refined essence of a lifetime of cultivation. The special uses were as follows: 1. Alchemy. The spirit fox inner pill can be used to create high-grade medicinal pills that can enhance cultivation and extend lifespan. 2. Special use 2. Refining the chi within the spirit fox inner pill. Consuming one of its 3 soul fragments can create a spiritual energy that transcends ordinary products. Note, the effectiveness of this chi refinement depends on the level of the refiner, their technique, and the ingredients used. 3. Special use 3. Swallowing the spirit fox inner pill releases the accumulated power of the spirit fox's lifetime of hard cultivation. After swallowing it, one can directly gain the cultivation level contained within. However, this method is extremely dangerous. It can easily lead to a weakening of one's body, and in some cases, the body might collapse and even explode due to physical incompatibility. Zhao Ke couldn't help but grip the spirit fox inner pill tightly in his hand, expressing his satisfaction with a pleased voice, I am extremely satisfied with this harvest. As he spoke, Zhao Ke quickly turned and hurriedly ran out of the hotel he had been staying at, shouting loudly, hurry up and change to another inn. In the resting room, Zhao Ke sat back leisurely on the sofa. His eyes never left the spirit fox inner pill in his hand as he muttered to himself, the greatest benefit of this thing, for me, is to sell it. But I'm sure, for you definitely wouldn't want me to sell it, right? As soon as he finished speaking, something appeared. The inner pill in Zhao Ke's hand began to move incessantly, leaving him both surprised and puzzled. This is getting urgent. The stamp from old San Xiangu suddenly appeared for no apparent reason, initiated disciple, causing Zhao Ke to speak with satisfaction, if you understand my intentions, then it's simple. While speaking, he began to merge the 2 pills together. I can give you the inner pill, but you must sign a contract with me. At that moment, a green pill emitted a powerful aura, and the intense energy surged in Zhao Ke's hand. The moment after, for some unknown reason, Zhao Ke's face suddenly contorted, filled with immense discomfort. The 2 pills in his hand inexplicably vanished without a trace. Lei Mu immediately realized something was wrong and urgently shouted, Brother, look behind you. Zhao Ke quickly glanced over his shoulder and saw the light bulb on the ceiling emitting a strange electrical current. The current flowed chaotically, clashing and colliding with itself continuously. Zhao Ke squinted at the scene, puzzled, and muttered to himself, where is it going? In the next instant, a hand suddenly rested on Zhao Ke's shoulder. He turned around quickly, but before he could do anything, a kiss landed on his lips. It was a fox spirit with long golden hair and 9 large, sleek tails. The beautiful and innocent fox spirit gently gazed at Zhaoko and asked, "Master, could you give me back my skin?" Upon hearing this, Zhaoko immediately responded, "Skin?" The fox spirit leaned against him, her voice sultry and alluring as she answered, "That was my 4th life. You gave me the inner pill, so how about?" Before fox spirit could finish her sentence, Zhaoko interrupted, saying, "Is this what you want? Of course, I can give it to you." As soon as she heard this, fox spirit beamed with joy and replied, "Thank you." However, before she could finish speaking, in the very next moment, confusion and panic were clearly visible on her face. She stammered, "Master." In an instant, the bullet was fired, flying straight toward fox spirit's face. While she trembled on the ground, Zhaoko remained calmly seated on the sofa, leisurely aiming his gun and thinking to himself, "The gun from Xixi Town is still as reliable as ever." Fox spirit was hit by the shot, one of her eyes was gone, and blood flowed freely. Enraged, she screamed, "You!" With a cold, sharp expression, Zhaoko looked at her with disdain and said, "Did you really think that little 3-legged cat trick of yours could fool me?" Fox spirit now lay in a pitiful state, her skin peeling off horrifyingly as she lay on the ground. Zhaoko's actions just now had thoroughly angered the fox spirit, causing her to become so irritated that she was about to unleash her full strength to attack him. "I must kill you." No sooner had she spoken than the fox spirit immediately lunged forward to strike. In that moment, Zhaoko remained calm and composed, sitting still and speaking, "Do you think that's why I dared to give you the inner core?" At that point, fox spirit's hand was just inches away from his face. Zhaoko, however, remained entirely unruffled, saying, "Of course, it's because I can control you now." The moment the words left his mouth, Zhaoko immediately took control of fox spirit. He merely flicked his fingers, and instantly, the flying dagger technique was unleashed, followed by the arrow-cleaving slash which struck fox spirit directly. She was bound tightly, unable to move. This left the fox spirit frustrated and helpless, shouting loudly, "Let me go!" Before she could say another word, Zhaoko immediately grabbed her face, sneering, "Quiet." From the palm of his hand, a small mouth full of sharp fangs suddenly appeared, opening wide. With the soul-devouring technique, Zhaoko easily turned fox spirit back into 2 original pills. He focused intently on the blue core in his hand, grinning as he asked, "So, how should I deal with you?" As he spoke, Zhaoko happily tossed the 2 cores back and forth in the air. "It's not every day that I want to be the good guy. Why is it that you just won't listen? Do you think you can catch a wolf with empty hands? Trying to play me with mysterious arts?" The blue core, tossed back and forth, was growing dizzy, and with a headache and vertigo, it spoke up, "I am willing to serve, I am willing to sign a contract. I can reveal many secrets to you. There is also the Wu family inside Chiangmai Mountain." Upon hearing this, Zhaoko couldn't hide his surprise. He gripped the core tightly in his hand, and with an excited expression, he said, "So, you know so much? If kept, you could be of great help, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhaoko opened his book. He carefully studied the pages, and a series of equipment appeared: exchange jade, exchange, exchange. While holding the book, Zhaoko continued to focus on the 2 cores in his hands, happily saying, "This time, I've found the land of the 4 celestial beasts. It's time to prepare for the essence-seizing palm technique. As for you, I will definitely find a good place for you, and it's time to use this." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhaoko immediately pressed his hand to use a stamp on the book. The scene shifted to another place, with majestic, towering mountains and misty clouds. 2 people were hiking up the mountain while conversing. "Let's go." There are very few people climbing the mountain at this time, and with the cold, it's probably almost time for the mountain to be sealed. Right behind them, a faint light suddenly appeared. In an instant, Zhaoko materialized. He hid behind a tree and coldly thought, "So the mountain will be sealed soon?" The more he thought about it, the more he focused on observing his surroundings, planning for the long term, and said, "Just in time." The scene shifted to a snow-covered mountain range. The sun had now illuminated the rings of trees. The person called Old Man Yin Yang was leading a donkey, with something resembling a mansion on its back. Inside the mansion, a voice could be heard, "It smells so good. This aroma must be from chicken. You only know chicken? Can chicken really smell this good?" The one being held captive is struggling. "It's a chicken, it's definitely a chicken." Someone standing next to him crossed his arms and spoke up, "The point isn't about this. You used the token to call us here." He sighed softly, "And even if it is chicken, so what? We, ghosts like us." Then, they continued to feel bored. How can one taste the food of earthly? They stood on the floor, gazing into the distance. "We've arrived, but why hasn't the person who called appeared yet?" A two-horned man led them, jumping out of the mansion. "Let's go down and see." The downcast one also landed gently. Inside the tent, there was only a dish of boiled meat. They opened the tent door, and upon seeing this, they all fell silent. One by one, they sighed, "So beautiful, so fragrant, it looks so appetizing. I regret it, we shouldn't have entered." The man with the horn in the middle of his hair, full of determination, said, "I don't care anymore, even if I can't eat it, I must take a bite." The downcast man, seeing him truly eating, sighed, "Even if you can't eat, don't be so hasty. It's a waste, such a pity." Unexpectedly, the man with the horn in the middle of his short hair, as soon as he put it in his mouth, blushed and trembled. "This." He put down his chopsticks in frustration. "It's just like this." The others, drooling, heard him clearly. "It's just like this." They saw the man with the horn in the middle of his short hair eating continuously, without stopping, and became angry. "Then why are you enjoying it? You look like that." The group quickly rushed into a fight, only hearing the man with the horn in the middle of his short hair. "I enjoy it, what are you going to do about it?" The two-horned figure angrily said, "Then let me try another bite." The wealthy one smiled faintly. "That's right, the usual things should be left to me." The demons, having finished their meal, couldn't help but sigh. What is this taste?" Suddenly, a figure leaning outside the door spoke. "This is." Zhaoke took a maple leaf and said, "The taste of autumn." The one with short hair and horns in the middle of his head blinked back tears. "So that's it, no wonder it made me think of that autumn, when I parted ways with him." He wiped his eyes with a cloth and asked, "Why did you suddenly run out?" The demons huddled in a corner, keeping their distance. He silently sighed. "No, it's fine. I won't bathe with you anymore." The one with the short horns immediately jumped up and chased them off, cursing at them. "I have no intention toward you guys." He grabbed one by the neck and asked, "Do you demons understand?" The wealthy one, on the other hand, was trying to inhale the fragrance wafting from the plate of food. He glanced toward Zhaoku and said, "No matter the flavor, we demons shouldn't be eating food made by humans." Zhaoku calmly responded, "This skill of mine is offered to the demon gods, dedicated to the elixir of 10,000 spirits. You are still considered part of that." In Zhaoku's heart, he thought to himself, "The Ghost Chef King's tools are really good, not only the secret techniques, but even the food is extraordinary." He sighed, "No matter what the skill is, the meat of the earthly realm cannot enter the mouths of the ghosts of the underworld like us." He then held up a box and asked, "What if this meat is not earthly?" The group of ghosts looked inside and one by one, they spoke up. "What a pity, what a pity. Such a fine creature, and yet you just trample on it like that. At least it should have cultivated for 1,000 years, the quality of its soul is so high, no wonder it tastes so good. Something this good can't be cheap." A hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the plate, which only had sauce left. The gloomy ghost drank up the remaining liquid in one go. He let out a sigh. "Indeed, it is something good." Unable to hold back, he turned to Zhaoku and said, "Brother, you've got quite an eye. Since you're holding the 5-demon command, you must have something you need from us. In appreciation for this meal, we will certainly do a good job for you." Zhaoku then smirked and said, "Do a good job? Do you all misunderstand something?" With a sly grin, Zhaoku pulled out a paper with an invoice totaling a few $1,000,000. "It's not that I'm asking you to do something for me now, it's that you all have to pay for eating my food." The group of ghosts were all stunned. "Pay?" The one with the horn in his hair bun then pondered. this expression seems a bit familiar. The demons gathered together and discussed, what is this bill? Why don't you go rob someone instead? There's also a body document here to be filled out as requested. 4 pages of the combined formula. The one with the horn in his hair bun, furious, pointed his finger. I got it now, you're Doggy Wang, aren't you? He kept cursing, you bastard, last time you tricked us out of a formula and it wasn't enough, and now you're doing this again? The others quickly stopped him, advising, forget it, it's not worth it, not worth it. Calm down, calm down. The rich one looked at the bill and asked Zhao Ku, hey, bro, don't you think your business practices are a bit excessive? Zhao Ku calmly rubbed his hands together, so what you mean is, you want to eat and not pay, huh? The one with the horn in his hair bun folded his arms smugly, exactly, we're eating and not paying. What are you going to do about it? Zhao Ku's face darkened, and he growled, what are you gonna do? Suddenly, screams filled the room. After being beaten black and blue, the demons raised the white flag, we'll pay, just stop, please stop. Zhao Ku, now sitting calmly in his chair, asked, does taking the initiative like this mean the matter is settled? One demon shyly raised 3 fingers, stammering as he made a request, but you have to agree to our 3 conditions. The space at that moment was incredibly silent, with the entire group of demons sitting together, chanting and trembling. They couldn't help but exclaim, your price is too high, this is just unfairly gouging the customers. Zhao Ku calmly asked, so what you're saying is? The wealthy man spoke up, first, we can only give you 1 recipe and make a recipe for you. The one with the crooked horn also stepped forward to set the price. Second, you must sign a long-term contract with me, and make a dish every week with a mild flavor. Several people behind him chimed in, actually, a stronger flavor is fine as long as it's delicious. I think so too. The gloomy man turned his head and angrily shouted, these are all minor conditions, the key is the third. He continued speaking to Zhao Ku, during the Lantern Festival, you must come to the Yin Yang Hotel and prepare a delicacy for our distinguished guests, making them smile. The whole group proposed to accept the terms, we will cooperate with you. The smoke from Zhao Ku's cigarette rose in waves as he spoke, you all have a nice way of thinking, but didn't you consider one thing? He spoke indifferently, I could make a dish out of a fox. Are you telling me you can't be caught? The demons responded one by one, if you really do that, then you won't gain anything. The demons continued, the time we can stay on earthly is only for 1 night. Once the rooster crows for the first time, we will dissipate into thin air. If you don't believe it, you can ask the boss. Zhao Ku also followed and said, then I must go ask. The demons trembled and huddled in the corner. Before leaving, he carefully pasted a talisman on the outside of the tent. From inside came the sound of their complaints, this Doggy Wang is really cautious, now we can't even get out because of the talisman. Zhao Ku went to ask old man Yin Yang, you came from the underworld to the earthly realm, what happens if you don't return on time? He replied, the limit is 1 night. When the rooster crows, the soul will scatter and dissipate. Zhao Ku asked again, then what about from earthly to underworld? Old man Yin Yang answered, the limit is 1 day. If the moon rises and you haven't transcended, you cannot be reincarnated. Zhao Ku thought to himself, it seems there is no protective space, everyone in this guest station is bound by restrictions. If I hadn't used the summoning stamp this time, I probably wouldn't have gotten anything. He opened the door and thought, no wasting time. At that moment, the demons spoke up, we're not lying to you, are we? We are merchants, and we base our business on trust. Zhao Ku calmly replied, I agree to the first condition, but the second one is not possible. I'm not your chef, 1 meal in exchange for a recipe. The demon with the horn in its short hair angrily shouted, you are not a fortune beast, you are an evil beast. The name, looking slightly melancholic, softly quoted a price, so, we'll design a stamp for you for free, and every month you'll cook a meal for us. Zhao Ku agreed, that's fine. I can come for the Lantern Festival as well, but if your guests are satisfied, you'll have to design a unique stamp just for me. Both parties slapped their hands together and called out, it's a deal. The voice echoed, breath of nature added, spirit of nature added. The stamp, called sea sand, could form a heart-shaped stamp from the pure white silver of nature's wrath, and it could be considered custom-made for the person. This stamp was inspired by the butcher's box. You've been keeping it hidden for a long time, and now the butcher's box draws out the bloodthirsty demon's influence, with the old spell of spiritual salvation. Once you've collected all the stamps, you will be granted the soul slaughterer's sigh. This is the most valuable stamp beneath the golden stamp. He hesitated to give it but still muttered, remember, this design is for you alone. No one else can use it, only you. Zhaoke smiled, don't worry, I won't give it to anyone else. He waved his hand, it's genuine. You're free to go now. The few ghosts carefully left the room. One with short hair and horns in the middle of his head held up a box and asked Zhaoke, brother, can this be gifted? He casually replied, it's a gift for you. After getting the box, he happily walked out, his hair tied in a bun, and then asked the wealthy man, boss, is it true that we've lost? He answered calmly, how could we lose? A chef as interesting as that, the demon princess will surely be very pleased. The one with the short hair quickly jumped up and said, as long as we make the princess laugh, we've made it. Their laughter caused Zhaoke, who was on the other side, to choke on the water, wondering, who is insulting me? Zhaoke looked at the phone on the table, confused. Is someone looking for me? But I remember this phone number. He realized, not many people should know this number, right? Zhaoke picked up the phone and sighed, if they do know it, they wouldn't casually call me. He then answered the phone and asked, who's this? A woman's voice, as if whispering in his ear, said, I miss you. Zhaoke's face darkened, thinking, this is bad. Zhaoke, irritated, spoke into the phone, how do you have this number? Wang Na's hand hovered over the profile picture on the phone screen. If you want to know, come find me. They gave me a recording, inside there's some secrets about you and. It seems she wants to end this conversation immediately, the things you want to know. The woman's face suddenly became gloomy, her brows tightly furrowed, and her gaze deepened. The atmosphere in the room grew dark and oppressive. Wang Na screamed in the room, which was covered with photos of Zhaoke. Zhaoke appeared confused by her behavior. The number you dialed is out of service. Recording. His eyes grew sharper. In his mind, he thought, at first, I didn't kill Wang Na, just controlled her to kill others so she would fail miserably. I was still too kind. Zhaoke sat silently, pondering this issue, but why didn't she go to prison? He frowned, unable to stop himself from rubbing his head. Moreover, in the recording, she mentioned. A small girl, smiling brightly, interrupted his thoughts and walked over, Lei Mu. She cheerfully asked him, brother, what's wrong? Zhaoke didn't respond to Lei Mu's words, he merely glanced at her. Suddenly, he placed his hand on his head, feeling confused even to himself. Nothing, just suddenly remembered you. Lei Mu laughed joyfully. Brother, really? Even though Lei Mu was still laughing happily beside him, Zhaoke's mind was preoccupied with the story. Wang Na's transformation is definitely related to those 7 things, but Lei Mu appeared after those 7 things changed their faces, and I can't ask her about it. Stepping out of his own thoughts, Zhaoke stood up and said, I should practice the essence-seizing poem first, then go find Wang Na afterward. He strode confidently toward the door, his back straight, each step firm and resolute as he walked out. The vast, magnificent scene of mountains unfolded before him. At this very moment, with perfect alignment of both space and time, Zhaoke was resolute in his decision to begin gathering the statue now. In the empty courtyard, only the precious gemstones were scattered about. He stood still like a statue, exuding an aura of grandeur. In his hand was the Book of 10,000 Foods, which stated, the 4 symbols gathering won't last long and must be maintained with a formation. The materials I previously used for the riddle-breaking method will not cause any issues with the Emperor's script. As for the formation. Zhaoke's face lit up with a smug expression. Luckily, I got this seal. Otherwise, there would have been room for error. In his hand was the seal of the White Immortal. The white immortal enhances the formation's capabilities by 40% and boosts its power by 20%. A brilliant beam of light surged, enveloping everything and radiating unparalleled strength. Now, we've reached the most crucial moment. Once the fusion was complete, Zhaoke held the precious item in his hand. I hope this treasure, traded for 3 books, is truly worth its price. He placed the treasured artifact into the fusion matrix. The atmosphere was filled with an overwhelming pressure, the ground trembled slightly, and the wind swirled around him. His eyes lit up. It's done. The matrix began to tremble, slowly taking on a new form. This is it. Zhaoke extended his hand to absorb all the surrounding vital energy. Next is to absorb this vital energy. He could feel the streams of new energy entering his body. Amidst the majestic mountains and forests, a mysterious energy seemed to spread throughout the entire landscape. In the blinding light, Zhaoke embraced the pain, kneeling down onto the ground. He gritted his teeth, clenching his jaw, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at his hand. He blamed himself. This isn't right, it shouldn't hurt like this. If pushing through it was normal, then no one would ever succeed in cultivating their mind. He immediately read the book of 10,000 foods again, but clearly, I haven't done anything wrong. The book of 10,000 foods unexpectedly left his hand. Perhaps he had grasped something. Could it be too little? To his surprise, the book was also drawn into the fusion array. His eyes were filled with terror. The battlefield continued to glow fiercely like a storm of light and fire, after countless books were sucked into it. Blinding rays of light shot out, as if a new stamp was being formed. Zhaoke stood stunned, gazing at the strange phenomenon before him. This is. Indeed, it was. The stamp had been created from the blinding light. It was purple in color, a harmonious combination of fire and the color of the precious stone. The stamp's documentation was titled Diagram of the Celestial Qilin. Its special usage involved placing the stamp on the hand to channel the essence of the 4 symbols, activating the array, and purifying the impurities within the essence of the 4 symbols. Zhaoke, holding the newly fused stamp, realized the hidden meaning. As expected, it's lacking something. Zhaoke clutched the hand that had been injured by the array. This time, he was determined that success or failure would depend on this. The entire hand was surrounded by green and red lights, and energy swirled around him. His eyes widened in shock, reflecting clear signs of astonishment or fear. The vital energies absorbed into his body converged like a central hub of powerful forces. Once the process was completed, he let out a relieved sigh. Phew! It really works. Now, the feeling in my 2 arms is completely different. After absorbing the energies, 2 green marks appeared on Zhaoke's hand, signaling a successful absorption. He happily continued forward. This is easy now, let's keep going. Zhaoke tested the flow of vital energy in his arm to see how powerful it could become. Time quickly passed, and 5 days later, a magnificent landscape of mountains and forests unfolded, where towering mountain ranges rose high, reaching up to the white clouds. Zhaoke, his body rippling with strength, was practicing his power by the river beneath the cliff. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating his muscular frame. He removed the bandage on his arm, revealing the marks of the seal. As expected, no seal is useless. Although it doesn't suit me, the enhancement to the formation is enough for me to have cultivated half of the essence seizing palm in just 5 days. His strong arm, each muscle fiber visibly rippling with movement, the symbols of mountain and water are already present. Next comes the symbol of man and forest. Zhaoke spoke coldly. That's enough for today, tomorrow. Suddenly, he staggered, his body losing balance. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, a stream of fresh blood flowing from the corner of Zhaoke's mouth. He propped himself up with his hands, his expression still dazed. What? What is happening? His sharp gaze shifted to his abdomen. My stomach? My stomach. Vital energy was invading his body. His abdominal muscles were filled with it. Could there be an issue with the essence seizing palm cultivation? Blood poured out violently from his mouth, and his hand trembled as he instinctively raised it. No, this is wrong, this isn't the essence-seizing poem. His eyes revealed the true nature of the matter, but every line of vital energy in his body surged powerfully, as if they could multiply. These things are still growing. His eyes gradually closed, possibly from the fatigue and pain he had just endured. In the end, he struggled to prop himself up. Since when? In another turn of events, there was a large boy eating happily, his face savoring every bite. He ate just the right amount and instructed Fat, "Hey, don't talk, eat more. This peeled soybean paste dish is incredibly delicious." Niang stepped out from the door to inform the two sisters, "I've finished cleaning up, you two can stay there in a bit." Fat Hey quickly raised his hand in response to him, got it, you go rest first." Niang slowly walked outside and stood at the door, not wanting to disturb the two's meal. "Well, I'll be going now, you two." Outside the door, Niang grinned slyly, "Take your time eating." After finishing their meal, the two were in the room that Niang had prepared. Shi Liang asked Fat Hey, why aren't you sleeping yet? Did you eat too much? Fat Hey placed his hand on his swollen stomach, explaining, "Don't talk nonsense, it's just because I have something to do," and thinking of that name, Doggy Wang, made him furious. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he spoke through gritted teeth, "Just thinking about that bastard, Doggy Wang." Hey, the overweight man, felt an immediate rush of anger in his heart. He turned to Qi Liang and said, "Do you know? Such a good opportunity, and it was stolen away by a vile, shameless person like him." Seeing this, Qi Liang took his hand and comforted him, saying, "Maybe he's not really like that. Perhaps he has his own reasons, something he's struggling with." He also reflected on his own memories of that person with the surname Wang. "It's like someone I met before. That person, though not very talkative, saved me more than once. I feel." That person had a cold, sharp face, and his gaze seemed to burn everything in sight. Just thinking about it made Qi Liang break out in a sweat. He really is terrifying. Seeing this, the overweight man helplessly sighed, You are too kind, always thinking everyone is good. In the future, stay away from such bad people." Qi Liang smiled and shrugged it off. How could there be that many bad people? "Hey, don't you have something to do? What's the point of sulking at this hour?" Hey opened his mouth as if to say something but then turned away, which confused Qi Liang. "Of course, I'm going to do my work properly." The two of them walked into a dimly lit room, with only a sliver of light from the doorway streaming in. Qi Liang felt something was off and asked, "Hey, what are we doing here?" "You're not planning to." Hey Fat hurriedly responded, Don't go blaming the good people, I've already prepared the money." Entering the room, he handed a large sum of money to Qi Liang. "You said this boss, really, I've told him that the fermented tofu with crab shell is great, and the sales of Kang NH are excellent, but he just refuses to go big, only eating at home." Qi Liang naturally declined the money. Seeing this, Hey Fat put the money back in its place. "Well, then I'll have to come take it myself." Feeling uneasy, Qi Liang nervously told Hey Fat, "I just have a bad feeling. Maybe we should just go back." Hey Fat didn't listen to Qi Liang, stubbornly following his own plan. What's there to be afraid of when looking for fermented tofu with crab shell? Besides, I'm not stealing, I'll pay. Hey Fat opened each jar one by one and wondered aloud, why is this one salty? When he opened the next jar, he recognized the familiar smell and guessed, this taste, it's this one. Seeing that, Hey Fat happily opened this jar. "I told you, I knew I'd find it." Suddenly, Hey Fat's face became hazy, his eyes glazed over, wide open but lifeless. A strange, dark face emerged in the shadows. The skin was pitch black, cracked, with glowing red cracks that had an eerie, supernatural glow. Its eyes were deep, yet within them flickered red gleams, like smoldering embers burning faintly. Both of their faces were ashen, their eyes wide open, filled with panic as they screamed loudly, "What is that?" The monster lunged out from the jar, revealing sharp teeth and eyes that seemed capable of burning everything to the ground. The black creature, terrified, fell to the ground and cried out, Damn it, what is this thing?" Quick thinking, Qi Liang immediately pulled the fat Hey up and urged him to run. "Don't worry about what it is, let's go." Outside, hearing the noise, someone in the kitchen called out, what's going on in there? Nyang quickly ran to the door, opened it, and shouted, "What are you doing in here?" Seeing this, the fat Hay quickly responded, "Of course, we're making food." Amid the blinding light, two more figures appeared. The night sky was filled with countless bright stars. Through the smoke in front, Nyang asked the butler, "They haven't run far. Should I chase them now?" She calmly approached and began inspecting the jars, gently responding, "No need. Let them eat the crab beans, even if they run, where can they go?" Her face darkened, and she lightly touched the mouth of the jar. "They've all eaten the larvae, without our antidote, they can only die. We don't need to fear them." The larvae wriggled grotesquely in the jar, truly disgusting, not returning to the wild, untamed forest. Zhaoke still lay unconscious there. His hands slowly started to move, and he gritted his teeth in pain, unable to accept it. "What is this? Are you trying to kill me?" Zhaoke called out loudly for Lei Mu, Lei Mu. Hearing the call, Lei Mu quickly appeared before him. "Brother, I'm here." Images of the stamp and the larvae appeared in his mind. Zhaoke smiled faintly and asked Lei Mu, "Did you enjoy the game last time?" She eagerly replied, "Yes, brother." "Do you want to play with me again?" Zhaoke placed his hand on his chest, trying to ease the pain, and said, "That's right, brother will play with you one more time." Zhaoke said irritably to the larvae, "Stop whining about being hungry. Just bear with it for now, and bring out 2 bodies for me." He was determined in his heart, no matter who plays these games, I will never let them go. The larvae opened its mouth and released a stream of horrifying insects, creatures resembling red beetles that flew out from the larvae's mouth. Zhaoke sat up, casting a spell that created a swirling, sparkling energy. Green and purple light flashed from his fingertips, and the tiny insects bit into his palm. He sat alone, watching those small insects. "This time, I will act on my own." The insects flew away one by one, leaving him lying collapsed on the ground. Though small, the insect looked quite terrifying. Lei Mu, standing beside him, cheered with delight, "Brother, this is so interesting." Zhaoke remained calm in the face of Lei Mu's excitement. "Very interesting, yes, but what's coming next will be even more fun." He lay there, closing his eyes to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. From now on, every nerve in his body came alive, connecting with each other in this wild place. The simplest method was for each red bug to enter his body, eliminating the insects inside him and directly killing these rotten creatures. They fought with all their might, getting rid of each insect one by one. 2 red bugs circled around him, finishing them off. "Eat everything, eat it all, eat all of it." Zhaoke smiled with satisfaction, feeling that misfortune had turned into fortune, and he had gained a new understanding of the uses of the Fu Qi absorption tool and the split stamp. The red bug remained inside his body, so it seemed that in the future, he could still exploit the Fu Qi absorption tool to create something else. Inside his body, they moved from top to bottom. "This is where you meet a mysterious woman in your mind." She smiled maliciously. After seeing that face, Zhaoke was even more stunned. Chapter 132, There was a mark of a kiss on his neck. He raised his hand to his neck and said, "The red bug is still flying inside Zhaoke's body." The girl spread her arms to welcome the red bug. "Come here." Her hand was about to touch the bug. It was exactly this moment. A hand above seemed to want to manipulate everything. To hell with it. Zhaoke's hand held the bug that was inside his body. He pulled the bug out of his neck, causing his neck to bleed as well. The red bug on Zhaoke's hand, his own images, he found it really troublesome, truly a restless spirit. He noticed the traces she left on his neck, looked at himself in the water, his hand touched the red mark and wondered, "Van Khan, did you leave a mark for me?" He recalled Van Khan's image, but Niang had once told him that the timeline of the infinite space was completely chaotic, and even if a mark was left, how could he find me? Zhaoke's body was more stable now, the sunlight in this wilderness shining on each of his muscles. "If you really find me through several worlds, then I will respectfully call you old lady." He exhaled a breath, breathed in the little bug, and thought that compared to the mark of the future, it was better to keep a closer watch on the present. "Brother, I have killed many bugs, I'm so hungry." His hand formed a fist, tightly squeezing the red bug. You still haven't played enough. Only fragments remained in his hand. He warned, if you dare defy me, be prepared for me to come to your door. In a different scene, everyone clinked their glasses in celebration. This time, I've caused trouble for you all, senior brothers and senior sisters. Qi Liang sat listening, feeling confused. Were these helpers truly reliable? At the table were 6 of Hei's senior siblings, and he cheerfully spoke up, they are my senior brothers and senior sisters, a renowned team known far and wide. Whether this mission succeeds or not depends on them. An elderly man, the one who seemed the oldest, with all his hair gone, spoke. Senior brother. The second brother, with a dignified demeanor, followed, second brother. The last brother had a long scar across one eye. Third brother. For senior sisters, holding Qi Liang's hand, said to him, eat lightly, it'll help with suppression, and there won't be any issues for now. After the meal, the senior brother asked, hey, you've gathered everyone, we can set off any time. He answered with a smile, this matter cannot be delayed. Now, we'll go find their family. Qi Liang and Hei Fat walked together. He whispered into Hei Fat's ear, we'll avoid conflict if we can. This is a society governed by law now. Hei quickly responded, brother, that's the same damn guy, wanted to get the antidote, but they didn't give it, so I had to take action. On the street, the flow of traffic was dense, and the big guy drove slowly. There's a speed limit, is the fine more important, or is your life more important? Zhao stood on the roadside, observing and questioning. Why are they so close to each other? Seeing Hei and Qi Liang together, he silently thought to himself, one is too good, the other a protective Taoist, quite a good match. Zhao Ke's gaze became deep in thought as he recalled earlier events. Wait, the big guy had eaten the same bean as him. With his skills, he would have already noticed something, so why was he still so stubborn? He hailed a taxi on the roadside and quickly got in. Seems like I have to burn a little more fuel. The driver in the car asked where he was heading. He answered decisively, Tianmiao village, quickly. Night fell, covering the village with a mysterious dark blanket. The rooftops gradually disappeared into the darkness. Before long, the car arrived, and he stepped out. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed, looks like I've arrived ahead of reality. Let's go through. Under the dim moonlight, he leapt onto the roof, crossing the wall. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ke landed on the tiled roof without making a sound. Nothing seemed unusual, no wonder he had fallen for the trick earlier. He walked around the hallway inside the house. He stopped in front of a room with an open door. Looking inside, he saw 2 people peacefully asleep on the bed, but something was off. His hand gently touched the door, leaving it as it was. Yet, his gaze collided with something. He exclaimed, wait. It was the door of the room slowly closing, leaving only a faint beam of light shining through. Zhao Ke smiled cunningly. If you've fallen into one, then I'll fall into the same trap, he said. Fat Hei and Qi Liang peeked their heads around the door to look inside the room. Why are they sleeping so peacefully? Qi Liang responded to Fat Hei. Brother Fat, I feel like something's wrong. Ignoring Qi Liang's words, Fat Hei quickly ran to the bed. Right or wrong, a good beating would solve everything. The man, Fat Hei, rushed onto the bed and kicked the 2 sleeping figures away. How dare they want to sleep so peacefully like this? But there was no one there, only a wig lying on the floor. Qi Liang was horrified, his face turning pale, drained of all color. I told you, first courtesy, then soldiers. Why did you hit so hard? He turned on the room light to get a better look at the strange object. Wait a minute. Qi Liang calmly picked up the wig and realized the truth, a wig. The fat man also calmed down. He picked up the fake mannequin of the other person and cursed, damn it, he actually ran away. Hey, the fat man quickly said to Qi Liang, you ran away, the thing couldn't run, hurry up and see if there's an antidote. Qi Liang searched the bookshelves in the room, but it seemed like there was nothing here either. His gaze turned and stopped at a certain spot. Behind Xi Liang was none other than the fat man. He was startled and exclaimed, "Fat brother, you scared me." Suddenly, the fat man struck Xi Liang hard in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. Xi Liang kicked hard, pushing He away, and angrily shouted, "You're crazy." The dagger was drawn. He continued to attack Xi Liang, but failed. He pressed the injured Xi Liang against the wall to strike again, but fortunately, Xi Liang managed to dodge. Xi Liang, confused by He's actions, asked, "What are you doing?" It seemed like he had noticed something. "Wait." He looked towards the gigantic spider, slowly crawling on the shimmering silk threads, and lifted the fat man up to the upper floor. "So there's something going on." Seeing this, Xi Liang calmly addressed the issue. "You're in a fighting stance, fat brother, you've made a mistake." He dashed forward like the wind, his long legs taking a large stride, and kicked He in the face for momentum. "Lend me." His other leg swung high for a powerful kick. "Use your head." Xi Liang pulled out his mace, Holy Blossom Mace. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength, his eyes shining with determination and resentment. The spider was severely wounded by the mace and Xi Liang's power. Turning around, he still saw He Fat lying on the ground. "Big guy." Xi Liang quickly ran over to help He Fat up. "Don't worry about me," He Fat refused. "Go." "If you can control the neck, it means someone is close by," He Fat urged. At that moment, the spider managed to escape. Xi Liang reassured He Fat, "Don't worry, I heard it, it's running away." He clenched his fist angrily. "Damn it, it sure runs fast." He Fat saw this and hurriedly urged Xi Liang, "Quick, chase it." The two quickly ran out of the room. Zhao suddenly appeared outside the door and complimented them. "As I said, my words were right. Unfortunately, neither of you is hurt." He smiled mysteriously. "Fortunately, I couldn't enter the space earlier, or I wouldn't have found something as simple as this." Leaning against the door, he opened the book of 10,000 foods. "Lei Mu, have you found it?" A crow landed on Zhao hand. Lei Mu, in the form of a bird, brought news to Zhao. Lei Mu had spotted it in the forest behind the mountain. He received the message from Lei Mu and signaled for the bird to leave. "Very good, keep watching them, I'll be there immediately." The grandmother was coughing violently, her hands hurriedly patting her chest as if trying to push the coughing fit out. Seeing this, the sister-in-law quickly approached and asked the old woman, "Grandmother, don't scare me." Niang, who had seen from a distance, rushed over to check on her as well. "Grandmother, are you okay?" "Here, take this pill from the bottle. Take this herbal pill first." But the old woman waved her hand in refusal. She said that KK's illness couldn't be cured immediately, so they shouldn't force her to take this medicine. Seeing that her illness couldn't be cured, the sister-in-law felt so sorry for her that she nearly burst into tears. "We just wanted to use her life energy to refine the medicine. Who would have thought that the old witch would get injured, and now it's affecting grandmother? That fat man is bullying people too much." Nya also spoke up. "There's no antidote. They won't be able to last much longer, I think they'll soon catch up to us." He calmly comforted his sister-in-law and grandmother. "Take grandmother to the camp first, don't worry, they wouldn't dare chase us down." Hearing Nya Ying's words, the sister-in-law became worried about his safety. "What about you?" In the deep and dark forest, Nya Ying bid farewell to the two of them, reminding them to stay safe. "You two have to stay safe, I'll go after. In the mountains, no one will be able to find me." A pair of eyes from afar was watching their every move and listening to their conversation. No one else, it was Lei Mu in the form of a raven. No one could find him, but Lei Mu could. Quick-witted, Lei Mu flew off to inform Zhao about Nya Ying's whereabouts, delivering the news to him. The bird quickly reached Zhao, landing on his hand. Zhao spoke, "In this world, men like you are few and far between." Zhao stood before Nya Ying, surprising us. "You are Nya Ying?" Zhao asked suspiciously. You should be dead. He let the bird fly away and calmly responded, Who told you your worms are so delicious? I couldn't help but keep looking for death. He slowly moved toward Niang, causing him to tremble in fear. In gratitude for your invitation to a nice meal, I've decided to play a game with you. Niang gritted his teeth, pretending to be angry and upset. Without hesitation, he charged at Zhao Ku, attacking him unexpectedly. Die, damn it! With his extraordinary strength, Zhao Ku effortlessly dodged the strike. He simply tilted his head slightly and pushed the sword aside with one finger. In the face of Zhao Ku's counterattack, Niang lost his balance, and the sword flew out of his hand. You are the best. At this point, Zhao Ku allowed Niang to experience his kick, sending him flying. He stood proudly in front of him, threatening, a woman with an old lady in the mountains, mud everywhere, running at a slow pace, heads down. His foot stomped onto his chest, leaving him with nothing but rage inside. You. Zhao Ku let him experience the essence-seizing palm, sucking the vital energy from his body. The small flame in his hand was the anger of Niang, and even rage could be drawn out, conveniently through this method. Now, without the ancient rage, you must only be left with fear. Seeing Zhao Ku's power, Niang was even more stunned. Zhao Ku stepped closer to him, leaned down, and said, Stand aside for a moment, I just want to have a little game with you. One hand parted the branches, revealing more clearly the scene before him. Xi Liang was stunned when he saw what lay ahead. There, he saw Niang lying in the middle of the forest. What had happened here? Xi Liang quickly ran over to Niang to help him up. His injuries were severe. Who could have struck him so brutally? Even getting close, half of his body had been slashed. He used the sacred light technique to heal Niang's wounds. After Xi Liang treated him, Niang gradually regained consciousness and woke up. Xi Liang was surprised to see him awake. You're awake. Niang immediately shoved Xi Liang away and scolded him, What are you doing? Xi Liang was confused by Niang's actions. After the shove, he even got stabbed in the thigh by a dagger. Niang lay on the ground and pleaded, Are you angry? Then hurry up and kill me, take the knife out of my thigh. He responded angrily, Niang, what is the hidden meaning behind your words? Niang continued to provoke Xi Liang, There is a hidden meaning, come and kill me already. He shouted at him, Consider this my plea. In Niang's mind, he could only picture Zhao Ku threatening him, and how he tried to stop him, but the result was just as it is now. So, for the sake of your wife and grandmother, you should still follow my words. Xi Liang slowly stood up and said to Niang, I won't kill you, give me the antidote, and I'll spare your life. He replied indifferently, You only need the antidote? Xi Liang replied decisively, I only need the antidote. As Niang was speaking, Xi Liang's knife was already descending. Then let me tell you, the antidote is. The knife stabbed straight into Niang's abdomen, leaving him unable to finish his sentence, It's here. Xi Liang was also stunned. He couldn't help but step back. You. Xi Liang shoved Niang down forcefully. You are a good person trying too hard. After falling to the ground, Niang's hand dropped a crumpled piece of paper. He wiped his tears, then leaned over to the piece of paper. This is. In the dark of the night, each thunderclap echoed violently as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. The image of the sister-in-law and the elderly grandmother hanging from a tree branch on the high mountain slope appeared. Do you think that idiot who wrote LM as I requested on the paper, without taking the marriage proposal seriously, just carried it all the way here? Zhao Ku, standing from a distance, spoke up. He was addressing Lei Mu, who was in the form of a bird perched on his hand, having been injured while trying to save the two people. Lei Mu, with his sparkling eyes, responded, Lei Mu doesn't know, but Lei Mu thinks it's really stupid. He raised his hand high, signaling for the bird to fly away. But who told that person to be such a fool? The bird quickly flew up to the tree branch, where the two were hanging. Get ready, it said. It repeatedly pecked at the ropes to make them snap. Upon seeing this, the sister-in-law cried out, "A." At that moment, Xi Liang, carrying Niang on his back, arrived at the tall tree. I see it, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing into the sky. Where are you? I've brought the body, can you release them now? Hearing Qi Liang's voice, the elderly mother panicked. What? A body? The sister-in-law, crying, couldn't accept the truth. Who killed him? Seeing this, Qi Liang immediately explained, No, it's not like that. He placed Nia Ying's body on the ground. Qi Liang suddenly kneeled. He knelt before Nia Ying's corpse, crying and begging, I didn't want this, I didn't. The bird continued pecking at the rope, and it seemed like Qi Liang heard the sound. His eyes were still filled with tears as he saw the bird fly away. This was bad. Qi Liang rushed toward the branch where the broken rope hung, holding the mother and child. He quickly climbed up the tree, grabbing the frayed rope to save them. But unfortunately, his hand lost its grip on one of the ropes, causing them to fall. Seeing that the rope on the mother had slipped, his sister-in-law screamed, No! Even so, Qi Liang still exerted all his strength to hold on to the remaining rope. Qi Liang's breath became more and more erratic. He told himself, Mother, save whoever can be saved first. In the end, he managed to bring his sister-in-law back from the brink of death. She quickly ran to Niang, holding him in her arms and crying, He's been killed by you, he's been killed by someone. Qi Liang sat there, watching the scene, feeling guilty. He spoke up, Sister-in-law, I. She held Niang tightly in her arms, crying bitterly, then shouted a curse, I curse that the one you love will die. Right before your eyes, and you can do nothing. I curse that your friends will die in your disaster, and you won't even know it. I curse your whole life, with no children, no closest family. A hand using magic lifted the sister-in-law and Nia Ying into the air, while the other formed a fist and struck the ground. Qi Liang cried out, not understanding what was happening. What exactly is going on? A voice echoed from afar towards Qi Liang. Do you want to know the reason? He turned around and saw Zhao Ke sitting on a stone bench. The one struggling is the writer. He looked at Zhao Ke, who was smoking in front of him, and then continued. Reflecting on the good past between you and Zhao Ke, I'm taking you away. What are you doing? Like this, no one can leave. Why? Didn't you save me in the beginning? Qi Liang asked Zhao Ke. Why do you have to do this? Zhao Ke stepped in front of Qi Liang, wrapped his arm around the back of his head, and gave him a blow to the head. He grabbed Qi Liang by the collar and warned. People like you really make others disgusted. Do you know how many cameras are on this road? You're caught up in this paper trail. Zhao Ke angrily spoke to Qi Liang. If this gets recorded, you're done for. Qi Liang tried to explain his actions. I couldn't let the fighter die in vain, I had to protect him. A bolt of lightning struck from above, seemingly to express Zhao Ke's anger. After all this time, you still haven't made any progress. Are you so pleased to be the good guy? Qi Liang's sparkling gaze met Zhao Ke's sharp eyes. Zhao Ke loosened Qi Liang's collar, causing him to fall to the ground. People like you, so good-hearted, always make one think of things they don't want to think about. The thunder still rumbled. In the dark room, a person was lying unconscious on the dirt floor. Suddenly, a memory from Zhao Ke's childhood appeared in his mind. All around him were fierce, glaring eyes. There was a time when Zhao Ke lay in pain on the floor, surrounded by a crowd. He always believed that this place had taken everything from him. At times, Zhao Ke could only sit alone in a corner, torturing himself in a place that felt like hell, asking himself why. At that moment, he didn't notice a figure approaching. The person gently placed a hand on his face, and Zhao Ke suddenly realized that there were still kind people in the world. That woman had then embraced him tightly and gently comforted him. Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Zhao Ke, a little dazed, looked up at the woman, but perhaps due to the deep lack of affection in his life, he didn't push her away. He only saw the woman gently bow her head to look at him and soothe him. It's okay. When Zhao Ke returned to the present and looked at Qi Liang's face, so similar to that of the woman, he couldn't help but exclaim, so similar. When the hazy image of the woman gradually shattered in his memory, he spoke in disappointment, but people like you. Zhaoko deliberately paused to punch Qi Liang in the face, then shouted loudly, you won't survive. Zhaoko looked indifferently at Qi Liang, who was coughing up blood on the ground. He recalled the actions that Qi Liang had taken behind his back and began questioning him, one by one. Was it because the situation wasn't cruel enough? Or did you forget? Do you forget how that person named Tran Tin died? Do you forget where the parasitic worm on your body came from? Zhaoko seemed unable to control himself as he grabbed Qi Liang by the collar and shouted, like this, you actually dared to risk becoming an accomplice to save them. Then, he coldly faced Qi Liang and said, let me tell you about this world. Zhaoko, without courtesy, punched Qi Liang in the face and declared that there was no need for a hero. While Zhaoko was angrily glaring, a voice responded, no. Qi Liang, whose face was swollen from the punch, still calmly replied, I'm not a hero, I just believe that human nature has a light, just like you. Zhaoko dropped the hand that had been gripping Qi Liang's collar and muttered, ask. Then, he fell silent, not saying anything more. Qi Liang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, at least I believe you are a good person. For Qi Liang's statement, Zhaoko only smiled faintly and let out a sigh. Beneath the rain, all that could be seen was Zhaoko covering his face, laughing as if he had never laughed before, and asking, a good person, are you basing this on the fact that I saved you? The corner of Qi Liang's mouth, which was dripping with blood, said, no, your words have caused Zhaoko to pause for a moment. Qi Liang's eyes pleaded as he looked at him and said, I have seen the complexities of the human heart many times in space, but I have always believed that there is no root of sin, just mistakes. The more Qi Liang spoke, the more passionate he became. He pointed directly at Zhaoko and said, some people make mistakes again and again, but there are also those who can realize when it's time to turn back and find the shore. At this moment, Zhaoko stood coldly in place, looking at the other person before saying, I thought you had some profound argument, but it turns out you just want to advise me to turn back. Qi Liang shook his head lightly and replied, that's not it. I can't change others, I just want to tell you. He stared firmly into Zhaoko's eyes and said, I can protect the light in my heart, distinguish right from wrong, and have no shame before myself. At these words from Qi Liang, Zhaoko's face had darkened without anyone noticing. He softly muttered, the way you look right now really makes. He deliberately paused for a moment before shouting, makes me want to vomit. After that, without waiting for Qi Liang to respond, Zhaoko lunged at him. Qi Liang dodged while helplessly speaking, I'm not. But he knew that the more he spoke at this moment, the less it would accomplish, so he prepared himself to strike, ready to use the false path divine light technique. He then shouted loudly, resisting in vain. Zhaoko was quick enough to avoid Qi Liang's retaliatory strikes. He sneered and spoke disdainfully, even so, you refuse to strike at my weak spots. How can you call this resistance? Then, Zhaoko unleashed the tiger's charge day and night technique. Immediately, a suit of iron armor appeared on him, capable of deflecting Qi Liang's blows. This was how one should resist. Qi Liang could only watch as a violent surge of power radiated from Zhaoko. His right fist was gathering fiery power from the sun, while his left fist was accumulating a freezing, savage force. As soon as the energy was sufficient, Zhaoko charged toward Qi Liang. The power in his right fist was Tiger's Charge Day and Night, while the power in his left fist was the Sun Night 10 kill technique. Just before Zhaoko's fist was about to reach him, Qi Liang quickly used his Holy Light Shield to defend. But contrary to Qi Liang's expectations, Zhaoko's fist was so powerful that it shattered his defense. In no time, the shield was broken apart, and Zhaoko's fists came crashing down relentlessly on Qi Liang. Even the tree behind Qi Liang shook a few times from the impact. Below, Zhaoko pressed Qi Liang's collar against the tree and coldly asked, have you seen clearly now? This is resistance. Suddenly, Zhaoko's bloodied hand withdrew. Qi Liang, weakened to the point of helplessness, collapsed against the tree. Zhaoko couldn't help but feel disdain. His moment of soft-heartedness had already passed, and his fist was no longer gentle. In that moment, the power and armor of Zhao Ke slowly dissipated, and without knowing when, a knife appeared in his hand. He slowly spoke, asking, "How can you exist in this infinite space like this?" In the thick rain, he gradually approached Qi Liang and coldly said, "Out of respect for our acquaintance, I'll still walk you a part of the way." Zhao Ke cruelly raised the knife in his hand and said, "Dying at my hands is better than dying at someone else's." After speaking to himself, Zhao Ke stopped talking and quickly thrust the knife down. Just before Zhao Ke's knife plunged, a beam of light suddenly shone directly on them, followed by a straw hat flying toward them, and a voice rang out, "Please spare him." Zhao Ke merely tilted his body slightly to dodge the straw hat, wondering to himself, "Is this interference?" He then threw the knife in that direction, as if retaliating. The knife swiftly flew toward the figure sitting on the motorcycle. But when he looked closely again, there was also a protective circle around the person. When the knife struck the protective circle, it suddenly stopped. But immediately after, it reversed and shot back towards Zhao Ke. The dagger was seen piercing into the tree trunk behind Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke was a little surprised as he looked at the attacks coming from the person in front of him, the one who had initiated the challenge. Faced with the relentless assault from the opponent, he immediately retaliated with a counterattack, the essence seizing palm. After that, it seemed that the opponent's attacks had all been contained in Zhao Ke's hand. Without hesitation, Zhao Ke crushed them within the palm of his hand. Then, the figure sitting on the motorcycle slowly spoke, saying, "Good skills, little monk, both the palm technique and the throwing knife are quite impressive, but you should know when to show mercy." The person's figure gradually became clearer. It was an older man with a bald head, a rogue-like appearance, who said, "I don't think you need to be pushed to the point of death. I live like this." When Zhao Ke clearly saw his face, he calmly stood still. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, "This person doesn't seem like a challenger." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him, "Brother, this place is really small." "What a coincidence, we meet again." The person was supporting Qi Liang's arm. Zhao Ke turned around and immediately saw He Fat helping Qi Liang and saying to him, "Brother, what do you think? That was really ruthless. Don't you think you should explain a little?" Seeing this, Zhao Ke silently thought to himself, "So they have no reason to blame them." Zhao Ke pointed directly at He Fat and said disdainfully, "You two aren't even qualified to demand an explanation from me." At that moment, 3 other middle-aged men appeared behind the motorcycle rider, also riding their bikes up and asking, "What about us, then?" He Fat smiled with his eyes squinted, standing next to them and saying, "The orchestra of LTHing, the 4 great elders, is that enough weight for you?" Zhao Ke pretended to be silent as he thought to himself, "It's a pity we're not in the space. If I killed all of you, I wouldn't even get a stamp, but it would certainly be quite satisfying." While the two sides were staring each other down, a weak voice suddenly rang out, wait a moment." It was Qi Liang. He stood in front of He Fat, raised his phone, and threatened Zhao Ke, saying, "I know your skills, and I also know you have some strange things. What happened here, neither you nor I wanted to get out. So please stop." Qi Liang seemed to be pleading as he said, "My life owes you, consider this as paying you back. Next time we meet, let's not cause any more trouble for each other." Hearing that, Zhao Ke reached into his pocket and pulled something out, coldly asking. He shook the small bag in his hand and said, "Maybe you're not done yet." Then, to the astonishment of the others, Zhao Ke turned and walked away. As he passed by the table, he placed the small bag down and spoke softly, "This is the antidote to the ancient poison, but it's only enough for one person." Fat He couldn't hold back and shouted, "What do you want?" Zhao Ke continued walking forward, casually waving his hand and saying, "So, who among you will decide who owes me this favor?" After putting some distance between himself and them, Lei Mu appeared and asked, "Brother, are we leaving?" Zhao Ke glanced back without hurrying to answer. He was silently pondering, seeing the scene of Fat He helping Qi Liang, and couldn't help but wonder, the feeling of trust in adversity, huh? Zhao Ke placed his magical hand on his forehead and thought, "It really makes one uncomfortable." Then he suddenly looked at his hand, which was full of white smoke, and sighed, "Even the feeling of jealousy can be brought out. The effect is quite remarkable." Lei Mu, feeling ignored, squirmed and said, "Brother, answer Lei Mu." Zhao clenched his fist tightly and then answered the girl, I still owe the butcher's box a large debt, I need to pay it before I can speak. Lei Mu asked in confusion, does this mean we're going to find some meat? Zhao walked firmly through the puddle and replied, no need to search, it's fresh right here. The rain grew heavier, and occasionally, there were flashes of lightning. As time passed, Zhao was now sitting, reading a spatial book while waiting at some airport. He was leisurely reading the information in the book, thinking to himself, White Immortal truly lives up to the stamp capable of being the core, it even sold for 56 points. Zhao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Earning such a large sum like this made him suddenly receive a system notification. Your letter points have finally reached the required level. Your authority has been upgraded. An additional content storage room has been added. Your authority has been upgraded. The weight and volume capacity of your album items has increased. After the notification, Zhao quietly stood up and silently calculated the goal he had achieved. He should make use of this time to see if he could deal with Wang Na. It would be best if he could finish it before the next entry into the space. At that moment, the voice of the newsreader on the TV came on. Last night, around 4 a.m., 4 elderly people lost their lives in a traffic accident. The guests watching TV nearby couldn't help but sigh a few words. How tragic, was it unexpected? Such things can happen anywhere, this is like dying far from home. But suddenly, a sharp voice cut through their words, saying, no, this was not an accident. It was a man sitting with his head down behind Zhao. He repeated, this is murder. Zhao couldn't help but turn his head and glance at him, the voice sounded so familiar. Meanwhile, the guests around him gave him strange looks. The news said it was a car accident, could it have been fake? There was also a pink-haired person who angrily said, who would dare to kill someone these days? The pink-haired person moved closer to the man with his head down and said, anyone can talk nonsense, I can even say you're the murderer. But at this moment, the strange man raised his head and responded, many things can be seen right away, just like how I know you bought insurance. Then, disregarding the other's anger, he handed out a business card and said, recently, the insurance industry is not easy to navigate. As someone working in credit operations, I believe you'll find my business card useful. However, another hand suddenly snatched the business card and asked, loyalty credit operations, right? The man, taken by surprise, asked, are you Zhao? Zhao quickly responded, we've met before, my surname is Wang. Upon hearing this, the man was momentarily stunned and asked, so you're Mr. Wang? Zhao slipped the business card into his pocket and then asked, why do you think it's a murder attempt? The man proudly answered, because of the location of the remains, the body doesn't appear to be from a traffic accident. They both recalled the horrifying scene they had seen earlier on television, and the man couldn't help but exclaim, it looks more like the person was decapitated while driving. Upon hearing this, Zhao immediately clapped in admiration, that's an interesting theory. The man replied, you're too kind. Zhao then cornered him and asked, so you're not insane, right? The man, with a cold expression, shot back, and you're just a chef, aren't you? Finally, Zhao turned and left, leaving the man sitting, clutching his chest, his face filled with fear. After walking a short distance, Zhao glanced back and saw that the man had been pulled away by a group of doctors. Seeing this, he thought to himself, a madman? How interesting. Zhao quickly made his way to the checkpoint and boarded the plane. He was still calculating in his mind, though he couldn't help but wonder, what does all of this have to do with a chef like me? After a few hours of waiting, the plane carrying Zhao and the other passengers finally took off. Just a few hours later, Zhao stepped down the plane's stairs, still thinking to himself that compared to Zhang Ziyang or Wang Yu. But his thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice calling out, sir, sir. It turned out to be a flight attendant running after him to hand him a box and saying, you forgot your valuable item. Zhao couldn't help but be surprised inside. It was so quick. So, Zhao had no choice but to extend his hand to take the box from the flight attendant and replied, thank you. Time passed, and Zhao hand gripped the sword tightly in his hand as he whispered urgently, what is this? He swung the sword forward and asked, his face sharp with intent, glancing toward somewhere. In front of him now was an ancient street, with a few people dressed in hanfu walking about. Suddenly, Zhao Ku, enraged, threw the sword down onto the ground. He cursed inwardly that this broken thing really made him unhappy. Afterward, he quickly fumbled for something on his torn clothes and, remembering from the previous realm, Zhao Ku's hand quickly produced a token, engraved with the image of someone and the words "heir of the verdant wolf." He exclaimed joyfully, "Found it." Zhao Ku carefully examined the token and silently speculated, "Is this really my name in this world? This surname seems like that of a wanderer, not a warrior." Zhao Ku remained cautious, glancing around while reminding himself that he needed to conceal his identity properly. He must avoid doing anything that would be inconsistent with his status, or else someone might send a messenger to inquire further. The more Zhao Ku thought about it, the more he felt out of place in the bustling crowd. He helplessly thought, "I can't just casually open the money from the mailbox now. As a wanderer, I can't explain having so much money." He glanced at the drunken fools in the tavern by the roadside and silently thought, but did not enter the tavern, knowing he wouldn't get any useful information there. Zhao Ku propped his chin and thought with frustration, "Am I really going to have to rob someone? But won't that just draw more attention?" He could only continue walking through the crowd, calculating, and considering that these were all poor beggars, robbing them wouldn't yield much. Suddenly, he spotted someone and glanced over, letting out a humph. Before him was the corpulent second-generation rich man swaggering down the street. Once Zhao Ku had identified his target, he muttered, "Ah, here's a fat fish." But then he noticed that there were a few other people behind the chubby guy, so he became alert. However, these bodyguards were not easy to deal with. As the two sides brushed past each other, Zhao Ku silently thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to think of another way." Suddenly, with his next step, Zhao Ku tripped over the stone floor beneath him. One of the rich man's bodyguards, seeing this, turned around with a sneer and said, "A commoner, daring to dream of joining the Mu family." Zhao Ku immediately realized they were talking about him. He grimly turned around and met their gaze. They immediately charged at him, with one even drawing his sword and shouting, "You dare look at me with that kind of gaze? I don't even know why the master would recommend a useless person like you." At that moment, a system notification appeared in front of Zhao Ku, Main Quest 1, Join the Mu family. Quest hint, in the current chaotic world, the Mu family needs a large number of people, so wanderers are starting to head toward the capital. However, to join the Mu family, a recommendation from someone is required. Without it, one cannot join. Then, with the sharp sword pointed at him, Zhao Ku simply reached into his clothes and spoke, "Looks like I'll have to make a move after all." A guard couldn't contain his anger, he swung his sword down and shouted, "Bastard!" Yet, Zhao Ku merely lazily glanced at the sword coming toward him and criticized, "Too slow." With nothing but his bare hands, Zhao Ku blocked the guard's sword. The guard strained, trying to move his sword, but it was futile. Zhao Ku effortlessly lifted the sword with his bare hands, causing the guard to cry out in surprise. "Hey!" In the face of his opponent's astonishment, Zhao Ku coldly tossed the sword aside and disdainfully said, "Even holding a weapon like that, you dare question me?" The guard helplessly watched as his sword was easily driven into the ground, silently cursing its uselessness. Suddenly, he looked down at his palm and thought to himself, "Something's wrong. What I felt just now wasn't just about swordsmanship." As Zhao Ku approached him, the guard, flustered, blurted out, "You." Ignoring him, Zhao Ku walked over to the young master of the second-generation rich and addressed him, saying, "My lord, I heard the Mu family is lacking workers, so I'd like to recommend someone." A while later, they were in a small room, and the plump young master mumbled uncertainly, "Ah, this." But Zhao Ku reached into his pocket and spoke first. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've prepared a small gift for you, my lord." He then took out an exquisite box and said, "This is a precious gift I brought back from overseas." Zhao Ku deliberately handed the box to him and said, "I hope my lord will." At that moment, his silent hand had already groped towards the box. In the quiet room, the rich, chubby young man focused intently on the box, with his bodyguards standing behind him. He smiled slyly and asked Zhao Ku, "Is this the treasure?" He asked just for the sake of asking, as the young master immediately opened the box. But before he could open it, Zhao hand blocked his. "My lord, please wait." The young master couldn't help but feel angry. "What are you doing?" Zhao deliberately looked at the bodyguards behind him, hesitated, and then said, "This." The young master immediately understood. "Ah." He immediately ordered them, "You all, step outside." The bodyguards complied and answered, "Understood." As soon as the bodyguards closed the door, the young master could no longer restrain himself and quickly lifted the lid of the box. Just 1 second later, his face was filled with panic as he exclaimed, "This." It turned out that inside the box was an empty void, with nothing inside. The young master, feeling frustrated, looked up and shouted loudly, "You are mocking me." At this moment, Zhao stopped pretending. He grabbed the young master's collar and answered with satisfaction, "Yes, I am mocking you." Before the young master could respond, Zhao cast a spell called Suspicion. The young master immediately fell under its effect. Zhao then coldly asked, "What am I to you?" The young master, now dazed and emotionless, replied, "You are my father." Zhao, pleased, sat back and watched the young master's reaction, silently thinking, "It seems that even officials cannot resist my enchantment. This means that the power of the strategies in this world is indeed a bit low." Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but let out 2 short laughs. Then, Zhao asked a series of questions, "Your name?" The young master obediently replied, "Wu Zong Tamu." He asked again, "What is the position?" Wu Zong Tamu, still infatuated, replied, "One of the 12 managers of the Mu family, responsible for trade, expansion, and taxes in the Mu family." Finally, Zhao asked another question, "Why is the Mu family recruiting more people?" Wu Zong Tamu's even voice rang out in response, "I only know that recently there have been demons in the capital, and many people have been harmed. The general has informed Yin Yang Shingong for assistance, but to be safe, they still need to recruit capable werewolves." After hearing a series of reports from him, Zhao gently rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "It seems that the main clue this time is related to this matter." Suddenly, Wu Zong Tamu slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said, "Now it is easy to settle down, but I still feel that there is something wrong with joining the Mu family like this." Zhao responded with satisfaction, "Exactly, let's proceed with that." He then snapped his fingers to cast a spell. The snap was actually him using a magic called Split. Zhao pointed his finger at Wu Zong Tamu's head and muttered to himself, "With this, I can control his thoughts or alter his memories at any time, adding another layer of security." One side of Wu Zong Tamu's body was still swaying, while Zhao was silently telling himself, "This is the first time I've talked like this." The feeling. He was deep in thought, but suddenly stopped, realizing something, "So those 7 guys also entered my head like this?" In front of him, Wu Zong Tamu was still under control. Zhao softly murmured to himself, reassuring, "No, it can't be that coincidental. Don't think about this right now, the mission is more urgent." At this moment, Zhao's mind was filled with one thought: instead of directly joining, I need to find another way. Meanwhile, outside the tightly shut door, 2 of Wu Zong Tamu's guards couldn't help but feel curious. One of them spoke up, asking, "Why hasn't the master come out yet?" They heard no sound, only one guard, dressed in an orange robe, calmly leaning against the wall and saying, "Just wait." After a while, the door was slightly opened by Wu Zong Tamu, who then pointed and ordered, "Zhuosheng, come in with me." Zhuosheng is the name of the guard in the orange uniform. He was bewildered, pointing at himself as if to confirm. Behind Wu Zong Tamu, Zhao stood with his arms crossed, observing. He then continued issuing an order, "I have something private to discuss with you." Zhuosheng immediately responded, "Yes, sir." After some time passed, Wu Zong Tamu and Zhuosheng, holding a box, stepped out from the room. Wu Zong Tamu cheerfully said, "Let's head back to the manor." The 4 of them then proceeded to leave. One of the guards couldn't help but ask, "Lord, what about this wanderer?" Wu Zong Tamu cut him off before he could finish speaking, "Someone like him is not worthy of entering the Mu family. I have already shown him more favor than he deserves." A guard walking beside him immediately chimed in, "The Lord is right. Meanwhile, Zhaoku was still sitting inside the room, sipping tea, silently thinking, it looks like the situation has begun. Then, Zhaoku slowly spoke, now we just wait for the fish to bite. As soon as he finished his sentence, a sound came from the door.